Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 701, Eliminate Future Troubles and Return to Qing County. Since meeting Song Qingming, Qian has learned a lot about his temper in the past few days. Even though he knew that the other party was not really angry, he did not dare to act too rashly in front of Song Qingming. After standing by the pool and looking carefully for a long time, Song Qingming and Wang Xian did not confirm what the white spiritual water was, and they shook their heads. The world of immortal cultivation is too vast, and there are many spiritual objects in the 5 continents and 4 seas. Many spiritual objects have been extinct in ancient times and are unknown to the public. Even though Song Qingming and Wang Xian are already successful giant cultivators, the spiritual objects they can recognize now are very limited. Compared with the thousands of rare treasures in the entire world of immortal cultivation, they have seen and recognized spiritual objects, and it is estimated that they may not have even 1/10 of them. It is not too strange to encounter this unknown spiritual water. We don't know what these spiritual waters are, and what they are used for. Let's take some out and see what they are. We can make plans after we confirm what they are. After discussing it, the two took out some empty bottles and jars and began to take the spiritual water in the pool. Master, I was the first to discover these spiritual waters. I haven't had them for a long time. Seeing Wang Xian filling an empty jade bottle with spiritual water, Qian couldn't help but explain to her pitifully. You helped a lot in finding these spiritual waters. Considering your great contribution, I will give you some of these first. However, when we determine the purpose of this thing, you can't be so greedy. Well, thank you, Master. Seeing the bottle of spiritual water handed over by Wang Xian, Qian happily picked up the jade bottle and hid aside, fearing that Song Qingming would turn against it and scold it again. Seeing the lovely appearance of Qian, Wang Xian smiled at Song Qingming beside her and explained, this spiritual spring has not dried up yet. Even if we take away all the spiritual water this time, we can still accumulate it slowly when we come in next time. Giving it some will not have much impact on us, so you don't have to be stingy. Well, I'm not such a stingy person, I just can't stand it being too greedy. Song Qingming shook his head gently, and didn't say anything more. He patiently filled the white spiritual water in the pool. It didn't take long for the two of them to fill more than a dozen bottles. Seeing that the spiritual water in the pool was almost dry, they took the initiative to stop. The remaining spiritual water can just cover the spring below, so let's keep it first, so as not to destroy the spiritual veins in the spring. It is estimated that in another 100 years, so much spiritual water can be accumulated. No matter how useful this spiritual water is to us, it is not worth the loss to exhaust the pond. This time, we will stop here. After taking a look at the remaining spiritual water in the spring, Song Qingming said with satisfaction. After the two of them put away the porcelain bottles filled with spiritual water, Song Qingming cast a spell to set up a small spiritual gathering array beside the spring to help the spring absorb the spiritual energy of the surrounding heaven and earth better, so that it can produce spiritual water faster. Afterwards, Song Qingming spent a lot of time setting up a second-level upper-grade concealment array at the entrance of this cave, covering the entire cave entrance to prevent other monsters in the secret realm from breaking into the cave and drinking the water of the spiritual spring. With a second-level upper-grade concealment array, monsters below the giant stage in the secret realm will not have the opportunity to break into it. Even if a giant-level monster king passes by the canyon, as long as it is not a very sensitive monster, it is difficult to find the clues behind this big array. Moreover, there are not many giant-level monsters in this big array. In the past few days, through the search of Song Qingming and others and the information known by Qian, almost all of them have been cleared by them. I think there should be no big problems. After covering up the cave entrance, Song Qingming and Wang Xian left the canyon together and went to the next place to search for spiritual objects. 3 days later, in a large formation above the nameless island, Song Yuanqian and Song Zuanfeng were hiding behind the formation, carefully looking at a snow-white golden crown bird on the reef on the east side of the island hundreds of feet away from them. This golden crown bird looks small, only half a person tall, but the aura it exudes is very strong, no less than that of an early giant cultivator. Looking at the Golden Crown Demon King in the distance, Song Yuanqian and the others were also very nervous, fearing that the other party would discover them hiding in the formation on the top of the mountain. Although the second-level upper-grade formation arranged by Song Qingming can perfectly hide the figures of the two and their auras. But encountering a Giant-level Demon King, it is a bit hard to say. Some Demon Kings with very sensitive noses may smell some of their auras, even if they are isolated by a large formation. This Golden Crown Demon King has been on the island for half a day, and has not shown any signs of leaving, which puts Song Yuanqian and the others hiding in the formation in a dilemma. As long as the Golden Crown Demon King does not leave, they will always be in danger and may be discovered by the other party at any time. But if they send a sound transmission talisman at this time to inform Song Qingming and the others below that the Golden Core Demon King has come to the island, it will inevitably affect their actions below, and may also alarm the Golden Crown Demon King, causing them to actively expose their position. Grandma, this Demon King probably won't leave for a while. Should we send a sound transmission talisman to inform the clan leaders? Facing Song Yuanfeng's repeated questioning, Song Yuanqian shook her head as before and said, "This guy hasn't found our location yet, don't worry. The clan leaders haven't come up for so long, I'm afraid they have encountered some troubles. Let's not alarm them now, wait another hour and see what happens." Song Yuanqian has been building her foundation for so many years. Although her cultivation is not high, she has been helping Song Yuanfeng manage worldly things in the family. She rarely goes out to hunt demons and perform family tasks, but her personal courage is not inferior to other elders in the Song family. During the last demon beast riot, she also led the monks from Qing County in the rear to transport supplies to the front line of Jinshanfeng many times, and participated in several battles with demon beasts. In terms of experience in dealing with demon beasts, Song Yuanqian is much better than Song Yuanfeng and other juniors who have not been building their foundation for a long time, and she is calmer than them in the face of such a crisis. Just as the two were staring at the motionless Golden Crown Demon King on the reef, a wave suddenly rose on the sea surface not far away, and a black sea fish more than 3 feet long suddenly jumped out of the water and jumped into the air. Before the sea fish fell back to the sea surface, the figure of a larger monster under the water suddenly jumped out, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the sea fish directly into its stomach. In a flash, the Golden Crown Demon King that had been motionless on the reef for half a day suddenly reacted, turned directly into a white arrow and flew to the sea surface, and drilled directly into the sea where the monster just appeared. A moment later, the Golden Crown Demon King flew out of the seawater, holding a huge sea monster that could no longer move in its mouth, and returned to the reef just now. Looking at the Golden Crown Demon King who was happily enjoying the food not far away, Song Yuanqian and the others in the formation did not dare to relax for a moment, and their eyes were always fixed on the powerful Demon King in front of them. Fortunately, not long after, the Golden Crown Demon King who had eaten his fill did not stay any longer. He spread his wings and flew to another island in the distance, and soon disappeared from the sight of the two members of the Song family. It was not until this time that Song Yuanqian and Song Yuanfeng slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, a smile of surviving a disaster appeared on their faces. However, before they could relax for long, there was another loud noise on the sea below, which instantly attracted their attention. Haha! Grandma, it's the clan leader and the others who are back. Seeing the two familiar figures flying slowly over the sea, Song Yuanfeng, who was already very excited, immediately took the initiative to walk out of the formation and wave vigorously at Song Qingming and the others who were approaching. Greetings to the clan leader, thank you for your hard work. Have you encountered any trouble on the island these days? Seeing that Song Yuanqian and Song Yuanfeng in front of him were both safe and sound, Song Qingming, who had been a little worried about them in his heart for the past few days, also showed a little relief at this moment. After killing the Black Bear Demon King and obtaining the White Spiritual Water, Song Qingming and Wang Xian searched in the secret realm for a few days, but only got a few third-level spiritual medicines, and then did not find anything good. Seeing that most of the places with spiritual objects in the secret realm had been searched by them, Song Qingming and Wang Xian discussed and took the initiative to leave the secret realm through the barrier entrance and return to the island. Don't worry, clan leader, no other cultivators have come here in the past few days. Only a giant and demon king came to hunt on the island yesterday, and he left here not long ago. Song Yuanqian, who was standing aside, bowed and replied to Song Qingming, and also told him about the Golden Crown Demon King they had encountered before. There is also a giant and demon king hunting here. What kind of monster is it and how is its cultivation? Hearing Song Yuanqian say that a giant and demon king had been to the island, Song Qingming's expression suddenly changed slightly, and he asked again, seeming to be very interested in the giant and demon king that appeared nearby. Seeing this, Song Yuanqian immediately told the details of the Golden Crown Demon King's hunting of demons, as well as the direction the other party left. After confirming that the other party went to another island not far from here, Song Qingming took the two of them on his flying boat without saying a word, and flew quickly to the island pointed out by Song Yuanqian with Wang Xian. Just as they approached the island, they suddenly heard a sharp cry, and soon the four of them saw the Golden Crown Demon King that had left Song Yuanqian and the others not long ago. At this moment, the Golden Crown Demon King was still patiently waiting for the appearance of prey on this deserted island, but a beam of light suddenly flew from a distance, instantly startling it. Looking at the white flying boat that appeared in front of him, the Golden Crown Demon King was also very unhappy, and fired several wind blades towards the location of everyone, trying to destroy the phantom boat that Song Qingming and others were riding in one blow. Don't be so arrogant. Seeing the Golden Crown Demon King coming fiercely, Song Qingming shouted angrily and immediately urged the magic weapon to jump out of the flying boat and rush directly to the location of the Golden Crown Demon King. Wang Xian also resisted the wind blade released by the Golden Crown Demon King while controlling the magic weapon to counterattack the opponent. The two sides immediately started a battle. A quarter of an hour later, on a beach beside the deserted island, Song Qingming held the inner elixir he had just obtained in his hand, looking at the body of the Golden Crown Demon King in front of him, and his face also showed a bit of satisfaction. This Demon King in the early stage of the Golden Elixir had average fighting skills, and even Wang Xian could not defeat it. Although it was a bird demon beast, its escape speed was not as fast as Song Qingming, who possessed the 9 Palace Meteor escape, but it died in the joint efforts of the two of them in just a few dozen rounds. The reason why Song Qingming spent time chasing and killing this Demon King who happened to come nearby was not entirely because he coveted the demon beast materials on it. The main reason is that this monster likes to go to the deserted island where the huge secret of Xianyuan sect is hidden, which may attract other human monks who hunt monsters. In order to avoid exposing the secrets under the island as much as possible, Song Qingming decided to completely kill this Golden Crown Monster King and eliminate this trouble in advance. After collecting the materials on the Monster King, Song Qingming led everyone back to the nameless deserted island. After putting away the magic circle arranged on it, several people worked together to clean up the things left by humans on the island. After clearing all traces of their visit, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were completely relieved and took Song Yuanqian and Song Zuanfeng on a flying boat to leave the island together. A few days ago, Song Qingming looked at the nameless island that was disappearing in the distance. He turned to Song Yuanqian and said seriously, "Remember, without my permission, you are not allowed to mention our visit here to anyone in the future, even to other elders in the clan. Do you understand?" Although Song Yuanqian and the others did not follow him into the underground cave and did not know the secrets hidden under the island, Song Qingming still reminded them just in case. After all, this secret realm is of great importance and may even determine the future success or failure of the entire family. For this reason, Song Qingming had to be cautious. The less people know about this, the safer they will be. "Don't worry, clan leader, we understand." Seeing that Song Qingming regarded this place so important, Song Yuanqian and Song Zuanfeng, who were standing on the flying boat, had some doubts on their faces, but they did not dare to ask more questions. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, the two nodded and agreed to it. Seeing this, Song Qingming also nodded slightly, turned around and began to concentrate on controlling the flying boat under his feet. Although the Xianyuan Sea area is located at the edge of the Lian Sea, and there are rarely demon kings above the nascent soul stage, there are still many giant-level demon beasts nearby, and there are occasionally natural disasters such as beast tides. It is not a safe place for Song Qingming and his companions. Therefore, Song Qingming did not dare to be careless when traveling here. He tried to avoid those sea areas where high-level demon beasts might appear. He did not want to cause trouble here even if it took more time. However, even if Song Qingming was careful, it was impossible for the flying boat to completely avoid the harassment of demon beasts in the outer sea, where there were many demon beasts. On the way back, they were still attacked by several groups of demon beasts. Fortunately, these demon beasts were not strong. Song Qingming and Wang Xian fought them off quickly together, and they returned to the safer inner sea area without any danger. Seeing that islands and traces of monks had begun to appear on the sea ahead, Song Qingming and his companions slowly put their minds at ease and slightly reduced the speed of their flying boats. After returning to the East China Sea, Song Qingming and others found an island nearby to rest for a while. Without staying for too long, they set off all the way west to return to the floating cloud mountains Yuxin realm. After nearly a month of fast travel, they finally crossed a broken cloud mountain range, then crossed several countries east of Uyghur, and successfully entered the Yunwu Mountain east of Qing County. After seeing the flying boat slowly pass through Yunwu Mountain and come to Qing County, Song Qingming and others who returned to the family territory also showed some joy on their faces. They were finally back safely after being out for so long. This trip to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm took more than 2 months in total. Although it was a little slower than Song Qingming expected, the trip was still very smooth and did not encounter too many troubles. All the monster materials brought were successfully sold and exchanged for spirit stones, and a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects currently needed by the family were bought in Xiandan City. In addition, the most important thing about this trip was the successful opening of the Xiandan sect's secret realm, from which a large number of spiritual medicine resources were obtained, which Song Qingming had not expected in advance. This time, they brought back so many good things from the East China Sea's Yuxin world. As long as nothing major happens in the Uyghur's Yuxin world, both Song Qingming and the entire Song family will have a good opportunity for development. At this moment, Song Qingming, who was standing in front of the phantom boat, looked at the familiar Qing County below, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Perhaps one day, under the leadership of the family, the land under his feet will be as prosperous as Xiandan City. After the flying boat returned to the family, Song Yuanfang and several other family elders who received the news hurried to the family's meeting room to meet Song Qingming, who had just returned. During the time when Song Qingming and his friends were away, Uyghur was very peaceful and no major events happened. In the Song family, except for the funerals held by the Yuxin family every now and then, there was also peace and tranquility. Those scattered cultivators who had fled to the south because of the monster riots have begun to return to the north of Uyghur, and Qing County has also added a lot of cultivators recently. Because the Song family's territory had defended the Jinshanfang, it did not suffer too much loss during the monster beast turmoil. It is estimated that in 1 or 2 years at most, Qing and Pingayang counties will basically be able to return to their pre-turmoil state. However, except for the Song family in the northeast corner, which is in a better situation, other places in the north of Uyghur, especially the Iron Fairy Castle and Toyin Mountain in the northwest, have suffered very serious damage. It is not possible to restore the prosperity before the war in a short period of time. It is estimated that it will take at least dozens or nearly 100 years to slowly recover. Although this once-in-a-century monster beast turmoil can bring many opportunities to the cultivators of Uyghur, it will also severely damage the foundation of the cultivators of the human race. In the long run, it will be difficult for the cultivation world of Uyghur to get a chance for stable development. In order to change the current unfavorable situation, unless the Zioao sect can greatly increase its strength and have 1 or 2 more nascent soul cultivators, it can change the current situation of the enemy being strong and we being weak. After seeing the many precious spiritual objects that Song Qingming and his companions brought back from the East Sea cultivation world, Song Yuanhao and his companions, who happened to need elixirs for cultivation, were also filled with joy. These elixirs and spiritual objects were basically low-level spiritual objects that were useful for the cultivation of Qi refining and foundation building cultivators, or for their breakthroughs. Some were purchased for the cultivators in the family who were injured in the previous monster riots. Before Song Yuanqian entered the spiritual objects she brought back into the family's gold storage pavilion, some of them had already started to reserve the elixir she was holding, and the family's meeting room became lively for a while. Seeing these family juniors so excited, Song Qingming and Wang Xian did not interfere too much. After explaining a few words to Song Yuanfang, they left the meeting room and returned to the cave on the top of the mountain. All the spiritual objects brought back from Xiandan City were handed over to Song Yuanfang and others, and these family juniors were allowed to deal with how to distribute them. Over the years, under the leadership of Song Yuanfang, many foundation-building elders of the Song family have become more mature in managing family affairs. Song Qingming and several other family ancestors rarely intervene in these family trivial matters, and basically handed them over to these juniors with confidence. After returning from the East China Sea's Yuxin realm, Song Qingming and Wang Xian also had a rare period of free time. The two of them temporarily put down the trivial matters in their hands and lived a relaxed and comfortable life. Except for a trip to Funiu Mountain, the two of them had not traveled far. They either drank tea and chatted on the mountain and enjoyed delicious spiritual food, or played around in the beautiful scenery near the foot of the mountain. Sometimes they would stroll around in the towns of ordinary people. It has been 200 years since Song Qingming entered the Funiu Mountain to practice. He has traveled all over Qing County and deeply felt the great changes that have taken place around him. The memory of his practice in the past inevitably emerged in his mind. The scenery of the sunset is still there, but the old friends of the past are no longer seen. Thinking back to the path he took to practice step by step to the Jinden realm, Song Qingming was also very emotional. Who would have thought that the ordinary blue-clothed boy on Funiu Mountain 200 years ago would one day become the ancestor of the Song family, who was famous in the northeast Yuxin world of Uyghur. After enjoying a carefree life with Wang Xian for more than half a year, Song Qingming, who had adjusted his own state almost, finally said goodbye to Wang Xian and walked into his retreat cave. After the monster riot ended, Song Qingming's cultivation reached the peak of the 6th level of the Golden Core. Now he has another Qinming pill in his hand that he exchanged from Yuan, and he can start trying to break through his own cultivation level. Chapter 702, Breaking Through the 7th Level of the Golden Elixir and Supporting the Younger Generation of the Family. From the 6th level of Jinden to the 7th level of Jinden, although there is only a small realm between them, it is not so easy for Jinden cultivators to pass this level. In this world of immortal cultivation, except for those geniuses with rare spiritual roots, cultivators who can successfully form a pill are basically those who are diligent and hard-working in cultivation and have a firm heart. Few people can succeed in forming a pill completely by luck. But even if these people are rare talents, few people can successfully cultivate to the peak of Jinden and impact the nascent soul realm. Unlike the realms of Qi Refining and Foundation Building, after a cultivator reaches the Jinden realm, due to the lack of high-level spiritual objects in the world of immortal cultivation, the assistance of spiritual objects and external forces to break through the realm of cultivation is far less abundant than in the foundation building period. Therefore, it is much more difficult for Jinden cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation to break through the realm than for cultivators in the foundation building realm. Although many Jinden cultivators are lucky enough to successfully form a pill and enter the Jinden avenue, after entering the Jinden realm, they can easily stop there due to lack of personal opportunities. Even in a large unyielding sect like the Xiaoyao sect, most of the many Jinden elders in the sect can only cultivate to the middle Jinden realm in their lifetime, and very few can break through to the late Jinden realm. Jinden cultivators like Guangling's Henren who like to hide in the sect for their whole life and have no personal opportunities can only cultivate to the 4th level of Jinden, even when their lifespan is almost over. Such examples are everywhere in the world of immortal cultivation. It has been almost 100 years since Song Qingming broke through to the Jinden realm. His cultivation speed is already relatively fast among Jinden cultivators. In the Xiaoyao sect, except for the head of the sect, Bai Yuxin and Chen Zuixin, the cultivation speed of other Jinden elders in the Jinden realm is obviously not as fast as his. This is also due to the fact that Song Qingming has obtained a lot of high-level spiritual objects through traveling and exploring secret realms over the years, which has helped him improve his cultivation progress a lot. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to cultivate to the peak of the 6th level of Jinden so quickly. In addition, Song Qingming has used the Qi Shui to refine his spiritual root attributes over the years, and also made up for some of his deficiencies in his innate spiritual roots, so that this cultivator, who was originally a pseudo-spiritual root, is no weaker than the 3 spiritual root cultivators in cultivation. There is also a complete set of cultivation experience of unyielding cultivators obtained from the Tongshan Pavilion, which also allows him to take fewer detours in daily cultivation. Especially after obtaining the Tongshan Wanlingju technique, Song Qingming, who practiced this technique, was more relaxed than before in breaking through the bottleneck of his own cultivation. These opportunities also gave Song Qingming a lot of help during his cultivation in the Jinden realm, allowing him to cultivate his cultivation step by step to the current realm. This time, Song Qingming did not prepare too many auxiliary spiritual objects to break through the late Jinden in seclusion. He only took out a Qinming Dan that he had obtained from the East China Sea. Although this pill is only of the 3rd level middle grade, and its effect on assisting cultivators to break through the late stage of the golden elixir is not as good as other third-level upper-grade spiritual objects. Song Qingming is still confident that he will break through this time. After all, with the help of the Tongshan Wanlingju, his meridians have been strengthened over the years, and a lot of pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth has been stored in his danshan, which will be of great help to his next breakthrough. With the help of the Qi pill in his hand, Song Qingming is at least half sure of breaking through this realm. Time flies, and more than 2 years have passed since Song Qingming went into seclusion. On this day, at the top of Funiu Mountain, white clouds suddenly rolled in the sky, and a group of colorful rays of light gathered, shining on a cave on the top of the mountain. The top of the mountain is the place where several ancestors of the family practice in seclusion. Usually, no one dares to approach this place except for a few elders of the family who have established their foundation. Therefore, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the sky did not alarm the Song family members who were busy on the mountain. Only some birds in the woods saw this sudden situation and hurriedly flew into the sky and fled from the vicinity of the cave. Several of the Song family's foundation-building elders who were in retreat and practicing also felt some subtle changes in the spiritual energy on the mountain. When they stopped practicing and went out to check the situation, they found that the source of the spiritual energy change was on the top of the mountain. They couldn't help but stop and return to their respective caves. The two family ancestors on the top of the mountain have been in retreat for a while. At this moment, it must be one of the ancestors who caused the spiritual energy change on the mountain. They dared not go to disturb it at this time. As for which ancestor has broken through the cultivation, they will naturally know it after a while when the two family ancestors come out of retreat. Song Yuanfang, who was busy in the family's meeting room, soon learned about the movement on the top of the mountain and hurriedly notified the family law enforcement team to open the mountain protection formation to strengthen the patrol around Funiu Mountain to prevent anyone from coming to make trouble at this time. Half an hour later, the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth in the sky on the top of Funiu Mountain gradually dissipated, the spiritual energy on the mountain slowly stabilized, and the surrounding birds began to return to their nests. Everything seemed to have returned to its original calm. On the morning of the second day, there was a sudden noise from the cave on the top of the mountain that had been silent for more than 2 years. Then a smiling man in green opened the door of the cave and walked out slowly. The man in green seemed to have not dressed for a long time. There was still a lot of dust on his body. Only his face was relatively clean, and there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. After closing the restriction at the entrance of the cave, the man in green walked to the front under the rising sun. After stretching out his hand to enjoy the sunshine on his face, a burst of spiritual light suddenly appeared on his body. Then the man in green turned into a beam of light and disappeared in an instant. He flew to a piece of bluestone not far above the cave, and looked around the Funiu Mountain under his feet with a serious look. After more than 2 years of seclusion, Song Qingming finally succeeded in breaking through yesterday and advanced to the 7th level of the Golden Core realm, becoming a late Golden Core cultivator. After feeling his breakthrough to the late Jianden realm, Song Qingming found that both his mana and consciousness had increased by about half compared to before, and he was satisfied and retracted his gaze. The reason why it took so much longer than before to break through the cultivation level in this retreat, and it took more than 2 years to successfully come out of retreat, was because Song Qingming did not succeed in breaking through in one go. Although he was very confident, Song Qingming did not rush to take the Qi pill to break through the cultivation level after the retreat, but tried to break through the bottleneck of cultivation level directly by relying on his own mana without any external force. As a result, after half a year, although he successfully touched the bottleneck in his body with his internal mana, he still failed in the end. However, this time, Song Qingming only tried it, and after feeling that there was little hope of success, he stopped breaking through the cultivation level in time, and did not choose to go all out to force the breakthrough of the cultivation level. Therefore, although he failed to break through the bottleneck of cultivation level for the first time, he did not hurt the meridians in his body because of the failure of the breakthrough. It only took him a year to readjust his state and start to break through the bottleneck of cultivation level again. This time, because of the experience of the last failure, Song Qingming's breakthrough was a little smoother. Seeing that he had a better chance of success than before, Song Qingming decisively took the Qi pill. With the help of this pill, he quickly successfully broke through his cultivation and advanced to the 7th level of the Golden Core. Although it took some time, it was worth it to successfully break through the realm. After feeling the changes brought about by the breakthrough, Song Qingming was very happy at the moment. After staying alone on the top of the mountain for a while, Song Qingming took out a sound transmission note and sent the news of his exit to the bottom of the mountain. Then he turned into a beam of light and flashed to the outside of Wang Xian's cave not far away. Wang Xian has been advanced to the second level of the Golden Core for more than 10 years. Like Song Qingming, her cultivation is about to break through. After Song Qingming broke through in seclusion, Wang Xian adjusted for more than a year and soon broke through her own realm in seclusion. There is no big bottleneck in breaking through from the second level of Jinden to the third level of Jinden. If nothing unexpected happens, Wang Xian will succeed in breaking through the realm of cultivation this time. Seeing that Wang Xian was still in retreat, Song Qingming sent her another voice transmission, informing her that he had come out of retreat, and then turned around and left and returned to his cave. Just after entering the cave gate, a red ice and fire dragon suddenly popped out of the cave gate and climbed directly onto Song Qingming's shoulders along his robe. After swallowing the snake gall of the 9-pattern dragon in the middle stage of Jinden in the Jinshan Fang last time, the ice and fire dragon was in retreat and slept for nearly 2 years. It was not until the monster beast turmoil was about to end that it woke up again. Although it lost a high-level material from the Monster King, the ice and fire dragon that swallowed the snake gall did not disappoint Song Qingming, and it successfully advanced to the late stage of foundation building. Seeing this unexpected surprise, Song Qingming was also very happy at the time, and rewarded it with a lot of pills. Because it eats a lot in Song Qingming's careful training, the ice and fire dragon has improved its cultivation very quickly over the years. In just a few decades, it has advanced from the Qi refining stage to the late foundation building stage. This cultivation speed is no slower than that of ordinary human cultivators. This is also due to the fact that it was enlightened by the Fire Phoenix early on, opening its spiritual wisdom in advance, and following such a generous master as Song Qingming, it has never lacked elixirs and spiritual objects, which makes it have a much faster cultivation speed than other monsters. Since the retreat and breakthrough, Song Qingming has not had much time to take care of him during this period. Seeing that the ice and fire dragon was pestering him again, Song Qingming hurriedly took out a pill to appease it. It was not until the ice and fire dragon swallowed the pill in one gulp and showed a bit of satisfaction that Song Qingming took it to the secret room next to the cave to raise spiritual insects and check the golden fantasy butterflies that he also raised in the cave. As soon as he walked in, the golden illusion butterflies that were resting on the walls were immediately awakened and came towards Song Qingming, as if to welcome him as their master. Hey! There really is a change. It seems that this thing is also effective for spiritual insects. It's only a little spiritual water, but it actually has an effect, seeing that the aura of these golden illusion butterflies in front of him had increased a lot compared to before. Song Qingming's face also showed a trace of surprise, and he couldn't help but sigh. After bringing back the white spiritual water from the secret realm of Xianyuan sect, Song Qingming also went to the Good Merit Pavilion of the sect to investigate the origin of this thing. Xian Oreo sect has been established for thousands of years, and has also collected hundreds of catalogs of various spiritual waters in the world of cultivation. However, Song Qingming has flipped through these catalogs, but still has not found anything similar to the white spiritual water in his hand. After asking Chu Fenping and Chen Zuixin, who were familiar with him and were knowledgeable, Song Qingming could not get any useful information from them. He could only return to Funiu Mountain with disappointment. The effects of these natural spiritual objects on different monsters in the world of immortal cultivation are also very different. After Chidiant swallowed these spiritual waters, it could open its spiritual wisdom in advance. After the Black Bear Demon King occupied the spiritual spring, it only strengthened its physical body and cultivation. The same is true for the ice crystal jade liquid that Song Qingming got from the Yuanying cave mansion of Yu Kingdom. This thing can help the golden fantasy butterfly on Song Qingming break through the realm of cultivation, but the effect of feeding it to Sky Firepeng is not satisfactory. It can only be said to be a waste. Although he knew that this white spiritual water had a great effect on monsters, he didn't know the origin and true purpose of this thing, so Song Qingming couldn't use it casually. He first tried to feed some to the spiritual insect golden fantasy butterfly on his body. At first, the golden illusion butterflies that swallowed the spiritual water did not change much. It was not until Song Qingming broke through this realm that he found that their aura was much stronger than before his retreat. Some of the larger ones were actually close to the late stage of foundation building. Seeing that this thing was indeed useful to them, Song Qingming did not hesitate to use the spiritual water in his hand. He took out a large bottle and poured it into the already dry groove next to him. Anyway, he brought a lot of spiritual water out of the secret realm this time. As long as it was not wasted, Song Qingming would definitely not be stingy with these spiritual insects that had followed him for many years. After smelling the taste of this white spiritual water, hundreds of golden illusion butterflies in the secret room immediately swarmed over and soon surrounded the place. Seeing this scene, the ice and fire dragon coiled on Song Qingming also poked its head out from Song Qingming's shoulder, as if it also wanted to go forward to taste some of the white spiritual water. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately shook his head and said, "You have just broken through the realm not long ago, so don't be too anxious. When your cultivation is completely stable, you will definitely be indispensable." Just as Song Qingming finished speaking, there was a sudden fluctuation of spiritual energy at the entrance of the cave. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately walked out of the secret room and returned to the cave outside. After tidying up the spiritual objects placed in his cave, Song Qingming gently waved his hand to open the door of his cave. A moment later, Song Yuanfang, who had received the news of Song Qingming's exit, walked in from outside with a respectful face. Congratulations to the seventh uncle for his advanced cultivation. After entering the door, Song Yuanfang, who felt that Song Qingming's aura had changed a lot, immediately stepped forward with a happy face, bowed and congratulated. "It's just a breakthrough in cultivation in seclusion, no need to be polite. I have been in seclusion for 2 years. Nothing happened outside, right?" Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand to signal Song Yuanfang in front of him to stand up, and then took him to sit down at the stone table not far away. Hearing Song Qingming's question, Song Yuanfang, who had been prepared in his heart, hurriedly replied seriously, reporting to seventh uncle, "Everything in the family has been normal in the past 2 years. The business of King Hufang, Jin Shenfeng and Qianfang outside has gradually recovered. Last year, the family held a spirit testing conference, and 5 more cultivators were added to the mountain. Among them, we also found a child with double spiritual roots in Magu town. I checked the family tree at the foot of the mountain and found that he is also a descendant of the lineage of 4th uncle's ancestors. Oh, a cultivator with double spiritual roots, and a descendant of 4th brother's lineage. This is really a coincidence. Bring him to see me next time." Hearing the news that another cultivator with double spiritual roots was found in the family, Song Qingming's face also showed some joy. The Song family has developed rapidly in recent years. In addition, Qing County has been peaceful in recent years. The number of mortals at the foot of the mountain has also risen, and has reached more than 700,000, which has already surpassed the nearby Wang family and other immortal cultivation families that have been established for thousands of years. After years of cleaning up by the family law enforcement team, there are no traces of monsters within 100 miles of Funiu Mountain. The Song family has built many mortal towns around it. It is estimated that the number of mortals in the family should exceed 1 million in a few decades. These huge mortal bases at the foot of the mountain can provide the family with several children with spiritual roots every year. The family can encounter a cultivator with 3 spiritual roots every few years when testing the spirit. It is no longer a rare genius. However, cultivators with more than 2 spiritual roots are still relatively rare in the Song family. In the more than 100 years since Song Qingming served as the patriarch, the family has discovered that Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao are talents with more than 2 spiritual roots. Back then, Song Yuanli was found and brought to the mountain by his 4th brother Song Qingru when he tested the spirit. Unexpectedly, there is now another double spiritual root cultivation genius in his lineage. After hearing this news, Song Qingming felt a little bit of the cleverness of fate. How are Yuanli and the others' injuries? Have they recovered? And has there been any news from Zinayu? After listening to the good news reported by Song Yuanfang, Song Qingming nodded and asked again. Hearing this question, Song Yuanfang's joy gradually subsided, and he answered softly, "I have distributed all the healing pills you brought back from the East China Sea last time. Most of the injured cultivators in the clan in the past 2 years have recovered. Only 18th brother and a few others have not fully recovered because of their serious injuries. They all have serious physical injuries. Even with the help of pills, it will take a long time to recuperate and slowly recover. I estimate that they should be able to recover in a few years, so you don't have to worry too much." 8th uncle sent a message back half a year ago, saying that he had obtained the Jade Dust Pill and was ready to start seclusion to impact the Golden Core Realm. I guess he should be ready to start seclusion now. Hearing this, Song Qingming sighed slightly and said, well, I know Yuan Li's injury will delay his future path. You should take care of him when you are free, let him heal his wounds and not think too much. Yuan Fang, you are all people who have made great contributions to the family. No matter who can reach the stage of Jinden in the future, the family will do its best to support them. However, personal path cannot be forced. How far you can go on this path of cultivation depends on your own opportunities. Among the many foundation building elders of the Song family, Song Yuanli and Song Changs have already broken through to the late stage of foundation building, and Song Yuanhao, Song Yuanfang, and Song Yuangsu have also reached the 6th level of foundation building. On the surface, they all have a chance to cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building and impact the Jinden realm. The elders of the family who built their foundation, the earliest, have all made great contributions to the development of the family over the years. Although he certainly cannot support them all to the Golden Core Realm, Song Qingming does not want to treat them unfairly in this regard. Song Qingming had made plans in his mind when he brought out so many high-level spiritual medicines from the Xinouan sect's secret realm last time. After he breaks through his cultivation, he will go out to other places nearby to search for spiritual objects for the Golden Core Realm to prepare for their future impact on the Golden Core Realm. As an elder, all Song Qingming can do is to try to find spiritual objects for the Golden Core Realm for them. As for whether they will have the opportunity to step into the Golden Core Realm in the future, it depends on their personal opportunities. Suddenly hearing that the head of his family will support him to impact the Golden Core Realm in the future, Song Yuanfang's face immediately showed a trace of unexpected joy, and he hurriedly kowtowed to Song Qingming in front of him to express his gratitude. Thank you for your cultivation, 7th uncle. Yuanfang understands, since building his foundation, Song Yuanfang has spent most of his energy on managing the family because of his average talent for cultivation. His personal cultivation speed is not fast, and his cultivation has been surpassed by the younger generations of the family who built their foundation later, Song Yuanhao and Song Changs. Although Song Yuanfang knows that his talent is average and he is not as good as Song Yuanli and others in cultivation, it is impossible not to be tempted by the avenue of the golden elixir. Originally, Song Yuanfang thought that Song Qingming would not have the idea of supporting him to form an elixir. When he just heard that Song Qingming wanted to treat them, the elders of the family, equally, he was very excited at this moment. After waving his hand at Song Yuanfang with a smile, Song Qingming continued to ask, Yuanfang, how many spirit stones can be taken out from the family treasury now? Last month, according to the account book of the treasury of the Golden Pavilion that Yuan Jin gave me, there are still more than 30,000 spirit stones. Together with the treasury of the Red Flame Square, we should be able to collect about 50,000 spirit stones. If 7th uncle is in a hurry to use them, I will immediately send a letter to ask Changs to send all the spirit stones tomorrow. Song Qingming nodded lightly and said, well, now that the family has several Jinden cultivators, the spiritual energy on the mountain is not enough. I plan to refine a set of high-level spirit-gathering formations to improve the spiritual veins of Funiu. This time, it will take about 100,000 spirit stones to improve the spiritual veins. I can still take out 30,000 spirit stones. You think of a way to make up for the remaining gap and try to get these spirit stones within 2 months. Chapter 703, Advancing to the Funiu Spiritual Vein, Song Linru. Funiu Mountain is only of the 3rd grade lower grade, and the quality of spiritual energy is not as good as that of Qi Mountain, where Song Qingming was in charge. It seems that there is not enough spiritual energy to support hundreds of cultivators and 3 Jinden ancestors of the Song family. After breaking through to the late Jinden stage, with the improvement of his own cultivation, Song Qingming also felt that the spiritual energy on the mountain was somewhat difficult to meet his daily cultivation needs. Therefore, after coming out of seclusion, improving the quality of the spiritual vein of the family's spiritual mountain Funiu Mountain immediately became Song Qingming's top priority. Fortunately, after so many years of hard work and development, the family's various industries outside are enough to maintain the expenses of the entire family, and there are still a lot of spiritual stones left every year. Although the 100,000 spiritual stones required to improve the family's spiritual vein are many, it is not a difficult thing for the Song family today. The family does not need to be like before, and it does not need to use the power of the whole family to save money for several years to accomplish this major event. Moreover, after Song Qingming came back from the East China Sea, he obtained spiritual objects worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Compared with the average giant and cultivator, his wealth is already very rich. Even if the family can't take out too many spiritual stones, he can easily make up the remaining gap. Hearing that Song Qingming was going to upgrade the family's spiritual vein, Song Yuanfang also nodded in agreement and said, "Now that there are more and more cultivators in the family, the spiritual energy on the mountain is indeed a little insufficient. Even if seventh uncle didn't mention this matter today, I would like to find time to discuss this matter with you. Although there are still a lot of spiritual stones in the family treasury, the rent from Qianfang has not been collected this year. I sent a message to Chang's to ask him to collect the 20,000 spiritual stones first, and then divide the shares of other families, and then slowly calculate them to them later. The sect also has a few balance payments for ore that have not been settled with us. I should be able to collect another 10,000 spiritual stones by sending a message towards them. The rest, I will think of a way with Yuan Jin and others to allocate from other places in the family first. Please ask seventh uncle to help. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to collect these 100,000 spirit stones within 2 months. In previous years, the seventh uncle had to use spirit stones to supplement the family's spiritual veins. Now that the family is rich, we younger generations can't always rely on you to worry about this matter. It's time for us to do our part for the family. Well, it's good that you have this intention. You can do it first. As much as you can, I can also take out the rest. Don't worry too much." After sending Song Yuanfang away, Song Qingming took out a lot of high-level materials for refining magic arrays from his body, and began to retreat again to refine the high-level spirit-gathering array required to improve the spiritual veins. Song Qingming has been a third-level array master for many years. In these years, he has also tried to arrange many third-level medium-grade and above arrays. In fact, his array level has long been very close to the third-level medium-grade realm. Although it was the first time to try to refine a third-level medium-grade array, Song Qingming was already full of confidence. Relying on the incomplete map to help speed up the recovery of his own mana, he successfully refined this relatively simple spirit-gathering array in less than a month. After Song Yuanfang received Song Qingming's instructions, he immediately summoned all the elders of the Song family who were away the next day to Funiu Mountain to discuss the spiritual stones needed to improve the family's spiritual veins. After hearing Song Yuanfang's communication, almost all the family elders agreed to this matter. For this reason, everyone immediately mobilized actively, and from the family industries they were in charge of, they tried to exchange the stored spiritual objects for spiritual stones and sent them to the Funiu Mountain family treasury. In less than 2 months, Song Yuanfang and his team had already collected the 100,000 spiritual stones needed to improve the spiritual veins, and informed Song Qingming, who was in seclusion, of the good news in advance. A few months later, Song Qingming, who was already prepared, placed his refined third-level medium-grade gathering spirit array directly on the top of the mountain. As the formation began to operate and refine and absorb the spiritual stones buried in advance in the formation, the spiritual energy of the entire Funiu Mountain began to slowly rise. After feeling the changes in the spiritual energy around him, Song Qingming also showed a satisfied smile on his face. According to past experience, it will take about 2 or 3 years for the spirit gathering array to refine these 100,000 spiritual stones. When all the spiritual stones in the array are refined into the spiritual veins, the spiritual energy quality of Funiu Mountain can truly reach the third-level middle-grade realm. A third-level middle-grade spiritual vein can provide at least 5 giant and mid-stage cultivators for cultivation, which is enough for the current Song family. If there are new giant and cultivators in the family in the future, or if Song Qingyu and Wang Xiaoyun both break through to the late giant stage, and the spiritual energy is not enough, then they can consider upgrading the spiritual vein of Funiu Mountain to the third-level upper grade. Now the Song family has a lot of industries outside that can earn spiritual stones. As long as there are enough spiritual stones, these can be done at any time, and there is no need to worry too much about the problem of insufficient spiritual energy for cultivation. The many family elders standing behind Song Qingming saw the bursts of spiritual light emitted by the spirit-gathering array on the top of the mountain, and their faces were also excited. The improvement of the family spiritual vein is beneficial to every cultivator of the Song family. The higher the level of the spiritual vein, the purer the spiritual energy it produces, which is more beneficial to the cultivator's daily practice or breakthrough. After the promotion of the family spiritual vein, a few days later, the top of Funiu Mountain lit up again with a burst of colorful clouds. Wang Xian, who had been in seclusion for more than half a year, also successfully broke through and walked out of her retreat cave. However, compared with the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth caused by Song Qingming's breakthrough in cultivation, the movement caused by Wang Xian this time was not so big, but it only lasted for more than half an hour and quickly disappeared. Because it was just a breakthrough in the relatively simple third level of the golden elixir realm, Wang Xian did not choose to take too many elixirs and spiritual objects to assist in the breakthrough of cultivation this time, but only relied on her own mana to forcefully break through the bottleneck. Even so, she, who had already polished her cultivation to perfection, still successfully broke through the cultivation very smoothly and successfully raised her cultivation to the third level of the golden elixir realm. Wang Xian, who had stabilized her cultivation, just walked out of the cave and saw Song Qingming, who had been waiting at the door. She walked in front of him with a happy face. The two did not speak, but just looked at each other quietly, with only the afterglow of the setting sun moving slowly on them. After a while, Song Qingming suddenly took the initiative to step forward and took Wang Xian's jade hand, and took her to the Funiu Mountain trail at the foot of the mountain. The two walked side by side, enjoying the beautiful scenery of the mountains at dusk, while exchanging each other's gains from this retreat, and soon arrived at the foot of the mountain. Looking at the family mortals who happened to be working hard in the distance, Song Qingming recalled the days when he worked with the mortals of Yanhu village when he was in Taixu Gate, and his eyes were attracted to it. "Husband, did you do these things when you were a child? Should we go over and take a look?" Seeing that Song Qingming's expression was a little wrong, Wang Xian beside him also asked curiously. Hearing this, Song Qingming smiled and nodded, and the two soon came to the fields at the foot of the mountain. Smelling the familiar smell of straw from the rice fields, Song Qingming's memory became clearer and clearer. He couldn't help but tell Wang Xian about the farm work he had done in the past few years. Wang Xian was a little bit unbelievable when she heard that Song Qingming, a giant and ancestor, had the experience of working with mortals. If it wasn't for Song Qingming saying it himself, she would definitely not believe him. In this world of immortal cultivation, although cultivators and mortals need to rely on each other, there has always been a difference between immortals and mortals. Cultivators live on high sacred mountains all year round, while mortals can only bury their heads in the fields at the foot of the mountain. Are you saying that these are the cultivation tasks given to you disciples by the sect, and senior sister Li has to do these things too? After Song Qingming finished speaking, Wang Xian couldn't help but ask again. Song Qingming heard this and nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. She entered here earlier than me, and she is no worse than me in doing these things. Husband, I also want to experience this kind of practice. Why don't you teach me?" "Ah. You want to experience this too?" Hearing that Wang Xian was actually interested in this kind of practice, Song Qingming's face immediately showed a bit of surprise, and looked at her with some confusion. To be honest, although Song Qingming had experienced this kind of practice for several years, he was not willing at the beginning, but in order to get the subsequent practice of Yuxin Sutra, he listened to Zhang Xingai's words and practiced patiently for half a year. If it weren't for his own path, Song Qingming would never be able to do it under normal circumstances, and get along with those ordinary mortals. Even if he couldn't do it at the beginning, Wang Xian just listened to it once and actually took the initiative to propose to experience this kind of practice. It's no wonder that Song Qingming was so surprised. "What's wrong? Do you not believe what I say, or do you think I can't do these?" Wang Xian asked with some doubt in her eyes. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly shook his head and said, "This is not difficult for us cultivators. As long as we have patience, we can do it. I'm just a little surprised why you are interested in this." Wang Xian heard this and replied with satisfaction, "Well, even senior sister Li can do it, I think I should be able to do it. As for interest, I don't have much, but I just think this kind of practice is interesting and I want to experience what it feels like. Haha. It's not difficult to experience it. I'll take you to see it and you'll know." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took the initiative to walk to a rice field in front of him where someone was weeding. Although the Song family cultivators all recognized their two ancestors, due to the difference between immortals and mortals, few mortals down the mountain had heard of Song Qingming and his friends. Seeing that the two of them were dressed in a noble manner, they thought they were the sons and daughters of the rich families in the town who came here to play. After Song Qingming stepped forward and greeted the other party politely, he quickly borrowed a weeding hoe from the other party and began to show Wang Xian in person the weeding skills he had learned that year. Seeing Song Qingming doing these things with great concentration and proficiency, and obviously having experience and not just pretending, Wang Xian soon believed that he had really learned these things. Although I can't use magic power, it doesn't seem difficult. Let me try it. After watching for a while, Wang Xian also felt eager to try, and took the hoe from Song Qingming's hand and began to weed according to his movements. As the cultivation level of a cultivator increases, the ability of the physical body in all aspects will continue to increase, and the ability to learn ordinary things is far greater than that of ordinary mortals. Although it was the first time that Wang Xian tried to use the farm tools in her hand, she quickly adapted to it. In just a moment, she had already weeded a piece of weeds, and her speed was no slower than Song Qingming's just now. "Husband, how is it?" After completing a piece of weeding task, Wang Xian immediately turned back and asked happily, but found that Song Qingming smiled and shook his head at her. "Xian, the purpose of weeding is to prevent them from absorbing nutrients in the field and provide the crops with a better growing environment. It's not okay to remove the weeds while destroying a lot of crops. It can't be destroyed at all. This is a bit troublesome. It seems that all my work just now was in vain." After taking a closer look at the crops that had just been dug up by him when he was weeding, a look of disappointment suddenly appeared on his face. "Well, don't be too anxious to do these things. You still have to take your time. It took me a long time to learn it slowly. Your performance is no worse than mine. This practice mainly tempers the heart of the cultivator. You need to temporarily forget your identity as a cultivator and completely integrate yourself into the mortal world to deeply experience their inner joys and sorrows. These are indeed helpful for personal practice. When I broke through the 5th level of the Golden Core, I felt a touch of my state of mind during practice, which allowed me to quickly break through the bottleneck of practice." "Oh. So that's how it is. It seems that I have to try more when I have time. Maybe I can also gain something from practice like you." After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Wang Xian nodded slightly, and quickly understood the meaning of practice that Song Qingming said. She turned around and began to hold the hoe tightly in her hand and continue weeding. This time, with Song Qingming's guidance, Wang Xian was obviously much more patient. She carefully avoided those useful crops and slowly cleared the surrounding weeds. Although Wang Xian's weeding speed slowed down, the damage to the crops was reduced. The two of them discussed seriously how to do the farm work in their hands, and seemed to slowly integrate into the mortals working in the fields. "Young man, it's almost dark. If you don't hurry home, it will be difficult to walk in the dark." Just as the two were doing this farm work seriously, an old mortal who had just lent Song Qingming a hoe came over and reminded them when he saw that it was getting late. Seeing that the people working in the surrounding fields had already packed up their tools and started to go home, Song Qingming and Wang Xian immediately stopped what they were doing and returned the borrowed hoe to each other. "You guys are probably from the town. My family lives in the second house at the east end of the village. If it gets dark and you can't go back early, you might as well stay at my house for a night, so you don't have to travel at night. Although the village is not as simple as the town, it is much safer than the wilderness outside." The old man who took the hoe looked at the sky gradually getting darker, and kindly reminded Song Qingming. "Haha. Thank you for reminding me, old man. Don't worry, we can go back. We just ruin a lot of your crops for fun. These silver coins are our compensation." Song Qingming smiled and explained, and took out some silver coins used by ordinary people and gave them to the old man. Seeing this, the old man wanted to politely refuse, but seeing that Song Qingming was very determined, he slowly put away the silver in his hand. Seeing that Song Qingming took Wang Xian and walked away from the field without realizing his kindness to let them stay, the old man did not say much. He lowered his head to pack up the farm tools in his hands, and then stood up and walked towards his home. A moment later, 2 rays of light suddenly flew over the field where everyone was, and flew quickly towards the high Funiu Mountain behind. "It's the Immortal Master, look, it's the Immortal Master on the mountain." A mortal who had just walked out of the field accidentally caught a glimpse of the 2 rays of light high in the sky, and hurriedly shouted, and then many mortals of the Song family stopped and looked up at the sky with a trace of piety. Half a month later, in the Huxin Pavilion on the top of Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming, who had just finished his daily practice, was sitting in the attic with Wang Xian to drink tea and chat, when suddenly a slight sound of footsteps came from downstairs. After a while, Song Yuanfang, with a hint of joy on his face, came up with a boy of 11 or 12 years old, and quickly came to Song Qingming and the others. Linru greets the two ancestors. As soon as they met, Song Linru, who had just come up the mountain and was still a little confused, took the initiative to step forward and respectfully bowed to Song Qingming and Wang Xian under the guidance of Song Yuanfang. You have already drawn the key into your body so quickly. Your talent is indeed not inferior to Yuanli and others. After scanning Song Linru with his spiritual sense, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand, letting him stand up first. Song Linru has both fire and earth spiritual roots. He is the second dual spiritual root cultivator to appear in the Song family in the 400 years since the establishment of the family. Because he is a descendant of the fourth brother Song Qingru, he also took the single name Rui after going up the mountain. Looking at Song Linru in front of him, Wang Xian nodded slightly and said, "This child has a better fire attribute spiritual root. He is quite suitable for learning alchemy in the future. He can be trained well. This is okay. Let Yuan Jin take him first to see how Linru's alchemy talent is. If it is suitable, let him go on the path of alchemy." Hearing Wang Xian's words, Song Qingming immediately spoke up and expressed his agreement. Hearing the two ancestors discussing his future, Song Linru stood there and did not dare to speak casually. He could only look at Song Yuanfang, who was also standing beside him nervously. After a while, Song Qingming picked up a bag of spirit stones that had been prepared long ago from the table and cast a spell to send it to Song Linru. "These spirit stones are our gift to you. You must practice well in the future and listen more to the elders in the clan." Although Song Linru had not been on the mountain for long and did not know what the alchemist Song Qingming and others were talking about he still knew something about the spirit stones in his hands that could help him practice. Seeing dozens of colorful and sparkling spiritual stones in the bag, Song Linru's face suddenly showed a trace of joy, and he hurriedly stepped forward and knelt on the ground, thanking Song Qingming and the others profusely. After Song Linru stood up and stepped aside, Song Yuanfang took out an unopened white letter from his pocket and handed it to Song Qingming. "Seventh uncle, this is a letter I received from Guiyang Mountain half an hour ago. It was written to you by Elder Su of the General Affairs Hall." Hearing Song Yuanfang say that Su Ziyan had sent a letter, Song Qingming quickly put down the teacup in his hand, opened the letter handed over by Song Yuanfang and took a closer look. After a while, a trace of joy appeared on his face again. "What did senior sister Su say in the letter? Your husband is so happy, but what good news does the sect have to inform you?" Seeing the joy on Song Qingming's face, Wang Xian immediately asked curiously. Song Qingming smiled and nodded when he heard it, and handed the letter in his hand directly to Wang Xian beside him. "Junior sister Su sent a message saying that the Wu Kingdom will hold another star conference in 2 months, and asked you if we would like to go together. I plan to go with him. If you have nothing to do, why not go with me? The Star Conference is a rare large-scale trade fair held by our floating cloud mountain Xiuxin world. There are even giant and spiritual objects in it, and we can't miss it. Yuan Fang, you can also notify other foundation building elders in the family to see if anyone wants to go with me to the Wu Kingdom, and let them prepare in advance." Song Qingming had just completed the promotion of the family's spiritual veins and was looking for an opportunity to go out and search for giant and spiritual objects for Song Yuanfang and others. Unexpectedly, Su Ziyan just brought him the news that the Wu Kingdom was going to hold the Star Conference, which really made Song Qingming feel a little happy. The Star Conference is held about every 100 years, and it is basically held after the monster turmoil. It is considered the largest trade fair held around Wuguo. In addition to the independent cultivators and immortal cultivation families near Wu State, many large immortal cultivation sects on the east side of the floating cloud mountains that are friendly with the Star sect were invited to participate in the Star Conference. Not long after Song Qingming formed a golden elixir, he also followed the former head Yao Qianshu to participate in a Star Conference, and obtained the phantom boat that had been with him for many years at the final auction. In large-scale trade fairs such as the Star Conference, foundation building pills, and even golden elixir spiritual objects that are extremely rare and hard to see in the market will definitely appear. In addition, this kind of golden elixir level trade fair will also see many other precious spiritual objects above level 3. Regardless of whether he can find a golden elixir spiritual object, Song Qingming will not miss this good opportunity to search for spiritual objects. Although I have been to Wu State, I have never participated in this star conference. This time I have the opportunity to broaden my horizons and naturally I have to go. Chapter 704, Visiting Su Ziyan, the old friend passed away. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Wang Xian immediately nodded and agreed. She had just been in seclusion for more than half a year, and she also wanted to go out for a walk. Song Yuanfang, who was standing aside, was also a little excited when he heard that Song Qingming wanted to go to Wu State to participate in the Star Conference. After hesitating for a moment, he still asked carefully, "Seventh uncle, can I accompany you to Wu State this time?" In recent years, whenever Song Qingming and the other two were away for something, Song Yuanfang helped to take care of family affairs, so he rarely left Funiu Mountain. This time, when he heard that Song Qingming wanted to take several elders with him, Song Yuanfang didn't want to miss this rare opportunity to go out and experience, so he tried to ask, "Well, you can go, but the family affairs must be arranged properly, otherwise we are not here, and if there is something urgent and no one to deal with it, it will be troublesome." Seeing that Song Yuanfang also wanted to go out with him to see the world, Song Qingming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement, but also asked him to hand over the family affairs to others. Many elders of the family have been accustomed to Song Yuanfang managing affairs over the years. Compared with him, the prestige of others is indeed a little worse. Song Qingming couldn't think of who to replace him for a while, so he directly threw this choice to Song Yuanfang himself. Fortunately, it should take more than a month to return to the family after a trip to Wu State. Recently, the surrounding areas of Wei State have been peaceful, so there shouldn't be any major events. After getting Song Qingming's consent, Song Yuanfang's face also showed some joy. He hurriedly bowed and thanked him, and then took Song Linru beside him and took the initiative to withdraw. After discussing with Wang Xian, Song Qingming immediately wrote a letter back to Su Ziyan, agreeing to go to Wu State to participate in the Star Conference together. Time passed quickly, and soon a month passed. In order not to delay the participation in the Star Conference, Song Qingming and Wang Xian rushed to the sect a few days in advance to meet Su Ziyan and others. This time, in addition to the couple, Song Yuanfang, Wang Leking, Song Yuanhao, and Song Zuanting also traveled together. The group took Song Qingming's phantom boat and soon arrived at Qi Mountain. After the few people settled down on the mountain, Song Qingming came to Su Ziyan's Lingshan alone. He wanted to say hello to her, but unfortunately he met her out of the cave. "Uncle Song," the master went to the cemetery in the back mountain to visit Uncle Gao. "If you are not in a hurry, you might as well rest in the pavilion for a while. The master should be back soon." The young woman who came out to greet Song Qingming was a foundation-building disciple under Su Ziyan. Seeing that Song Qingming had something to do with his master, she hurriedly explained to him, and then led Song Qingming to the stone pavilion next to him to wait for a while. "Who did you just say Uncle Gao was?" Song Qingming, who had just moved his feet, stopped before taking 2 steps, and asked the other party again with a calm face. Suddenly, Song Qingming asked, and Su Ziyan's disciple who was walking in front was also a little surprised. He turned around and replied, reporting to Uncle Song, "Uncle Gao is my master's fellow disciple, named Gao Yuiao. She died of illness on the mountain half a month ago. Master often went to the cemetery in the back mountain to visit her recently. Dao Gao has passed away." Hearing the words from Su Ziyan's disciple, Song Qingming was slightly stunned, and Gao Yuiao's past face instantly emerged in his mind. The last time Song Qingming saw Gao Yuiao, it was also at Su Ziyan's place. At that time, the other party was still working hard to break through the Jiandan realm. The two have known each other for many years and can be regarded as friends. Song Qingming originally wanted to help her, but because Su Ziyan later won a Jiandan spiritual object for her, he no longer paid attention to this matter. However, although she got another Jiandan spiritual object, Gao Yuiao still failed to make a third Jiandan. Her cultivation finally stopped at the foundation building realm and could not go any further. It was only after Song Qingming came back from the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world that he heard about Gao Yuiao's failure to form a pill from Song Yuanfang and others. Gao Yuiao was about the same age as Song Qingming. If she only counted the lifespan of a foundation-building cultivator, she should have at least a dozen years left. It was not so early that she passed away. Song Qingming was a little bit unbelievable when he heard the news of her death. After asking Su Ziyan's disciples, Song Qingming first went to the sect's Good Merit Pavilion to exchange some spiritual objects for worship, and then came to the sacred mountain where Gao Yuiao was buried. As soon as Song Qingming came to the mountain, he saw Su Ziyan standing alone next to a new grave from a distance, and a pile of paper money was burning in front of the tombstone. "Brother Song, why are you here?" Seeing a beam of light falling not far from him, and Song Qingming's figure appeared again, Su Ziyan's face was also a little surprised, and he quickly turned around and bowed to Song Qingming and said hello. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately returned the greeting, walked forward and slowly said, "I was afraid of wasting your time, so I came here 2 days in advance. I was going to look for you just now, but I heard the sad news of fellow Taoist Gao's death, so I came to pay my respects to her. Fellow Taoist Gao and I have known each other since childhood, and we can be considered close friends. It has only been a few decades since we last saw each other. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Gao would leave so suddenly, and she was already separated from me by the yin and yang before I could see her again. The path of cultivation is ultimately ruthless. Those of us who are lucky enough to have the opportunity to go further, but we also have to endure a lot more pain of separation and death than them. Junior sister Su, don't be too sad about this. After all, Song Qingming took out the spiritual objects he had prepared and placed them in front of the tombstone one by one. Then he paid his respects in front of Gao Yuiao's tombstone with a solemn expression. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Su Ziyan smiled bitterly in her heart, and sighed with regret. After junior sister Gao failed to break through the Jianden realm, she has been depressed ever since. She was injured in Tixianbao during the last monster riot. It was nothing serious. I didn't expect that she would go wrong in her retreat to heal her wounds. And she injured her danshin in her body. Not long after, she died in the cave. Master asked me to take good care of her, but unfortunately I did my best to support her, but still failed to help junior sister Gao succeed in forming a den. When I see her in 100 years, I'm afraid she will blame me. Su Ziyan spoke in a very calm tone, but there was a hint of helplessness in it, as if she was lamenting the trick of fate. After successfully forming a den and becoming the Jianden elder of the sect, Su Ziyan helped Gao Yuiao win the damp spirit twice in the sect, and for this, she also attracted a lot of criticism from other disciples. As a fellow senior sister, Su Ziyan has done her best for junior sister Gao Yuiao. Unexpectedly, despite her efforts to support Gao Yuiao, she still failed to break through to the Golden Core realm. Not only did her previous efforts go to waste, Gao Yuiao also died of illness more than 10 years earlier because of the knot in her heart that she had not successfully formed a golden core. Thinking of this, Su Ziyan couldn't help but shake her head slightly, wondering if she had lived up to the trust her master Liu Xingfang had given her before his death. Junior sister, you have done your best to help fellow Taoist Gao. These are things that are obvious to all. I think if Senior Liu knew about this, he would definitely not blame you for it. Personal opportunities are determined by heaven. Even if we cultivators have extraordinary magical powers, we cannot force it. Fellow Taoist Gao has no hope in this life, but he may go further than us in the next life. Junior sister Su, you don't have to mind this too much. Song Qingming burned the paper money in his hand and spoke to comfort Su Ziyan beside him. Although Song Qingming has not met Gao Yuiao much in recent years, he has heard about Su Ziyan's personal care for her after she formed the elixir. He believes that Su Ziyan must have done her best for Gao Yuiao, his junior sister. However, things are unpredictable. In addition to the auxiliary spiritual objects needed for a cultivator to break through the realm of cultivation, personal opportunities and efforts are also very important. There are many foundation-building cultivators in the Xiaoyao sect who are striving for the Golden Core realm. Among them, there are many elders of the sect who support their own disciples and younger relatives, but only a few can successfully break through to the Golden Core realm. More than 100 years have passed since Song Qingming formed the elixir. Among the hundreds of cultivators in the Xiaoyao sect who have reached the Golden Core realm, only Su Ziyan and Fang Baixun have succeeded. The probability of advancement is not low. Because there are many disciples in the sect can also provide them with limited spiritual objects for forming the elixir. Except for a very small number of people with backers, other disciples can only get a chance to form the elixir through fierce competition within the sect. Even so, not everyone can prepare 5-element elixir forming spiritual objects for their own disciples like Song Qingming spared no effort to support Wang Xian and the others. Many Xiaoyao sect foundation building disciples can only use the second-rate spiritual object Yuchen Den when they impact the Jianden realm. After Su Ziyan failed to form the elixir for the first time. If Song Qingming had not helped her to exchange for a 5-element elixir-forming spiritual object in time, I am afraid it would be difficult for her to reach this step smoothly. Because of this, it is really not easy for those who can successfully advance to the Jianden road. It is impossible for everyone to have such good luck to embark on the Jianden road. After the two talked for a while in front of Go Yuiao's grave, the paper money brought by Song Qingming was almost burned, and he returned to her Lingshan cave with Su Ziyan. After knowing that Song Qingming and others arrived at Qingming Mountain in advance to go to the Star Conference of Wu State, Su Ziyan was also very happy, and talked to him about many issues related to the trade conference. Like Wang Xian, Su Ziyan also participated in such a large-scale trade fair for the first time, and she was very much looking forward to it. Su Ziyan's cultivation level is the same as Song Qingyu's. Both of them are only at the 4th level of the Golden Core realm, but Song Qingyu formed the Golden Core much later than Su Ziyan. Seeing that her cultivation level was caught up by the latecomer, Su Ziyan was a little anxious. This time when she went to the Wu Kingdom Star Conference, Su Ziyan also wanted to get 1 or 2 spiritual objects that were useful to her, so as to speed up her own cultivation. After the two sat down and chatted for a while, Song Qingming took a sip of the spiritual tea and asked, "Junior sister Su, besides us, I wonder which other brothers will go to the kingdom of Wu with us this time? Can you tell me about it first?" Su Ziyan nodded slightly and replied, "In addition to senior brother Song and junior sister Wang, senior brother Li, senior brother Chu, senior sister Zhao, junior brother Feng and junior brother Zhang will also go with us. The sect has made preparations, and all the goods to be taken have been loaded on the flying boat. When junior brother Zhang arrives in 2 days, we can set off first." "Oh. Senior sister Bai's not going this time. In the past, the Xiaoyao sect would send the head to lead the team to participate in the Star Conference." When Song Qingming heard Su Ziyan name all the candidates who were going to the kingdom of Wu and Bai Yuxin's name was not on the list, he was a little surprised. Seeing the doubt on Song Qingming's face, Su Ziyan hesitated for a moment, and then said softly, "Uncle Li has told me that Sister Bai needs to concentrate on her retreat and practice recently and cannot go out. This time, Brother Li will lead the team to Wu. Sister Bai has been in retreat recently. Most of the affairs in the sect are now handled by Brother Zhuangxin and me. Brother Song, if you have any questions in the future, just come to me." "Oh. So that's the case. I'll have to trouble Sister Su in the future." Song Qingming smiled and nodded thoughtfully at Su Ziyan. Although Su Ziyan didn't say it directly, Song Qingming immediately understood that Bai Yuxin's retreat at this time should be to prepare for her to break through the nascent soul realm again. Bai Yuxin has been practicing to the 9th level of the Golden Core for many years. Her cultivation has long been polished and perfect, and she has had the experience of breaking through the bottleneck of the nascent soul once before. As long as she can find 1 or 2 high-level spiritual objects to assist in condensing the nascent soul, she can retreat again at any time to try to break through the nascent soul realm. During this monster turmoil, although the Xiaoyao sect suffered heavy losses in several wars, it also harvested a lot of high-level monster materials. If nothing unexpected happens, it will definitely be able to exchange a spiritual item for Bai Yuxin to form a nascent soul. Although it is not so easy for a cultivator to break through the nascent soul realm, countless Xianjiao in the cultivation of immortals have been blocked outside the nascent soul realm. Even if Bai Yuxin has the top spiritual root qualifications in the cultivation world, she is not absolutely sure that she can successfully condense the nascent soul. But if Bai Yuxin can really successfully break through the nascent soul realm next time, the sect will have 1 more nascent soul ancestor, and the entire Xiaoyao sect will inevitably increase in strength. In the future, when facing monster turmoil again, the cultivation world of Uiguo may not have to be as passive as before. Thinking of this, Song Qingming was also a little excited in his heart, and sincerely hoped that Bai Yuxin could successfully break through this time and change the current unfavorable situation of Uiguo. "Brother Song, there's no need to be too envious. You're only over 200 years old, but you've already broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core. In the future, you'll definitely have the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul level. People like us have mediocre talents, and it may be difficult for us to even break through to the late Golden Core level in this lifetime, let alone reach the nascent soul level," Seeing the excitement on Song Qingming's face, Su Ziyan smiled and joked. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly shook his head and said, "Junior sister Su, what you said is wrong. When you reach the Giant realm, it all depends on your personal luck. As long as the opportunity comes, the path of cultivation will naturally be smooth. Who among us will have the opportunity to break through the bottleneck of unyielding in the future is not something that can be seen at a glance now. Senior brother Chen was trapped in the 9th level of foundation building for many years, and he formed the elixir much later than us. Unexpectedly, after he stepped into the Giant realm, his cultivation immediately made rapid progress. Now he is also ahead of us, haha. Senior brother Song is right. I don't know when I can have the luck like senior brother Chen and meet my own personal opportunity as soon as possible." Su Ziyan smiled lightly on her face, but couldn't help sighing in her heart. For giant and cultivators, personal luck does have a great impact on their cultivation, but not everyone can be so lucky to find their own opportunity. Xian Oyo sect has been established for thousands of years, and there are at least hundreds of elders who have not cultivated to the 9th level of the golden elixir before sitting down. These people are all top geniuses in the world of Uyghur's cultivation, but it is still difficult to find opportunities to make further progress on the golden elixir road. Su Ziyan was able to successfully build a foundation without using the foundation building pill, which can be regarded as a person with some opportunities, but she still has a hard time on the golden elixir road, and I don't know if the next trip to Wu will bring her some good luck. After the two chatted for a while, seeing that it was getting late, Song Qingming, who had heard the news he wanted to know, stood up and said goodbye and left Su Ziyan's place. Just after returning to his residence, before Song Qingming walked into the door, he saw Song Yuanfang from a distance who took the initiative to come out and greeted him respectfully. "7th uncle, Yuan Hao and I just went to the General Affairs Hall to inquire. 8th uncle started his retreat 2 months ago after he was ready. He was on Yuling Peak. However, the sect's law enforcement team is very strict over there and won't let us get close. We just asked at the foot of the mountain. At present, the cave where 8th uncle is in retreat seems to be going smoothly and there is nothing unusual. Well, Xinou's retreat will take at least a few years to form a pill. Don't be too anxious now. You should pay more attention to his situation and let me know immediately if there is any news." After learning that Song Xinou had successfully formed a pill in retreat, Song Qingming put down a little worry about him and nodded slowly. Yulin Peak is a place with rich spiritual energy on Qingming Mountain. Most of the sect's foundation building disciples were arranged there when they retreated to form a pill. Su Ziyan and Chen Zuixin, who were familiar with Song Qingming, also successfully formed a pill on Yulin Peak. Song Xinou was in seclusion this time to form the elixir. Both the spiritual veins and the spiritual objects that assisted in forming the elixir were prepared long ago, and they were not much different from others. The family had done their best to support him. As for whether he could succeed, it depended on his personal chance. On the second day, while there was still some time, Song Qingming and Wang Xian went to Mu'ayan Peak again to pay homage to Guangling's Henren and the old headmaster Yao Qianshu who had passed away. After Yao Qianshu attended the funeral of Guangling's Henren last time, as Wang Xian said, his condition soon worsened. In less than half a year, he passed away in his own cave. Afterwards, Xian Oyo sect also held a very grand funeral for the former head of the sect and buried him next to his old partner Guangling's Henren. Both of them were meritorious people who had devoted their lives to the sect for hundreds of years. Their tombs were naturally much more exquisite and gorgeous than those of ordinary people. Even after a few years, the incense in front of the tombstones of the two people has never stopped, and from time to time there will be disciples of the sect and their juniors come to pay homage. Just as Song Qingming and Wang Xian were about to leave, a young man came up from the mountain in the distance. He looked familiar, and Song Qingming immediately remembered his identity. Junior Yao Muling, hello to the two uncles. After taking a look at Yao Muling in front of him with his spiritual sense, Song Qingming nodded calmly and asked, "Are you here to visit Brother Yao? The ancestor took good care of me when he was alive. Although he is gone now, I still think of his voice and appearance from time to time, so I often come here to visit him in my spare time." Seeing Yao Muling's answer was very straightforward, and it didn't seem like he had just heard the news and was just pretending to be here, Song Qingming nodded with great satisfaction. "I haven't seen you for a few years, but your cultivation has improved a lot. I think you are still very hardworking in cultivation. It is fate that we met here today." This pill will be of some help to you in breaking through the middle stage of foundation building. Just think of it as a reward for you. Your talent and aptitude are not bad. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will definitely have the opportunity to form a pill in the future. Don't neglect it. Thank you for the treasure, uncle. I will never forget your teachings today. Please rest assured, uncles. Seeing the small jade bottle in Song Qingming's hand, Yao Muling was also surprised and hurried forward to kowtow to thank him. As a descendant of the old head Yao Qianshu, Yao Muling's luck was a little bad. When he started to practice, he did not catch up with a good time when Yao Qianshu, the ancestor of the family, was the head. Yao Muling had just successfully established his foundation when his ancestor Yao Qianshu began to be bedridden. The prestige of his clan in the sect immediately began to decline sharply. When Yao Qianshu was still alive, the surrounding cultivators and even the giant and elders of the sect would look up to him. Since the ancestor passed away a few years ago, Yao Muling gradually felt the change in the attitude of the people around him. However, although Yao Muling was not very old, he had been with Yao Qianshu for a long time, and his mind matured quickly. He quickly adapted to it and did not feel too disappointed. When he encountered some grievances outside of cultivation, he did not complain too much, but came here alone to talk to his ancestor. No need to be so polite, you can get up first. Senior brother Yao asked me to take care of you, and I agreed. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can also ask someone to pass a message to me. Although I am not in the sect, I am also a guest elder, and I can always say a few words for you. Seeing Yao Muling so excited, Song Qingming hurried forward to help him up, and after leaving him a few words, he walked down the mountain with Wang Xian. Yao Muling stood there, watching Song Qingming and the others going far down the mountain, until their backs disappeared from his sight. He came back to his senses, a smile appeared on his face, and carefully put away the jade bottle he had just received. Chapter 705, Power Change, Living Clearly. 2 days later, outside the Good Merit Pavilion of Qingming Mountain. After receiving the letter sent by Su Ziyan in the morning about leaving for Wu State, Song Qingming led Wang Xian and others to this place to meet Su Ziyan and others, and boarded the large flying boat used by the sect to transport supplies. This time when going to Wu State, the Good Merit Pavilion just needed to transport a batch of supplies to the 7 Stars Square, so Su Ziyan arranged for everyone to take the sect's large flying boat together. Although traveling this way is slower than controlling the flying boat by themselves, it is safer, and it is nothing more than wasting a few more days. Not long after Song Qingming and his friends boarded the flying boat, Li Wutuang, Chu Fengping, Zhao Mengling, and Fang Beixun also arrived here one after another. Seeing that Song Qingming's cultivation had broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core so quickly, everyone's faces showed some surprise, and they all came forward to congratulate him. Song Qingming had only been in the Jinden stage for over 100 years, but he had broken through to the 7th level of Jinden so quickly. In Xiaoyao sect, only Bai Yuxin and Chen Zuixin could do that. Although the law enforcement elder Li Wutuang had also reached the 7th level of Jinden, it took him 200 years to reach this level, which was still far behind Song Qingming. Seeing that Song Qingming had already caught up with him in terms of cultivation, Li Wutuang was also filled with emotion, and could not help but be somewhat shocked by Song Qingming's cultivation speed. When he first met Song Qingming, he was just a young cultivator in the Qi refining stage who stood in front of him trembling with fear. In just less than 200 years, Song Qingming had already cultivated to the level of being on par with him. Compared to Li Wutuang's shock, Chu Fengping and Zhao Mengling had a little more envy on their faces. The time they had spent in the Jinden stage for both of them had exceeded 200 years, and they were considered to be veteran Jinden cultivators who had been in the Jinden stage for many years in the Xiaoyao sect. However, the two of them were still at the 6th level of the Golden Core, stuck in the middle stage of the Golden Core and unable to make further progress. Now seeing that Song Qingming had broken through to the 7th level of the Golden Core earlier than them, Chu Fengping and Zhao Mengling were very envious of Song Qingming's cultivation speed. After boarding the flying boat, they immediately took the initiative to come forward and exchanged with Song Qingming the experience of breaking through the late stage of the Golden Core. Fang Beixun, who formed the last Yan, although his current cultivation was only the 2nd level of the Golden Core, saw Song Qingming and the other two talking about breaking through the realm of cultivation, and took the initiative to come up and humbly stood aside to listen to Song Qingming's explanation of his experience of breaking through the realm of cultivation. After chatting on the flying boat for half an hour, a beam of light suddenly flew over and landed under the flying boat. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a slightly fat figure came onto the flying boat with a few gorgeously dressed women with a smile. Seeing Zhang Tianying walking in front, Song Qingming and others hurriedly stopped talking and turned their attention to him. Zhang Tianying, who had just arrived on the flying boat, saw that everyone was already there, and it seemed that he was the only one missing. He, who had always been smooth in his dealings, hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to apologize to everyone. "Sorry. I am a step late, and I have kept you waiting for a long time. I am really ashamed. I hope that you brothers and sisters will not blame me." Zhao Mengling, who was standing in front, immediately waved her hand and said, "Haha. We are all brothers from the same sect, how can we care about such a small matter? Junior brother Zhang, you are being polite." After Zhang Tianying greeted Song Qingming and others, he motioned the three women behind him to come forward and greet everyone one by one. During Zhang Tianying's active introduction, everyone realized that the young and beautiful women he brought were actually his Taoist companions who had been with him for many years, and they couldn't help but give him a meaningful look. In the world of immortal cultivation, it is not strange for some high-ranking cultivators to marry a few low-ranking beautiful female cultivators. Zhang Tianying was not the only one present. When he was working with Qi Refinement to refine pills, Song Qingming often went to his cave and saw several Taoist companions beside Qi Refinement. However, it is not common for someone like Zhang Tianying to bring so many wives and concubines with him when he goes on a long journey. It can be seen that he still likes his Taoist companions very much. Since everyone is here, I will send someone to inform junior sister Su that we should be able to set off immediately. Seeing that Zhang Tianying had arrived, Zhao Mengling turned around and sent a voice transmission to the disciples behind him. Soon someone went to inform Su Ziyan, who was counting the spiritual objects in the warehouse under the flying boat. Not long after, at Su Ziyan's command, the flying boat slowly rose from the ground to the sky, and then passed through the Guiyang mountain protection formation and flew quickly to the southwest. After the flying boat started to move, everyone did not stay outside for too long. After saying hello to each other, they quickly returned to the room that Su Ziyan had arranged for everyone on the flying boat to rest. It was the first time for Song Yuanhao and his companions to leave Uyiguo. Looking at the fresh scenery outside the window, they were a little excited. They gathered together to discuss the new things they had heard about outside before. After leaving Uyiguo, the flying boat went all the way south and soon entered the vast Tai Lake. Tai Lake, located in the middle of the Zhuxan world of Funiu Mountain range, is also a dangerous place where monsters are rampant. There is also a cave built by the Yuanying Monster King in the depths of the lake. Few cultivators dare to approach there. Whenever there is a turmoil of monsters, the monsters in Taiyu Lake will also attack nearby countries and sects under the drive of high-level monsters. Neighboring countries such as Wu and Pei are also deeply affected. However, the number of monsters here is much less than that of the monster army heading south from the northern border. Generally, the turmoil will end completely after about a year. When Song Qingming went to Wu State for the first time, he and Yao Qianshu and others went directly through the lake. Taking this road, they would definitely run into some monsters, and even the Golden Core Monster King would be very likely to be encountered, which was relatively dangerous. However, this time, because the people of Xiaoyao sect set out early, they were not in a hurry to get on the road. Su Ziyan did not let the flying boat directly cross the Tai Lake, but chose to go along a safer route closer to the lake shore. The flying boat had just moved forward for a few days, and Song Yuanfang, who had been taking turns to guard the door, suddenly knocked on the door of Song Qingming's solitary practice. After going out to ask, he found out that it was Zhang Tianying, who was acquainted with him, who took the initiative to visit. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly asked Song Yuanfang to arrange tea and personally came to the door to greet him. Zhang Tianying was originally a casual cultivator. After forming a pill, he had many Taoist companions and descendants. He had been homeless and had the idea of finding a third-level spiritual mountain to create a cultivation family. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, the spiritual veins above level 3, located in the territory of the human race, are basically controlled by major sects and immortal cultivation families above the Jinden level without exception. It is obviously not so easy for Zhang Tianying to obtain a spiritual vein from them, But it takes at least hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones to cultivate a level 3 spiritual vein directly outside, which is difficult for him, a giant and cultivator who came from a casual cultivation, to get. Over the years, Zhang Tianyang has been searching for spiritual mountains everywhere in the vicinity to no avail. Finally, during the monster turmoil a few years ago, he got a rare opportunity. After agreeing to help deal with the monsters, he successfully joined the Xiaoyao sect and became a guest elder of the sect later. After the Xiaoyao sect defeated the monster army and regained the lost land, Zhang Tianyang was ordered to go directly to the Iron Immortal Castle to help the Hu family guard this place together. Therefore, soon Zhang Tianyang also brought his Taoist partner and relatives and descendants to Weiguo together, and took root in the Iron Immortal Castle completely, creating a new immortal cultivation family here. This was also the promise that the Xiaoyao sect had made to Zhang Tianyang in order to ask him to help deal with the army of monsters. After Zhang Tianyang went to the Iron Immortal Castle, with the cooperation of the sect, he quickly began to repair the damaged Lingshan and Fangxi, and reorganized the Zhuxin family under his command, and soon took control of the entire Iron Immortal Castle. With him, a giant and cultivator, in charge, the defense line of the Iron Immortal Castle against monsters was immediately restored. Even the nearby Funiu Mountain took the initiative to get closer to Zhang Tianyang, and in the past few years, it has not sent a letter to the Song family for help. The Hu family, which originally controlled the Iron Immortal Castle, has only the foundation building cultivators who can speak out since the fake Dan ancestor Hu Qingming was seriously injured in the Guianfang and closed his eyes to heal his injuries. The prestige in the Iron Immortal Castle has plummeted and can only stand aside. Now, the people who are in charge of the affairs of the Iron Immortal Castle have gradually become Zhang Tianyang, who has just moved in, and the Zhang family he just founded. After Hu Qingming successfully formed the elixir, the Hu family took charge of the most important spiritual vein in the northwest of Weiguo, the Iron Immortal Castle. For the sect they were extremely prosperous for a while, and even overshadowed the Zhao family of Donglan County, which also had a fake elixir cultivator. They were faintly able to keep pace with the King Song family in the northeast. Unexpectedly, the Hu family had only been in charge of the Iron Immortal Castle for a few decades. When the monster beasts came, the Iron Immortal Castle was conquered by the monster beast army. Not only did the family lose a large number of cultivators and mortals, but even the ancestor Hu Qingming was seriously injured. Even if Hu Qingming's injuries healed in the future, they would face the suppression of Zhang Tianyang, a 4th-level giant and cultivator, in the Iron Immortal Castle. The future of the Hu family would definitely not be the same as before, and they would inevitably begin to decline. Fortunately, the power change in the Iron Immortal Castle this time was not too bloody. As long as the Hu family was willing to make concessions, Zhang Tianyang would not dare to embarrass them too much due to the influence of the sect. Song Qingming just opened the door and found that not only Zhang Tianyang came, but also his 3 Taoist companions were standing outside the door. He was a little surprised, wondering if he came to see him for something. Haha. Senior brother Song, I came to visit you when I had nothing to do. I wonder if you have time to bother us. Zhang Tianyang, who always had a smile on his face, immediately bowed and saluted. What are you talking about, junior brother Zhang? You and I have known each other for many years and now we are brothers from the same sect. There is no need to be so unfamiliar. Come in and sit down first. Seeing this, Song Qingming also hurriedly extended his hand to invite Zhang Tianyang and others into the room. As soon as he sat down after entering the door, Zhang Tianyang immediately asked the 3 Taoist companions who followed him to come forward and greet Song Qingming one by one. Although Zhang Tianyang himself looks ordinary, his Taoist companions are quite outstanding in appearance, and their cultivation has reached the foundation building stage. It was his first time to be a guest, and he was also the other party's Taoist partner, so Song Qingming felt a little embarrassed, and quickly took out a few second-level talismans from his body as a gift to the other party. After several people drank tea and exchanged a few words in the hall, Zhang Tianyang looked around and suddenly asked, Brother Song, why can't I see Sister Wang? Xian is meditating in the inner room. Does Brother Zhang have anything to do with her? Zhang Tianyang heard this, smiled and nodded directly. During the last monster riot, I was lucky enough to kill a monster king with senior brother Jin. Afterwards, the sect rewarded me with a monster king's inner pill. I came here to ask senior sister Wang if she could use this to help me refine a furnace of pills, so as to improve my cultivation. Seeing that Zhang Tianyang came to Wang Xian to help him refine pills, Song Qingming was slightly stunned for a moment, and immediately replied. Junior brother Zhang helped the sect to kill the Monster King, so he deserves these rewards. However, for the matter of refining pills, junior brother should go to senior brother Chu first. His alchemy skills have broken through the 3rd level intermediate grade, the chance of success will be greater. Xian has just advanced to the 3rd level alchemist not long ago. If you are not careful, I am afraid that the demon pill in your hand will be wasted. Haha. Junior brother Song, you don't know that during this demon beast turmoil, the sect has harvested a large amount of alchemy materials. Senior brother Chu has been busy refining pills in recent years and has no free time at all. I have already looked for him several times, but I couldn't get an accurate answer. To be honest, I came to you to find senior sister Wang because senior brother Chu personally introduced me. After Zhang Tianyang finished speaking, he smiled awkwardly. During this demon beast turmoil, the Xiaoyao sect killed more than a dozen demon kings, and the sect's treasury was also filled with various high-level demon beast materials, which was indeed enough to keep the alchemist Xu Fenping busy for a while. After hearing Zhang Tianyang's explanation, Song Qingming immediately understood and nodded, saying, "Oh. So that's the case. Since you came here on your own initiative, I will not let you make a trip in vain. But I don't know the art of alchemy, so I have to ask Xian whether I can help with this matter. Junior brother Zhang, please wait a moment, I will ask them to invite her over right away." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he immediately winked at Song Yuanfang who was standing aside, asking him to ask Wang Xian who was in retreat to come out. Haha. With what senior brother Song said, I feel relieved. I have already collected the other auxiliary materials for alchemy this time, and I also have a copy of the recipe. The only thing missing is a 3rd level alchemist. To be honest, Zhang is a little envious of senior brother Song. With senior sister Wang, a 3rd level alchemist, as a virtuous wife, Funiu will surely prosper. In the future, I may need senior brother Song and senior sister Wang to take care of me. Junior brother Zhang, what you said is wrong. Now that you have joined the sect to manage Tixin Fort, you can get much more benefits than this barren place in Funiu. You will definitely be able to make a difference in the future, Alice. Senior brother Song doesn't know, Tixin Fort was previously ravaged by cholera by monsters and has long been in ruins. I have spent a lot of spirit stones just to repair those markets and mines. The sect is now urging me to speed up the restoration of Tixin Fort, and those people from the Hu family deliberately refuse to cooperate with me. I am now sitting on pins and needles and in a dilemma. After Zhang Tianyang finished speaking, he sighed slightly. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and waved his hands, saying, "Haha. Junior brother has just moved into the Iron Immortal Castle not long ago, don't be so impatient, some things still need to be done slowly." Junior brother Zhang was able to successfully form a pill, and has so many good partners to accompany him, and his life is so carefree, why should he envy someone like me who practices hard? After hearing what Song Qingming said, Zhang Tianyang looked at the Taoist partners sitting next to him, and nodded with a smile. Brother Song is right. I am a casual cultivator, so my talent is naturally not as good as those of the disciples of the big sects. I am not on vain for my achievements today. Since ancient times, how many people can achieve immortality? I am a dull person, and I don't want to waste my time on such boring practice. It's better to be free and easy, so as not to regret it in the future. In the world of immortal cultivation, although most cultivators are devoted to the Tao, they will not be too greedy for external things such as wine, sex, money and anger, so as not to shake their heart of cultivation. However, there are also many high-level cultivators like Zhang Tianyang, who, after having a certain status, begin to live transparently in their hearts and like to marry wives and concubines to enjoy life. Although Song Qingming himself is very determined to seek the Tao, he does not object to Zhang Tianyang's idea. After all, the path of cultivation is too difficult. Not to mention cultivating to the upper realm, even the nascent soul realm can block most of the giant and cultivators like them. After practicing for a lifetime, everyone can't just practice for the illusory immortality. While the two were talking, Wang Xian, who received the message from Song Yuanfang, had already come to the living room outside. Seeing her coming over, Zhang Tianyang, who was sitting on the chair, hurriedly stood up and took the initiative to salute. "Hello, senior sister Wang." Wang Xian immediately returned the salute, and then said softly, "Yuanfang just told me that I don't know what kind of elixir that junior brother Zhang is going to refine. Can you show me the elixir recipe first?" Zhang Tianyang heard this, and a scroll of bamboo slips appeared in his hand, and then he handed it directly to Wang Xian. I got this pill recipe when I was traveling in the Xianhe League in the south 20 years ago. I have also collected all the auxiliary spiritual medicines needed to refine the pill. However, because I don't have any demon pills, I haven't found anyone to try to refine this kind of pill. Senior Sister Wang, please see if you can start the furnace to refine this pill. Wang Xian put the bamboo slips in front of her, and after carefully exploring it with her spiritual sense, she nodded to Zhang Tianying and said, "There is no problem with this pill recipe. As long as the pill refining materials are prepared, there should be a 70% to 80% chance of refining it. If you are assured, Junior Brother Zhang, you can leave this pill recipe with me first. Let me study it first, and then you can start the furnace to refine the pill after returning." "Oh. Thank you very much, Senior Sister Wang. If this pill can be refined into more than 2, I am willing to give 1 as a reward. I hope Senior Sister will not despise it." Seeing that Wang Xian agreed to help refine the pill, Zhang Tianying was very happy. He stepped forward and bowed to thank her, then said goodbye with satisfaction and left with several Taoist companions. During the more than 1 month of the flying boat's journey, Song Qingming did not take the initiative to go out. However, Zhao Mengling and Chu Fengping, who wanted to learn from him, came to him several times and exchanged their cultivation experiences with Song Qingming and Wang Xian. Although Chu Fengping's cultivation had just broken through to the 6th level of the Golden Core, it was not long ago. And he was still some distance away from perfecting his cultivation and impacting the late Golden Core. However, Chu Fengping's lifespan was only more than 300 years, which was quite sufficient. He was also a 3rd-level middle-grade alchemist. He was considered the Golden Core Elder who had the most elixirs for cultivation. If nothing unexpected happened, it should not be difficult for him to break through to the late Golden Core. But how long it would take for him to successfully break through, and whether his cultivation could further reach the bottleneck of condensing the nascent soul in the future, this was a little hard to say. Although Zhao Mengling has reached the peak of the 6th level of the Golden Core, her lifespan is over 400 years. She was injured in the monster riot a few years ago and has not recovered yet. This time, Zhao Mengling went to Wu to participate in the Star Conference. Like the head of the sect Yao Qianshu, the biggest purpose was to find high-level elixirs to heal her injuries faster so that she would not delay her path too much. Although both of them are at the 6th level of the Golden Core, theoretically they still have the hope of cultivating to the peak of the 9th level of the Golden Core to impact the nascent soul realm. But from the perspective of her personal path, Zhao Mengling is not as good as Chu Fengping, who has her lower cultivation level. Even if she is in the bottleneck of the late Golden Core, she may not have a chance to break through. Song Qingming finally solved their doubts and let Chu Fengping and Zhao Mengling return with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tianying also went to the next day. On this day, Song Qingming, who was meditating in the room, suddenly heard a voice transmission flying in from the door. He quickly opened his eyes and ended his meditation and walked out. 7th Uncle, Uncle Su just sent someone to tell us that we have arrived in Wu. After hearing Song Yuanheo's report, Song Qingming immediately walked to the window and took a look. Although he had not been to Wu for decades, Song Qingming still recognized the unique scenery outside. Since we have entered Wu, it should take at most 1 or 2 days for us to reach Qixingfang. You go and tell Yuan Fang and others to pack up and be ready to get off the boat at any time. Although it took several days longer to come to Wu this time, it was very smooth along the way, and no monsters attacked us. This also made everyone feel that their luck on this trip was really good. 1 day later, the flying boat arrived outside the 7-star square smoothly. After Su Ziyan handed over the invitation issued by the Star Gate, everyone quickly entered the market. As before, everyone in Xiaoao sect first lived in the Guang pavilion arranged by the sect, waiting for the next Star Conference to start. Although there is still more than half a month before the Star Conference, the 7-star square has already become lively. After settling down, Song Qingming and Wang Xian brought a few people from the Song family and quickly followed the crowd to the market to see if there are any spiritual objects they need to buy. Thanks to Messiah-sama, Fi Chong, 9145, the end of prosperity is where people return. Double-edged sword, you can't use my name, show to breathing difficulty for the rewards. Chapter 706, Meet an Old Friend Again, Level 4 Spiritual Creature. Just like 100 years ago, the Stargate also invited many monks from nearby sects to come here. Song Qingming and his friends just walked around the streets of the market and saw more than a dozen Jinden monks who also came to attend the conference. In order to prepare for the Star Conference held once 100 years, the Stargate has also made sufficient preparations. The shops in the market have also taken out many rare and precious spiritual objects that are rarely seen at ordinary times, attracting many monks who have come here first to go out and buy them. Song Yuanfang and his friends who follow them came for the first time to such a large market as the Seven Stars Market. For a time, they were also firmly attracted by the many rare spiritual objects in the market. Before the Star Conference started, Song Yuanhao, who has always been impatient, had already spent most of the spiritual stones he brought with him. Song Yuanfang and Wang Leking, a couple, also went out early and returned late every day, and gained a lot of knowledge in the market. They were lucky and bought a second-level top-grade elixir that could help break through the late stage of foundation building at a low price in a store. In addition to Zhao Mengling, who had been in seclusion to heal her wounds after arriving at the Guang Pavilion, the other Jinden cultivators who came with her also went out for a stroll. Zhang Tianyang lingered in the market all day and spent a lot of spiritual stones on several Taoist companions. Such a generous behavior also attracted a lot of praise from Song Qingming and Chu Fengping. On the first night before the Star Conference opened, as expected by Song Qingming, Chu Fengping took the initiative to come to the door and invited him to go to the Dengaian Tower to participate in the exchange meeting of Jinden cultivators. It was a rare opportunity to get along with many cultivators of the same level, so Song Qingming did not refuse and took Wang Xian to the appointment. Feng Bexun and Su Ziyan also went with him. Zhao Mengling's main purpose of coming to Wu this time was to find healing spiritual objects at the auction. She had already reached the 6th level of Jinden and was not very interested in this small exchange meeting. Zhang Tianyang happened to be out of the house. He was pestered by several Taoist companions to go out and didn't know where he went to play. Chu Fengping couldn't notify him at once and had to give up. When everyone arrived at the top floor of the Dengaian building, they found that it was already full of more than 20 Jinden cultivators, including many familiar people that Song Qingming knew. Wei Zunping, the great elder of this Henayang sect, who had fought side by side with Song Qingming and his friends in the Giant Square a few years ago, immediately took 2 of his fellow disciples to greet them as soon as he saw Song Qingming and his friends coming. The person in charge of organizing this exchange meeting was a Jinden late-stage cultivator from the Xingchen sect. When he saw Chu Fengping and Song Qingming and his friends coming, he immediately came up to greet them and arranged for Song Qingming and his friends to sit down. I don't know if it was because it was organized by the Xingchen sect compared with the exchange meeting that Song Qingming participated in 100 years ago. There were a lot more Jinden cultivators this time, more than 50 people. And there were 7 or 8 Jinden late-stage cultivators alone. Because most of the people who came were cultivators from sects near the east of the Floating Cloud Mountains and independent cultivators, many people present knew each other or had heard of each other's reputation. The exchange meeting had just begun, and many Jinden cultivators sitting in the hall immediately started chatting with each other and exchanging some cultivation experiences. Song Qingming was about to take Wang Xian to say hello to several Jinden cultivators he knew, when a man in black came over to him. Fellow Taoist Song, fellow Taoist Chu, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Wang has also successfully formed a pill. This is really a happy thing. The man in black who spoke was Liu Zongping, the Jinden elder of Xingchen sect who had been saved by Song Qingming and Chu Fengping. After not seeing each other for decades, Liu Zongping's cultivation had also made a leap from the 2nd level of Jinden to the 6th level of Jinden, catching up with Chu Fengping who had formed a pill 100 years earlier, which surprised Song Qingming and others. Seeing Liu Zongping coming over on his own initiative, Chu Fengping hurriedly introduced Su Ziyan and Feng Bexun behind him to each other, and the few of them chatted for a long time before they separated. I didn't expect that this person's cultivation level would improve so quickly in less than 100 years. He has already caught up with junior brother Chen. It seems that the Xingchen Gate has gained another talent who can break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage. As soon as Liu Zongping left, Chu Fengping at the side, and he seemed to be very optimistic about Liu Zongping's future path. Su Ziyan on the side couldn't help but say after hearing this, Brother Chu, you don't know that Liu Zongping is the direct disciple of Senior He, the supreme elder of Xingchen sect. He can cultivate so fast probably because of the support of Senior He. Oh. He is the direct disciple of Senior He. No wonder we were treated with courtesy by Xingchen sect last time we rescued him. So that's the case. We haven't heard of this. How did junior sister Su know about it? Su Ziyan smiled and replied, I haven't seen him before. I learned about it from an elder of Xingchen sect when I came to Wu Kingdom with senior sister by last time. Liu Zongping is very low-key in Xingchen sect and likes to travel frequently. It's normal that you, Brother Chu, haven't heard of him. After hearing Su Ziyan's explanation, Song Qingming paid more attention to Liu Zongping. This guy cultivated so fast, and there was a nascent soul master supporting him behind him. Most likely, he would break through the nascent soul bottleneck like Bai Yuxin in the future. Song Qingming naturally had to pay more attention to such a person who would have the opportunity to step into the nascent soul realm in the future. Maybe he would need help from him in the future. After everyone had communicated with each other in the hall for about half an hour, the exchange meeting entered the next stage. The monks began to go on stage to exchange spiritual objects. Because there were more people this time, the spiritual objects everyone brought out were relatively better than last time. Some people even directly took out precious spiritual objects of the level of the Demon King's inner elixir, wanting to exchange for a handy magic weapon, which caused a commotion among the monks present. However, although the monks present took out a lot of good things, they were basically third-level middle low-grade spiritual objects, and there were not many that could be useful to Song Qingming, a lay Jinden monk. After the exchange meeting, Song Qingming himself did not exchange for a good thing, but used a few high-level spiritual medicines in his hand to exchange for a relatively handy third-level middle-grade magic weapon for Wang Xian. After the exchange meeting ended, Song Qingming and others had just walked down from upstairs and were about to leave the Dengayan Tower. Unexpectedly, just when he was about to step out of the door, a voice suddenly flew into Song Qingming's ears, causing him to stop in his tracks. Xian, I still want to stroll around here. You and senior brother Chu can go back first. Seeing Song Qingming's words with a smile on his face, Wang Xian was also a little puzzled. When she was about to ask, Song Qingming gave her a reassuring look, which made Wang Xian's words fall back without being uttered. Junior brother Song, what else is there to stroll around here? You didn't smell something delicious again, did you? Chu Fengping, who was walking in front, heard Song Qingming's words and smiled and joked. Having known Song Qingming for many years, Chu Fengping and Su Ziyan also knew that he was a greedy person. Seeing that Song Qingming wanted to stay and stroll around, they first thought that he might have smelled something delicious in the Dengayan Tower. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled and did not deny it. After Chu Fengping and others left first, he turned back alone. Song Qingming returned to the hall of Dengayan Tower and asked a waiter. Soon, he was led to a private room on the second floor of the building. He knocked on the door and soon there was a response from inside. Song Qingming immediately opened the door and walked in. Seeing a familiar figure sitting in front of him drinking alone, Song Qingming carefully closed the door, then immediately walked up with a smile and bowed to the other party respectfully. Senior Fenghe, I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect to meet you here. When Song Qingming left Dengayan Tower just now, he turned back alone because he heard Fenghe's voice transmission. He didn't expect Fenghe, who had been separated for many years, to appear in this Dengayan Tower. Fenghe, who was drinking alone, saw Song Qingming, and immediately smiled and waved his hand, then motioned him to sit down first and poured him a glass of spirit wine. That's right. We haven't seen each other for just a few decades, but your cultivation has improved a lot. You have already broken through to the late Jinden stage. It seems that you have gained a lot of opportunities in Donghuang country. Senior, you are joking. I just traveled around and gained some insights. I improved my cultivation after I came back. Compared with you, my cultivation speed is really not worth mentioning. With the qualifications of 4 spiritual roots, you can cultivate to the late Jinden stage more than 100 years after forming a pill. You are indeed the one with the best cultivation talent among all the pseudo-spiritual root cultivators I have seen. You don't need to be modest with me on this point. However, on the path of cultivation, every step forward will become more difficult. I can't speculate too much about how far you can go in the future. It still depends on your personal opportunity and understanding. Maybe one day you can break through the unyielding realm and join our generation. I just don't know if I will have the chance to see that day. After Fenghe finished speaking, he picked up the wine glass in his hand and drank it all. Hearing Fenghe's praise, Song Qingming was no longer too modest this time. After nodding slightly, he also picked up the wine glass and poured the spiritual wine into his mouth. After the two drank a few cups, Song Qingming took the initiative to ask Feng He, Senior. You came to the 7-star square at this time, you should not come to see me specifically. Is it possible that there is something in this star conference that you can use? Although the star conference held by the Stargate is already the largest trade fair in the floating cloud mountains, the spiritual objects that appear in it are basically spiritual objects with a quality below level 3, which can only attract giant and cultivators like Song Qingming. Even if there are level 4 spiritual objects that are useful to unyielding cultivators like Feng He, the Stargate basically will not take the initiative to auction them. Seeing that Feng He is interested in coming here, Song Qingming is also a little confused. Hearing Song Qingming's question, Feng He always had a calm expression on his face. After thinking for a while, he replied, "You are right. I did come here for something. But what I want is of little use to my cultivation. It's not surprising that you didn't expect this, Senior. You came to me. You don't want me to help you take a picture of this thing, do you?" Seeing the confusion on Song Qingming's face, Feng He shook his head and smiled. "It's been so many years. Can't you change your suspicious nature? Don't worry, since I dared to come here, I must have made all the preparations. The 2 old ghosts from Qingming have the highest cultivation level of the middle stage of the nascent soul. It is impossible for them to notice me. I don't need your help in this matter. I did run into you by chance today. I don't have anything special to find you. If you don't believe me, you can leave now. I will keep you." Song Qingming heard this and smiled awkwardly. "Haha. Senior, you misunderstood me. I just wanted to ask if there is anything I can do to help, not just worried about these things." Feng He's eyes turned and he replied with a smile, "If you want to help, there will definitely be a chance in the future, but I don't need you now. When the time comes, don't worry, I will naturally find you. By the way, have you repaired the Xiangang 5 elements formation I gave you last time, or have you dealt with it?" Senior's Xiangang 5 elements formation. Faced with Feng He's sudden change of tone, Song Qingming was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He touched the storage magic weapon with his right hand and took out the Xiangang 5 elements formation that Feng He used when he survived the Yuanying Thunder Tribulation. "I have repaired most of this formation, but my current formation level is still a little bit poor, and there are still a few high-level materials that have not been collected, so it has only been restored to the level of the 3rd level middle grade. If you think it is useful, just take it." Since Song Qingming asked Feng He for this Xiangang 5 elements formation that year, he has been searching for materials to repair this formation for decades. However, because the high-level main material required is very difficult to find, Song Qingming has not found that material so far, so he can only restore it to the level of the 3rd level middle grade. The power of the formation is still far behind its heyday. Feng He took a look at the Xiangang 5 elements formation in Song Qingming's hand, and did not choose to take it, but waved his hand to indicate that Song Qingming should take it back. "You have been able to repair this formation. It seems that your formation skills have improved a lot. I'll leave this thing with you first. If you can completely repair it successfully in the future, maybe I can borrow it. This thing should be useful for you to repair this formation. Take it first. I hope that when we meet again next time, you have successfully repaired the Xiangang 5 elements formation." Feng He finished speaking, and a piece of golden ore the size of an egg appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Song Qingming. "A 3rd grade top grade alchemical jade. Since you have this thing, why didn't you give it to me first?" Seeing the golden ore in Feng He's hand, Song Qingming's face lit up and he hurriedly took it. This alchemical jade was exactly the main material that Song Qingming had been looking for to repair the formation. He didn't expect that he had been looking for it for decades without success. After going around in circles, Feng He sent it to him. "Haha. I got this after I came back. I didn't mean to deceive you. Fortunately, you didn't sell this formation in advance. Since you can still use it, it's not too late to give it to you now. It can be regarded as making the best use of it." Looking at the alchemical jade in his hand, Song Qingming nodded to Feng He with confidence and said, "Well, don't worry, Senior. With this main material, give me some time to collect the remaining materials. Even if I am not too sure about repairing this formation, I can ask other formation masters for help. In that case, it's good that you have confidence." Feng He responded, and raised the wine glass in his hand and said, "It's rare for us to meet each other after decades of not seeing each other. Today, I asked you to come. In addition to giving you this thing, the main purpose is to have a drink with you. It shouldn't cause you any trouble." "What are you talking about, Senior? I would love to have a drink with Senior Feng. After Song Qingming put away the alchemical jade in his hand, he immediately raised the wine glass on the table. The two had not seen each other for many years, and they had experienced a lot of things in these years. They chatted in the Dengyuan Tower until late at night before leaving. The next day, because the Star Conference was officially opened, the entire Seven Stars Square became more lively. Thousands of cultivators poured into the market early in the morning, blocking the entire street. Qu Fengping and Li Wutong had experienced a free trade fair in the previous 7 days, and knew that there would basically be no high-level spiritual objects there, so they were not interested in it. After Song Qingming accompanied Wang Xian and several younger generations of the family to visit for 2 days, he also felt that it was boring. So he gave some spiritual stones to Suan Yuanfeng and others, and asked them to search for spiritual objects in the market by themselves. He and Wang Xian stayed in the Guang Pavilion for a few days. Among the group of giant and cultivators who came, only Zhang Tianying regretted not being able to catch up with the Dengyuan Tower exchange meeting a few days ago. Recently, he took several Taoist companions to stroll in the market all day long, for fear of missing out on any good spiritual objects. But this guy's luck is really good. After shopping for 7 days in a row, he actually bought a 3rd-level low-grade spiritual medicine at a low price on the last day of the free trade fair, which can be regarded as a small gain. In the last 3 days of the conference, the auction that Song Qingming and others paid the most attention to finally began. On the first day, almost all the giant and cultivators in the market automatically gathered at the auction site, and Song Qingming and others also came to the VIP room on the 2nd floor that was arranged early. There are quite a lot of giant and cultivators coming to this auction. What good things did Xingqianmen bring out this time to attract so many giant and masters here? Seeing more and more giant and cultivators appearing around the 2nd floor, and at least 7 or 8 giant and peak masters among them, Song Qingming's face became more and more curious, and he couldn't help but ask Qu Fengping who was standing beside him. Seeing this, Qu Fengping nodded and smiled. Junior brother Song may not know yet, but I heard that there will be a very special and precious spiritual object at this auction, which may be related to the breakthrough of the nascent soul realm. It is not strange that so many giant and masters are here. Something related to the breakthrough of the nascent soul realm? Could it be a 4th-level spiritual object? How could Xingqianmen suddenly take out such a precious thing? Hearing Qu Fengping's reply, Song Qingming's face was even more puzzled. He had just met Feng He a few days ago, and he couldn't understand why a nascent soul cultivator like him would come to the Star Conference. He didn't want to hear this shocking news from Qu Fengping today. However, even so, Song Qingming still couldn't believe that Xingqianmen would really take out spiritual objects above the 4th level related to the breakthrough of the nascent soul realm at the next auction. Not only Song Qingming, but Zhang Tianying and Fang Baxun on the side also showed a trace of surprise when they heard the news from Qu Fengping. Obviously, they were also a little bit unbelievable. Seeing Qu Fengping and Song Qingming discussing this matter, Li Wutong, who led the team this time, nodded slightly and said, "Brother Qu is right. I also heard about this from a good friend a few days ago when I was talking to him. However, this should be the news that Xingqianmen deliberately released in advance in order to attract the surrounding giant and cultivators to participate in the Xingqian conference. It is most likely inconsistent and cannot be taken seriously." As soon as Li Wutong finished speaking, Zhang Tianying immediately nodded and said, "Brother Li is right. Although this is my first time to come to Wu Kingdom to participate in the Xingqian conference, I have heard about this auction a long time ago. In the past, although Xingqianmen occasionally took out 4th-level spiritual objects, most of them were useless things that did not have much effect on improving cultivation. If there are things related to improving the nascent soul realm, they must have kept them for themselves. They are not willing to auction it directly if it is used by their own people. I think they must have deliberately released the news to scare people." Seeing that Li Wutong and Zhang Tianying did not believe the news, Qu Fengping chuckled and said, "I think you don't have to rush to draw conclusions before you see the things. Anyway, Xingqianmen will definitely be different this time. Regardless of whether the news they released is true or false, there are so many masters here today. If there is a spiritual object that can form an infant, it is unlikely to fall on you and me. We are just watching the excitement." Well, Senior Brother Qu is right. There are so many masters at the peak of the golden core stage at this auction. They must have come for the spiritual object, and they also know who will end up with it. After Su Ziyan finished speaking, she smiled and sighed, and turned everyone's attention to the auction site. Not long after, An elder of Qingming who hosted the auction came to the stage. According to the old rules, after mentioning some rules of the auction to everyone, the host of the auction quickly announced the start of the auction. However, the result of the first day of the auction slightly disappointed Qingming. Although the Star Gate also took out a lot of good things, it was basically the same as the last Star Conference. There was no spiritual object that Qingming could appreciate now. In addition to the many foundation-building cultivators who accompanied them, among these giant cultivators, only Wang Xian and Su Ziyan each took a third-level spiritual talisman. Others rarely made bids and just watched from the sidelines. Chapter 707 Everyone has their own gains and returns to the family. Throughout the auction, there were not many things that Qingming was interested in. In his spare time, he wanted to search for Fenghe in the crowd, but he did not see anyone who looked like him. It was unknown whether he knew that the first day of the auction would not bring out what he needed, or whether he deliberately concealed his identity. After all, in addition to Qingming and other monks from large sects, there were also many giant and casual cultivators who did not want to reveal their identities in front of others. It was difficult for Qingming to judge whether Fenghe was among those who deliberately covered their figures. On the second day of the auction, the Xingqian sect finally took out a lot of spiritual objects that could arouse everyone's heart, including a lot of various elixirs that assisted cultivators to break through their cultivation. Foundation building pill and jade dust pill are hard to find in the market. The Xingqian sect took out 20 of them for auction at once, and even several 5-element spiritual objects that assist in forming pills appeared. Seeing this, Qingming and others also took action one after another, competing with the many cultivators present for these precious spiritual objects. In addition to spiritual stones, auctions such as the Star Conference will also accept various cultivators to exchange various high-level spiritual objects for spiritual stones. Although Qingming did not bring many spiritual stones with him this time, he also brought high-level spiritual medicines worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Faced with these precious spiritual objects that appeared in front of him, he would naturally not miss them. Qingming's cultivation has reached the late stage of the golden core, and he has no shortage of magic weapons, exercises and other things. This time he came to Wu to participate in the Star Conference, mainly to assist in the formation of spiritual objects. After a fierce competition, Qingming and Wang Xian took action one after another. A total of 3 jade dust pills and 2 5-element spiritual objects were auctioned, and 2 foundation building pills were also harvested by the way, spending almost 70,000 spiritual stones in one breath. The 2 people's such a heroic performance also made Qu Fengping and others on the side cast very unexpected eyes on them. During the monster turmoil, Qingming and Wang Xian and others captured materials from several monster kings, and the Song family also harvested a lot of low-level monster materials in the Golden Mountain Square. Qu Fengping and others naturally knew that the Song family had made a lot of money in this monster turmoil. They were not too surprised that Qingming could take out 70,000 spiritual stones in one breath. What surprised everyone in Xiaoyao sect was that Qingming and his accompaniment would actually spend so many spiritual stones to buy foundation building pills and spiritual objects that assist in forming pills, instead of using them to exchange for the pills and spiritual objects they needed for cultivation. Although it was easier for them, the giant cultivators, to earn spiritual stones, the resources they needed to cultivate were far from comparable to those of the foundation building cultivators. Tens of thousands of spiritual stones were not a small amount for them. Although Qu Fengping and others could also take out a lot of spiritual stones, they would definitely give priority to supplying their own cultivation needs, and then consider supporting their Taoist partners and those close relatives and descendants. It is rare to see a giant ancestor like Qingming who is so generous and willing to spend so many spiritual stones on a younger generation of the family. Seeing that the younger generations who follow Qu Fengping and others all cast envious eyes towards him, Qingming did not pay much attention. Now that he has finally become richer, he will certainly not miss the opportunity to buy these important spiritual objects that can help the family develop in the future at the auction, and he will not waste his energy searching for these things in the future. As for Qingming and his own cultivation, there are still spiritual objects worth hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones at home. There is no need to worry about cultivation resources in a short period of time, so there will be no delay. At the auction on the second day, in addition to Qingming, the other people in the Xiaoyao sect also made more moves. Zhang Tiang, who participated in the Star Conference auction for the first time, also took a foundation building pill at the auction, intending to keep it to cultivate one of his younger generations. Although the Zhang family where Zhang Tianyang is now has only been established for a short time, there are only a dozen cultivators. However, with Zhang Tianyang, the golden elixir ancestor who is in the limelight, and the Zhang family now having obtained the best spiritual vein in the northwest of Uyghur, the Iron Immortal Fort, the family will grow and develop sooner or later. Since Zhang Tianyang has the idea of establishing a family of immortal cultivation, he naturally has to find a way to cultivate his younger descendants. Otherwise, when his ancestor is gone in the future, the Zhang family will definitely not be able to defend the spiritual vein of Iron Immortal Fort, and there may be a disaster of genocide. In addition to Song Qingming and Zhang Tianyang, the other elders of the Zioao sect are not so interested in these foundation-building and elixir-forming spiritual objects. Although Su Ziyan and Fang Bagsun were attending the auction for the first time, they were well prepared when they came. Both of them spent a lot of spiritual stones to buy a high-level elixir spiritual object to improve their cultivation. Li Wutong and Chu Fengping did not see any elixir that was suitable for their own use, but they each took down a magic weapon and talisman of good quality. Only Zhao Mengling wanted to find the healing elixir that she urgently needed, but unfortunately, it did not appear at the auction for 2 consecutive days, so she could only return to the Guang Pavilion with some disappointment. As the sun sets and rises, a new day has arrived. The Star Conference auction has also come to the exciting last day. On the 3rd day of the auction, the Stargate finally took out all the precious spiritual objects prepared for the auction, and the quality of the spiritual objects was obviously much higher than the previous 2 days. At the beginning, the first auction item taken out was a very rare 3rd-level top-grade flying sword magic weapon. Although this magic weapon is just a flying sword of relatively ordinary appearance, it is slightly less powerful than the 2 top-grade magic weapons on Song Qingming. However, the 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon can be said to be a rare spiritual object that can be encountered but not sought in the world of immortal cultivation in the floating Cloud Mountain range. The moment it was taken out, it immediately caused a sensation at the auction site. When the many giant cultivators sitting on the 2nd floor saw the appearance of this flying sword, they all focused their attention on the stage. At least half of them, including Song Qingming, tried to bid. Only a small number of cultivators who had reached the peak of the giant realm were still unmoved when they saw this object. Obviously, they were still going for the final spiritual object of the auction and were not very interested in this 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon. In the end, this 3rd-level top-grade flying sword did not disappoint the people of Xingqimen. It was sold at a high price of 46,000 spiritual stones and fell into the hands of a casual cultivator of the 6th level of Jiandan. After this person got this precious magic weapon, he quickly disappeared from the auction site and didn't want to participate in the subsequent auctions. Although he didn't get this magic weapon, seeing that Xingqimen took out such a precious spiritual object for the first time, Song Qingming's face was not only not disappointed, but he was more looking forward to the next auction. As Song Qingming thought, it wasn't long before another high-level spiritual object that made him more excited was taken out. Dear fellow Taoists, this spiritual fruit is from the spiritual medicine garden of Ma Xingqian sect. It takes only 100 years to get one jade heart fruit. As long as you are a giant and cultivator, eating this fruit raw can save at least 10 years of hard training. This thing is not available on the market at ordinary times. This time, the supreme elder of our sect specially asked the sect to take it out to thank everyone for coming thousands of miles to participate in the auction. I hope everyone will not miss this rare opportunity. When Song Qingming heard that the jade heart fruit placed in the middle of the auction could actually increase the mana of giant and cultivators who had practiced hard for 10 years, his eyes were immediately attracted to it. After the auction host began to call out the bids, many giant and cultivators at the scene immediately began to compete for this thing. Even Chu Fengping and Li Wutong shouted out their bids. Song Qingming did not rush to participate this time. He waited until the price of the jade heart fruit was raised to 20,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that there were no more bids, he joined the competition halfway. In the end, Song Qingming relied on his own spiritual stones and spent 28,000 spiritual stones to get this thing at a premium. Although the final price was obviously much higher than the value of the jade heart fruit, Song Qingming was not too distressed. After all, this kind of spiritual object that can be useful to late giant and cultivators is hard to come by in the floating Cloud Mountains. If it weren't for this kind of auction, it would be difficult to buy one even if you have enough spiritual stones. After getting the jade heart fruit, Song Qingming also showed a smile on his face. No matter what the next auction will be like, he got this spiritual fruit today, which can be regarded as a gain in this auction. Seeing that Song Qingming got the jade heart fruit as he wished, Chu Fenping and others on the side were also a little envious, and immediately opened their mouths to congratulate Song Qingming. Without waiting for a moment of greeting, another spiritual object was immediately taken out on the auction stage, attracting everyone's attention. A third-level middle-grade recovery pill. This pill has a miraculous effect on the recovery of the Danshan of a cultivator. If any fellow Taoist happens to have injured his Danshan because of fighting with others or a breakthrough in cultivation, then this pill must not be missed. When Zhao Mengling, who had been sitting aside for several days without making any movement, heard that it was a high-level pill that was useful for healing the Danshan, she suddenly opened her eyes wide and locked her eyes firmly on the pill on the stage. Congratulations, Senior Sister Zhao, this pill is useful for healing the Danshan, it must be Senior Sister. Before Zhao Mengling could speak, Su Ziyan on the side immediately smiled and congratulated her. Seeing this, Zhao Mengling also nodded excitedly, and when the bids began to be announced below, she immediately joined the competition for this item. I thought that few people would need this kind of healing pill. What Zhao Mengling didn't expect was that the price of this recovery pill was quickly raised to 20,000 spirit stones as soon as the competition began. In the end, she gritted her teeth and quoted a price of nearly 30,000 spirit stones to win it. Although she had already gotten what she wanted and bought the spiritual medicine that could help her injuries, Zhao Mengling had also spent a lot of money this time. Not only did she use up almost all the spiritual stones she brought with her, but she also asked Su Ziyan to borrow several thousand spiritual stones temporarily. In the following auction, Li Wutong and Chu Fenping also made a worthwhile trip. They each won a spiritual object that was helpful for improving their cultivation. Su Ziyan also bought a good quality third-level medium-grade magic weapon. Everyone gained something. Soon the auction was about to end. Just when everyone began to speculate on what treasure the final spiritual object of the Xingshan Gate would be, a gray spiritual wood with a little black arrow around it, which did not look very conspicuous, suddenly appeared on the auction table. This is a fourth-level spiritual wood. When everyone saw this gray spiritual wood at first, they all didn't understand it. After a while, a sharp-eyed giant and cultivator sitting on the second floor shouted in surprise, attracting everyone's attention. I didn't expect it to be a level 4 spiritual object. This time, Xingqianmen is really willing to give it up, and even took out something of this level. Seeing the gray spiritual wood on the stage, Li Wutong, who was sitting next to him, immediately sighed. This kind of spiritual wood has a relatively single use. It can only be used to refine level 4 magic weapons or spiritual objects such as flying boats and puppet beasts. Xingqianmen doesn't have a level 4 weapon refiner, so it's really not very useful for them to take it. They simply auction it directly at the Star Conference. They can attract many nearby giant and monks to come under the guise of a level 4 spiritual object, and they can also smoothly dispose of this object at the auction. They have made a good plan. Seeing the gray spiritual wood in front of him, Su Ziyan smiled and shook her head, but she saw the intention of Xingqianmen in a moment. However, a level 4 spiritual object is not an ordinary thing after all. Although everyone knows that this object is not very useful for them now, there are still many people who are excited. In any case, this is a level 4 spiritual object that is useful to nascent soul cultivators. If this object is auctioned off and taken to a large cultivation world like the Eastern Phoenix country, there is a chance that you can find a senior cultivator who needs this object, and maybe you can even exchange it for a spiritual object that is useful for condensing nascent soul. After this level 4 spiritual wood appeared, those giant and peak cultivators who were sitting on the second floor and did not move at first also started to get ready to fight for this object. Not only the giant and cultivators above, but also the many foundation building cultivators in the audience were also very excited to see this scene, and they shouted loudly. Even though most of the cultivators present knew that the level 4 spiritual object taken out by the Stargate must be very valuable and not something that ordinary people could bid for, the atmosphere on the scene was still very hot. After all, many people have never seen such a precious spiritual object in their entire lives. Even if they cannot participate in the competition at this moment, they do not want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime grand scene. Among the people from the Xiaoao sect, except for Li Wutong, who was representing the sect and was somewhat tempted by this 4th-level spiritual object, the others had long lost the desire to compete for it and were just standing by to watch the excitement. Although Song Qingming had a lot of spiritual stones on him and was qualified to compete for this object, he was not very interested in this spiritual object and did not choose to make an offer. He just quietly observed the entire auction scene. In the end, the price of this 4th level spiritual object did not disappoint the people present. It rose all the way to a sky-high price of 120,000 spiritual stones before it fell into the hands of a mysterious monk wearing a bamboo hat. This person did not make much moves from the beginning of the auction, but in the end he suddenly snatched this object from many giant monks, which also shocked many monks present. After the auction ended, Song Qingming and others, who each had some gains, stayed in the 7-star square for 2 days and soon set off together to return to the sect. After auctioning off so many spiritual objects at the Star Conference, everyone was very happy. Although they did not take the sect's large flying boat on the way back, the journey was still very smooth, and they returned to the territory of Uyghur in less than a month. A few days after Song Qingming and his party returned to Funiu Mountain, Zhang Tianyang took the initiative to come to the door again and handed over the prepared demon pills and auxiliary spiritual medicines to Wang Xian. In order to refine this batch of pills, Zhang Tianyang also prepared for a long time. In order to prevent Wang Xian from making mistakes when refining the pills, he also brought a lot of auxiliary spiritual medicines. The quality of the pills that Zhang Tianyang needs to refine has reached the 3rd level middle grade. Although the pill formula and spiritual medicines are all complete, Wang Xian's alchemy level is currently only the 3rd level lower grade. The success rate of forcibly refining such a high-quality pill is generally not very high, and there is also a small probability of direct failure in refining the pill. Before refining the elixir, Wang Xian took the initiative to explain these problems to Zhang Tianyang, and was willing to share the losses after the failure of refining the elixir. However, she also added a condition that after the success of refining the elixir, she must also copy a copy of the elixir recipe of the 3rd level intermediate grade for her own use. Zhang Tianyang did not seem to care too much about this. As soon as Wang Xian finished speaking, he immediately agreed. After all, he took the initiative to come to the door to ask for help. In addition to Chu Fengping, Wang Xian's alchemy level is already one of the best in Uyghur. If she is not willing to help, Zhang Tianyang will not be able to find a suitable person to help. The reason why Wang Xian is willing to help is mainly for the elixir recipe of the 3rd level intermediate grade in the other party's hand. Although Wang Xian has helped the Heavenly Dan League to refine a lot of elixirs in recent years, every time she refines a high-level elixir, the elixir recipe she gets is limited, and she cannot refine elixir privately. The contribution required for the exchange of high-level elixir recipes in the League is very huge. Over the years, she has not had many high-level elixir recipes above the 3rd level. At that time, on the flying boat, Wang Xian was immediately moved when she saw the 3rd level intermediate grade pill formula in Zhang Tianyang's hand. Now that the two of them reached an exchange, they both got what they needed. After taking on this alchemy task, Wang Xian soon began to practice alchemy in seclusion in the Song family's alchemy pavilion. After Song Qingming went to the Eastern Phoenix country to cultivate immortals, Wang Xian soon advanced to the 3rd level alchemist. In order to facilitate alchemy for herself and the family monks, there is no need to go to Qi Mountain every time to refine high-level elixirs. Wang Xian and Song Qingyu searched for a long time, and finally specially invited a 2nd level spiritual explorer from the sect to help, and then found a good quality intermediate fire vein on Funiu Mountain and led it to the family's alchemy pavilion. Since then, all the monks of the Song family have been self-sufficient in alchemy or refining for decades, and these two skills of the family monks have also been greatly improved. In addition to Wang Xian, the 3rd level alchemist, the Song family also has Song Yuanqian and Song Zuanqing, whose alchemy skills have been improved to more than 2 levels. Among them, Song Yuanqian, who has a better talent, has successfully broken through to the 2nd level middle grade alchemist. In terms of refining, although the Song family does not have a refiner above the 3rd level, it has trained 4 2nd level refiners. Among them, Song Yuanfang, who has the highest level, has successfully advanced to the 2nd level upper grade level not long ago. The 3rd level refining furnace that Song Qingming and Song Qingyu obtained when they explored the unyielding cave of Yu Kingdom has now come in handy and has been directly placed in the family's refining pavilion to help the family monks refine weapons. In addition to alchemy and weapon refining, the Song family has also made significant progress in other skills such as talisman making, array formation, and spiritual plants after so many years of development. At present, the family has inherited more than the second level in several important immortal cultivation skills, such as alchemy, weapons, talismans, arrays, and spiritual plants. In this regard, the foundation is no less than that of ordinary gold and elixir families in the immortal cultivation world. In addition to the progress of the family, Song Qingming's own practice of talisman making and array formation skills has also made significant progress after returning from the immortal cultivation world of Dongyuan country. Song Qingming's talisman making skills have been promoted to the third level lower grade for many years, and he could have tried to upgrade to the third level middle grade long ago. It's just that he has been busy practicing for these years and has not had too many high-level talisman making materials on him, so he has not been promoted successfully. After this monster turmoil, he got a lot of high-level monster materials. As long as he is willing to spend some time, his talisman making skills will definitely be upgraded to the third level middle grade. In terms of formation, after successfully refining the third level middle grade gathering spirit formation, Song Qingming has advanced to the third level middle grade formation master. His formation level is now one of the best in the Xiaoyao sect. Except for the head of the sect, Bai Yuxin, he is the highest level formation master in the sect. Although he got a lot of elixirs and spiritual objects during this trip to Wu State, the most proud harvest for Song Qingming was the third level top grade alchemy jade that Feng he gave him. This thing is the key spiritual object to repair the third level top grade Yangang 5 elements formation on Song Qingming's body. After getting this thing, Song Qingming already had a great confidence in repairing this formation. After Wang Xian retreated to refine the elixir, Song Qingming also entered the retreat cave not long after. While retreating to practice, he began to try to repair the Yangang 5 elements formation in his hand. The Yangang 5 elements formation is a formation with outstanding defensive capabilities among the third level upper grade formations. In its heyday, this formation can even resist the attacks of ordinary unyielding cultivators. Since seeing the power of this Yangang 5 elements formation, Song Qingming has been obsessed with it. In the past few decades, he has been looking for a way to repair this formation, just to have a defensive method that can deal with the attacks of unyielding cultivators. Moreover, for Song Qingming, who has already cultivated to the late Jinden stage, the role of the Yangang 5 elements formation is far more than that. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 708, Spiritual Stone Mine, Dual Cultivation Ceremony. If one day, he can also try to form a baby and break through to the nascent soul stage like Feng He, then this formation can also help him resist the nascent soul thunder tribulation. Song Qingming spent so much effort to repair the Yangang 5 elements formation, and naturally he had some plans in mind. Spring passed and autumn came. 3 years passed quickly after Song Qingming's retreat. On this day, a swordlight flew from the northeast of Qing County and landed at the foot of Funiu Mountain. The 3 monks of the Song family law enforcement team who were guarding the mountain gate, after seeing the people coming at the foot of the mountain, all showed a little smile on their faces and took the initiative to open the mountain gate formation to welcome them out. Uncle Jiu, you're back. Song Chang's, who had just returned from Qianfang, glanced at the 3 people who came to him, and asked softly, "It's your turn to guard the mountain gate today. Is Uncle 16 on the mountain these days? Has the ancestor come out of retreat?" Reporting to Uncle Jiu, the ancestor has not come out of retreat yet. The great elder has been here recently and should be in the meeting room now. Hearing Song Chang's question, the leading Zhuan generation cultivator quickly answered. After hearing the answer he needed, Song Chang nodded slightly without saying anything more, and walked quickly up the mountain, and soon disappeared from the sight of the 3 people. It's only been a few months since we last met, but Uncle Nine has made a lot of progress in his cultivation. I'm afraid he will soon break through to the 8th level of foundation building. I really envy him. He succeeded in foundation building so early and is now not far from forming a golden elixir. In the future, maybe Uncle Nine will also be able to form a golden elixir like the ancestors on the top of the mountain and become the 4th ancestor of the family. A younger cultivator of the Lin generation who was standing in the original place looked at the direction where Song Chang's disappeared with shining eyes, and couldn't help but speak with envy. As soon as he finished speaking, another cultivator of the same generation who was standing beside him immediately shook his head and said, HMPH. I don't think so. Although Uncle Nine's cultivation is higher now, Uncle Yuan Heo's cultivation speed is not slow either. And Uncle Yuan Li's injury is said to be recovering soon. Both of them are gifted with earth spiritual roots. Their chances of forming a golden elixir must be higher than Uncle Nine's, and they have a better chance of becoming the fourth golden elixir ancestor of the family. The formation of a cultivator's golden elixir is not just based on the difference in spiritual roots. Your vision is a bit shallow. I think Uncle Nine can cultivate to the late stage of foundation building so quickly, so he must be no worse than your two uncles. Having said that, but, okay. The family elders are not someone you two juniors should comment on. Why are you standing there in a daze? If you practice well, you will have the opportunity to build a foundation and form a golden elixir sooner or later. Why envy others? Seeing that the two juniors behind him were getting more and more excited, the late Qi Refining cultivator of the Zhuan generation quickly turned around and reprimanded them, and took them back to their posts. After Song Chang's went up the mountain, he went straight to the family's meeting room and soon found Song Yuanfang, who was teaching several younger generations of the family. How is Uncle 16? Hey. Changs, why did you come back early? There was no news from the market. Could it be that someone in the law enforcement team was lazy again? Seeing Song Chang's in front of him, Song Yuanfang was also a little surprised and hurriedly asked the younger generations standing in front of him to go out first. Upon hearing this, Song Chang's waved his hand and said hurriedly, this time I forgot to tell you in advance, please don't blame me, 16th uncle. I made a last-minute decision to come back this time. Some things are not easy to tell you by message, so I had to talk to you in person, and I just came back in a hurry. Junior sisters Wanting and sister Yuzin are in the market, don't worry, nothing will happen. Oh, what's the matter that you're looking for me so anxiously? Zuanfu, you two go out first, and don't let anyone in without me. Seeing that Song Chang seemed to have something important to tell him, Song Yuanfang immediately asked the two family monks who assisted him in handling family affairs to guard the door first to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on their subsequent conversation. After finding a chair to sit down, seeing that there was no one else in the meeting room, Song Chang spoke seriously, 16th uncle, a month ago, junior sister Yuxin and I led people to kill the two fierce wind tigers and seize the Shuangfeng Mountain spiritual vein. I have sent a message back about this, you should know it. Yes, I know about this. Didn't I ask you to quickly send people to occupy this mountain first? Song Yuanfang nodded slightly with a calm face, waiting for Song Chang's next words. A few days ago, I asked Zuanda and others to search for spiritual objects on the mountain over there. As a result, he came back and told me that there might be a spiritual stone vein in the Shuangfang Mountain. Spiritual stone veins were found in Shuangfang Mountain. What you said is true. Has Yuan confirmed this? Hearing that Song Chang's and his team might have found a spiritual stone vein, Song Yuanfang's originally calm face changed instantly, and he quickly stood up and spoke to confirm. In the world of immortal cultivation, the spiritual stones used by cultivators are mined from underground spiritual veins just like ordinary ores, but spiritual stone veins are very rare in the world of immortal cultivation. They are basically controlled by those large sects and are also their important source of spiritual stones. In the entire Uyghur territory, there are about 7 or 8 spiritual stone veins that have not yet been exhausted, and without exception, they are all controlled by the Xiaoyao sect. Surviving under the protection of the Xiaoyao sect, ordinary Qi Refining and Foundation, building immortal cultivation families dare not mine them at will even if they discover spiritual stone mines. They can only offer them to the sect like the Lu family hundreds of years ago in exchange for some contributions from the sect. Otherwise, if someone dares to mine privately without telling the Xiaoyao sect, once the incident angers the sect, they will inevitably end up dead and their clan will be destroyed. Hearing the news that the spiritual stone veins may be found in Shuangfang Mountain, Song Yuanfang immediately understood the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly walked to Song Chang's side, waving his hand and carefully setting up a soundproof barrier. Seeing this, Song Chang's immediately shook his head and said, I just received the news this morning and rushed back to see you immediately. I'm not sure whether this is true or not, but I heard from Zuan that there is a high possibility of a spirit stone vein. You also know that he is the only spirit explorer here, and the others don't understand these things, so we can only listen to him first. There are still many independent cultivators in the market law enforcement team, And there are many people in Qingming Mountain now. I dare not let them dig for minerals casually. If the news leaks out, I won't be able to explain the matter to the family when I go back. Changs, besides you two, are there any other people who know about this? Seeing Song Yuanfang looking at him seriously, Song Changs hesitated for a moment before replying, Zhuanda only told me. Others should not know about this. However, junior sister Yuxin has been in Qingming Mountain these days. She knows that Zuin came back to find me. I think she may guess something. You just took the spiritual vein. Why did you leave her there and run back to the market? I don't know when you can change your temper. Okay. Now that things have come to this, you should go back and keep an eye on it. I will go to the top of the mountain to discuss this matter with the ancestor. You must remember that before we go there, all those who have been to Qingming Mountain must be kept under my watch, including Liu Yuxin. You are not allowed to leave there at will. Hearing that Liu Yuxin might have known about this, Song Yuanfang, who had guessed what was going on, reprimanded Song Changs and shook his head helplessly, and quickly sent him back. After sending Song Changs away, Song Yuanfang immediately came to the top of the mountain and sent a sound transmission talisman to Song Qingming's cave residence, who was in retreat. After a while, the formation at the door suddenly fluctuated, followed by a voice. Song Yuanfang hurriedly walked in after hearing the words. Song Qingming, who was sitting in the cave fiddling with a formation flag in his hand, saw Song Yuanfang walk in, and immediately turned around and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about today? Is there another problem with Zhuanling's foundation building?" After Song Yuanfang stepped forward and bowed, he gently shook his head and replied, "Zhuanling has not yet come out of seclusion after building his foundation. Don't worry, seventh uncle. His foundation is better than Zhuanzin's. I estimate that he should be able to succeed this time. I came to disturb seventh uncle's practice today because there is an important family event. I can't make a decision on my own, so I came to ask seventh uncle for advice." After hearing Song Yuanfang's story about the discovery of the spiritual stone vein just now, Song Qingming slowly put down the formation flag in his hand, and his face began to become a little serious. "You mean, Changs and his men may have found a spiritual stone vein in Yunwu Mountain?" Reporting to Uncle Qi, "It is not yet confirmed whether it is a spiritual stone vein. I have asked Changs to go back first and prepare to take people to Qingming Mountain to confirm the truth of this matter." Song Qingming thought calmly for a moment, and nodded slightly to agree with Song Yuanfang's idea. "Well, then you go first. If this is true, send a message back to me as soon as possible. As for Liu Yuxin, no matter whether she knows about this or not, you should not make things difficult for her. Let me handle it, Uncle Qi, don't worry. I'll take note of it." After Song Yuanfang nodded in agreement, he turned around and walked out of Song Qingming's cave. Soon he took the remaining spiritual explorers of the family and left Funiu Mountain together. An hour later, the flying boat controlled by Song Yuanfang arrived at a high mountain with two peaks. Just after landing on the top of the mountain, Song Changs, who arrived first, immediately brought people to meet him. Under the leadership of Song Changs, Song Yuanfang and his companions soon arrived at a valley between two peaks, where they met a middle-aged man who was about 30 years old and holding a red gold compass. "Zhuanda, how can we confirm that there is a spiritual stone mine below?" Song Yuanfang, who was a little anxious, asked immediately. Upon hearing this, Song Zuin immediately bowed and said, "Reporting to 16th uncle, I have already conducted a thorough investigation nearby, and the mineral vein is right under our feet. The spiritual energy here is much richer than that on the top of the mountain, and it is very likely to be a spiritual stone vein." Well, Zuin is right. The spiritual energy of this spiritual vein on the top of the mountain is only level 2, mid-grade, while here it is almost close to level 2, upper grade. There must be another spiritual vein that has been separated out separately. This situation where there are two spiritual veins in one mountain is indeed very likely to be a spiritual stone vein. I didn't expect that. I have traveled all over Qing County all my life and failed to find a medium-sized mineral vein for my family. Now I can see a spiritual stone vein. God has treated me well." The speaker was a white-haired old man who came with Song Yuanfang, named Song Yuingxi. He is one of the few remaining cultivators of the Yuan generation in the Song family, and he is also the one in the family who has the best mastery of spiritual exploration skills. Hearing Song Yuingxi say this, Song Yuanfang's confidence suddenly increased a bit, and he quickly asked the people accompanying him to cooperate with Song Zuin to start digging the vein below. With the help of Song Yuanfang and Song Chang's, two foundation-building monks, the group worked continuously for several days and finally dug through the vein below. Holding a spirit stone just taken from the vein, and feeling the pure spiritual energy in his hand, Song Yuanfang, who had been nervous for several days, slowly showed a hint of excitement on his face. Then he immediately took out a red spirit talisman from his body and reported this important news to the family thousands of miles away. Not long after, Song Qingming, the family's golden elixir ancestor, came to Shuangfeng Mountain in person. Seeing that Song Yuanfang and his team had really found a spiritual stone vein, Song Qingming's face was also somewhat happy. According to Song Yuanxi and his team's estimate, this spiritual stone vein probably has a reserve of millions of spiritual stones. If the family invests the most manpower in mining, it can mine about 3,000 spiritual stones a year. It will take at least 300 to 400 years to mine all the spiritual stones in the vein. However, the ore in the spiritual stone vein is relatively mild and does not cause much harm to mortals. Mortals can directly enter the mining area to mine, and the cost of mining the vein is relatively low. With an annual income of 3,000 spiritual stones, the family can at least harvest more than 2,500 spiritual stones after deducting the mining costs. As long as this spiritual stone vein is successfully mined, the income it will bring to the Song family in the future will be much greater than that of the Yin Fire Stone vein discovered by Song Qingming and his team. Although the Yin Wind Ridge vein can produce ore worth more than 4,000 spiritual stones every year, that vein was developed by the Song family in cooperation with the Xiaoyao sect. After deducting the mining costs each year, the Song family can actually get only more than 1,000 spiritual stones. When the Yinfeng Ridge mineral vein was discovered, the Song family had no way to mine the mineral vein on their own because they did not have enough cultivators in the family at that time, so they had no choice but to take the initiative to cooperate with the sect. The spirit stone mineral vein discovered this time is less difficult to mine. The Song family now has nearly 500 cultivators and a large number of mortals in the family, and they have enough ability to mine the mineral vein on their own. Song Qingming only thought about it for a moment, and immediately decided to mine the Shuangfeng Mountain spiritual stone mineral vein on his own, and no longer seek cooperation from the sect. This mineral vein was discovered in Yunwu Mountain hundreds of miles east of Qianfang. Although this place was not originally the territory of the Song family, it was not under the jurisdiction of the sect according to the rules set by the sect. The Song family did not need to report this matter to the Xiaoyao sect. After the Song family was promoted to Jindan family, Qing County has been developing steadily for more than 100 years, and the strength of the major immortal cultivation families has been greatly improved. Especially after the establishment of Qianfang, many outsiders and small immortal cultivation families came to the market to find the spiritual mountain to settle down, which also caused the number of cultivators in Qing County to increase sharply. Originally, the spiritual veins in Qing County were basically occupied by the major immortal cultivation families. In order to accommodate these scattered cultivators who came to Qing County, the Song family has been trying to expand new family territories in recent years. Xiaoyao sect has occupied Uyghur for thousands of years and has always been very supportive of the immortal cultivation families under its command to expand their territories. Sometimes they even take the initiative to help them deal with those powerful monsters. It was precisely because they received the task of expanding to the east of Yunwu Mountain from the family that Song Chang's and his men suddenly sent troops to the depths of Yunwu Mountain and captured the Shuangfang Mountain, a second-level medium-grade spiritual vein. Now the monsters near Shuangfang Mountain have basically been cleared by the Song family. As long as it develops steadily for a few decades, this place can be connected with Qianfang and become the new family territory of the Song family. According to Song Qingming's idea, Qianfang will develop in the future and will sooner or later catch up with Qing and Pingyang counties. After confirming the reserves of the spiritual stone vein in front of him, Song Qingming immediately asked Song Yuanfang to return to the family and dispatch family monks to take over Shuangfang Mountain and replace all the monks of the Qianfang law enforcement team who were originally left here. This spiritual stone vein is very important to the family. The Song family must strictly control this place in the future to prevent the news from leaking out and causing any accidents to attract the covetousness of other monks. After arranging Song Yuanfang to return to the family, Song Qingming came to the top of Shuangfang Mountain again and summoned Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin separately. Liu Yuxin has been back to Qing County for more than 50 years since she returned to Qing County from the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. Her cultivation has also been cultivated from the 2nd level of foundation building to the peak of the 6th level of foundation building. She is only one step away from entering the late stage of foundation building. Although Master He Mengxin occasionally came back to give her some spiritual stones in recent years, Liu Yuxin stayed alone in Qing County to practice, and also had to take care of the Liu family of Qingming Mountain, which had just been established. It was indeed not easy for her to practice to the current level. Seeing Song Qingming personally rushing to Shuangfang Mountain, Liu Yuxin, who had already guessed what the Song family had found on the mountain, did not look too surprised, and hurriedly took the initiative to step forward and salute him. Yuxin greets Senior Song. Song Qingming glanced at Liu Yuxin with his spiritual sense, nodded slightly, and said with a smile, "At the beginning, I promised fellow Taoist He that I would take care of you, but you haven't come to Funiu to find us in these years, so I have never had the opportunity to fulfill my promise to your master. Seeing that your current cultivation is about to break through the late stage of foundation building, this barrier-breaking pill is just what you can use. Just regard it as my care for you in these years. I hope you can practice well and break through to the late stage of foundation building as soon as possible." After saying that, Song Qingming's hand moved with a flash of light, and immediately a green jade box appeared. He handed it to Liu Yuxin with a kind face. Yuxin has opened several small shops in Qianfang in recent years, and has actually received a lot of care from Funiu. Senior and my master are not breaking their promises, so there is no need to spend money to send me pills. Seeing the barrier-breaking pill given to her by Song Qingming, Liu Yuxin's expression did not seem very excited, but instead acted very calmly and said something to decline. Song Chang's, who was standing aside, suddenly became nervous when he saw this scene. He wanted to step forward to persuade Liu Yuxin, but because of Song Qingming standing beside him, he didn't dare to speak after thinking about it, and could only wink at her desperately. However, Liu Yuxin seemed not to see it, and ignored Song Chang's. Her eyes were always on Song Qingming in front of her. "Well, I also heard about your work in Qianfang over the years. You can run the store business so well by yourself, and you also help us run the market with a lot of ideas. You are much better than them. Your master and I are close friends, and you have called me a senior. You have been in Qing County for so many years, and as an elder, I have to show my appreciation. You don't have to refuse this pill. Thank you, senior, for the gift." Yuxin, seeing Song Qingming say this, Liu Yuxin did not continue to refuse, and carefully took the jade box floating in front of her, her eyes on the exquisite jade box in her hand, but she was not in a hurry to open it. Seeing this, Song Chang's face suddenly brightened, and he was very happy for her in his heart. Seeing that Liu Yuxin's personality was indeed much more stable than when she just returned to Qing County decades ago, Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction, and continued to say, "I came to you today for one more thing. I want to ask your thoughts, senior, please speak frankly." Hearing Song Qingming's question, Liu Yuxin hurriedly raised her head and replied. After Song Qingming paused for a moment, his expression gradually became a little serious. He directly asked Liu Yuxin in front of him, "Now Qingming Mountain has stabilized, and you don't have to worry about anything. You and Chang's are not young anymore. I want to ask if you are willing to become a Taoist partner with him and support each other in cultivation in the future. Your master discussed this matter with me back then. If you are willing, I can make the decision directly and hold a weekend ceremony for you in Funiu. Our Song family is also a giant and fairy clan and will definitely not treat you unfairly. If you don't want to, it doesn't matter. I just happen to be going to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm in a while, and I can send you back by the way. Your cultivation is not too far from the Jinden stage. Staying in Qing County may delay your path in the future. We can feel more at ease when we return to the East China Sea with your master to take care of us. 7th uncle, you don't have to worry about Yuxin and me. Shut up first, I didn't ask you." Hearing that Song Qingming had exposed the matter between him and Liu Yuxin, Song Chang's, who was standing aside, immediately looked embarrassed. Just as he stepped forward to help Liu Yuxin out, Song Qingming, who had been speaking very kindly before, suddenly interrupted him with a rebuke, forcing Song Chang's to swallow the rest of his words. Seeing that the face of his 7th great-grandfather in front of him suddenly became very serious, although Song Chang's was extremely anxious, he did not dare to speak again. He could only retreat back a little aggrieved, showing a helpless look to Liu Yuxin beside him. Chapter 709, Liu Yuxin's Choice, Success. When Liu Yuxin came back from the East China Sea, they lived in the Funiu Mountain of the Song family at first. She had more contact with Song Chang's, who is the same age and had a similar level of cultivation. The relationship between the two was also from disliking each other at the beginning, but with Song Qingyu's unintentional matchmaking, they gradually became familiar with each other and became senior and junior brothers and sisters who talked about everything. Later, after Liu Yuxin came to Qingming and opened a few small shops, Song Chang's also took the initiative to apply to the family to come to the market to guard. The two were inseparable and often went out to play together. Not to mention the Song family, even the merchants and casual cultivators of Qingming could see that they had a mutual affection. It was just that although Song Chang's had practiced for many years, he was not decisive enough in his feelings. He never dared to take the initiative to confess his feelings to Liu Yuxin, so the relationship between the two could not go further. As an elder, Song Qingming didn't want to ask too much about the emotional issues between the younger generations of the family, but now Liu Yuxin already knew the secret of Qingming Mountain, which made him feel a little uneasy. Of course, Song Qingming was not a person who liked to force others to do things in a relationship, so he gave Liu Yuxin two choices. If Liu Yuxin was willing to marry Song Chang's, that would be the best. In this way, she would be officially married into the Song family and considered one of their own. The family would naturally be relieved about her. If Liu Yuxin was unwilling to accept Song Chang's, then she would continue to practice in Qing County, which would inevitably bring certain risks to the Qingming Mountain spiritual stone vein. Song Qingming could only send her back to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. As long as she left the Funiu Mountain's Yuxin realm, which was more than 100,000 miles away, even if Liu Yuxin accidentally leaked the news in the future, it would not have any impact on the Song family. Seeing Song Qingming talking about the two of them so directly, Liu Yuxin's face also blushed a little. After standing there awkwardly for a while, he stepped forward and bowed to Song Qingming and replied softly, "Senior Song, I already understand what you mean. Can you give me some time to think about this matter?" "Well, there is no rush for this matter. I need to prepare for half a month before leaving for the East China Sea. Before I leave, you just need to give me an accurate answer." Song Qingming nodded slightly, then turned to Song Chang's and said, "Yuxin is here at Qingming Mountain. You come back to the family with me first. I have something to tell you." After talking to Song Chang seriously, Song Qingming didn't care about his reaction, and immediately took out the phantom boat from his body and flew up first. Song Chang's looked at Liu Yuxin, who had become calm beside him. After hesitating for a moment, he still jumped onto the phantom boat with some helplessness, and followed Song Qingming into a beam of light and left Qingming Mountain. The flying boat was just halfway through. Seeing Song Chang standing aside and looking into the distance in silence, Song Qingming sighed slightly and looked ahead and said softly, "Changs, I didn't want to get involved in your affairs. But there is no better way now. Seventh uncle, you don't have to explain this to me. I also know your intentions. After all, this matter concerns the family. Changs knows the importance. Don't worry, no matter what choice Sister Yuxin makes, I will respect her." After standing on the flying boat and blowing the cool breeze for a while, Song Chang's calmed down a lot. Although he still couldn't let go of Liu Yuxin, he also knew that the interests of the family were always higher than his personal interests. Seeing this, Song Qingming turned his head with some relief and said nothing more. After returning to Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming immediately sent Song Chang's away and helped him run to Qi Mountain to deliver something to Zhang Rong. Since the monster riots in Qi Mountain, the entire Lingyuan Mountain and the market have been severely damaged. After so many years, it has finally recovered a little. The market in Qi Mountain has also resumed operation under the leadership of Xiaoyao sect. The reason for sending a letter to Zhang Rong this time is that Zhang Rong sent someone to Funiu Mountain some time ago to invite Song Qingming to attend the celebration of the successful reconstruction of the market. In this rebuilt market, because the Zhang family of Iron Immortal Castle also joined in, the shares occupied by the Song family are much less than before, leaving only the least 10%. Song Qingming thought about it and decided not to participate, so he asked Song Chang's to send a gift to him in advance to express his intention. The foundation building cultivator went to Qi Mountain. It takes about half a month to go back and forth. When he comes back, Liu Yuxin should have made his final choice. After arranging Song Chang's, Song Qingming returned to his cave on the top of the mountain and took out a set of high-level magic arrays to fiddle with. After 3 years of seclusion, Song Qingming has successfully refined the jade heart fruit obtained from the Wu Kingdom, which has greatly improved his mana, and repaired most of the Xiangang 5 elements formation in his hand through the alchemy jade stone given to him by Feng He. If he is given a little more time, Song Qingming will be able to completely restore the power of this third-level top-grade defense formation. Just as Song Qingming was concentrating on pouring the spiritual energy in his hand into the formation flag in his hand and trying to control the Xiangang 5 elements formation in front of him, a wave of fluctuations suddenly came from outside the cave. After a while, Wang Xian, who was wearing a coarse cloth, walked into Song Qingming's cave. Before Song Qingming went to Funiu Mountain, Wang Xian, who learned that he had come out of seclusion, also put down the affairs in his hands and walked out of his own cave where he was secluded to refine pills. 3 years ago, after taking on Zhang Tianyang's alchemy task, Wang Xian lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully refined 3 pills at a time. Not only did she successfully complete Zhang Tianyang's commission, but she also received a spiritual pill from him as a reward. After Wang Xian, who got the spiritual pill, refined this pill, her mana also increased a lot. It is estimated that in another 5 or 6 years, she will be able to practice successfully and try to break through the bottleneck of the 4th level of the golden pill. In addition, Wang Xian, who has successfully improved her alchemy skills to the 3rd level middle grade, also copied the 3rd level middle grade pill recipe called unyielding pill in Zhang Tianyang's hand. In the past 6 months, she has also often gone out to search for auxiliary spiritual medicines for the pill recipe, and is ready to use a suitable demon pill in the hands of Song Qingming and others to refine another furnace of Dongyuan pill. Although this pill has a restriction on consumption, a golden pill cultivator can only refine 3 at most, and it takes at least 20 years to exert the maximum effect of the pill. But after all, it was a 3rd level middle grade elixir, so she couldn't take it herself. She could give it to other giant and cultivators or the Heavenly Dan League to exchange for other elixirs and spiritual objects she wanted. During these 3 years, Wang Xian didn't stay in seclusion in the cave like Song Qingming did. In addition to going out to search for elixirs, she would occasionally disguise herself as a cultivator and learn what Song Qingming taught her to do, going down the mountain to experience the life of an ordinary mortal. As soon as she came in, she saw Song Qingming staring at her. Wang Xian knew that she was covered with mud from the mountain, so she quickly waved her hand and cast a spell to clean up the mud on her body. I just came back, and heard from them that you have been to Funiu Mountain. Song Qingming smiled and put away the formation flag in his hand, nodded slightly and said, well, Cheng's and the others are not wrong, there is indeed a spirit stone vein there, and the reserves are not small. It is estimated that about 3,000 spirit stones can be dug a year, so many. This is really great. You must say that Cheng's is a lucky kid. How come he always encounters such good things? It was because of him that we found the Yinfengling vein back then, and this time it is related to him again. This spirit stone vein has a great impact on the family. You have to reward him well now. Hearing Wang Xian's words, Song Qingming suddenly laughed and said, rewards are definitely indispensable, but it depends on whether he has this blessing. Otherwise, no matter how many spirit stones are given to him, he may not like it. Oh. What did that girl Yuxin say? Did she agree to your request? Wang Xian asked curiously. You said you'd consider it. You know this girl is smart and has her own ideas. It's a little hard to say. Song Qingming shook his head and sat down on the stone table. Haha. So you're not sure if you can keep her? Cheng's is focused on Yuxin. If you don't do well, he might blame us in the future. Let's do this. I'll go to Funiu Mountain to talk to her in a few days. We elders will try our best to help her. Maybe this can be done. Wang Xian smiled and walked towards Song Qingming. I have already made it clear to her about this matter. I think you should not go again. It is up to her whether she is willing to stay or not. If they are really not destined to be together, it may not be a good thing for us to force them to get together. Wang Xian paused and said, although what you said makes sense, feelings are sometimes really hard to figure out. I am also worried that if they miss each other, it will be difficult to recover in the future. After hearing Wang Xian's words, Song Qingming also fell silent for a while. After a while, he smiled and said to her, well, you are right. It is not necessarily a bad thing for someone to get them together. Now that girl probably hasn't figured it out yet. You can go again in a few days. Just when Song Qingming and Wang Xian were still worrying about the matter of Song Chang's and the other person, They didn't expect that Liu Yuxin would take the initiative to come to Funiu Mountain the next morning. This time, in front of Song Qingming and Wang Xian, two giant cultivators, Liu Yuxin didn't say too much nonsense, and directly admitted her feelings for Song Chang's, and frankly said that she was willing to stay with him. Seeing that Liu Yuxin agreed to stay, Song Qingming and Wang Xian were relieved, and immediately rewarded her with a lot of spiritual objects as betrothal gifts, and promised to hold a double cultivation ceremony for her and Song Chang's in half a year. After Liu Yuxin agreed to marry into the Song family, Song Qingming did not let her go back to Shuangfang Mountain, and directly arranged for Liu Yuxin to live in Funiu Mountain. It's a pity that Song Chang's didn't know the good news at the first time, because he went to Toy Mountain. He didn't know about it until he returned to the clan more than half a month later. Seeing that the relationship between the two people for many years has now come to fruition, Song Qingming was also very happy, and immediately arranged for people to prepare for the double cultivation ceremony of the two in advance. Not only did he send invitations to the major families around the country, but he also sent a letter to He Mengxin, who was far away in the East China Sea's Yuxin world, inviting her to come to witness the ceremony for the two younger generations. For a time, the Song family's Funiu Mountain also became busy. After Song Yuanfeng and his men took over the Shuangfeng Mountain spiritual vein, the Song family did not rush to move mortals to mine the spiritual stone vein immediately. Instead, they sent a number of monks to set up a mountain protection formation in Shuangfeng Mountain, built houses and caves, and transformed the Shuangfeng Mountain spiritual vein. It was not until everything was ready on the mountain that the Song family began to migrate a large number of family mortals from the family's spiritual land Funiu Mountain and transferred them to Shuangfeng Mountain. In order not to attract attention, the Song family also migrated mortals in batches, and there was no large-scale migration of mortals that made too much noise. Although the Shuangfeng Mountain spiritual stone vein is only a few hundred miles away from the Qi, this place is already located deep in the Yunwu Mountain like Yinfengling, and there are occasionally second-level monsters nearby. For the safety of the spiritual stone vein, Song Yuanfeng not only arranged a second-level top-grade mountain protection formation there, but also arranged 2 foundation building elders and more than 60 Qi refining monks in the family to garrison there, which can be said to be very important to this place. To the outside world, the Song family claimed that an ordinary black iron vein was discovered on Shuangfang Mountain, and it was directly assigned to the family's direct territory, prohibiting the monks near Qing County and those outsiders from approaching Shuangfang Mountain. Although the Song family cannot keep the secret for a lifetime, it is always useful to do these precautions as much as possible. When the family power becomes stronger in the future, there will be no fear that others will covet this spiritual stone vein. The spiritual stone vein of Shuangfeng Mountain is not very difficult to mine. Together with the arrangement of the mountain protection formation, Song Qingming invested less than 30,000 spiritual stones on the mountain and prepared everything. In less than 2 months, the mortals of the family who have settled in Shuangfeng Mountain have begun to collect this spiritual stone vein with the help of the monks. After learning that the spiritual stone vein in Shuangfeng Mountain was operating normally, Song Qingming slowly put his mind at ease and returned to the cave to patiently study his Xiangang 5 elements formation. Time flies, and half a year has passed quickly. As the double cultivation ceremony of Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin is getting closer, Funiu Mountain has also become lively, with lights and decorations everywhere, and the whole spiritual mountain has been dressed up by the monks on the mountain. On this day, a spiritual light suddenly flew from the east and stopped directly in the air outside the Funiu Mountain mountain protection formation, revealing the figure of a woman in blue. Looking at the already bustling spiritual mountain below, the blue-clothed woman also showed a hint of joy on her face, took out a sound transmission talisman and sent it into the mountain protection formation. After a while, a figure suddenly flew out of a cave on the top of the mountain and came to the side of the blue-clothed woman. "Fellow Taoist Song, I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are doing well, haha. Welcome fellow Taoist to visit my Funiu Mountain. I haven't seen you for a long time. I was worried that you might be busy and couldn't make it." Seeing He Mengxin who had just arrived in front of them, Song Qingming and the others hurried forward to return the greeting. He Mengxin immediately explained, "Yuxin is my direct disciple after all. How can I, as her master, not be present at such an important moment when she and Chang's become Taoist couples? Unfortunately, I have been practicing in seclusion recently and failed to receive your message in time, so I am a little late." I hope that Brother Song will not blame me. Song Qingming smiled and waved his hand and said, Alice. Brother He, you are too polite. Now that Changs and Yuxin have achieved the right result, you and I are already relatives. Don't be so formal in the future. I haven't heard from you for so long, and Yuxin has been a little anxious recently. I have asked someone to invite her. Brother Dao, please come with me to the mountain first. After the two of them talked for a few words, they quickly passed through the mountain protection formation under the leadership of Song Qingming and came to the Huxin Pavilion on the top of the mountain. Wang Xian, who had already known that Immortal was coming to visit and had brewed spiritual tea and was waiting here, saw the two people coming over and hurriedly stepped forward to bow to Immortal. I haven't seen you for many years. Fellow Taoist Wang has also successfully formed a golden elixir and become one of our generation. This is really a happy thing, although Immortal has not been to Funiu Mountain for many years. He has also learned some things about the Song family through his apprentice Liu Yuxin. He was not surprised that Wang Xian broke through to the golden elixir realm. It was obvious that he had known about this for a long time. Song Qingming and his friends have not seen each other for decades since they last participated in the Lulong Island exchange meeting in the East China Sea's Yuxin world with Immortal. After so many years of hard practice, each other's cultivation has changed a lot compared to decades ago. Immortal has been promoted from the 2nd level of the golden elixir to the 5th level of the golden elixir realm, and Song Qingming's cultivation has also successfully broken through to the 7th level of the golden elixir, becoming a late-stage golden elixir cultivator. After the three sat down, they soon talked about some past events. Seeing the huge changes in Funiu Mountain along the way, Immortal praised it non-stop, and there was a bit of envy in his words for the Song family's achievements today. 200 years ago, the Song family and the Liu family were both insignificant small Qi refining families in Qing County. Unexpectedly, the Song family has now become the leading giant and Immortal family in Qing County and even the entire Uyghur. After the Liu family experienced the disaster of genocide, although with the help of Song Qingming, they were able to take back Qingming Mountain and rebuild the Yuxin family, but now it is still just a small Qi refining family attached to the Song family, and its strength is not as good as it was 200 years ago. The three of them drank tea and chatted for a while in the Huxin Pavilion. After receiving the news, Liu Yuxin and Song Changs, who rushed over in a hurry, also quickly arrived at the top of the mountain. The master and apprentice had not seen each other for many years. Liu Yuxin was also very excited. He couldn't help but hug Immortal tightly, and tears fell from his eyes. Seeing this, Immortal also shook his head slightly and said, Okay. You are already a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, why are you still crying like a child? It's a great day for you to be like this. Master came to Funiu Mountain to congratulate you today, and it's not time to say goodbye yet. Immortal spoke to Liu Yuxin and comforted her for a long time before she slowly calmed down, wiped her tears and smiled. Junior Song Changs greets Senior He. After Liu Yuxin left, Song Changs on the side immediately stepped forward and bowed to the elder Immortal. After Immortal shifted her gaze to Song Changs, she immediately nodded with satisfaction. That's right. You've already reached the late stage of foundation building before you're even 100 years old. If you practice hard in the future and have the support of fellow Taoist Song, I believe you will have a chance to form a golden core. When she first met Song Changs, Immortal liked his honest and loyal character. Now that she sees that Song Changs' cultivation speed is no worse than Liu Yuxin's, she is naturally very satisfied with the Taoist companion chosen for her apprentice. Regardless of the level of cultivation or the length of life, being able to find a good partner to walk through life hand in hand is also an enviable thing in the eyes of many cultivators. Although the world of immortal cultivation is vast and boundless with hundreds of millions of cultivators, it is not easy to find a Taoist partner who likes each other in the vast sea of people. Many cultivators, even if they have a high level of cultivation, will never find the right person for their entire lives. After Immortal arrived at Funiu Mountain, the sound of firecrackers and rituals and music began to sound on the mountain within a few days. The double cultivation celebration that the Song family had prepared for Song Changs and Liu Yuxin for more than half a year finally began. In order to show the family's attention to Liu Yuxin, the direct disciple of the giant and cultivator, Song Qingming also set the standard of the celebration very high, and specially invited the surrounding immortal cultivation families to Funiu Mountain to watch the ceremony. Early in the morning, The Immortal cultivation families in Qing and Pingyang counties sent people to Funiu Mountain to congratulate Song Changs and Liu Yuxin. Several Zioao sect foundation building disciples stationed in the market of the Song family also came uninvited after hearing the news and presented their gifts. There were also cultivators who ran shops in the Qiafang and some casual cultivators in the surrounding area who had some connection with the Song family. They took this opportunity to prepare gifts and came to Funiu Mountain to participate in the celebration. Even Zhang Rong and Zhang Tiang, who were thousands of miles away, specially sent someone to deliver a heavy gift to express their feelings. For a time, there were suddenly hundreds of cultivators on Funiu Mountain, and the meeting Immortal pavilion used by the Song family for the celebration was almost full. Since Song Yuan Heo's foundation building celebration, when someone in the family succeeded in building a foundation, basically only a banquet was held within the family to celebrate. The Song family has not been as lively as today for a long time. In the third floor of the meeting Immortal pavilion, under the witness of Song Qingming, Wang Xian, He Mengxin and other giant and elders, Song Changs and Liu Yuxin officially became a double cultivation couple. Seeing that these two younger generations, who had supported each other for many years, had finally achieved their goal today, Song Qingming and his friends were also very happy. Finally, amid the laughter of Song Yuan Heo, Song Yuan Qian and others in the bridal chamber, the double cultivation ceremony held by the Song family for the two newlyweds slowly ended with the rising of the moon. Chapter 710, Repairing the Xiangang 5 Elements Formation and Training the Family Monks. 3 days later, outside a cave at the top of Funiu Mountain, Liu Yuxin and Song Changs, who were still newlyweds, had just arrived at the cave entrance when a figure in blue clothes came out. Seeing He Mengxin packing up and walking out of the cave, Liu Yuxin and Song Changs hurried forward to pay their respects. "Master, are you leaving today? Why are you so anxious suddenly? You haven't even been back to Qingming Mountain to visit." He Mengxin waved to the two of them with a smile, and then replied softly, "I visited them the last time I came back. You did a good job. The Liu family has you taking care of them in Qing County, and they will definitely get better and better in the future. I am now in the sect and can't return to the family. Going back to visit too much will only add to the sadness. If you have time, please help me burn a few more incense sticks to the old patriarch and others. Now that you are married here, you must listen to your elders more, and don't be petty and bully Changs in the future." "Master, look at what you said. How did I bully him again?" Seeing that He Mengxin reminded her with some concern, Liu Yuxin immediately pouted unhappily. "Yuxin will be taken care of by me in the future, and I will definitely not let her suffer any grievances. Please rest assured, I will definitely not let her down in the future." Hearing Song Chang's serious promise to her, He Mengxin nodded slightly, and a golden talisman with a glittering luster and a small purple wooden box appeared in her hand. "This talisman was made by me some time ago. I didn't give you any good things this time. I'll leave this talisman for you two to use for self-defense. And this foundation building pill was brought back by me on purpose. Yuxin, you keep it first. If there is a suitable person in Qingming Mountain who can reach the foundation building realm in the future, you can give it to him. Although I can't come back often, I will not ignore you. If you need me for anything in the future, just send a message to Donghe, and I will try my best to come back." After saying that, He Mengxin immediately handed the foundation building pill in her hand to Liu Yuxin, and put the golden talisman in Song Chang's hand. The golden talisman He Mengxin took out had a very strong spiritual power, which had already surpassed the foundation building realm. It was obviously a very precious third-grade lower-grade talisman. Seeing this third-grade talisman in his hand, Song Changs was also a little surprised. He didn't expect He Mengxin to give him such a precious spiritual object. A third-grade lower-grade talisman can allow a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building to launch an attack that is not much worse than that of a golden elixir cultivator. It can be sold for at least 3,000 spiritual stones in the market, and this level of spiritual objects is not seen in ordinary small markets. Song Changs has been building his foundation for so many years, but this is the first time he has a spiritual object above the third level. He was a little excited in his heart. He hurriedly and carefully put the talisman away and bowed to He Mengxin to thank him. "Okay. I still have to go to say goodbye to fellow Taoist Song, so I won't say more to you." After waving to Song Changs and Liu Yuxin again, He Mengxin immediately turned around and left the place. Liu Yuxin, who was still reluctant to leave, stood there and watched her master go away. Suddenly, She turned around with a smile and stretched out her hand to Song Chang's beside her. "Where is the talisman that the master gave you just now? Take it out and show it to me." After parting with Liu Yuxin and the others, He Mengxin, under the guidance of a Qi refining cultivator of the Song family, quickly came to the meeting Immortal pavilion on the top of the mountain and saw Song Qingming and Wang Xian, who were drinking tea here. "Dao Aohui, please take a seat. You came at a good time today. This is the top-grade spiritual tea that Xian just brewed." After seeing Song Qingming bow slightly, He Mengxin walked forward and sat down beside the two of them. After tasting the spiritual tea brought by Wang Xian, he smiled and slowly opened his mouth to Song Qingming. "Fellow Taoist Song, Yuxin's celebration has ended, and I have nothing else to do in Qing County. Today I have come here specially to say goodbye to the two fellow Taoists." "Fellow Taoist, he has just returned a few days ago. Why are you in such a hurry to leave?" "I have been busy with family affairs these days and have not entertained you properly. I still want to find time to exchange cultivation experiences with you." Seeing that He Mengxin was anxious to leave, Song Qingming immediately spoke up to try to keep her. Hearing this, He Mengxin smiled and shook her head, saying, "I left in a hurry this time, and did not tell the sect that I was going out. I'm afraid that if it takes too long, the elders of the sect will look for me everywhere. It's better for me to go back early to avoid causing trouble for the sect." "You two fellow Taoists want to exchange cultivation experiences with me. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, so there is no need to rush. Next time you go to the East China Sea, fellow Taoist Song just needs to send me a message, and I will make sure to find time to entertain you too." Hearing what He Mengxin said, Song Qingming immediately understood that she came back to the floating cloud mountain range to participate in Liu Yuxin's dual cultivation celebration without the sect's consent and was not here in a fair and open manner, so she did not dare to stay long. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately cupped his hands with some regret and said, "Oh. Even so, of course, the sect's affairs are more important, and we will not force fellow Taoist he to stay. I talked to fellow Taoist last time about Qingming. If fellow Taoist he has any news about her in the East China Sea, please help send a message to me. I will be very grateful. Qingming has been traveling in the East China Sea for so long, and she didn't come to Beihou Palace to find me. I am really disappointed. I have to talk to her next time we meet." "Fellow Taoist Song, rest assured, Qingming and I are like sisters. If she really encounters any trouble in the East China Sea and comes to me, I will help her without you asking. After returning, I will ask the disciples of the sect outside to help inquire about her. If there is any news about her, send a message to let you know as soon as possible." When He Mengxin saw Song Qingming mention Song Qingming, a hint of complaint immediately appeared in her tone. Song Qingming and Li Zuanyi had been traveling in the East China Sea to cultivate immortals together for almost 5 years. But they had not gone to the 100 Flowers Palace to look for her sister, with whom she had a good relationship. He Mengxin only learned the news from Song Qingming and Wang Xian after she came back to participate in Liu Yuxin's dual cultivation celebration this time and talked with him. However, although He Mengxin had some resentment on her face, she was not really unhappy. When she heard that Song Qingming wanted her to help find out the news about Song Qingming, she immediately agreed. "Then I'm sorry to trouble you, Taoist he. Next time I go to the East China Sea, I will visit you at the 100 Flowers Palace." Seeing that He Mengxin agreed to help find out the news about Song Qingming and the others, Song Qingming hurriedly stood up and bowed to her to express his gratitude. He Mengxin also bowed in return and said, "Okay. It's settled. I will definitely wait for you two Taoists in the East China Sea." After the three of them drank tea and chatted for a while, He Mengxin quickly stood up and said goodbye, turning into a beam of light and leaving Funiu Mountain directly. At the same time, on a barren mountain dozens of miles away, a pair of eyes looked at the direction where He Mengxin left, then turned to look at the Song family's Funiu Mountain, and then quickly disappeared from the spot. After the dual cultivation celebration of Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin ended, Funiu Mountain slowly quieted down again, and the entire Song family entered a relatively peaceful time. In addition to practicing, Song Qingming, who had nothing to do, entered the retreat cave again, and devoted most of his energy to studying the way of formation. Finally, half a year later, he successfully restored the formation plate and formation flags of the large formation to the latest state. Just after repairing the Xiangang 5 elements formation, Song Qingming immediately walked out of the cave and came to an open space on the west side of the mountain top. After a glance around, Song Qingming's hand moved with a flash of spiritual light, and 5 more black formation flags appeared. He controlled it to quickly insert it onto the ground in front. Then Song Qingming threw out another black array disc in his hand. After the array disc flew into the air, the array flag on the ground quickly raised a translucent spiritual light, forming an inverted semicircular shield. After taking a look at the transparent shield in front of him, Song Qingming moved the magic power in his hand again, and a golden ring appeared in front of him. Then the magic power in his hand continued to flow into the golden ring. The golden ring continued to grow in midair, and soon it grew from 1 foot in size to 2 or 3 feet wide, and the surrounding area was covered with a layer of light green spiritual light. Go. After a while, Song Qingming, with a serious expression, uttered a word softly, and the golden ring in front of him immediately turned into dazzling golden light, which slammed heavily on the transparent light shield not far away. Only to hear boom. With a loud bang, a spark instantly appeared in front of Song Qingming, blocking his sight. Before Song Qingming could see the situation in front of him, the explosion aftermath of the golden ring hitting the light shield turned into a gust of wind, sweeping up the dust around and rushing towards him. Seeing this, a white protective aura immediately appeared in front of Song Qingming, blocking him in front of him. After the gust of wind brought by the aftermath dissipated, Song Qingming immediately flashed to the transparent light shield. Seeing that the formation in front of him was intact and had not been destroyed by the magic weapon he had just used, Song Qingming's originally calm face was also there was a hint of satisfaction on his face. After more than 30 years of hard work since he acquired it Yongang 5 elements formation, Song Qingming finally got what he wanted today and completely repaired a damaged 3rd grade upper grade formation in his hand. He had just casually arranged the formation, and its defensive ability could easily withstand the full force of a late giant and master like himself. If he had found a suitable location and carefully arranged it like when Feng He was crossing the tribulation, the power of the formation could be more than doubled. Even if it was used to resist the attack of a unyielding cultivator, it would not be impossible. After trying to use magic weapons to attack the Yongang 5 elements formation in front of him, Song Qingming did not rush to put away the formation in front of him, but suddenly flew into the air. Then, Song Qingming raised his hand and pointed the magic power in his hand immediately through the formation and shot into the black formation disk floating in the air not far from him. After a while, a layer of light green light slowly emerged on the surface of the black formation disk, and then the momentum of the entire Yongang 5 elements formation slowly changed from before. After stopping the infusion of magic power, Song Qingming controlled the man beside him. The magic weapon Golden Treasure Halo not far away launched another attack on the formation. This time, although the result of the attack was the same as before, it still failed to break the defense of the Yongang 5 elements formation. However, Song Qingming could clearly feel that the power of the formation in front of him was a little stronger than before, which made his face, which had just calmed down, show a little pride again. The Qi Refining Treasure Art is indeed useful for formations. It's a pity that this formation was not refined by me, otherwise I could at least increase the power of this Yongang 5 elements formation by 10%. Song Qingming whispered to himself, then he put away the magic weapon beside him with satisfaction, and then put all the Yongang 5 elements formation arranged on the ground back into the storage magic weapon on his waist. After returning from Wu State, Song Qingming has been studying how to repair the magic formation every day in recent years. A few months ago, he suddenly had an idea and refined the Qi Refining Treasure Art that he practiced in his body into the magic formation. Sure enough, the result did not disappoint him. After the Yongang 5 elements formation was integrated into the Qi Refining Treasure Art that he practiced in his body, like the several magic weapons on him, the power increased by about 20% compared to before. If this when refining the magic array from the very beginning, the Qi Refining Treasure Art was directly poured in, and the power of the Yongang 5 elements could be increased a little more, at least 30% more defensive power than before. After discovering that the Qi Refining Treasure Art had this use, Song Qingming was very happy. When cultivators fight, the formation is the same as the magic weapon, which can also enhance their own combat effectiveness. The formation he will arrange in the future will be 30% more powerful than usual, which is undoubtedly a great improvement for his fighting ability. After finishing the test of the formation, Song Qingming had just returned to the cave, and he saw Song Yuanfang who came anxiously not far from the door. Haha. I was a little bored when I came out of retreat just now, so I moved my hands and feet. I didn't want to scare you." Seeing that Song Yuanfang still had a bit of panic on his face, Song Qingming knew that it must be because of the noise he made on the top of the mountain just now that scared him, so he hurriedly smiled and explained to him. Seeing this, Song Yuanfang smiled and hurriedly stepped forward to pay his respects. "Seventh uncle, I just happened to come here to discuss something with you. It's about my 19th brother. Half a month ago, he suddenly came to me and said that he wanted to go out for a trip. You also know that his injuries have not fully recovered. It is a bit dangerous to choose to go out for a trip now. I have persuaded him for a long time but still failed to shake his mind. I'm afraid you have to go and see it in person." "Well, how has Yuan Li's injury recovered now?" "I helped him check it half a month ago. The external injuries of the body have basically recovered. Now only the meridians in the body need to be properly nursed. It is estimated that it will take another 3 or 4 years to slowly adjust. It can be said that he has recovered 70% to 80%. After hearing Song Yuanfang's reply, Song Qingming thought for a moment before speaking. Yuanfang has been in seclusion to heal his injuries for these years, and he is a little depressed. Since his injuries have recovered by 70% to 80%, although he cannot exert his full strength in fighting with others with his foundation, he will not suffer any loss when facing ordinary foundation building cultivators. I think it is better to let him go out for a walk, and it can also change his mood. Yuanfang, what do you think?" "I agree with him wanting to go out for a walk, but I have never dared to agree, but I am still a little worried about his injuries." Seeing that Song Qingming expressed his opinion and turned his gaze to himself, Song Yuanfang sighed slightly. Song Qingming smiled and nodded when he heard it. "Well, I know what you think, but jade will never be made into a useful tool if it is not polished. You see, although the family has become wealthy in recent years, more people have the opportunity to use the foundation building pill to build the foundation in seclusion, but the chance of success in building the foundation is far less than before. Many young cultivators in the family are still too lacking in experience." Hearing what Song Qingming said, Song Yuanfang nodded immediately and said, "What seventh uncle said is right. In the past 10 years, there are a total of 5 people in the family who have been in seclusion to build the foundation. They were all carefully selected by many elders of the family. Their talents of 3 spiritual roots are not worse than those of us. However, among the 5, only Zuanayu and Zuanling succeeded in building the foundation. It is indeed much worse. Recently, I have also had some ideas. I plan to arrange for those clan members who have just broken through to the late stage of Qi refining to go out for training, so that they can gain some experience outside and have a better grasp of building the foundation in the future." Hearing what Song Yuanfang said, Song Qingming immediately nodded in agreement and said, "Well, your idea is good. Not only these Qi refining cultivators, but also you, the family's foundation building elders, should go out if you have the opportunity. You can experience more insights in cultivation outside, which is also beneficial for your future dam formation. In 2 days, please notify and summon all the cultivators above the middle stage of the family to come back to see if there are any of them who want to travel like Yuan Li, and then we will discuss how to arrange it." "Okay. Seventh uncle, I will handle this matter first, and report to you when I have news." After Song Yuanfang left the top of the mountain, he immediately sent a message to all the foundation building elders of the family outside, and gathered them in the family's meeting room 2 days later. After the monster riot, the cultivators in the entire Qing County were slowly recovering. The Song family, which lost nearly 100 cultivators, has now recovered a lot of vitality, and the number of cultivators in the family has risen to more than 400. It is estimated that in a few years, it will be able to recover to the level before the monster riot. In addition to Song Qingming and the 3 Jinden cultivators, there are now 13 foundation building cultivators in the family. Although the Song family lost a foundation building elder, Song Changlin, in the previous monster riot, but the number of foundation building cultivators in the family has increased instead of decreased, with 2 more. Among the 13 foundation building elders, there are 2 late-stage foundation building cultivators, namely Song Yuanli, who has been in seclusion for a long time to heal his injuries and is at the 8th level of foundation building, and Song Changs, who has just got married and held a double cultivation celebration and is at the 7th level of foundation building. They are also the 2 with the highest cultivation among the many foundation building cultivators in the Song family. There are 7 mid-stage foundation building cultivators, including Songyuan Heo, Songyuan Fang, Songyuan Xu, and Liu Yuzin, and the other 3 have already cultivated to the 6th level of foundation building. The remaining 3, Songzuanting, Wang Leking, and Songyuan Qian, have lower cultivation levels, and are only at the 4th or 5th level of foundation building. Among the 7 mid-stage foundation building cultivators of the Song family, the one with the highest cultivation level and the closest to breaking through to the late stage of foundation building is Liu Yuxin, who just married into the Song family. At present, her cultivation level has reached the peak of the 6th level of foundation building. In her hand, she also has the breaking barrier pill given to her by Song Qingming not long ago. She can retreat at any time to break through the bottleneck of the 7th level of foundation building. Liu Yuxin has a good talent for cultivation, and with the help of the breaking barrier pill, she can also practice with her own strength. The probability of her breaking through to the late stage of foundation building is still very high. If nothing unexpected happens, Liu Yuxin should soon become the 3rd late-stage cultivator of the Song family. The remaining 4 foundation building elders, Songzuanqing, Songzuanfeng, Songzuaniu, and Songzuanling, are all relatively young Zhuan generation cultivators of the Song family. They have built their foundations for a relatively short time, and their current cultivation is still at the initial stage of foundation building. Among them, Songzuaniu and Songzuanling are the elders of the family who have successfully built their foundations. Both of them are Zhuan generation cultivators of the family who successfully built their foundations after the monster turmoil, and their current cultivation is still at the 1st level of foundation building. Although the family has more than a dozen foundation building monks, the Song family has developed rapidly in recent years. Many family businesses in many places need foundation building monks to take charge, and there are not many people who can stay on Funiu Mountain to practice. Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanqian need to help manage many trivial matters of the family. Usually, they are the busiest 2 people, and occasionally they need Wang Leking to help them. It is difficult for them to have free time except for practicing. Song Yuanxu, who has become a 2nd level upper grade spiritual plant master, needs to help manage the spiritual medicine garden in the back mountain of the family. She also rarely leaves Funiu Mountain. After Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin got married, Song Qingming directly arranged for them to go to Qianfang to help the family take charge of this important market. There is a powerful 2nd level upper grade defense formation in Qianfang. With Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin in charge, plus the help of many Qi Refining monks in the market, the defense force is still not weak. Even if ordinary gold and elixir monsters attack, it is difficult to break through the mountain protection formation in a short time. The Song family also set up a 2nd grade upper grade formation at Shuangfang Mountain, where the spiritual stone vein is located. Currently, the 2 family elders who have established their foundation, Song Yuanheo and Song Zuanting, are guarding this place. Although a 2nd grade upper grade mountain protection formation was also set up, the spiritual vein of Shuangfeng Mountain is only of the 2nd grade middle grade, which is not as good as the nearby Qianfang. The power of the 2nd grade upper grade formation will be greatly weakened. In addition, the number of monks stationed there is not much, and the defense force is not as good as the Qianfang with a law enforcement team of nearly 200 people. However, there is nothing to be done about it. After all, the Song family has just occupied this place, and this spiritual stone vein has just been in operation for a short time. If the spiritual vein is promoted rashly, it may cause the leakage of spiritual energy and reveal the secret that there is a spiritual stone vein here. For safety reasons, they can only send more monks to guard the spiritual stone vein. Yinfeng Ridge also needs a foundation building monk to sit in the Yinfeng Ridge. Currently, the one stationed there is Song Zuanfeng, who has only the 3rd level of foundation building. However, the mines in Yinfeng Ridge have been mined for many years, and there are fewer monsters nearby. With the help of 2 foundation building monks sent by Zioao sect, it is much safer now than before. Song Zuanqing, the 2nd level alchemist of the family, has also been sent to Qi Mountain Market in recent years to help manage several large shops of the family in the market. After the reconstruction of Qi Mountain Market, although the Song family's shares have been reduced a lot, the shops originally allocated to them have not been reduced. If they want to run these shops, they also need a reliable monk to take charge. Chapter 711, New Giant Monk, No Regrets. As a 2nd level alchemist, Song Zuanking's first and second level elixirs are just what the Qi Mountain casual cultivators need. The family is more assured that he is there. Otherwise, Qi Mountain is thousands of miles away. If there is any problem in the market, the family will be unable to handle it in time. Among the more than 10 foundation building cultivators of the Song family, in addition to Song Yuanli, who is still recovering from his injuries, only Song Zuanayu and Song Zuanling, who have just established their foundations, have not been assigned any tasks by the family. After receiving the family's call to return to Funiu Mountain for discussion, everyone thought that Song Yuanfang had some important family affairs to discuss with him. When Song Yuanfang said that he wanted to let some family cultivators go out for training, many elders of the Song family sitting in the meeting room showed some surprise on their faces. Especially Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao, who had wanted to go out for training for a long time, were a little puzzled and excited. As soon as Song Yuanfang finished speaking, the two of them immediately stood up and asked to go out for training for a period of time. In addition to Song Yuanli and Song Yuanhao, Song Changs, Liu Yuxin, and Song Yuanqian also stood up one after another and expressed their desire to go out and have a look. After Song Yuangsu established his foundation, he stayed in the clan all year round and rarely went out. This time, he wanted to go out for a walk. But because there was a spiritual fruit on the third-level gilded fruit tree in the family's spiritual medicine garden that was about to mature, Song Yuangsu was a little worried that the spiritual plant masters under the family would not take good care of it, so he decided to wait until the spiritual fruit was ripe and picked later before going out to travel. There was another family elder, Song Zuanfeng, who took the initiative to apply for going out to travel, but was rejected on the spot by Song Yuanfang, who required him to cultivate to the middle stage of foundation building before going out to travel. This was also a restriction that Song Yuanfang and Song Qingming had discussed at the beginning for the safety of the family cultivators. The family's foundation building cultivators can go out for training for a maximum of 10 years, and they must have a cultivation level above the middle stage of foundation building, and the range cannot exceed the cultivation world of the floating cloud mountain range. A cultivator in the Qi refining stage can only go out for 5 years at most. He needs to reach the late stage of Qi refining and can only travel within the territory of Wei State. Zuanfeng, this is the rule that the ancestor and I have discussed and set. It is useless for you to complain to me. You can either practice hard and break through to the middle stage of foundation building as soon as possible, or go to the top of the mountain to find the ancestor to explain this matter. As long as the seventh uncle agrees, I will definitely not stop you. Seeing that Song Zuanfang was still unwilling to give up and kept pestering him, Song Yuanfang was also ruthless and unmoved, and directly pushed the matter to the ancestor of the family on the top of the mountain. When he heard that he was asked to find Song Qingming, a serious-looking Song Zuanfang appeared in his mind. And he immediately calmed down and sat back in his chair with some disappointment. Although Song Zuanfang is a direct descendant of Song Qingming, in addition to supporting him over the years, he is also very strict in person. If he does something wrong, he will also reprimand him in front of everyone. Knowing Song Qingming's character, he naturally didn't dare to go to the top of the mountain to face this bad luck, otherwise he would inevitably be scolded again. However, Song Zuanfang's current cultivation has reached the third level of foundation building, and it is not too far from the middle stage of foundation building. As Song Yuanfang said, as long as he is willing to practice hard, he will sooner or later be allowed by the family to go out for training, so there is no need to rush. Thinking of this, Song Zuanfang's disappointed face gradually calmed down, and he had made up his mind that he would step up his training and strive to break through his cultivation as soon as possible. Song Yuanli and the other 5 decided to go out for training, and naturally they needed other people to take over the affairs in their hands. Under Song Yuanfang's arrangement, Song Yuangsu took Song Zuanayu to Qianfang to take charge, and Song Zuanling followed Song Zuanting, who did not choose to go out for training for the time being, to Qingming Mountain. Song Zuanqing and Song Zuanfang returned to Tuan Mountain and Yinfangling respectively to take charge, and all the affairs on the Funiu Mountainside were taken over by Song Yuanfang and Wang Leking and his wife. Although Song Changs and his companions left the family to travel, it would temporarily weaken the defense force of some families in Qianfang and Shuangfang Mountain, but it would not have much impact on the current Song family. After all, Song Qingming, the late giant and ancestor, is still in charge of Funiu Mountain. Even if there is any danger, the giant and cultivators can reach these two places in just a quarter of an hour. After arranging these things, in less than half a month, Song Yuanli and the other 5 went to the top of the mountain to bid farewell to Song Qingming, and then left the family and set off for the places they had thought of long ago. Among them, Song Yuanli went all the way south, preparing to travel along Taiyu Lake to the south near the Wu Kingdom's Yuxin realm. Song Chang's and Liu Yuxin and his wife planned to go directly west together, wanting to go to the largest Qin kingdom in the Funiu Mountain range's Yuxin realm. Song Yuanqian chose to go to Shangyang State in the southeast of Wei State. Not only is there a lot of ways there, but it is also adjacent to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. Many rare spiritual objects can be seen, which is also a place that Song Yuanqian has always been interested in. Song Yuanhao set his sights on the Song Kingdom to the west of Taiyu Lake. He heard that there was a secret realm there that was about to be opened, so he wanted to see if he could find a chance there. Song Qingming did not interfere too much with the places Song Yuanli and his friends chose to travel. He just told them to be careful and not to trust others easily, and to remember to return as soon as possible. Before leaving, Song Qingming also specially gave each of them a second-level top-grade talisman for self-defense. After Song Yuanli and his friends left Funiu Mountain, under the arrangement of Song Yuanfang, more than 20 late-stage Qi refining cultivators in the family who had recently broken through chose to travel with the permission of Song Yuanfang. Most of them went north to the market near the Funiu Mountains, and a few went south to the Taiyu Lake. After seeing off Song Yuanli and his friends, Song Qingming had been practicing in seclusion for less than 2 months when a letter from Guiyang Mountain made him come out of his cave. Song Qingming, who had just come out of his cave, saw a letter in Song Yuanfang's hand not far away, and immediately asked in a low voice, "Yuanfang, is there any news about Zinayu?" After seeing Song Qingming's figure appear, Song Yuanfang hurriedly handed over the letter in his hand, and then replied calmly, "Seventh uncle, more than 10 days ago, I heard that there was a sudden heaven and earth phenomenon on Guiyang Mountain that lasted for several days. It seemed that another cultivator in the sect had succeeded in forming a pill. After learning about this, the next day when I sent a letter to the sect's General Affairs Hall to discuss the settlement of Yinhao Stone's goods this year, I also asked about 8th Uncle's Dan. Unexpectedly, I received a reply from the General Affairs Hall today. They said in the letter that 8th Uncle had come out of retreat 3 months ago, and this time he failed to form a pill and was injured because of it. Is the injury serious?" Hearing Song Yuanfang's words, Song Qingming's face suddenly sank. After asking carefully with some anxiety, he opened the letter in his hand again. The letter didn't mention this, but I guess that Uncle 8 might have been seriously injured. If it wasn't serious, they would have said it directly in the letter, Song Yuanfang said with some helplessness. After carefully scanning the letter in his hand, Song Qingming slowly put it away, and said to Song Yuanfang beside him, "Yuanfang, I'm going to Guiyang Mountain to figure this out now. If you are in a hurry about anything at home, go directly to Xian. She has been practicing in seclusion in the cave recently." After explaining a few words to Song Yuanfang, Song Qingming turned back to his cave to pack up, and then left Funiu Mountain and boarded the flying boat directly to the sect. It has been 3 years since Song Zinayu was in seclusion to form a pill. There has been no news from Guiyang Mountain. Song Qingming thought that Song Zinayu might have passed the first level of the dam forming stage, and was not far from forming a pill. He was secretly happy for him. Unexpectedly, at this time, Song Qingming, who was standing on the phantom boat, suddenly heard the news that Song Zinayu had failed to form a pill. He sighed helplessly in his heart. Song Zinayu's lifespan is almost 180 years old now. He needs to spend a lot of time to recover from the failure of forming a pill this time. For him, the chance of forming a pill again is very slim. Although he knew that it was not easy for a cultivator to form a pill, Song Qingming was not too surprised to hear the news that Song Zinayu failed to form a pill, but he still felt a little sorry that he failed to form a pill this time. Song Zinayu has been a disciple of Xiaoyo sect for more than 100 years. Although he has not been in the family for these years, he still cares about the family's affairs. When the foundation was just built not long ago, the Song family was just an ordinary foundation-building family and did not have much influence in the sect. Whenever the family needed help from the sect, Song Zinayu would run errands everywhere and help to inquire about the news. Song Qingming has always had a good impression of his nephew. At this moment, Song Qingming had always wanted to support Song Zinayu in forming a pill, but unfortunately, After his cultivation reached the 6th level of foundation building, his path had not been smooth, which delayed his formation of a pill. It was not until he was over 170 years old that Song Zinayu began to form a pill in seclusion after cultivating to the peak of foundation building, which was several decades later than when Song Qingming and Song Qingayu formed a pill for the first time. If the injury was not serious this time and he could recover in a few years, Song Zinayu might still have the hope of forming a pill again. But if he directly injured his danchan and meridians like Song Qingming did when he failed to form a pill for the first time, it would take at least 10 years to recover. In this way, after Song Zinayu recovered from his injury, his lifespan would be almost 200 years old, which was almost equivalent to missing the deadline for the final formation of a pill, and Song Zinayu's future path would basically stop here. After a long journey, Song Qingming came to Guiyang Mountain. Just as he was about to look for Song Zinayu, he ran into Fang Baixun, who happened to pass by. "Brother Song, how did you find time to come to the sect today? Are you here to congratulate Sister Yun?" Seeing Fang Baixun took the initiative to come forward and talk, Song Qingming hurriedly returned the greeting and said, "Brother Fang, I heard a few days ago in Funiu Mountain that there was a strange phenomenon of Jindan appearing in the sect. Is the Sister Yun you mentioned the one who has successfully formed a Jindan?" From what Brother Song said, it seems that you are still not very clear about this matter. "Brother, you are right. Sister Yun succeeded in forming a Jindan half a month ago." Seeing that Song Qingming did not know this new Jindan cultivator in the sect, Fang Baixun took the initiative to slowly introduce the other party's identity to Song Qingming in detail. This sect disciple who had just formed a Jindan was named Yunishin. This woman not only had outstanding spiritual roots and was a rare spiritual root cultivator, but was also the direct disciple of another Jindan elder Zhao Mengling in the sect. This was her first attempt at forming a Jindan, and she did not expect to successfully break through to the Jindan realm. Yunishin just turned 100 this year, and she has already successfully formed a golden elixir and become the elder of the sect. She is also the fastest person in the Zioao sect to break through the golden elixir in the past 200 years after Bai Yuxin. After learning Yunishin's name from Fang Baixun, Song Qingming remembered that he had met this girl once before, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. When the Song family held a foundation building celebration for Song Yuan Heo, Yunishin went to Funiu Mountain with her master Zhao Mengling to participate in the celebration. At that time, Song Qingming had just come out of the Babel Tower not long ago. In order to seek the method of hatching the ice and fire dragon spirit beast egg in his hand, he condescended to ask Yunishin, who is good at taming beasts. When he met Yunishin that time, the other party's cultivation had just reached the 5th level of foundation building. Apart from being proficient in taming beasts, she did not leave much impression in Song Qingming's eyes. Song Qingming had never expected that the green-clad woman who stood behind Zhao Mengling at the beginning, whose cultivation level and appearance were not too outstanding, would have such a good talent for cultivation and would enter the golden core realm so quickly. Junior sister Yun is very talented, and now she has successfully formed a golden core and become one of our generation. It is estimated that it will not take long for her cultivation to surpass me, a senior brother who formed a golden core earlier. I just came out of retreat and heard about this, and was about to go to Yunmeng Peak to congratulate you. Senior brother Song happened to be here. If there is nothing urgent, why don't you go to senior sister Zao's place with me? Hearing Fang Baixun's invitation, Song Qingming thought about it and did not refuse, so he followed him to the Yunmeng Peak where Zhao Mengling practiced, and gave Yunishin, who had just successfully formed a golden core, a gift of his own. Because he knew in advance that someone might form a golden core on the Guiyang Mountain, Song Qingming had already made preparations before coming, and did not lose his manners by going there to congratulate him temporarily. As Zhao Mengling's direct disciple, Yunishin's success in forming a golden core so quickly was naturally inseparable from the support of her master Zhao Mengling. Seeing Song Qingming and the other two coming to Yunmeng Peak to congratulate, Zhao Mengling was also very happy. She had been in seclusion for the past few years and took the initiative to walk out of the cave to have a good chat with Song Qingming and the others. After getting a 3rd-level medium-quality Fuing and Pale and Wu state last time, Zhao Mengling's injuries have recovered a lot after several years of seclusion. Her complexion has obviously changed a lot compared to before. In addition, Zhao Mengling's face has been full of smiles, and in the eyes of others, she can no longer see anything unusual about her. After staying in Yunmeng Peak for half a day, Song Qingming got up and said goodbye and left, and then came to the nearby Lingyuan where Song Zinayu's cave was located. As soon as she arrived outside Song Zinayu's cave, a young woman in a white dress came out quickly. After seeing Song Qingming's figure, she hurried forward and bowed. Linxi, meet the ancestor. After 7 years of not seeing each other, Song Linxi's face has not only matured a lot, but her cultivation has also risen from the 5th level of Qi Refining to the 7th level of Qi Refining, which shows that she has lived up to her dual spiritual roots. Is Zinayu in there? Song Qingming waved his hand at Song Linxi in front of him, and then asked softly. Hearing this, Song Linxi immediately nodded and replied, Master is still in seclusion to recuperate. Ancestor, please go in and sit for a while. I have asked my senior brothers to invite Master out. Song Qingming nodded slightly, and followed Song Linxi into the cave. After a while, Song Zinayu, who was still a little pale, walked slowly to Song Qingming. 7th uncle. Why did you come here suddenly? Yuan Fang and the others didn't send a message in advance. As soon as they met, Song Zinayu immediately stepped forward to salute, with a somewhat nervous smile on her face, and was obviously a little surprised by Song Qingming's arrival. You said Yuan Fang didn't send a message, then why didn't you send a message to your family after you came out of retreat? You also asked me to come here in person to confirm your situation. Song Zinayu had just finished speaking when Song Qingming put down the teacup in his hand and immediately asked calmly. I was injured during this retreat. I didn't tell my family in time because I was afraid that you would worry. I thought I would tell you when my injury got better. After hearing Song Zinayu's relaxed explanation, Song Qingming didn't speak. He stood up and put his hand on Song Zinayu's head, closed his eyes and used his spiritual sense to carefully explore his body. Seeing this, Song Zinayu didn't dare to move. He just whispered to the apprentice beside him, Linxi. I still have something to say to the ancestor. If you guys are fine, go out first. After Song Linxi and the others left for a long time, Song Qingming withdrew his spiritual sense and slowly opened his eyes. The injury to your Danshan is not serious. You should be able to recover after taking pills for 1 or 2 years, but several meridians have been attacked by the vitality. Even if you take pills, it will be difficult to recover in a short period of time. You need time to slowly recover. I brought a few pills here, which are useful for healing the injured meridians. Take them first. When your aunt goes to the East China Sea, ask her to help find some pills that can help your injury. After saying that, Song Qingming took out a green jade bottle he had prepared and put it in Song Zinayu's hand. Seeing the pills handed over by Song Qingming, Song Zinayu nodded awkwardly, and then squeezed a smile on her face. Uncle 7, I know that I can't recover from my injuries so quickly. Don't worry, the worst that can happen is that I just need to spend more time recuperating. Nothing will happen. Although I failed in this retreat to form the golden elixir, I have also thought a lot of things clearly. Over the years, I have not been doing well in the path of cultivation, and I have been too obsessed with cultivation. Unknowingly, I have followed the old path of Uncle 3. It is not good to practice for a lifetime and always think about immortality. I should also think more about things other than cultivation. Fortunately, it is not too late for me to wake up now. Uncle 7, don't worry, I have figured it out. The path to the golden elixir is indeed a bit difficult, and I may not be destined to it. But I still have a lot of time in my life to do what I want to do, and I won't leave too many regrets like Uncle 3. Hearing what Song Zinayu said, a look of relief slowly emerged on Song Qingming's originally calm face. Zinayu, it's not easy for you to think of these things. Our cultivation of immortality is against the will of heaven. There is nothing wrong with either you or my third brother. It's just that sometimes we are too persistent and can't see the direction of progress. You are right. Whether it's foundation building or golden elixir, after 100 years of cultivation, we will eventually return to dust. We can't just practice for a lifetime. We still need to think about other things. But you can't give up your own path easily. Although most of the successful people in the world of immortal cultivation are talented, there are also many late bloomers. Personal machine fate is unpredictable, sometimes it may come late. Hearing this, Song Zinayu smiled and said, Yes, Uncle Qi, I've made a note of it, okay. I won't stay here any longer. If there's anything, remember to send a message home, and don't always worry about other people's affairs. Uncle Qi has practiced for more than 200 years in his life, and he is not a person who has not experienced any storms. There are some things that I know even if you don't tell me, it's just that I know it sooner or later. This time Song Qingming mentioned this again. Song Zinayu did not show any embarrassment, nodded with a smile on his face, and then said, "Seventh uncle. Although I need to recuperate now, it's okay for me to go out for a walk. Please talk to Yuan Fang when you go back. If there's anything happening at home, just send me a message. There's nothing big happening at home recently, so just focus on recuperating. Also, Lingxi is a talented girl, you must teach her well. If you are not available, you can ask Yuan Rong and others to help. Don't delay her path." Seeing Song Qingming talking about Song Lingxi outside, Song Zinayu immediately replied with a serious expression, "Well, Lingxi is indeed a talented child, and she practices hard. Not to mention that she will have no problem forming a pill in the future. There will definitely be no problem in building a foundation. Uncle Seventh, don't worry, I will definitely teach her well, and I will not let Lingxi be worse than me in the future." "Well, I feel relieved with your words." Song Qingming nodded with satisfaction, and gave Song Zinayu a few more instructions before saying goodbye and leaving his cave. Just as Song Qingming was about to set out to return to Funiu Mountain, two beams of light suddenly flew from a hill not far from Qianfang in Qing County, and landed on the top of the hill and turned into two figures. These two people came riding the wind, and a layer of light golden light emanated from their bodies. They were obviously accomplished giant and cultivators. Chapter 712, The Mysterious Purple-Dressed Woman, the Saintess of Beihu Palace. Looking at the Qianfang not far away, one of the young women in purple turned around and said respectfully, "This should be the Song family's Qianfang they mentioned. Senior sister, I will go to the market to ask around and see if I can find someone to ask about the situation first." Hearing the purple-clothed woman's words, another white-clothed woman with a veil who came with her did not speak, but nodded slightly with a calm face, agreeing to the other party's proposal. Then the purple-clothed woman restrained her cultivation, disguised herself as an ordinary Qi refining cultivator, and walked alone to the Qianfang in the distance. Although the Song family's Qianfang would check the information of the cultivators who entered and left, this move was only aimed at those notorious bandit cultivators and demon cultivators outside, and they would not refuse to let in strangers from outside. After the purple-clothed woman reported her name at the door, she was taken to a second-level magic circle at the door, and was allowed to enter the market after passing through it. This formation was created by Song Qingming after he came back from the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world. It can detect the hidden demonic energy in the cultivators' bodies and distinguish some people who practice the magic arts. It was a method that Song Qingming learned in Xianyuan City back then. Although it cannot completely distinguish those demon cultivators with higher cultivation in the foundation building stage, it is still somewhat useful for demon cultivators in the Qi refining stage. Since this formation was placed in Qianfang, in less than 5 years, the Fengshi law enforcement team has caught more than a dozen cultivators who secretly learned the magic arts. This also made those low-level demon cultivators hiding near Qing County frightened by this, and they dared not approach the places guarded by the Song family cultivators, and moved their caves away from the Song family's territory. The Song family is quite knowledgeable. They actually know how to set up an exorcism magic array in the market. It seems that what senior sister said is right. They are indeed not like ordinary giant and immortals. The purple-clothed woman who entered the market muttered to herself, then asked around in the market, and then came to a shop called Yuxin Pavilion in the middle of the market street. This shop is located in the central and prosperous area of the entire market, and its business is surprisingly good. There are many monks coming and going in the shop, and there are 5 or 6 waiters just to entertain the guests. Haha. What spiritual objects do you want to buy, sir? Our store has elixirs, spiritual talismans, magic tools, and everything else. The quality and price are absolutely guaranteed. Before the purple-clothed woman could see the situation in the store clearly, an old man in the late stage of Qi refining took the initiative to greet her and greeted her enthusiastically as a new guest. The purple-clothed woman saw the shopkeeper and said softly, "I want to buy some high-quality pills. Can you take me to a quieter place?" "Oh, sir, please follow me to the second floor. If you have any needs, just tell me." After a while, the purple-clothed woman, led by the shopkeeper, came to a secret room on the second floor. "Sir, there are only you and me here. If you want some pills, just tell me directly. Don't worry. Our store only does business and never asks customers anything else." Seeing that the purple-clothed woman had something to say, the shopkeeper thought that what she needed was too expensive. He was afraid that if others knew about it, it would bring him some danger, so he took the initiative to find a place to talk alone. Hearing the shopkeeper's question, the purple-clothed woman did not rush to talk about the pills, but looked up at the other party. At this time, the purple-clothed woman's eyes, which were originally very normal, suddenly turned into a strange purple color. The shopkeeper of Yuxin Pavilion was a little surprised to see this scene. But before he could react, a strange force made him stand still and unable to move. He couldn't even speak. He seemed to be controlled by someone. He just stared at the purple-clothed woman in front of him. Seeing the shopkeeper's appearance, the purple-clothed woman smiled with satisfaction and asked softly, "Is the boss of your shop surnamed Liu?" "Yes." "Where is she now?" "Take me to find her." Half an hour later, on the barren mountain outside Qingming. Seeing that the purple-clothed woman who had just gone to the market had turned back, the white-clothed woman who stayed behind hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did you find out anything?" Hearing this, the purple-clothed woman shook her head and said, "That girl went out to travel a few months ago, and I didn't find her. Later, I made some noise outside the market and brought some things back. I estimate that someone will come to the door on their own initiative in a while. These Qi refining cultivators don't know much. I will capture a foundation establishment cultivator and ask him later. I should be able to gain something. Now that things are not clear yet, there is no need to make a fuss about it. It's so troublesome. Since we can't find that girl, we can only ask her in person. I have just sent a message to Senior Brother Wu. When he comes, we will go to Funiu Mountain together." The purple-clothed woman heard this and smiled and folded her hands and said, "Don't worry, senior sister, they are just a few juniors. I know the severity of the situation and there will be no trouble. It is not certain whether the Song family has anything to do with this matter. It may be dangerous if we go there rashly. It would be safer to ask for information first and then find them." Just as the two women were talking on the mountain, a sword light suddenly flew out of the Qingming and flew directly towards the hill. "The prey is coming. Senior sister, wait a moment, I will catch it immediately." Seeing that the sword light not far away was obviously coming from a foundation building cultivator, the purple-clothed woman showed a wicked smile at the corner of her mouth, and then disappeared from the spot with a flash of light. Seeing this, the white-clothed woman did not stop her, but just stood there and shook her head gently. Funiu Mountain, in the Song family's alchemy pavilion. Wang Xian, who was sorting out the spiritual medicines needed for alchemy, suddenly received a voice transmission from outside. She frowned and walked out of her alchemy room. "Yuan Fang, what happened at Qingming?" Seeing Wang Xian in front of him, Song Yuan Fang, who was holding a sound transmission talisman in his hand, quickly replied, reporting to the ancestor. "I just received a letter from Yuan Su that Zuan suddenly disappeared outside the market. Someone was making trouble outside the market earlier, and Zuan took people to deal with it, but she didn't come back for half an hour. Yuan Zu sent people to look for her outside the market for several rounds, but didn't find her figure, so she sent a message to tell me. I just went to see Zuan life card, and there was no problem. I don't know what happened." Hearing after Song Yuanfeng's explanation, Wang Xian said with a serious face, "Could it be that there are demon cultivators causing trouble again? My husband has not returned from Guiyang Mountain yet. We should not go there rashly, lest we be ambushed by those demon cubs. Yuanfeng, you send a message to Yuan Zhu and ask her to open the formation to guard the market first. I will go to Guiyang Mountain in person and will be back in 2 hours at most. Yuanfeng, you open the formation to guard the house and don't let anyone take advantage of you." When Song Qingming and Wang Xian were both away, Song Qingyu, who was left alone to guard the family's Lingshan, was almost ambushed by the giant and demon cultivator. Hearing that Song Zuan suddenly disappeared, Wang Xian thought of similar things for no reason. After thinking about it, she decided not to go out and take risks casually, and chose a safer way. After explaining a few words to Song Yuanfeng, Wang Xian immediately came to the alchemy pavilion and summoned her flying boat. But in a moment she turned into a beam of light and left Funiu Mountain. Before Wang Xian walked out of Qing County, she saw a beam of light flying in front of her. When she saw who was coming, her face suddenly brightened. She controlled the flying boat under her feet and took the initiative to move towards the person. "Xian, why are you here? Did something happen at home?" Song Qingming, who had just rushed back from Guiyang Mountain, was surprised to see Wang Xian appear halfway and asked hurriedly. When she saw Song Qingming, Wang Xian immediately told him what happened in Qingming before and her worries. "So, Zuanayu may have been restrained by someone. The person who could subdue him so easily must have a high level of cultivation, at least a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. It is also possible that the giant and cultivator has come here, so we must go and meet him, my husband. This matter is a bit strange. It may be very dangerous if we go there rashly. Otherwise, we should go to the sect to ask for a few helpers, which will be safer. Seeing that Song Qingming was about to control the flying boat to turn around and go to Qianfeng while speaking, Wang Xian immediately stopped him. It's just that a foundation building cultivator is missing. We haven't figured out the situation yet. How can we rashly go to the sect to ask for help? We will make a fool of ourselves later. Don't worry, I am now late giant and cultivator. There are not many giant and cultivators who can beat me. Even if I can't beat them, it's not difficult to retreat to Funiu Mountain, which is not far away. Okay. I'll go with you. If you need help, I can take care of it. Well, you go with me. Seeing that Wang Xian was a little worried about him, Song Qingming immediately agreed and took her to Qianfeng to investigate the matter. Qing County is less than 1,000 miles away from Qianfeng. The two of them took the phantom boat at full speed for less than a quarter of an hour and arrived outside the gate of the market. At this time, Qianfeng had already been closed and martial law was imposed because of Song Zuanayu's disappearance. Even the market's mountain protection formation had been fully opened, and it looked like they were ready to face a powerful enemy. As soon as Song Qingming and his companions arrived at the entrance of the market, the gate was immediately opened from the inside. Then, Song Yuangsu, who looked a little nervous, came out with dozens of monks from the market law enforcement team. Seventh uncle, meet the ancestor. Song Qingming looked at everyone, nodded slightly and asked, where did Zuanai disappear? Have you looked for her everywhere? Reporting to seventh uncle, earlier, someone made trouble outside the market and robbed a monk from the law enforcement team of a magic weapon. Zuanayu heard about it and led people to chase the man in the direction of his escape, just to the hill in the east. Unexpectedly, after Zuanayu went there was no news for a while. The monks from the law enforcement team who followed her only saw her suddenly disappear after she climbed over a hill. They searched for a long time but could not find any trace of Zuanayu. Later, I sent people to search the area twice, but still had no news, so I sent a message to my family. Hearing Song Qingming's question, Song Yuangsu quickly told him everything that had happened before, and there seemed to be some worry about Song Zuanayu on her face. Song Qingming nodded slightly upon hearing this, and immediately instructed everyone, Zhuanyu's life plate is fine now. I'm afraid there are high-level demon cultivators nearby. Yuangsu, you immediately organize the law enforcement team and go to the place where Zhuanyu disappeared to check again, and let them be careful. Xian, you go there with them. I will try the blood soul seeking technique first to see if Zhuanyu is still nearby. After hearing Song Qingming's arrangement, Song Yuangsu led everyone to set off immediately, and went to the small hillside where Song Zhuanyu disappeared, looking for her traces bit by bit. Song Qingming found a cultivator with a similar bloodline to Song Zhuanyu in the market, took some of his blood essence, and began to cast a spell to try to use the blood soul seeking technique. He learned that year to find Song Zhuanyu's figure. The blood soul seeking technique will consume the cultivator's blood essence, which will have some impact on ordinary Qi refining cultivators. However, the Song family member in front of him was just a 4 spiritual root cultivator with average talent. After hearing his ancestors say that the family would compensate him with 100 spiritual stones, the tension on his face immediately disappeared, and he cast a spell to force out a large drop of blood essence from his body. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately raised his hand and released a yellow spiritual talisman to wrap it. Then, with the spiritual light in Song Qingming's hand, the spiritual talisman was instantly ignited and burned into a ball of ash. Looking at the green smoke emanating from the ashes in front of him, floating towards the hill where Song Yuangsu and the others had just searched, Song Qingming's face instantly became a little serious. You dare to hide nearby? It seems that you are really brave. Song Qingming had just finished speaking and was about to follow the green smoke to find the location of Song Zuanayu. Unexpectedly, he had just walked a short distance forward when he heard a fierce fight from the other side of the hill. Seeing this, Song Qingming's face changed, and he quickly took out the phantom boat and turned into a beam of light to rush over. As soon as he arrived near the battlefield, Song Qingming saw Wang Xian in mid-air holding the purple gold seal and a green ruai magic weapon, fighting against a strange purple-clothed woman with several ribbons around her. Not far from her, there was a rat that was trying to spit fire and was entangled with a python that was also red all over. Song Yuanxu and others below could only stand far away and watch the battle in the face of this battle of golden elixir, and did not dare to get too close. After Wang Xian's cultivation broke through the 3rd level of golden elixir, she got another 3rd level medium quality defensive magic weapon Jade Green Rui at the auction of the Star Conference of Wu State last time. Her current fighting strength is not much weaker than that of the average 4th level golden elixir cultivator outside. However, her opponent, the purple-clothed woman, has reached the peak of the 5th level of golden elixir, and her magical powers are much stronger than Wang Xian. Even in the face of Wang Xian's purple gold seal attack, the purple-clothed woman still looked calm. The streamer in her hand was able to handle Wang Xian's attack with ease and easily blocked it. Although Wang Xian used all her skills without reservation, she was still at a disadvantage after fighting with the purple-clothed woman for dozens of rounds. The spirit beast Red Flame on the side also did not gain any advantage in the face of the red python. He wanted to go over to help Wang Xian, but was tightly entangled by the other party and could not get away. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who had just arrived at the battlefield, immediately summoned his life-saving magic weapon 5-star Divine Light Mirror in his body and joined the battlefield to help Wang Xian. Under Song Qingming's control, the 5-star Divine Light Mirror turned into 5 huge bronze mirrors of different colors, heading directly towards the purple-clothed woman from 5 directions. The purple-clothed woman who was facing Wang Xian saw the 5-star Divine Light Mirror suddenly appearing around her, and her brows furrowed slightly, and she immediately lost her ease. She quickly took out a green flag magic weapon from her body, cast a spell to release a gust of wind to block one of the bronze mirrors, and took advantage of this gap to instantly move the purple-clothed woman to dozens of feet away, escaping from the encirclement of the 5-star Divine Light Mirror. Seeing that this woman had such a powerful magic weapon, Song Qingming's face showed a hint of surprise, and he immediately controlled the 5-star Divine Light Mirror to change direction and chase the purple-clothed woman again. Wang Xian, who was on the side, saw Song Qingming coming to help, and her face suddenly became happy. She quickly took the magic weapon and took the initiative to chase after her, wanting to help entangle the purple-clothed woman. Just as the 3 of them were fighting fiercely, a black light suddenly flew in the air and landed beside the purple-clothed woman, turning into a middle-aged man with a somewhat vicissitudes of life. After the middle-aged man arrived, he stretched out one hand and released a huge black brick, which hit Song Qingming's life magic weapon 5-star Divine Light Mirror, and directly repelled it. Golden Core 9th level cultivator, seeing the black-clothed man suddenly appearing in front of him, Song Qingming immediately frowned. Just when he wanted to see the other person's face clearly, a familiar voice had already entered Song Qingming's ears. Fellow Taoist Song, I am Wu Xiang from Beihou Palace. I haven't seen you for many years, so you should still remember me. After hearing this voice, Song Qingming took a closer look at the other party, and then cast a spell to call back the 5-star Divine Light Mirror not far away. Wang Xian also took back her magic weapon when she saw this, and called back Qian, who was still fighting with a red python not far away. The man in black named Wu Xiang was the giant and elder of Beihou Palace, whom Song Qingming met on the way when he went to the East China Sea to visit Qingming. Because more than 50 years had passed, the other party's cultivation and appearance had changed a little, so Song Qingming failed to recognize him at the first time. However, although he recognized the other party, Wu Xiang, as an elder of Beihou Palace, suddenly appeared in Qianfang and might have something to do with Song Zuanyu's disappearance, Song Qingming did not dare to let down his guard. The 5-star Divine Light Mirror was still around him, and he was not in a hurry to retract it into his body. Fellow Taoist Wu, why is it you? Did this fellow Taoist come with you? After Song Qingming replied to Wu Xiang, he looked at the purple-clothed woman beside him with some confusion. Seeing this, Wu Xiang nodded slightly to admit his relationship with the purple-clothed woman, and then said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Song, please don't misunderstand. Junior Sister Han is also an elder of our sect. She came with me this time. Junior Sister Han was just impulsive just now and didn't have any bad intentions. I hope that fellow Taoist Song will be magnanimous and don't misunderstand us because of this. Seeing Song Qingming staring at her with unfriendly eyes, the purple-clothed woman smiled and arched her hands and said, Haha. I just had a fight with a respected lady because I was itching to show my skills. I apologize to you. Fellow Taoist Song, please don't bother with a weak woman like me. Seeing that Wu Xiong and the purple-clothed woman sang the same tune and said that what just happened was a small misunderstanding in a few words, Song Qingming and Wang Xian both looked a little unhappy and did not believe each other's words. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, I have a natural judgment in my heart. There is no need for fellow Taoists to say more. What is the intention of you two sneaking into my Song family and kidnapping my younger generation? Although your Beihou Palace is a large unyielding sect, this is not the cultivation world of the East China Sea. If you don't give me a satisfactory explanation today, this matter will never be let go. Facing Wu Xiong and the purple-clothed woman, although Song Qingming and Wang Xian were a little inferior to each other in cultivation, they were not afraid of each other. Although the Song family is only a giant and fairy clan, it has the Yuanying sect Xiaoyao sect behind it. As long as Song Qingming sends a sound transmission node to Guiyang Mountain, he can immediately call for reinforcements from the sect. Seeing that Song Qingming did not let down his guard because of his appearance, Wu Xiong's face was also helpless, and he quickly cast a spell to send a secret sound to Song Qingming in private. Hearing the sound transmission sent by Wu Xiong, Song Qingming, who was standing in place, had a look on his face. Suddenly, things became a little complicated. After thinking for a while, Song Qingming said to Wang Xian beside him, asking her to take people back to Qianfang first, while he stayed where he was. Wang Xian was still a little worried when she heard Song Qingming ask her to go back first. It was not until Song Qingming explained to her that she nodded and took Song Yuanxu and the others to evacuate first. After the rest of the Song family had left, Wu Xiong, who was standing in front, said to Song Qingming with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Song, the saint is now at the foot of the mountain. You will understand what is going on when you see her later." After Wu Xiong finished speaking, he nodded slightly to Song Qingming, and then took the purple-clothed woman and flew down the mountain first. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately followed behind. After a while, Song Qingming followed Wu Xiong and the others to a meadow at the foot of the mountain, and saw a woman in white who had been waiting there for a long time. The woman in white had a veil on her face, and her face could not be seen clearly. Not far away from her stood a young woman in a green dress. She was the missing foundation building elder Song Xuanyu of the Song family. Seeing Song Qingming coming, the woman in white nodded slightly, smiled and saluted him. "Fellow Taoist Song, I haven't seen you for many years. I hope you are well." The voice was ethereal and very moving. Although Song Qingming could not see the face hidden under the veil, he recognized her at a glance. The woman in white was Xiamo, the saintess of the 100 Flowers Palace, who had come to Funiu Mountain with Himengson and had explored the Yuanying cave with him in Song Qingyuan state. Song has met Fairy Xiamo. Chapter 713 Himengson is missing, Yin-Yang Baji formation. Seeing an old friend whom he had not seen for many years, Song Qingming also hurried forward to bow to Xiamo and return. After not seeing each other for decades, the cultivation of the two has also changed. Song Qingming has broken through from the 4th level of Jiandan to the late Jiandan. And Xiamo, the proud girl of heaven, did not surprise Song Qingming. She successfully cultivated to the peak state of the 9th level of Jiandan, and was only one step away from entering the Yuanying realm. After Xiamo and Himengson left Weiguo together, Song Qingming and the other party never met again. He did not expect that Xiamo, the saintess of Beihou Palace who rarely went out, would take the initiative to come to the Funiu Mountain range to find him. After greeting Song Qingming, Xiamo said to the purple-clothed woman beside him, "Junior Sister Han, please go and send this junior back first." Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly to Song Xuanyu, who was still a little overwhelmed, and soon she left here with the purple-clothed woman surnamed Han. After the purple-clothed woman and Song Xuanyu left, Xiamo turned to Song Qingming and said, "Fellow Taoist Song, I came to you this time because of Junior Sister He. Did Junior Sister He come to Qing County to look for you a year ago? Please tell me the truth." After hearing Xiamo asking about Himengson, Song Qingming glanced at Wu Xiong not far away, nodded slightly to Xiamo and said, "Yes. Fellow Taoist He did come to Qing County about a year ago. However, she came in a hurry that time and only stayed for a few days before going back." Xiamo stared at Song Qingming's eyes, and after getting his answer, she continued to ask, "After Junior Sister He left Qing County, Taoist friend, do you know where she went? Did she mention anything else to you?" Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said, "I didn't hear her say she was going there. Taoist, he just said that she was in a hurry to go out and was anxious to return to the sect, so I didn't keep her. But I can be sure that she went east when she left. It seems that she should be returning to the East China Sea, not to other places. May I ask why Fairy Xia asked this, but what happened to Taoist He? After hearing Song Qingming's question, Xiamo was silent for a moment, then sighed slightly and said, after junior sister He left the sect last time, she never went back, and no news was sent back to the sect. The sect searched everywhere but couldn't find any news about her. We finally found you here according to the guidance of the life tablet she left in the sect. Taoist friend, what do you mean? Taoist He didn't return to the East China Sea after leaving Qing County last time. After hearing Xiamo's story, Song Qingming finally understood the purpose of the 100 Flowers Palace people looking for him, which was for the sect elder Himengson who had disappeared a year ago. Song Qingming was surprised to learn that Himengson did not return to the sect after leaving Qing County last time, but disappeared suddenly. Although the journey from the East China Sea to the floating Cloud Mountain cultivation world is long, it does not pass through the territories controlled by those dangerous high-level monsters. Logically speaking, Himengson is a 5th-level giant and cultivator, and it is not her first time to come to the floating Cloud Mountain cultivation world. There should be no unexpected situations on the road. Unless she is unlucky enough to meet some powerful demon cultivators or bandit cultivators on the road, or is targeted by other high-level cultivators from the hostile sects of the 100 Flowers Palace. Although this possibility is very low, most people will not easily provoke a giant and cultivator with a background, but there is never a lack of greed in the world of cultivation, and nothing is absolutely impossible. Fellow Taoist Song is right. Junior sister He has been missing for almost a year. We came here this time to look for her whereabouts. I hope fellow Taoist will not misunderstand. According to the guidance of the Sex Life Tablet, the place where junior sister He disappeared is near Qing County, but we have not been able to find the exact location yet. Since fellow Taoist Song is the last person to see junior sister He, I hope you can give me some guidance next. After Xiamo finished speaking, she took the initiative to bow to Song Qingming and expressed her gratitude first. Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hands and said, Fairy Xia, you are too polite. Fellow Taoist He and I are close friends. She disappeared after leaving me. How can I stand by and watch? Fairy Xia, please tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I will definitely help you with all my strength. I also ask the two fellow Taoists to trust me. I just learned about fellow Taoist He's disappearance. I have not lied to you. I dare to swear to the heaven that I am really unaware of this matter, since the other party kidnapped Song Zuanai without revealing their identity at the beginning. Song Qingming has never figured out the intention of the 100 Flowers Palace people. Now after hearing Xiamo's explanation, he finally understood. According to Xiamo, the place where Himengson disappeared was near Qing County, and she only went to Funiu Mountain when she came to Uyghur this time. Naturally, the Song family is one of the people who may also take action against Himengson. Xiamo and the others went through such a long circle. In fact, they were testing Funiu Mountain to see if the Song family had any connection with Himengson's disappearance. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Xiamo smiled and said, since I have confessed everything to you, I naturally believe you. Please don't doubt it. What I did just now was indeed to test you. After all, we have come all the way from the East China Sea, so we need to be careful. I hope you don't blame me. We have to apologize for scaring your younger generation. This thing is an explanation to you. I hope you don't worry about this matter for the sake of me and junior sister He. After Xiamo finished speaking, a small jade box appeared in her hand, and she was going to give it to Song Qingming. However, after Song Qingming saw this item, he simply waved his hand and said, Fairy Xia, there is no need to be so polite. Since what happened just now was a misunderstanding, I will naturally not keep it in mind. Fellow Taoist He disappeared for no reason, and you came here to look for her news. It is understandable that you are a little anxious. Then let this matter go and don't mention it again in the future. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Wu Xiang, who was standing next to him, immediately said with a happy face, haha. Fellow Taoist Song is indeed a generous person. I'm afraid we will need to stay in Qing County for a while to find junior sister He. I hope fellow Taoist Song will not be so formal with us. Song has just said that as long as I can help find fellow Taoist He, please feel free to tell me what you need. I will fully cooperate. After hearing this, Wu Xiang glanced at Xiamo and immediately said to Song Qingming, we can only find the vicinity of Qing County where junior sister He disappeared using the Sex Fate tablets. We can't find her exact location for the time being. I have practiced a secret method to find people, but I still need a method that junior sister he has been in recently. The spiritual objects or magical instruments that Wu Xiang had contacted were used to collect a trace of spiritual energy from her body. I found a few in her cave before I came here, but unfortunately, they were all things she hadn't used for a long time, and they could no longer collect the spiritual energy from her body. I wonder if fellow Taoist Song can provide me with one. It seems that fellow Taoist he has a personal magical instrument. The two fellow Taoists will go with me to the market to sit for a while, and I will send someone to get it right away. After hearing the spiritual objects that Wu Xiang needed, Song Qingming thought for a moment, and immediately remembered that Immortal had given Wang Xian a bracelet magical instrument that she had worn when she came to Funiu Mountain last time, so he immediately agreed. Just as Song Qingming and others were preparing to return to Qianfang together, the purple-clothed woman who had just left had also returned to the foot of the mountain. Seeing that everyone had already talked, she followed Song Qingming and others back to the market. On the way, through Wu Xiang's introduction, Song Qingming finally learned the name of the purple-clothed woman, whose name was Han Yutong. Although this woman's cultivation level is similar to Immortal's, she formed the Dan more than 20 years later than her, and she is also a person with excellent talent for cultivation. After returning to Qianfang, after hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Wang Xian finally understood the whole story, and quickly returned to Funiu Mountain to get the bracelet that Immortal gave her a year ago. In order to help this time, in addition to this bracelet, Wang Xian also went to Song Cheng's and Liu Yuxin's cave, found a few spiritual objects that Immortal had given to his apprentice before, and brought them together. The purple-clothed woman went to Qianfang before, originally intending to go directly to the market to secretly find Liu Yuxin to inquire about Immortal's news, and then ask her for these spiritual objects by the way, but unfortunately, she happened to be out for training, which made her return empty-handed. After getting the spiritual object that Immortal had recently touched, Wu Xiang took out a talisman and immediately began to cast a spell. He soon found a trace of Immortal's spiritual energy from the bracelet. Then Wu Xiang took out a compass-like magic tool and pasted the talisman wrapped in Immortal's spiritual energy on it. Soon the compass in his hand began to rotate non-stop. After a period of positioning, the direction pointed by the compass finally stopped in the northeast of Qianfang. Have you found fellow Taoist he? Seeing that Wu Xiang's compass stopped rotating, Song Qingming, who was standing aside, asked first. Wu Xiang nodded slightly with a calm face and said, according to the instructions on the compass, junior sister he should be about 2,000 or 3,000 miles northeast of here. Although this method can locate junior sister he's location, it can only find a rough direction, and it is necessary to search slowly along the way. The secret method of finding people used by Wu Xiang is somewhat similar to the bloodline soul-searching method used by Song Qingming before. Both use things related to the person being found to locate the approximate location of the other party. It's just that Song Qingming's bloodline soul-seeking method is more accurate, and can only be effective within a few dozen miles. Although Wu Xiang's secret method can find farther places, its accuracy is relatively low, and it can only find a rough direction, with an error of about 100 miles. It's okay to find the approximate place. 2,000 miles northeast of here is Funiu Mountain. I'm familiar with this place. I'll go there with you later, and I should be able to help you find fellow Taoist he faster. Hearing that the location Wu Xiang said was in Funiu Mountain not far away, Song Qingming hurriedly spoke up and expressed his willingness to go with him. Seeing Song Qingming say this, Xiamo on the side shook her head slightly and said, the disappearance of junior sister he has nothing to do with you. You have helped us a lot by finding the magic weapon. How can we trouble you again? It may be dangerous to go to find junior sister he. I think you should not go first. We will come to you if we need you. Fairy Xia, you are too polite. You and I are also close friends. How can you say that you are bothering us? Besides, although the disappearance of you is not related to my Song family, it happened in Qing County. If I don't care, I will be ashamed to face my old friend in the future. Seeing Xiamo actually refused his help, Song Qingming was slightly surprised, but he still insisted on showing his attitude of wanting to help. The reason why Song Qingming insisted on going was because Immortal's disappearance made him feel a little strange. In Qing County and even Funiu Mountain, apart from the Song family, there are no other giant and cultivators or demon kings. If Immortal really had an accident nearby, then there must be a mysterious and powerful force hiding here. Just like the group of ghost cultivators found in Yinfeng Ridge that year, if this hidden danger is not eliminated as soon as possible, it will definitely be difficult for the Song family, who are only thousands of miles away, to sleep peacefully. Even if it is not for Himengson, Song Qingming also wants to check what kind of powerful thing is hiding in the Funiu Mountain so close. Since fellow Taoist Song wants to help, how can we turn him away and ruin fellow Taoist Song's good intentions? I think senior sister Xia should stop being polite to him. Seeing that Song Qingming insisted on going together, Han Yutong, who was standing aside, hurriedly spoke up for him. Obviously, she hoped that Song Qingming could go to help. This is an internal matter of our sect. I don't want to trouble fellow Taoist Song, but it's kind of you to help me. Junior sister Xia, you should make the decision. Seeing that Song Qingming insisted on going, another elder of the 100 Flowers Palace, Wu Xiang, didn't seem to agree. But he was more tactful than Xiamo. He didn't refuse directly, but just handed the issue back to Xiamo for decision. Although Wu Xiang's cultivation level was the same as Xiamo's, he was a 9th level giant and cultivator, but he always listened to Xiamo, the saint of the 100 Flowers Palace, and never opposed any of her ideas and suggestions. After staring at Song Qingming calmly, Xiamo finally nodded slightly and agreed, since fellow Taoist Song is willing to help, then I'll trouble you. However, this trip may be a little dangerous. If you really encounter any unfavorable situation, fellow Taoist Song can leave on his own and don't need to care about us. I hope fellow Taoist Song will remember this. Don't worry, Fairy, I have practiced for many years and I am not a person who is indecisive and brave. If I really encounter danger, I will go to the Xiaoao sect for help. Hearing Xiamo's kind reminder, Song Qingming hurriedly bowed and agreed. Seeing that Xiamo agreed to take Song Qingming with him, Han Yutong's face suddenly showed some joy, and Wu Xiang looked at Xiamo, who suddenly changed his mind with some surprise. After talking to the people in the 100 Flowers Palace, Song Qingming explained a few words to Wang Xian outside and asked her to return to Funiu Mountain first. He quickly reunited with Xiamo and the other two, and then left the Qianfang together and flew to the northeast of Funiu Mountain. Because the secret method Wu Xiang used before could only locate the approximate location of Himengson, and there was no way to directly determine the exact direction, the speed of the group was not fast along the way, and they had to stop and change direction from time to time. Following Wu Xiang holding the compass, he slowly explored forward. Seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the target location, Song Qingming did not look too nervous. This time, except for Han Yutong, the other three people, including himself, who came out to find Himengson, were masters of the late Jinden stage. As long as they did not encounter the existence of the unyielding level, there should be no danger for them. The reason why Song Qingming dared to come out this time was also for this reason. It was much safer to follow Xiamo and others than to come alone in the future. After traveling for most of the day, everyone finally came to a place surrounded by mountains on all sides at dark. The location guided by Sister He's spiritual energy should be not far ahead, but it is not convenient to search now because it is dark. Let's rest here for one night and continue searching tomorrow. Hearing Wu Xiang's suggestion, Song Qingming and others did not object and nodded in agreement. Although Wu Xiang's status in Beihou Palace was average, he was very experienced in speaking and dealing with people. When Song Qingming first met him, he had a good impression of him. However, in order to get close to Xiamo, he deliberately went to curry favor with him, which made Song Qingming a little puzzled. Therefore, Song Qingming still had some reservations about Wu Xiang. When he fought with Han Yutong outside the Qianfang before, if the other party had not mentioned Xiamo's name, Song Qingming would not have easily given up. Because he knew that there were no high-level monsters nearby, Song Qingming was not too worried when he sat in the same place to rest. He just simply arranged a magic circle in front of him, and then quickly took out a few spirit stones to enter a state of meditation and began to meditate and practice. Han Yutong was similar to Song Qingming. He found a clean place nearby and sat down, and then released his red python to guard the surrounding area. The red python next to Han Yutong, like Wang Xian's Qian, was also a Demon King level giant and early stage spirit beast. It was successfully subdued by Han Yutong after he formed the elixir. In terms of cultivation, Han Yutong's red python is not much different from Wang Xian's Qian, but snake monsters are naturally restrained by rats, so in the previous battle, Qian suffered a lot when fighting it. Xiamo and Wu Xiang were more casual. They did not meditate and practice, nor did they take too much precautions around them. They just sat quietly and looked at the sky not far away. The moon set and the sun rose, and soon it was the morning of the second day. As the sun appeared, the thick fog in the mountains was slowly dissipated. Seeing that the surrounding scenery was clearly visible, everyone set out again and began to carefully search for Qingming's location. This mountainous area is located deep in the Funiu Mountain and is almost close to the floating Cloud Mountain range in the north. There are indeed few cultivators around except monsters. Because the sparse population is conducive to concealment, there were indeed many bandit cultivators and demons hiding nearby. The Eagle Peak Ridge that Song Qingming followed the people of Qing County to wipe out was not far from here. However, due to the sudden rise of the Song family in recent years, the number of bandits and demons entrenched in the vicinity has decreased significantly compared to before, and there are no large groups of bandits hiding here like in Yingfengling. Song Qingming had been to the vicinity before, so he was somewhat familiar with the surrounding area. After 2 days of careful searching under his leadership, they soon came to a high mountain that was very suitable for hiding. Junior sister Hizora is nearby, and it is very likely on this mountain, Wu Xiang, who had just arrived here and was holding an incense burner, immediately spoke excitedly. Hearing Wu Xiang's words, Song Qingming and others were also refreshed. After wandering around in this mountain for several days, they finally gained something today. Several people were about to set out to explore the mountain, but they suddenly heard someone talking not far away, interrupting their steps. After a while, 2 monks carrying the corpse of a monster quickly walked towards the location of Song Qingming and others. Obviously, the place they were going to was also the high mountain not far away. Seeing that the 2 people in front of them were only at the Qi refining stage, Han Yutong, who was standing next to everyone, immediately smiled and said, "Everyone wait a moment, I'll go and catch someone to ask about the situation above." After speaking, Han Yutong's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. A moment later, he suddenly appeared in front of the 2 people who were on their way, scaring them. But before they could shout, the 2 of them seemed to be bewitched, and followed Han Yutong to Song Qingming and the others with a dull look on their faces. These 2 little guys have been imprisoned by my bewitching technique. If you have any questions, just ask them directly. They will answer truthfully, seeing that Han Yutong's bewitching technique could control others so easily. Song Qingming also showed a little surprise on his face. After practicing for more than 200 years, Song Qingming had heard of many such secret methods from various classics, but this was the first time he saw someone perform it in front of him. He was curious about the power of this technique and asked the 2 people first, "Where are you cultivators from? What are you doing here?" "We are from Zhang State. We fled to Yulong Mountain 10 years ago. Yesterday, we received a mission to go out and kill a monster. We are going to return to the mountain to ask for rewards." "How many cultivators are there on this mountain now? How are their cultivation?" "In addition to Boss Yu, there are." Hearing the 2 people's straightforward answers, Song Qingming and his friends finally understood the situation on the high mountain behind them. This place is called Yulong Mountain. It was a deserted place 10 years ago. After the monster riots, a large area of Zhang State's territory fell, and many immortal cultivation families and scattered cultivation forces were severely damaged by the monster army. Some unlucky ones were even directly wiped out. Therefore, many cultivators from Zhang State drifted to the neighboring Wei State. Many of them lost their place of cultivation and went astray, becoming bandits in everyone's mouth. The Yulong Mountain in front of Song Qingming was created by a Zhang State Foundation building cultivator named Yulong, who took refuge here 10 years ago and created a bandit force. Although under the leadership of Yulong, they have killed many casual cultivators near Pingyang County in recent years, but because these people have just arrived here and rarely come out in the depths of Yunwu Mountain, they have not attracted the attention of the nearby mortal cultivation families. Hearing that the bandits on the opposite mountain were led by a foundation building cultivator, Song Qingming and others were a little surprised. There were only a few dozen bandits on Yulong Mountain, and the leader of the bandits was only in the early stage of foundation building. No matter how you listen, it has nothing to do with the disappearance of Qingming, a giant and cultivator, so they can't help but not believe what the other party said. After further questioning, they only learned from them that some strange cultivators had indeed come to the mountain in the past year or so, but they could not tell who they were or what their cultivation level was. Seeing that they could not answer any useful questions in the face of Song Qingming's questioning, Han Yutong quickly said, "These 2 people are only at the Qi refining stage, and they may not know much. It seems that this group of bandit cultivators should have someone behind the scenes. I just checked and they are not contaminated with demonic energy. Now we can be sure that those who attacked Junior Sister He were not those demon cultivators. It seems that they can only be bandit cultivators or scattered cultivators nearby. Before everyone came here, in fact, they were most worried that Qingming might have encountered some powerful demon cultivators. For this reason, Song Qingming also brought 2 high-level soul-chasing talismans to deal with demon cultivators Yuanshan. After hearing what Tan Yutong said, Song Qingming and the others' faces obviously looked much better, and they all showed a bit of relief. Compared with those demon cultivators with strange and unpredictable magical powers, it would definitely be easier for them to deal with bandit cultivators with similar cultivation levels. Senior Sister Xia, Senior Brother Wu, fellow Taoist Song, I will go and challenge them first to see what kind of people they are. After explaining the situation to the 3 of them, Han Yutong spoke first, wanting to go and lead the others to see if she could lead out the person behind the scenes. Seeing this, Song Qingming and the other 2 did not speak to stop her. With Wu Xiang's careful instructions, Han Yutong had already taken the initiative to release her aura, turning into a beam of light and rushing straight to the Yulong Mountain in front of her. After arriving at the top of the mountain, Han Yutong did not say much, and directly took out a flying sword magic weapon and slashed at the mountain protection formation in front of her. The Yulong Mountain spiritual vein is only the 2nd level lower grade, and the mountain protection formation on it is not a very high grade. Han Yutong used all her strength to slash the 2nd level lower grade formation, formed by the mountain protection formation in an instant. After a loud noise, dozens of low-level Qi refining cultivators ran out of the mountain, as well as a middle-aged man with a flying sword. However, before they could get away from this place, a red giant python more than 10 feet long flew down from midair, and with one blow of its tail, it killed a large number of bandit cultivators, forcing them back to the mountain. Who dares to come here to commit crimes? Han Yutong had just made a move when a roar of anger came from a cave on the top of the mountain. Then 2 rays of light flew out, and a young man and a white-haired old man came to the sky and confronted Han Yutong. The young man's cultivation level was not much different from Han Yutong's, and he was also a 5th-level giant cultivator. In addition, the old man had a fierce scowl on his face. This man's cultivation level was higher than Song Qingming's, and he was a late-stage giant cultivator who had cultivated to the 8th level of giant. Sure enough, there are people behind this. It seems that the disappearance of Junior Sister He was probably caused by these 2 people. Seeing the 2 people suddenly appear, Wu Xiang on the side immediately said something, and then, fearing that Han Yutong would suffer, he immediately flashed to the sky and stood beside Han Yutong. Seeing this, Song Qingming and Xiamo also came to the air one after the other, surrounding the 2 men from the front and back. Where did you 2 Daoists come from, and why are you hiding here? Seeing that there was a late giant cultivator among the 2, Song Qingming was also very shocked. This place was only more than 2,000 miles away from the Song family's Qianfang, which was very close. So many powerful giant and bandit cultivators were hiding beside him, and the entire Song family was still unaware of it. How could he not be a little scared? Seeing that the other side suddenly had so many powerful giant cultivators, the 2 people were immediately shocked and their faces became very ugly. The white-haired old man among them immediately bowed to Wu Xiang and said with a smile, "Haha. Fellow Taoists, we are just passing by here and came down to rest. Is there any misunderstanding? I think you 2 should stop playing dumb with me. Junior Sister He should be in your hands. Hand her over quickly, otherwise you can't leave today." What Junior Sister He? Fellow Taoists really misunderstood us. We are not from nearby. We just happened to pass by here. We have nothing to do with these people on the mountain. If you are looking for someone, you might as well ask them. Humph. It seems that you won't tell the truth unless you give us some power. Wu Xiang snorted coldly, and 2 black long swords appeared in his hands. Just as he was about to make a move, the old man immediately shouted, "Fellow Taoists, don't make a move yet. I know who you are looking for. I will take you to find her." After that, the old man immediately smiled and flew down the mountain. Seeing this, Wu Xiang winked at Tan Yutong, asking her to keep an eye on the other young man in white. He, Song Qingming, and Xiamo followed the old man to look for Qingming. Just as they arrived at a dark cave on the top of the mountain, before Song Qingming and the others could ask, the old man directly said, "The person you are talking about should be in here. Fellow Taoists, this matter has nothing to do with me. There is actually someone else who arrested her. You will know when you go in. What did you say? There is someone else in there. Hearing the old man's words, Wu Xiang and Song Qingming's faces suddenly changed, and they couldn't help but frown slightly. Hearing this, the white-haired old man nodded and said, "Yes, there is another person who has been hiding in this cave. This guy has the same cultivation as me, and he came from Zhang State." Just when they were all paying attention to the white-haired old man, a spiritual power fluctuation suddenly came from the cave entrance, followed by a dazzling golden light coming from the cave, which suddenly shone on Song Qingming and the other two and made them unable to open their eyes. Just when Wu Xiang used his shield to block the strong light, he found that the white-haired old man had already quickly entered the cave while the others were stunned. "Old man, where are you running to?" Seeing that the white-haired old man was about to escape, Wu Xiang shouted angrily, and immediately controlled the magic weapon in his hand to chase the other party in the direction where he disappeared at the entrance of the cave. Wu Daoyao, wait a moment. Seeing that Wu Xiang had already followed him in, Song Qingming and Xiaomo did not think much and immediately followed him into the dark cave. The cave was very wide, and the four of them flew quickly one after the other without any obstacles. After chasing for a while, Song Qingming suddenly found that the white-haired old man and Wu Xiang suddenly disappeared in front of him at a turn in the cave. Song Qingming and Xiaomo accelerated their speed and chased for half a quarter of an hour, but still could not see the figures of the two of them, nor did they see the end of the cave. He couldn't help but feel a little strange in his heart, and hurriedly stopped his steps. "Fairy Xia, something is wrong. How big can this cave be? We have been flying out for so long, but we still can't reach the end. Is there some magic array here that has trapped us?" After hearing what Song Qingming said, Xiaomo did not answer directly. A colorful flower basket appeared in her hand in an instant. Under her control, dozens of colorful petals immediately rolled up in the colorful flower basket and shot directly at the mountain wall next to it. Unexpectedly, these very sharp petals only made a crackling sound when they hit the mountain wall, and failed to hurt the mountain wall at all. Song Qingming had suffered from Xiaomo's flower basket magic weapon when he first met Xiaomo, so he naturally knew the power of this magic weapon. Seeing that Xiaomo's attack failed to break the mountain wall in front of them, the two immediately realized that something was wrong here. Their faces suddenly changed and they immediately retreated, wanting to leave the cave. At this moment, a somewhat playful laugh suddenly came from deep inside the cave. "Haha. Now that you have come in, it will not be that easy to get out. This is the Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation that I have spent a year to set up. Even if you fly until you are exhausted and die, you will not be able to get out." This laugh was a bit old, and Song Qingming immediately recognized that it was made by the white-haired old man who had just escaped. "Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation, how is this possible? Is this person a 4th-level formation master?" Hearing the old man's words, Song Qingming's face was slightly startled, and he asked Xiaomo beside him with some confusion. Xiaomo did not slow down her speed after hearing this, but smiled bitterly at Song Qingming beside her and said, "Fellow Dao Song, I am not much more proficient in the art of formation than you, otherwise I would not have fallen into the trap so easily just now. Regardless of whether what the other party said is true or false, the only thing we can do now is to try to see if we can withdraw directly, and if not, we can make other plans." After hearing what Xiaomo said, Song Qingming did not object. The two ignored the ridicule just now and continued to gallop along the direction they came from. However, before the two flew far, a flash of fire suddenly lit up in front of them, followed by a fierce flame that instantly blocked their way. "Be careful." After feeling the powerful spiritual power contained in the flames in front of her, Xiaomo immediately reminded Song Qingming beside her. Then she reached out and quickly took out a golden bracelet that was originally worn on her hand, forming a shield to protect her whole body, so that she was not hurt by the flames at all. Song Qingming, who was standing by, also used the white jade ruler magic weapon to block in front of him. The white jade ruler also turned into a light shield to block the fierce flames coming from the front. However, before the two of them could breathe a sigh of relief, there was a sound of rushing water from behind. Song Qingming turned around and saw a green flood coming towards them from behind, but it rushed in front of them in an instant. This green flood looked ordinary, but it also contained very powerful spiritual power. If it was touched by it, it would probably be uncomfortable. Just when Song Qingming released his life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror and was ready to deal with it, Xiaomo had already released a high-quality 3rd-level middle-grade defensive talisman, which turned into a soil wall barrier to temporarily block the flood that was already close at hand. It seems that this old guy is going to attack us, seeing the sudden flames and floods in front of him. Song Qingming knew without guessing that it must be the white-haired old man who controlled this formation, who could not help but want to kill them. Haha. This yin and yang, water and fire are endless. How much mana can you two have to resist? I think you two should surrender and hand over all the magic weapons and spiritual objects on your body. I will be happy and may even spare your lives. Otherwise, if you want to beg for mercy later, you will not be so lucky. Humph. You want us to kneel down and beg for mercy? You are not worthy. Hearing the other party's words of temptation, Xiaomo's pretty face was a little frosted, and she immediately scolded the other party. After speaking, Xiaomo suddenly had a palm-sized transparent sphere with a hint of cold air in her hand. After this magic weapon appeared in Xiaomo's hand, Song Qingming immediately felt that the surrounding temperature dropped instantly. Under Xiaomo's spell, this transparent sphere instantly flew into the air, and then emitted a dazzling blue light. Immediately afterwards, there were bursts of ice-freezing sounds around the two people. In just a moment, the green floods that had just rushed towards the two people and the fierce flames that attacked from the front were frozen into very hard ice by this transparent sphere magic weapon. For a moment, the flames and floods that kept coming were blocked by the thick ice, which immediately saved the two people from danger. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming's face lit up, and his tense nerves relaxed instantly. But before Song Qingming could be happy for a moment, Xiaomo whispered something and woke him up again. Fellow Taoist Song, my mysterious ice pearl can only last for 2 hours at most. We need to think of other ways to escape quickly, otherwise it will be difficult for the two of us to last too long in this formation. Chapter 714, Fight with Formation, Give it a go. Upon hearing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, Please rest assured, fellow Taoist. When I was studying the art of formation, I also saw the record of this formation in the classics left by a sect elder. This yin-yang 8 extremes formation is a very rare 4th level lower grade formation. Its power is definitely more than this. In my opinion, this person's formation skills are at most at the level of 3rd level upper grade. It should have been only with the help of a 4th level formation plate to forcibly arrange the formation. Therefore, the power of this formation is greatly reduced compared to normal 4th level formation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for you and I to resist this formation so easily. Although I have no way to break the formation yet, I still have a 3rd level upper grade defensive formation in my hand, so I am still confident that I can deal with the attack of this formation. After that, Song Qingming took out the Xiangang 5 elements formation that he had just repaired not long ago. This is the Xiangang 5 elements formation. I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Song also has this formation. Seeing the formation flag in Song Qingming's hand, Xiaomo, who is also a 3rd level formation master, immediately recognized it at a glance, and a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. The Xiangang 5 elements formation is a 3rd level top grade formation with outstanding defensive capabilities. Even a unyielding cultivator cannot break this formation at once. It is enough to deal with the yin and yang water and fire that just appeared. As long as the formation is arranged properly and there are enough spirit stones, Song Qingming and his companions can hide in it for 10 days or half a month without any big problems. With the help of Xiaomo, it took less than half an hour for Song Qingming to quickly arrange the Xiangang 5 elements formation in the cave. After trying the formation and finding that it had no significant effect, Song Qingming nodded in satisfaction and said to Xiaomo, I have already told Xiaoyun when I came here that if I don't send back any news within 7 days, she will immediately go to the sect for help. It's already the 4th day. As long as we hold on in the formation for a few more days, they will definitely retreat when the sect reinforcements arrive. It's a pity that I don't know how Taoist Wu and Taoist Han are doing now. Are they trapped by the other party like us? This old guy has spent a year here. It took them a lot of time to set up this formation to deal with us. It really took a lot of effort. I can't figure out the background of these two people. Why would they take such a big risk to attack us without any hatred or grudge against us? Xiaomo, who was sitting next to him, suddenly asked seriously when she heard Song Qingming's last sentence. This old man has such a high level of formation skills. He should be a well-known person near the floating cloud mountains. Even Brother Song doesn't know this person. To be honest, although I haven't been in the Jinden stage for a long time, I still know a little about the third-level upper-grade formation masters around the floating cloud mountains, and I have never heard of anyone like him. Moreover, this person looks like a casual cultivator. As far as I know, there is no third-level upper-grade formation master who is a casual cultivator in the floating cloud mountain immortal cultivation world. Unless this person has just come from another place not long ago. So, they may not be cultivators from the floating cloud mountain. After hearing Xiaomo's conclusion, Song Qingming was silent for a moment and then nodded and said, "In my opinion, it is indeed very likely. But I still think this matter is a bit strange. After they attacked fellow Taoist they did not harm her life, but deliberately set a trap here and waited for us to come to the door. What is their purpose? If it is just to kill people and rob treasures, it is too risky to attack so many of our giant and cultivators at the same time. If we hesitated and did not come in just now, these guys would definitely not be our opponents. Aren't they asking for trouble? You are right, their purpose is indeed not that simple. This time, they attacked junior sister He. I think their purpose should be to attack us or something on us," Xiaomo replied to Song Qingming with a thoughtful look. "The things on us are not meant for you." Song Qingming heard this and looked at Xiaomo who was standing beside him. She turned her eyes left and right a few times, then turned to look outside the ice wall, and did not choose to answer Song Qingming's question. Although Xiaomo did not say it directly, Song Qingming could tell from her eyes that he had guessed it right. The reason why these people attacked Qingming was indeed very likely to be targeting Xiaomo and the others, and he must have been involved by accident this time. Thinking of this, some of the doubts in Song Qingming's mind slowly dissipated. As an elder of the 100 Flowers Palace, Qingming's disappearance would inevitably attract Xiaomo and the others to investigate. The other party spent a year setting up this formation in Fish Dragon Mountain, just waiting for them to come to the door. This place is located in the immortal cultivation realm of the floating cloud mountains, hundreds of thousands of miles away from the East China Sea. Even if the 100 Flowers Palace knew that Xiaomo and the others were in danger, it would be too far away to provide timely support. The other party calculated this point and carefully set up this trap. Moreover, Xiaomo had been asking about the other party's origins, and Song Qingming had clearly told her that the man might not be from the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, so they might have come from the East China Sea in the end. There are many independent cultivators in the immortal cultivation world of the East China Sea, which is several times more than that of the floating cloud mountains. It is not difficult to find one or two third-level upper-grade formation masters among them. These people had long been eyeing Xiaomo and her group, and they followed Qingming all the way from the East China Sea to Qing County before they attacked her. However, although Song Qingming guessed that the other party's target was Xiaomo and her group, he didn't know what it was for. As the saint of the 100 Flowers Palace, Xiaomo's wealth was naturally much richer than Song Qingming, and she had countless precious spiritual objects in her hands. Song Qingming alone had seen no less than 4 or 5 third-level upper-grade magic weapons on her body, and the most precious one was the 4th-level spiritual medicine she got when she went to U State to explore the Yuanying cave last time. This is something that even nascent soul cultivators would be tempted by. If the other party came for this thing, all of this would make sense and it would be worth a risk. However, Xiaomo stayed in the 100 Flowers Palace all year round and rarely went out to meet people. How these people knew that she had the things they needed was unknown. The most unlucky person in this whole thing was Song Qingming, because he was involved in Qingming's disappearance for no reason, and ended up being trapped here. However, Song Qingming came here this time on his own initiative and could not blame others. Before leaving, Xiaomo, who was beside him, had spoken to stop him, but in the end, Song Qingming insisted on coming, and then he and Xiaomo fell into the trap of the other party. Just a few days ago, he learned that Song Zhenyu had failed to form a pill, and then Qingming disappeared for no reason. Now he took the initiative to come here and fell into the trap and was trapped. Thinking of this, Song Qingming also shook his head slightly at himself. His luck was really too bad recently. Why did he encounter such bad luck one after another? Just when Song Qingming and the others were lamenting their experiences, on a platform above the top of the mountain, the white-haired old man who had led Song Qingming and the others into the cave not long ago was carefully controlling the 2 black and white formation flags in front of him. Fellow Taoist Lu, what is the situation inside now? When can this formation kill them? Hearing a question from behind, The white-haired old man who was operating the yin-yang 8 extremes formation slowly turned around and slowly spoke to the mysterious man in front of him, who was wrapped in a purple robe and covered most of his face. Haha. Fellow Taoist Chen, don't worry. There are really many treasures on the Saint of the Hundred Flowers Palace. Even good things like the mysterious ice pearl can be taken out at will. It will definitely take some effort to kill them. But you can rest assured. Now that they have fallen into my formation, no matter how capable they are, they will definitely not be able to escape. It will just take more time. Humph. This person has been appreciated by the Yuanying Supreme Elder of the sect since he was young, so he naturally has no shortage of such magic weapons. As long as fellow Taoist Lu can successfully kill them, we don't want any of the magic weapons on these two people, and they can all belong to you. Oh, I like to hear this. Since fellow Taoist Chen has said it, you can't go back on your word later. Hearing what the purple-robed man behind him said, a trace of joy suddenly appeared on the face of the white-haired old man, and his spirits were lifted. Seeing this, the purple-robed man nodded slightly with a calm face and said, "Of course I keep my word. Fellow Taoist and I have already signed a soul contract. Are you afraid that I will turn against you at that time? But now that things have come to this, I have to remind you that this place is not far from the Xiaoyao sect of Uyghur. If we can't kill them early, I'm afraid that something else will happen after a long time. I have spent so much time planning this carefully, and finally trapped them all here. I don't want to end up with nothing and work in vain, haha. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Chen. No one except the nascent soul cultivators can withstand the yin-yang 8 extremes formation for a long time. It will take at most half a day. When the magic power of their magic weapons is exhausted and they have no other means, they will inevitably die. Fellow Taoist, just wait patiently." Just as the white-haired old man was talking to the purple-robed man, a ray of spiritual light fell from the sky, and another figure appeared in front of them. This person had a black ghost mask on his face, and his face could not be seen clearly, but his cultivation was not low. Like the somewhat mysterious purple-robed man, they were all late Jinden cultivators who had cultivated to the 9th level of Jinden. "Is it handled?" Seeing the person coming, the purple-robed man immediately stepped forward and asked with some concern. Upon hearing this, the ghost-head masked man immediately replied, "Don't worry. Everything has been handled. I asked King Fang to go to Funiu Mountain to keep an eye on it. As long as there is any unusual movement from the Song family in Qing County, we will be able to know it in advance." After receiving the affirmative answer from the ghost-headed masked man, the purple-robed man immediately nodded with relief and turned to look at the yin-yang baji formation that was running in front of him. All plans have been realized, and now there is only one step left. God has suppressed me all my life, but in the end he still didn't give up on me. Do you think this is karma? Hearing the purple-robed man's words, the ghost-headed masked man just looked at her quietly, but did not answer directly. After a moment of silence, the ghost-headed masked man asked again, "What is the situation inside now? Can we get rid of them all at once?" Seeing that the ghost-headed masked man changed the subject and mentioned the large formation not far away, the purple-robed man laughed softly and said, "According to what Lu Laogui said, they can't hold on for long. As long as we kill them and get the things, we can return to the East China Sea immediately. When we condense the nascent soul in the future, we will have no worries in the future and can live a carefree life. If so, that would be the best." The ghost-head masked man muttered to himself, and slowly walked to the side of the white-haired old man who was concentrating on controlling the yin-yang baji formation. Half an hour later, the white-haired old man who had been sitting on the ground controlling the formation suddenly opened his eyes with excitement, and a bit of joy appeared on his face. "Haha! The mysterious ice pearl is no longer useful. Let me see what other tricks they have next." The white-haired old man chuckled, stretched out his hand to pick up a formation flag in front of him, and then gently waved it in the air. The formation that was originally shrouded by a large mass of black and white air not far away gradually became clearer, and through these black and white air, one could clearly see the large ice wall that trapped Song Qingming and Xiaomo in the formation. At this time, because the spiritual power on Xiaomo's Zuanbing's magic weapon gradually dissipated, the ice wall that was resisting the yin and yang water and fire outside also began to dissolve rapidly. After a while, the entire ice wall boomed in front of the three white-haired old men and turned into a pile of broken ice debris. Without obstacles, the yin and yang water and fire in the formation were under the control of the white-haired old man. Under control. They immediately turned into two fierce dragons and rushed towards the location of Song Qingming and Xiaomo. At this critical moment, 5 golden lights suddenly rose from the ground where the two were, and then turned into a golden transparent shield that covered the two of them. After the yin and yang water and fire hit the transparent shield, they did not pass through the shield directly as the white-haired old man thought, but were blocked outside and did not touch Song Qingming and the others at all. Seeing Song Qingming and Xiaomo standing in the transparent shield with ease, the white-haired old man's face, which was originally a little excited, gradually became very ugly. Xiangang 5 elements formation, how is this possible? Seeing the white-haired old man suddenly look so shocked, the ghost-headed masked man immediately asked, Lulaoge, what's going on? Hearing this, the white-haired old man immediately explained to the ghost-headed masked man beside him with a serious face, if I am not mistaken, the formation they set up inside is the 3rd level upper grade Xiangang 5 elements formation. Did you say that the other party was only a 3rd level lower grade formation master? How could he have arranged such a powerful 3rd level upper grade formation in such a short time? Could it be that your prior intelligence was wrong? What nonsense are you talking about? Xiaomo's formation level is indeed only 3rd level lower grade. I personally confirmed this not long ago, and it must be correct. Could it be that we underestimated the kid from the Song family? The ghost-headed masked man thought for a moment, and his gaze gradually turned to Song Qingming on the side, with a trace of regret in his eyes. I did hear that he was practicing both talismans and formations before, but I didn't pay much attention to it at the time. This kid is just a family cultivator who succeeded in forming a pill by chance, but he actually possesses such advanced formation skills. I really miscalculated today. Old Ghost Lu, isn't your Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation known as a 4th level formation? Could it be that it can't even be used for this 3rd level upper grade formation? After the ghost-head masked man sighed, he asked the white-haired old man beside him, hoping to get the answer he wanted from the other party. When the white-haired old man heard what the other party said, his face suddenly showed some displeasure and said, my Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation is not comparable to a small 3rd level top grade formation. As long as I am given enough time, breaking the formation will naturally not be a problem. But now you can't wait and want me to break the formation immediately, which is a bit difficult to deal with. This Xiangang 5 elements formation is the most outstanding defensive formation among the 3rd level formations. Its power should not be underestimated. If you want to forcibly break this formation, it will probably take at least half a month. No. Half a month is too long. Song Qingming is trapped in the formation by us. After a long time, the Song family will definitely notice this. Once the Xiaoyao sect sends reinforcements here, we will be in trouble. We must fight quickly and kill them as soon as possible, so that you and I can get away as soon as possible. Otherwise, once Xiaoyao sect finds this place and attracts unyielding cultivators to track us, we will all die without a place to hide. Hearing what the white-haired old man said, the purple-robed man on the side immediately rejected his statement and directly stated the consequence they were most afraid of at the moment. Seeing this, the white-haired old man paused and said, my two fellow Daoists, it's not that I don't want to seize the time, I really didn't expect that they have such a powerful magic array in their hands. Otherwise, let's wait and see, maybe in half a month, Xiaoyao sect will not react. Fellow Taoist Lu, we spent such a huge price to trap them here, but we are not here to gamble our lives with you. I advise you not to say such lucky words anymore. Seeing that the purple-robed man was getting more and more anxious, the white-haired old man also seemed a little impatient. He shook his head and snorted coldly, humph. I say, fellow Taoists, do you think I don't want to solve this matter immediately and get out of this early? But now the other party is relying on the protection of the Xiangang 5 elements array, and it is impossible to defeat the enemy in a short time with only the power of yin and yang, water and fire. Unless the two of you can help go in and help destroy a formation eye of the 5 elements Xiangang array, then I will be able to break the formation in 3 days at most. Don't worry, if they dare to come out to obstruct after you go in, I can still control the formation to help deal with them, or at least help stop one of them. With the two of you, the peak giant and masters, working together, the probability of destroying the formation eye should be not low. It depends on whether you dare to gamble with me again. This won't work. If we go in and break the formation, once we fight them directly, there will be no way out. Hearing the suggestion of the white-haired old man, the ghost-headed masked man immediately shook his head. Dao are wrong. As long as we can successfully kill the two of them, this matter will be successfully completed. Tuanshan Avenue is right in front of you. What do you need to retreat? Faced with the persuasion of the white-haired old man, the ghost-headed masked man still shook his head, turned around and looked at the purple-robed man on the side, and after hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and sent a secret voice to him, saying, "We miscalculated this time. We failed to calculate the variable of Song Qingming. Otherwise, let's forget it this time. You retreat first and we will look for other opportunities in the future. Go back? Ha ha ha, I have painstakingly planned for nearly 100 years, and now I am only one step away from success. You ask me to go back now, do you think I can do it? Now my lifespan is less than 100 years left. This is my last chance to break through the nascent soul. Instead of going back and letting you watch me slowly die of old age in the cave, I might as well die here today. Whether you want to go or not, I must give it a try. Since there can only be one person who can achieve the Tao, today either she dies or I turn to ashes." Faced with the kind words of the ghost-headed masked man to persuade him to retreat, the purple-robed man did not appreciate it at all and directly rejected his kindness. Then, with a flash of inspiration in his hand, he took out a flying sword magic weapon with white light and asked the white-haired old man beside him about the location of the array's eye. Seeing this, the ghost-headed masked man, knowing that he could not stop the other party, sighed slightly, and also took out a golden spear magic weapon from his body, and walked to the purple-robed man with a firm look. Seeing the ghost-headed masked man coming over, the purple-robed man also showed a trace of joy on his face. After the two and the white-haired old man asked about the several arrays of the Tiangang 5 elements array, they flew directly into the big array. At the same time, Song Qingming and Xiaomo, who were hiding in the Tiangang 5 elements array, saw that the yin and yang, water and fire outside were safely blocked outside the array by the big array. The two were a little nervous at the beginning, but gradually became relaxed. "Fellow Taoist Song, I didn't expect that in just a few decades we haven't seen, not only has your cultivation improved by leaps and bounds, but your formation skills have also improved so much. It seems that you have encountered many opportunities in the past few decades." Song Qingming was slightly stunned when he suddenly heard the praise from Xiaomo, and hurriedly replied modestly, "Fairy Xia, you are joking. My talent and aptitude are average. I can practice until now because God has been kind to me, and my luck is better than others. There is no great opportunity. But what the fairy said is right. I went to the Donghuan Kingdom's Immortal Cultivation world to gain some experience before, which really gave me a lot of gains and insights in my practice. Otherwise, with my aptitude, it would be difficult for me to break through to the late Jinden stage. Oh. Fellow Taoist has also been to the Donghuan Kingdom's Immortal Cultivation world. To be honest, if the Supreme Elder of the sect hadn't forbidden it, I would have intended to go there a long time ago. I don't know when I can have this opportunity. In this regard, I am a little envious of fellow Taoist Song." After Xiaomo finished speaking, she couldn't help but sighed slightly. Seeing this, Song Qingming hurriedly smiled and said, "Fairy Xia, as long as you can successfully break through to the nascent soul stage in the future, you can go anywhere you want. Why envy me, a helpless person?" Song Qingming had just finished speaking when he suddenly saw a familiar figure appearing in the distance outside the formation in front of him. He was approaching the formation where the two of them were in a panic, and he couldn't help but stand up in surprise. Fellow Taoist Wu, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 715, Fellow Disciples Fighting Each Other, Nurturing Pill. The person in front of him was Wu Xiang, who had first followed a white-haired old man into the cave. However, at this moment, he was being chased by a ball of flames. He was desperately running forward with the help of a jade magic weapon. His robe had been burned with several large holes, and he looked very embarrassed. Having been trapped in this yin-yang 8 extremes formation for such a long time, Song Qingming was also well aware of the advantages and disadvantages of the yin-yang, water and fire in this formation. If it were not for Xiaomo Zuanbing's magic weapon and the Xiangang 5 elements formation he arranged, it would be difficult for both of them to hold on until now. He thought that Wu Xiang had already run out of mana and was swallowed by the yin-yang, water and fire in the formation, or had been captured by the other party. He really didn't expect that Wu Xiong could hold on until now alone, and his face showed a bit of surprise. Without waiting for Song Qingming and the others to call for him, Wu Xiong turned around and had already discovered the Xiangang 5 elements formation where they were, and immediately increased his speed and moved towards Song Qingming and the others. Junior sister Xia, fellow Taoist Song, I'm so glad you're alright. Seeing Song Qingming and Xiamo hiding in the Tiangang 5 elements formation, Wu Xiong's face instantly showed a hint of joy. Before he could continue speaking, Song Qingming, who was in the formation, immediately opened a corner of the formation and took the exhausted Wu Xiong in. Fellow Taoist Wu, I'm glad to know you're alright. We didn't see you after you came in before, and we thought you were in trouble. Seeing Wu Xiong come in, Song Qingming immediately stepped forward and greeted him with a smile. Alice. I wanted to chase and capture the enemy, but I lost track of him soon after I entered the cave. When I turned around, I found that you were gone too. I wandered in the cave for a long time and couldn't find a way out. Then I realized that I fell into a trap set by the enemy. It's a pity that I don't understand the art of formations and couldn't find a way out for a long time. Later, this strange yang fire appeared and kept chasing me. I finally escaped here. Fortunately, I was chased by this yang fire and unexpectedly met you. Otherwise, I would have died here today. This old guy is so insidious that he actually set up such a powerful formation here and trapped us all inside. I don't know how junior sister Han is doing now. After seeing Song Qingming and the others, Wu Xiong immediately told them his experience with some resentment, and he did not forget to worry about Han Yutong who had been alone outside. Oh. So that's how it is. Fellow Taoist Wu is indeed lucky. Not long after we entered the cave, we encountered the yin and yang, water and fire. We have been unable to escape from here and can only rely on the large formation to resist temporarily. This formation is indeed quite powerful. Fellow Taoist Xia and I have studied it for a long time, but still can't think of a way to escape. We can only be trapped here for the time being. Seeing that Wu Xiong was still worried about Han Yutong outside, Song Qingming sighed helplessly. Wu Xiong heard this and couldn't help but blame himself. Hey. It's all my fault that I was impatient and fell into the trap of the other party. I didn't know that the old guy had this trick up his sleeve. Now not only did we fail to rescue junior sister He, but we are also trapped here. Junior sister Han's life and death are uncertain. If something happens to her, how can I explain this to my uncle? Good things will happen to good people. Senior brother Wu, don't blame yourself too much. Now we are trapped in the cage. Even if we want to go out to rescue junior sister Han, we are powerless. Let's recover first and wait until we find a way to get out of trouble. After hearing Xiamo's comfort, Wu Xiong's face looked better. He quickly found a corner, took out a medium-grade spirit stone, and began to meditate to restore his spiritual power. After an instant of time, Wu Xiong's mana was finally restored to a certain extent, and his complexion was much better than before and gradually returned to normal. Junior sister Xia, fellow Taoist Song, the water and fire outside seem to have weakened a lot now. Should we go out to check the situation and try to find a way out? After hearing Wu Xiong's proposal, Song Qingming glanced at him and immediately shook his head and said, this formation is quite tricky. We can't just find a way to break it. Moreover, the yin and yang, water and fire outside this formation are all controlled by formation masters. Once we go out, the other party suddenly attacks us. It may not be so easy for us to come back. Fellow Taoist Wu, don't take the risk to go out. Oh. This formation is really powerful. I don't know the formation. I'm sorry to make you laugh. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Wu Xiong hurriedly bowed his hands to express his apology. Who is it? Just as Song Qingming and the others were talking, a strange spiritual power suddenly appeared outside the formation, startling Xiamo who was meditating with her eyes closed. Hearing Xiamo's voice, Song Qingming and Wu Xiong immediately turned their heads to look outside the formation, and saw that outside the shield of the Xiangang 5 elements formation, a strange purple light appeared at some point. Oh no, someone wants to destroy the center of the formation, Song Qingming shouted, and was about to rush out of the formation to stop the other party, but at this time Xiamo's action was faster than him, and her body had turned into a ray of light, blocking the purple light. Seeing that the flower basket magic weapon in Xiamo's hand had been released and aimed at him, The somewhat strange purple light flashed away from the original place in an instant, and turned into a mysterious man wrapped in a purple robe. After the purple-robed man dodged Xiaomo's attack, he immediately cast a spell with both hands, and a flying sword magic weapon appeared in front of him, and launched a counterattack directly towards Xiaomo's position. At the same time, the yin and yang water and fire, which had been somewhat calm around, suddenly became very fierce and attacked Xiaomo. Under the cooperation of the opponent and the yin and yang water and fire of the formation, Xiaomo was caught off guard for a while, and could only use a defensive magic weapon to desperately resist. Seeing that Xiaomo was somewhat defeated, Wu Xiong immediately said to Song Qingming on the side, "Fellow Taoist Song, you stay here, I will go to help junior sister Xia." Then, without waiting for Song Qingming's reply, Wu Xiong, who was a little anxious, flew out of the formation and used a golden flying knife magic weapon on his body, and began to accumulate power in midair. After a moment, Wu Xiong poured most of his magic power into the magic weapon in his hand, and threw the flying knife in his hand directly out with a strong blow. However, it was somewhat unexpected that under Wu Xiong's control, the target of the flying knife was not the mysterious purple-clothed man not far away, but a formation eye of the Tiangang Five Elements formation not far behind him. With such a close-range attack of accumulating power, Wu Xiong was already very confident that he could destroy a formation eye. When he saw that his magic weapon was about to attack the formation eye, he suddenly showed a strange smile on his face. But before Wu Xiong could be happy for a moment, a huge bronze mirror suddenly appeared out of thin air in front of the array, blocking the flying knife magic weapon he was trying to control less than 10 feet away from the array. "Fellow Taoist Wu, what are you trying to do?" When Song Qingming saw Wu Xiong suddenly appear in the Five Elements Xiangang array before, he was actually a little puzzled to see that the other party could hold on in this yin-yang badge array for so long. Especially when Wu Xiong later explained that it was because he was lucky that he was not attacked by the big array at the beginning. He persisted and found him. Song Qingming was even more suspicious of what he said. Nowadays, in this life and death battle, once the opponent makes a move, there will definitely be no room for maneuver. It seems a bit strange to expect to survive by relying on such luck. Therefore, as soon as Wu Xiong left the big array, Song Qingming had already followed him out of the big array and prevented the opponent's attack that wanted to destroy the array center in time. Seeing Song Qingming, who had also come out of the formation, staring at him with a puzzled look, Wu Xiong realized that the other party had obviously been on guard against him for a long time, so he was able to block his flying knife magic weapon in time. "Fellow Taoist Song, what do you mean by this? Why did you attack me?" Before Song Qingming could say anything about the other party's strange action, Wu Xiong suddenly bet Song Qingming back and retreated directly to Xiaomo's side. Xiaomo, who was fighting with the purple-robed man, also hurriedly withdrew from the battle and glanced at Song Qingming and Wu Xiong not far away with some confusion. "Junior sister Xia, be careful, Song Qingming is a traitor among us. Junior sister, he suddenly disappeared before, and I was a little suspicious of this kid. It turns out that he is really in the same group with the other party." Seeing Wu Xiong slandering him directly in front of Xiaomo, Song Qingming just looked at him with a smile on his face, and did not argue or explain to him. Xiaomo, who had just retreated, glanced at Song Qingming and Wu Xiong, and then looked at the purple-robed man not far away. Seeing this, she couldn't help but reveal a trace of sadness in her eyes. "Junior sister Xia, this place is too dangerous. I will cover you, you go first. Brother Wu, if you want to leave, go ahead." "I won't leave." Before Wu Xiong finished speaking, Xiaomo suddenly interrupted him. "Junior sister Xia, what do you mean? You would rather believe this outsider surnamed Song than what I, your senior brother, say?" Hearing Xiaomo's words, Wu Xiong's face suddenly showed a bit of surprise, and he looked at her in confusion. "Brother Wu, I'll say it again, if you want to leave, leave immediately, I won't stop you. This is your last chance to leave. I hope you can think clearly before making a decision." Xiaomo's words were spoken to Wu Xiong, but her eyes were always fixed on the purple-robed man not far away in front of her, and she didn't seem to care too much about Wu Xiong beside her. Seeing this scene, Wu Xiong still had a puzzled look on his face. Just when he was about to continue to explain, the purple-robed man not far away suddenly interrupted him. "Okay. Stop acting. She has already seen through our identities. Now even if we want to take a step back, there is no way out. The purple-robed man's voice was a bit feminine, and it was obviously a woman's. Her voice also sounded familiar to Qingming. Obviously, he had heard it somewhere before. Seeing the purple-robed man who had been silent just now suddenly speak, Wu Xiang, who was standing not far from Qingming and the others, suddenly changed his face and immediately showed a bit of ferocity. He no longer looked like a good guy just now. Then Wu Xiang suddenly escaped with a flash of light, and moved away from Qingming and the others, and came to the side of the purple-robed man not far away. Xiamo stared at the two people not far away and said softly, "Master just went into seclusion to practice, and junior sister he suddenly disappeared. Then, you, the senior sister, happened to be out of the palace, so I was the only one left to investigate this matter. It seems that all these coincidences were secretly promoted by you. In order to deal with me, you spent so much effort to set up this situation here. Senior brother Wu, senior sister Chen, if I am not mistaken, you have been plotting this for a long time. Ha. I have to say that you can see through junior brother Wu's plan and guess her identity so quickly, which is indeed a bit beyond my expectation. Everyone says that junior sister Xia is very smart, and even master always praises you in front of me. How can we plan well to deal with a smart person like you?" The purple-robed man chuckled and immediately pulled off the cover on his head, revealing a very mature female face. At this moment, he finally saw the identity of the purple-robed man. Qingming remembered that he had met the purple-robed woman in front of him when he visited Qingming in the East China Sea decades ago. The purple-robed woman who hid behind the scenes and planned all this was Chen Yuan, the elder of the 100 Flowers Palace, who had gone to the nearby Red Dragon Island with Qingming and Qingming to participate in the exchange conference. Although it was the first time they met, Chen Yuan still left a good impression on Qingming. As the elder, she also took good care of Qingming and several other junior sisters at the exchange conference. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Qingming would find it hard to imagine that Chen Yuan, as the elder of the Golden Core who had entered the core of power of the 100 Flowers Palace, would actually work with Wu Xiang and outsiders to set up a plan to attack the sect Saint Xiamo. After seeing the appearance of Chen Yuan, who was planning all this behind the scenes, Qingming, who was originally a little puzzled, finally saw the whole situation in front of him. Xiamo, who was standing next to him, didn't seem to be too surprised by the appearance of Chen Yuan and Wu Xiang. She always kept a very calm look on her face and wanted to persuade Wu Xiang to stop in time. However, Wu Xiang, who was standing next to Chen Yuan, did not pay too much attention to what Xiamo said before. Standing next to Chen Yuan, he looked at Qingming and Xiamo with only a fierce look in his eyes. Chen Yuan looked at Xiamo with a smile on her face, and seemed to be slightly displeased that she was still calm after seeing her. "Junior sister Xia, although you have seen through our layout, a wise man will make mistakes. Now that you are trapped here by us, don't you think it's a bit too late to find out all this?" Xiamo's eyes were still fixed on Chen Yuan. After a while, she asked seriously, "Senior sister Chen, although I have figured out these problems now, there's still one thing I don't quite understand. Why on earth are you doing this? Ever since I joined the sect, I have always respected you over the years. Even if Xiamo has not done enough in some areas, it is not worth it for you to plot to murder me like this. Before coming to the floating cloud mountains, I actually felt that someone was eyeing me from behind, but I didn't expect that the person behind the scenes would be senior sister. Can you please help me now, senior sister? Why would you rather betray the sect and choose to attack me? Haven't you ever thought about how uncomfortable it would be for the master to know about this?" Facing Xiamo's inquiry, Chen Yuan changed her previous dignity, revealed a fierce smile and said, "Junior sister Xia, there is no need for you to pretend at this point. Why am I doing this for? Don't you really know? Master and the others always think that you have a better talent for cultivation than me, so they leave all the good things to you first. Now, even if it is related to my path, I still need to give in to you, junior sister. Now, it's time for me to take some back. I will accept the infant cultivating pills on you first. Junior sister, don't worry. I will not betray the sect after you die. When I go back, I will explain this matter to master and will definitely not make her feel uncomfortable. In the future, the 100 Flowers Palace will only be missing a saint like you. Soon there will be a new saint. It won't have much impact. When I condense the nascent soul, the sect will be more powerful than ever in the East China Sea cultivation world." Chen Yuan said the latter, and there was already a hint of excitement in her eyes, as if she was about to become a nascent soul cultivator and stand at the top of the cultivation world. After hearing Chen Yuren's confession, Xiaomo's face remained unchanged. She just sighed slightly and said, although Master is more optimistic about my ability to condense the nascent soul in the future, he has always been cultivating you, senior sister. You also got a nurturing pill back then, but you still couldn't break through. Even if you get this pill from me, senior sister, do you think you can successfully advance to the nascent soul realm? Moreover, I didn't bring the nurturing pill with me this time, which may disappoint you, haha. You don't have to worry about that, junior sister. As long as you die, I will be the only one in the sect who can condense the nascent soul. Whether the nurturing pill is with you or not, Master will support me in condensing the nascent soul. I already have it in my hand. A secret method can increase the probability of advancing to the nascent soul stage. As long as there is another nurturing pill, the probability of breaking through the nascent soul stage can be at least 30%. It is worth my gamble. It's a pity that Master is unwilling to trust me again. He would rather put all the hopes of condensing the nascent soul on you, otherwise I wouldn't have to plan for many years to do this. Junior sister Xia, if Master had 2 nurturing pills in his hand now, I wouldn't want to be your enemy. But in front of the great way of cultivation, you and I only have this one chance to advance to the nascent soul stage. If I don't fight for it, I can only sit in the cave and wait for death for the rest of my life. Since ancient times, in the world of cultivating immortals, how many so-called opportunities can be destined by heaven? In the end, the so-called struggle for the great way still depends on one's own life to fight for it. If you want to blame someone, blame this world for being too cruel. This world of cultivating immortals is indeed very cruel, and it can force people to kill each other with their own sect. But you are wrong in saying one thing, senior sister. You only have this one chance to advance to the nascent soul stage, but even if I don't have this pill, I still have a chance to break through to the nascent soul stage. Maybe you won't believe it, but if Master asked me to give this nurturing pill to you, I would definitely not hesitate too much. Senior sister, you think you have a 30% chance of condensing the nascent soul, but what you don't know is that in the eyes of Master, your chance of breaking through to the nascent soul stage is probably not even half. Even if I die here today, even if Master chooses to support other junior sisters to condense the nascent soul, he will definitely not choose to leave this nurturing pill to you. Enough. Whether I can break through to the nascent soul stage is my business in the future. Anyway, you won't have the chance to see it. You just need to die today. Hearing Xiaomo say that she had no hope of breaking through to the nascent soul stage, Chen Yuren's face suddenly changed, and she shouted angrily in a bit of exasperation. However, Xiaomo's expression remained unchanged, and she continued, Senior sister, I have actually felt that someone in the sect has been eyeing me for many years, but I didn't expect it to be you and senior brother Wu. Now that we have come to this point today, I have one last word to say to you. If you two are willing to take a step back, leave the sect, and stay away from the East China Sea immortal cultivation world, there may be a glimmer of hope. If you are still stubborn, don't blame me for cleaning up the mess for the Master. After saying that, Xiaomo had another transparent crystal ball in her hand, which was the magic weapon Zuanbingzu that she had used before. Seeing that Xiaomo was still persuading her to stop, Chen Yuren suddenly chuckled and said sarcastically, Xiaomo, I really don't know if you are too naive. It's come to this, and you still expect us to give you a way out. After all, we have practiced for hundreds of years more than you. How can you scare us with just one sentence? Junior sister Xia, you underestimate us too much? After Chen Yuren finished speaking, she didn't say anything more. The flying sword magic weapon in her hand was released and rushed directly to Xiaomo Wuxiang. Who was beside him, revealed a fierce look in his eyes. He also quickly sacrificed the double sword magic weapon in his hand and followed Chen Yuren to the position where Xiaomo was. Following them, there were also the yin-yang water and fire that had been surrounding everyone. At this moment, their momentum suddenly increased several times. Under the control of the white-haired old man who controlled the formation, they turned into 2 giant pythons and rolled directly towards Xiaomo. However, facing the attacks of Chen Yuren and the others and the yin-yang water and fire, Xiaomo was calm and unhurried as he activated the Xuanbingzu magic weapon in his hand, and directly froze all the surroundings. Then he said to Song Qingming on the side, Fellow Taoist Song, they are all people from our sect, so you don't have to worry about them. You just retreat and guard the formation, This fairy Xia, we just need to hide in the formation and hold on for a few days. When Xian and the sect reinforcements arrive, they will definitely retreat. Now, there is no need to risk your life outside and fight with them." Seeing Xiamo was going to fight Chen Yuring and the others alone outside the formation, Song Qingming was a little puzzled and hurried to persuade her. Although Xiamo's magical powers were extraordinary, and she had many magic weapons on her body, her fighting ability was definitely top-notch among the giant and cultivators. However, the other party had 2 giant and 9th level cultivators, who were also not weaklings, and they also had the help of the yin-yang water and fire in the yin-yang 8 extremes formation. Xiamo wanted to defeat them alone, which was definitely a risky move in Song Qingming's view. Chapter 716, Spiritual Transformation Talisman, a perfect couple. Directly retreat to the formation. As long as Song Qingming and his men can protect the center of the formation, Chen Yuring and the others will definitely not be able to do anything to them in a short time, even with the help of yin-yang, water and fire. Hearing Song Qingming's proposal, Xiamo ignored it, took out an ordinary-looking silver talisman from her body and placed it in front of herself, and began to close her eyes and concentrate on casting spells. "Fellow Taoist Song, my Zuonbings who can't stop them for long, you should retreat to the formation first." Seeing that Xiamo had made up her mind, Song Qingming did not insist anymore, and directly turned into a beam of light and flashed back to the Xiangang 5 elements formation. With the Zuonbings who, "You want to delay time here, junior sister Xia, you are underestimating us too much." Chen Yuring and Wu Xiang, as Xiamo's fellow brothers, naturally have some understanding of her magical powers and magic weapons. Seeing Xiamo's Zuonbing's magic weapon, the 2 of them immediately took out their own targeted magic weapons and began to work together to fiercely attack the weakest part of the ice wall in front of them. Although the magic weapon Zuonbings who can block the yin and yang, water and fire outside, it is difficult to stop their targeted attacks. Chen Yuring and Wu Xiang used the magic weapon to attack fiercely for less than half a quarter of an hour, and they had made dozens of cracks in the ice wall in front of them. "Haha. Sister Xia, this Zuonbingzu is useless. Let's see what other means you have to stop us." Seeing that the ice wall in front of her was already crumbling, Chen Yuan laughed and released a 3rd-level middle-grade talisman in her hand. It turned into a fiery red spear in mid-air and fell on the ice wall. With a loud bang, the ice wall protecting Xiamo shattered directly in front of Chen Yuan and Wu Xiang. Just as Chen Yuan was controlling the flying sword magic weapon and was about to continue attacking Xiamo in front of her, she unexpectedly felt a strange breath coming from Xiamo, which made her stop involuntarily. At this moment, Xiamo's originally dark eyes suddenly showed a trace of blood red, and the white veil on her face was gone, revealing a beautiful jade face. The yin and yang, water and fire around her, because there was no ice wall to block them, immediately rushed to Xiamo's side, but they were directly isolated outside the shield she cast, and could not get close at all. Is it a soul-transforming talisman? Impossible. What is going on? How could the master easily give you the soul-transforming talisman that she treasures so much? Seeing Xiamo in front of her, Chen Yuring stood there in a daze, and for a moment she was a little distracted, and did not dare to take another step forward. Wu Xiang on the other side saw the changes in Xiamo, and his face was also a little surprised, but he didn't seem to know what the soul-transforming talisman Chen Yuan was talking about, and he was still reminding Chen Yuan who didn't dare to take action. "Yuan, we have no way out today. No matter what magical power she has, we can't stop here." After hearing Wu Xiang's reminder, Chen Yuan came back to her senses, and her eyes immediately revealed a very determined look. "You are right, she must die today. Even if it is really Master's spirit transformation talisman, it is impossible to save her life." After that, Chen Yuan and Wu Xiang each controlled their own magic weapon and launched an attack on Xiamo's position, but the next moment, to their shock, Xiamo's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot in a flash of light. Before Wu Xiang and the others could react, Xiamo had already arrived above their heads. At this moment, she had another frequently used magic weapon, the flower basket, in her hand, which released thousands of petals at once, directly trapping Wu Xiang and the others in the sea of flowers. Seeing this, Wu Xiang and Chen Yuan hurriedly used their magic weapons to desperately resist these sharp petals, trying to break free from the restraints and escape from the sea of flowers. However, what made them somewhat desperate was that the petals in the flower basket in front of Xiamo seemed endless. As she cast spells, more and more petals appeared, making it impossible for Wu Xiong and the others to escape. Song Qingming, who was in the Tiangang Five Elements formation, was also very shocked when he saw this sudden scene, and a trace of cold sweat broke out on his back. The strength shown by Xiaomo at this moment was already a world apart from her before. Her cultivation level had also exceeded the scope of a giant and cultivator, and it seemed that she was almost close to a unyielding cultivator. What on earth is this soul-transforming talisman that Chen Yuan mentioned, which could actually allow Xiaomo to instantly have the strength of a unyielding cultivator? Junior sister Xia, senior sister was wrong. Take me back to Sea Master. I will definitely admit my mistake to her and never fight with you again. In less than a quarter of an hour, Chen Yuan, who was trapped in the sea of flowers, was already in a panic due to the sharp petals. She had no power to fight back, but she actually took the initiative to beg for mercy from Xiaomo not far away, and she had completely lost her previous fierce look. Wu Xiong, who was beside her, was also in a bad state. His body was covered with wounds and he could not hold on for much longer. Yuan, since we have chosen this path, it is useless to beg for mercy now. Even if we return to the sect, Master will not forgive us with his temper. All this is our own fault. We cannot blame others. Since God has destined us not to have the opportunity to condense our nascent soul, we will only live 100 years less. There is nothing to be afraid of. I will help you open a gap later. If you have a chance to escape, you must escape far away and live well. Wu Xiong comforted Chen Yuan on the side and took out a golden ball with a determined look. Wait. If you use the golden thunder at such a close distance, we will also be affected. Let me beg junior sister Xia again. Maybe she will let us go for Master's sake. Chen Yuan saw the golden thunder in Wu Xiong's hand and immediately knew what he was going to do. She quickly spoke to stop him. Alice. You still don't understand junior sister Xia. She has just given us a chance, but we failed to grasp it. Junior sister Xia has always been a very decisive person. You will never see her change her decision easily. Yuan, you also know that this is a life and death struggle on the path of Taoism. Don't be lucky. Don't worry, I won't let you get hurt. Just leave and don't worry about me. Wu Xiong shook his head slightly at Chen Yuan, and then cast a spell to pour his remaining mana into the golden lightning in his hand, controlling it to hit the petals outside. This golden lightning is a high-level talisman that is more powerful than the third-level upper-grade spiritual talisman. It is difficult to defend against it even with a third-level upper-grade magic weapon. It was specially prepared by Wu Xiong for killing Xiaomo this time. Unexpectedly, the situation suddenly changed. Xiaomo's sudden strength increased and forced the two of them into a desperate situation. Now he can only use it to escape. With only a loud bang, the cage formed by the sea of flowers was blown open by the sudden explosion. Xiaomo, who was controlling the flower basket magic weapon in mid-air, was also interrupted by the sudden explosion. Just as Xiaomo stabilized her body and was about to continue casting to block the gap, a purple light flew out of the gap and flew out of the formation. It soon disappeared into a mountain wall. Seeing this scene, Xiaomo's face was not too surprised. She took out a flying sword magic weapon with one hand and broke through the air with the sword, creating a crack above the entire yin-yang baji formation. Then, Xiaomo used another sword to cut a gap in the sky, and her figure flashed to the sky outside the formation. Seeing Xiaomo directly break the formation with the sword, Song Qingming, who was hiding in the Tiangang Five Elements formation, was also shocked by her divine power. Seeing the rare opportunity to escape, Song Qingming did not hesitate and hurriedly flew behind Xiaomo and escaped from the yin-yang baji formation. Chen Yuan, who had just escaped from the formation, had just run a short distance to the horizon when she saw Xiaomo appear in the air. She was immediately shocked and quickly used the magic talisman to speed up her escape. However, although she was fast, she was not as fast as Xiaomo. She had just escaped less than 20 miles when she was blocked by Xiaomo. Seeing Xiaomo in front of her, Chen Yuan's face suddenly showed some despair. She didn't even have the courage to pick up the magic weapon to resist. She could only kneel down and beg for mercy. Junior sister Xia, I really regret it. Please let me go this time for the sake of Master. I promise that I will never appear in front of you again in the future. Big sister, have a good journey. I will explain to Master. After Xiaomo said this calmly, before Chen Yuan could react, the flying sword in her hand had already turned into a sword light and flew towards her position quickly. This attack was extremely swift and there was no hesitation at all. Even though Zhao Yuan took out a silver shield in time to protect herself, it was still pierced by Xiaomo's flying sword, and the defensive magic weapon was instantly destroyed. Seeing that there was a big hole in front of her, Chen Yuan raised her hand and pointed at Xiaomo with a look of reluctance, but in the end, she didn't say a word. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, she fell directly from midair to the ground. Seeing this, Xiaomo directly released a streamer that had been prepared in her hand, rolled up Chen Yuan's body, and put it into a storage magic weapon. Then Xiaomo turned around and returned to Yulong Mountain. Just after returning, Xiaomo saw two figures fighting in the air not far away. They were Song Qingming and the white-haired old man who controlled the yin-yang Baji formation. Seeing Xiaomo break the formation with two swords before, the white-haired old man who was controlling the formation outside also hurriedly dropped the formation flag in his hand and wanted to fly away, but was caught by Song Qingming, who escaped a step later. This white-haired old man at the 8th level of the Golden Core has a slightly higher cultivation level than Song Qingming. However, in addition to being proficient in the art of formation, his magical skills in fighting are very average among the late Golden Core cultivators. After fighting with Song Qingming at the 7th level of the Golden Core for dozens of rounds, he not only failed to gain the upper hand, but was beaten very passively by Song Qingming and could not escape at all. Seeing that Xiaomo had turned back, the white-haired old man panicked and hurriedly used a golden talisman to force Song Qingming back, wanting to escape directly. However, he had just escaped less than a few dozen feet away when he was stopped in front of him by a big man in black clothes. It was the golden wind that Song Qingming had ordered in advance to stop him. The white-haired old man had no choice but to fight with a golden wind. Before he could beat back the opponent in front of him, Song Qingming came up again. He was unable to escape for a while and was soon caught up by Xiaomo, who came to help. Facing an 8th level giant and cultivator, Xiaomo looked at the white-haired old man with disdain, and turned the flying sword magic weapon in his hand to slash at the white-haired old man. With just one sword, Xiaomo broke through the opponent's defensive magic power and destroyed a J defensive magic weapon in the white-haired old man's hand. Seeing that Xiaomo's magic power suddenly became so powerful, the white-haired old man immediately lost the courage to continue resisting. He gritted his teeth and sprayed a cloud of blood mist directly from his mouth, and then turned into blood-colored escape light and suddenly flashed and flew 100 feet away. Seeing that the white-haired old man actually had such a powerful life-saving magic power, Song Qingming's face was also slightly surprised. When he was about to chase him, a gust of wind suddenly blew by his side, and Xiaomo had already turned into a white escape light and chased him. Although the life-saving magic power displayed by the white-haired old man was not much slower than Song Qingming's 9 Palace Meteor escape, it was still not enough in front of Xiaomo at this time. After running for less than 10 miles, Xiaomo caught up with him. Before he could block Xiaomo's two swords, he was killed in midair. Fellow Taoist Song, I leave this to you. After killing the white-haired old man, Xiaomo didn't care about the things on his body. After nodding slightly to Song Qingming, who arrived a step later, she turned around and flew back. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately understood and nodded to her, then raised his hand and took the storage bag from the body of the white-haired old man. Although he didn't kill this person himself, since Xiaomo intended to give the things on the white-haired old man to him, Song Qingming didn't be polite to her. This time, because of Himengxian's disappearance, Song Qingming was unreasonably calculated by Chen Yuan and others, and almost died here. Xiaomo's move was also a way to compensate him. Although this white-haired old man was a casual cultivator and didn't have any powerful magic weapons on him, it was at least a storage bag of a late giant and cultivator, and the things inside should not disappoint him. Song Qingming, holding the storage bag, searched the white-haired old man carefully again before casting a spell to spit out a big fire and burn the white-haired old man's body into ashes. When Song Qingming returned to Yulong Mountain, Xiaomo had completely destroyed the entire yin-yang Baji formation and came to Wu Xiang, who was seriously injured and had not been able to get out of the formation. Previously, in order to help Chen Yuan fight for a chance to escape, Wu Xiang did not hesitate to launch the golden lightning at close range, which also caused him to be seriously injured by the backlash of the lightning, and even his right arm was blown to pieces on the spot. Seeing Xiaomo walking towards him, Wu Xiang's face was very calm at the moment, without any fear. Junior sister He and junior sister Han have been locked up in a hidden magic circle behind the mountain stronghold. You should be able to find them soon after you go there. Don't worry, we didn't hurt them. We just temporarily restricted their freedom of movement. They will wake up immediately after we remove the restrictions in their bodies according to this method." After Wu Xiong finished speaking, he wiped the storage magic tool with his remaining left hand and took out a bamboo scroll, which he slowly handed to Xiamo. After taking the bamboo scroll and taking a look at it, Xiamo nodded slightly to Wu Xiong in front of her, and then calmly asked, "Brother, do you have anything else to say to Master? Your eldest sister and I fell in love with each other and wanted to be Taoist couples for the rest of our lives. However, Master did not allow this for the sake of her own path, and this delayed us for hundreds of years. Now that I think about it, if Master had not stopped us, perhaps she and I could have become a loving couple, and she would not be like she is now, with only cultivation in her eyes, and eventually let herself come to this point today. I do not hate Master. I know she did this for the good of your eldest sister, but I think she really did the wrong thing. Junior sister Xia, finally I want to ask you one more thing. After we return to the sect, if Master agrees, you can bury your eldest sister and me in the peach blossom forest on the back mountain. She loved the peach blossoms there the most when she was alive, and she would always like to go there for a walk when she was upset. Let her rest there in the future, Brother Wu. Don't worry, I will try my best to help you accomplish this." After hearing Wu Xiong's last words, Xiamo stood there in silence for a moment, and then softly agreed to the matter. "Thank you, Junior Sister Xia, for your help. Now I have nothing to regret. After hundreds of years of cultivation, we will eventually return to the dust. The so-called immortal path is nothing more than hundreds of years of loneliness for ordinary people like us who have no hope. If there is an afterlife, I would rather be an ordinary mortal and have a good partner for my whole life." Wu Xiong heard the words, and a smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his bloody mouth. Then he raised his left hand and slapped his head. After a light sound of bones breaking, Wu Xiong's palm slowly dropped, and soon he closed his eyes. Seeing Wu Xiong, who had already disintegrated, Xiaomo's eyes flashed with a hint of pity. But soon she regained her clarity and cast a spell to release a streamer to roll his body directly into the storage magic weapon. After collecting Wu Xiong's body, Xiamo turned around and saw Song Qingming standing not far away and watching the scene just now. "Fairy Xia, please accept my condolences." Seeing Xiamo's eyes suddenly fixed on him, Song Qingming was slightly stunned. After thinking for a while, he spoke softly to comfort her. Although Xiamo was forced to kill Chen Yuring and Wu Xiong, these two were her fellow disciples who had been with her for many years. In Song Qingming's opinion, Xiamo must be feeling a little uncomfortable at the moment. However, Xiamo's face was always calm. "Regarding senior brother Wu and senior sister Chen, I hope that fellow Taoist can help me keep the secret and not mention what happened today to others. Can fellow Taoist Song promise me that?" Song Qingming nodded immediately after hearing this and said, "This matter has nothing to do with me. I was just implicated here for no reason. Please rest assured, Fairy, I know what to do. However, I still have a question in my heart. Before leaving for Qianfang that day, Fairy had stopped me from following here. Did you have a premonition of what happened today and reminded me?" Hearing Song Qingming's question, Xiamo stared at him with a hint of surprise in her eyes. After a while, she nodded and said, "You guessed right. Before setting out for Floating Cloud Mountains, I already felt that someone was watching me from behind, but I was never sure who this person was. Along the way, Senior Brother Wu made several excuses to leave alone to investigate the disappearance of Junior Sister He, which also caught my attention. When I met you, I was very sure that something unexpected must have happened this time. I didn't want to involve you at the time, so I tried to persuade you with kind words. I didn't want you to worry about Junior Sister He's safety and insist on coming along. In order not to alert Senior Brother Wu and the others and let them notice something, I had to agree to this matter first. I didn't mean to not tell you to get you involved, it's just that Senior Brother Wu was always by my side at the time, and I couldn't remind you in advance, which led to the situation later. If they succeed this time, after killing you, they will also need a scapegoat to take the blame, so that they can explain this to your master after they go back. In fact, from the very beginning, they chose to attack fellow Taoist in Qing County. Wu Xiong and the others had already calculated me in. Even if I didn't want to come that day, I'm afraid he wouldn't let me go easily. I should be right." Song Qingming smiled bitterly and asked Xiamo who was standing by. After a moment, he saw her nod in silence. Chen Yuring and Wu Xianmao had finally lured Xiamo to the Floating Cloud Mountains, and planned to kill her here together with the white-haired old man. and then put the blame on a nearby Song family. They didn't expect that Xiaomo had been alerted from the beginning, and in the end, she used her trick to lure Chen Yuring and the others out, solving all the troubles behind at once. Thinking of this, Song Qingming couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Xiaomo is not only. He has an outstanding talent for cultivation, and his mind is also a little scary. Chen Yuring and Wu Xiong's careful planning, if it were an ordinary person, he would have died by now. But Xiaomo was able to see through their conspiracy from some details in advance, so that not only did they fail in the end, but Xiaomo also took the opportunity to catch them all. It can't be said that Chen Yuring and Wu Xiong were not well prepared, but it's a pity that they chose the wrong opponent. Fellow Taoist Song, from the beginning when I entered that big formation, I was sure that I could break the formation directly. The reason why I didn't do it was just to lure them out earlier. After hearing Song Qingming's self-mockery, Xiaomo comforted him with one hand, gently waved his face, put on the white veil that covered his face before, turned around and turned into a beam of light, and flew to the back of the mountain village. Chapter 717. The dust has settled, and there are some small gains. Seeing this, Song Qingming said nothing more and immediately flew up and followed. Now that Chen Yuring and the other two have been dealt with, only the remaining young man with the white-haired old man has been missing. After searching the area, Song Qingming and Xiaomo still did not find any trace of this person. After confirming that there were no other enemies around, the two of them went to rescue the trapped Himengsen and Han Yutong. After arriving behind the Yulongshan village mentioned by Wu Xiong, Song Qingming and the others searched carefully and soon found a running second-level top-grade magic array next to a relatively hidden mountain wall. Both of them are third-level magicians. Facing a small second-level magic array that is not controlled by anyone is naturally a matter of hand. Without much effort, Song Qingming found the eye of the array and forcibly broke the big array in front of him. Seeing Himengsen and Han Yutong lying unconscious in the big array, Xiaomo's face was slightly relieved. She took out the bamboo slips that Wu Xiong had just given her and threw them directly to Song Qingming. Fellow Taoist Song, junior sister, he and the others are imprisoned by a secret method, and they need to be released first. I'll trouble you with the following matters. Seeing that Xiaomo had entrusted the task of rescuing Himengsen and the others from their bodies to him, Song Qingming's eyes also flashed with a hint of doubt. Logically speaking, Xiaomo should have done it herself to save her fellow disciples, but it was a bit strange for her to take the initiative to ask an outsider to help. Before Song Qingming could check the scroll in his hand, Xiaomo directly confessed to him, "You guessed right. I just used the spirit transformation talisman that master gave me to forcibly improve my cultivation to the half-step nascent soul realm. After using this talisman, there will be some backlash. It is not appropriate to use magic power at will at this moment. Now I can only trouble fellow Taoist Song. Don't worry, the method of breaking the restriction is in the scroll. Just follow it and there will be no accidents." From the beginning when Xiaomo took out the strange silver talisman, Song Qingming could see that she had used some secret method to instantly improve her cultivation to the level close to the nascent soul. In the world of immortal cultivation, all secret methods that temporarily and forcibly increase the strength of cultivators have many restrictions and side effects. Xiaomo covered her face with a veil. Although Song Qingming could not see anything abnormal about her for a while, he could still guess that she might not be in a very good state at the moment. Seeing that the other party was so generous and took the initiative to confess to him, and did not worry that Song Qingming knew her current situation and turned to her with greed, a trace of surprise flashed across Song Qingming's face. After picking up the scroll in his hand and taking a look, Song Qingming thought of something and asked again, "Fairy Xia, when fellow Taoist he and the others wake up later, how should we explain the things here to them? You should have thought about it. We were just attacked by a group of casual cultivators just now. Senior brother Wu also unfortunately died in the battle with the other party. As for senior sister Chen, she has not been here today," Xiaomo replied calmly, then sat down cross-legged beside him. Then took out a pill and swallowed it into his mouth, and began to meditate on his own to refine the pill in his body. After hearing Xiaomo's explanation, Song Qingming smiled and nodded to her, and said nothing more. He placed the scroll directly on his forehead and used his spiritual sense to explore the information in the scroll. As Xiaomo said, the restriction that Wu Xiong used to imprison Himengsen and the other person was not too complicated. Song Qingming just carefully checked the scroll and quickly found the method to crack it. Then Song Qingming came directly to Himengsen's side, controlled his own magic power to enter her sea of consciousness, found the restriction on her body and slowly untied it. It took less than an instant of time, and Qingming suddenly made a sound from her mouth, and then she, who had been unconscious for a long time, slowly opened her eyes. Fellow Taoist Song, it turned out that you saved me. Hey. Why is junior sister Han here too? Qingming, who woke up, saw Song Qingming casting a spell beside her, and Han Yutong lying beside her, and asked in confusion. After slowly withdrawing his own magic power from Qingming's body, Song Qingming shook his head slightly and said, Fellow Taoist He, you misunderstood. I was not the only one who saved you. It was fellow Taoist Xia who brought fellow Taoist Han from Beihou Palace to save you. Fellow Taoist Han was just tricked by the other party like you. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, she will wake up in a while. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Qingming followed his finger and saw Xiamo sitting not far away. She immediately understood inside. When I left Funiu Mountain that day, I was ambushed by 2 evil thieves in Funiu Mountain and was captured here. I didn't expect that this incident would alarm senior sister Xia, junior sister Han and fellow Taoist Song to come to rescue me. I am really ashamed. Seeing that Qingming still felt a little guilty, Song Qingming hurriedly comforted her. You and I are close friends. What's more, fellow Taoist's incident happened near my Song family. How could I sit idly by when I knew about this? These thieves have been hiding in Funiu Mountain. They will definitely be a disaster for my Song family in the future. Even if fellow Taoist had not happened, I would have come to your door sooner or later. Fellow Taoist Song, have you killed all those evil thieves? Seeing that there was still some resentment on Qingming's face, Song Qingming nodded slightly and continued, Fellow Taoist, he has just woken up, and his mana is still empty. You should recover your own spiritual power first, and then I will explain this to you slowly. Hearing Song Qingming's reminder, Qingming realized that because she had been sleeping for a long time, most of her mana had been lost, and she hurriedly checked her waist. She found that her storage magic tool was still hanging on her belt. She was a little surprised and hurriedly took out a few spiritual stones and a pill from it, and began to meditate on the spot to restore her mana. Seeing this, Song Qingming also turned around and came to Han Yutong on the other side. According to the method just now, he successfully lifted the restrictions on Han Yutong and woke her up. At this time, Xiamo, who had been meditating on the side earlier, had also successfully refined the pill in her body and stood up and walked over. She briefly explained the previous battle to Han Yutong and Qingming, who had just woken up. Hearing the news that Wu Xiong had fallen, Qingming and Han Yutong were both surprised. Some of them couldn't believe that the senior brother Wu in their hearts, who had a profound cultivation, had ceased to exist so soon. Especially Qingming, who caused this incident, felt extremely guilty at this moment. It's all my fault for leaving the sect without permission, and accidentally falling into the hands of the bad guys, which led to senior brother Wu dying here to save me. How should I explain this to the Grand Elder after I go back? Senior sister Xia, seeing Qingming looking at her, Xiamo didn't want to explain too much, and directly replied, Junior sister He, you left the sect without permission, and the law enforcement hall will investigate it after you go back. As for senior brother Wu's death, it's not your fault. I think Master won't blame you after you go back. After comforting Qingming, Xiamo turned her eyes to Song Qingming on the side, and took Qingming and the other 2 to step forward and bow to him, saying, Fellow Taoist Song, thanks to your help today, we were able to escape danger and rescue junior sister He. Please accept our greetings first. Junior sister He hasn't recovered yet, and I would like to take her to Qianfang to stay for a few days before returning to the East China Sea. Could fellow Taoist Song give us a favor? Seeing Xiamo suddenly being so polite, Song Qingming was a little surprised. He waved his hand at them and said, Fairy Xia, you are too polite. Qianfang does not reject outside cultivators. You can do as you please. However, the spiritual energy there is not sufficient. If you don't mind, you might as well stay in Funiu Mountain for a few days. That's not necessary. We're just staying for a few days and we'll leave as soon as junior sister He recovers. This little thing is harmless, so we won't go to Funiu Mountain to disturb you. Xiamo politely declined Song Qingming's kindness when she heard it. Song Qingming did not force it too much after hearing this, and nodded slightly and said, Well, it's up to you fellow Taoists. Please wait a moment, I'll go down to get some things and come back soon. After agreeing with Xiamo and the others, Song Qingming returned to the battlefield and put away the Yangang 5 elements formation he had set up before. In addition,
After the Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation was broken, the damaged formation plate left by the white-haired old man on the battlefield, as well as several formation flags nearby, were all collected by Song Qingming. Although this Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation was damaged a lot when Xiaomo broke the formation, Song Qingming studied the formation method, and his current formation level is not low. As long as the right materials can be found in the future, there is still a great chance to try to repair this formation. Seeing that Song Qingming had put away the damaged and useless formation plates and formation flags, Xiaomo also saw that he had the idea of repairing the formation, and took out 2 relatively intact formation flags that he had just collected from himself and handed them directly to Song Qingming. Since fellow Taoist Song is interested in this formation, you should take it first. Fellow Taoist has mastered the art of formation so well that you may have a chance to repair it in the future, haha. Fairy Xiao thinks highly of me. This formation is of high rank and the materials needed for repair are hard to find. It is not easy to completely repair it. I have always been interested in the art of formation after practicing. I took it back just to tinker with it in my spare time. Seeing Xiaomo handing over the missing formation flag, Song Qingming's face lit up immediately. He took the formation flag and happily put it into the storage magic tool. This formation can drive yin and yang, water and fire. The spiritual objects needed to repair it should also be high-level spiritual objects, such as common water and fire. It should not be too difficult to find. I remember that there is a piece of 3rd grade top grade water cloud stone in the sect, which should be useful for repairing this formation. Fellow Taoist, if you go to the East China Sea next time, you can bring a similar spiritual object to the Beihou Palace, and I can help you exchange it then. Hearing what Xiaomo said, Song Qingming's face suddenly lit up, and he hurriedly said, "Oh. In that case, Song would like to thank the fairy first. I will study this formation after I go back to see how likely I am to repair it. If it is really feasible, I will definitely visit your sect next time I go to the East China Sea." Well, that's settled, and I will certainly wait for you then. After that, Xiaomo waved her hand to take out the flying car she had used before, and took Song Qingming and others together to turn into a beam of light and left Yulong Mountain. On a barren mountain more than 10 miles away from Funiu Mountain, a young man in white was sitting in a small cave on the east side of the mountaintop, carefully staring at the Song family sacred mountain not far in front of him. Suddenly, the man in white felt something strange in the storage bag on his waist. With a solemn expression, he hurriedly took out a blackened talisman from his storage bag. "Third uncle." The man in white suddenly changed his expression when he saw the originally pure white talisman in front of him, which had turned into ashes visibly with the naked eye. He showed a very horrified look. The man in white was called Wu Xianmu, a descendant of Wu Xiong on Wanhu Island. After Wu Xianmu established his foundation, he did not choose to join the 100 Flowers Palace but became a casual cultivator. Except for his elder Wu Xiong who had supported him in his cultivation, almost no one in the entire 100 Flowers Palace knew his origins. Therefore, when Han Yutong and Xiaomo and the others first saw this man, they also did not recognize his true identity. Seeing that the talisman in his hand, which represented Wu Xiong's life and death, had turned into ashes, Wu Xianmu was stunned for a moment in disbelief, and then he stood up and walked out of the cave in a panic. Then he stared at the Funiu Mountain not far away, then decisively turned into a beam of light and flew directly to the south of Qing County. His figure soon disappeared in the empty sky. It was already the 6th day since he left Qianfang to rescue Qingming, and when Song Qingming and his companions came back, Wang Xian, who was guarding Funiu Mountain, had not received any news from Song Qingming. She was always a little worried. One day, Wang Xian, who was drinking tea alone in the Huxin Pavilion on the top of the mountain, suddenly saw a white beam of light flying towards the top of Funiu Mountain outside the window. She immediately stood up and focused her eyes on the white light. It was not until she saw the white light outside turned into a figure that was very familiar to her that Wang Xian showed joy on her face and hurriedly flew into the air. "Husband, did you have a smooth trip?" Seeing Wang Xian coming to greet him, Song Qingming nodded to her with a smile and said, "It's not the work of the demon cultivators. We just encountered a few giant and scattered cultivators hiding in the depths of Yunwu Mountain. Although there were some twists and turns, fellow Taoist he is fine and has been rescued by us safely." Faced with Wang Xian's concern, Song Qingming did not hide too much, and hurriedly told her about what he had encountered with Xiaomo in the past few days. Just because he had promised Xiaomo in advance, Song Qingming did not mention a word about what happened to Wu Xiang and Chen Yuan later, and directly attributed everything to the white-haired old man. Oh. That's good. You haven't sent a message back in the past 2 days. I thought something really happened to you. If my husband doesn't come back, I'm afraid I will go to the sect to report this matter tomorrow. Speaking of which, this gang of bandits is really bold. They dared to hide in Funiu Mountain to do such evil things. If it weren't for my husband and you who discovered it in advance, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to sleep well, and we don't know when we will suffer from them. Don't worry, now we have completely solved the problem over there, you can go back and sleep peacefully. Song Qingming chuckled and returned to the top of the mountain with Wang Xian. After several sudden changes in recent days, although Song Qingming was not injured in the battle, he was very nervous in his heart. Until he returned home and heard Wang Xian's concerned words, he was really relaxed. Fortunately, although he was secretly plotting this time, Song Qingming did not encounter any major danger. In the end, he not only returned safely but also gained a little, which was a bit of comfort in the accident. Thinking that he had brought back a storage magic tool of a late giant and cultivator, Song Qingming, who was originally a little tired, also showed a relieved smile on his face. A few days later, in the cave on the top of Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming, who was casting a spell on a black jade ring, moved the magic power in his hand and quickly cast a spell on the black jade ring in front of him. As a golden spiritual light slowly enveloped the jade ring, until the sound of dingling like a wind chime rang out, and Song Qingming immediately took the black jade ring in his hand with an expectant look. After returning to Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming, who had rested for 2 days, finally began to try to open the storage magic weapon of the white-haired old man. Although the white-haired old man's formation level was not low and he had placed many restrictions on his storage magic weapon, these were not difficult for Song Qingming, who was also a high-level formation master. It only took a whole day for Song Qingming to break all the restrictions on the black jade ring as he wished and open this storage magic weapon that he was looking forward to. Song Qingming had just poured out all the spiritual objects in the black jade ring, and the jingling sound of the spiritual stones colliding startled Wang Xian, who was meditating and practicing in the cave. Seeing that Song Qingming finally opened his trophy as he wished, Wang Xian, who was a little curious, immediately followed him. Wow! How can a casual cultivator have so many spiritual stones? My husband, you have made a fortune this time. Seeing the sparkling spirit stones piled up like a small mountain in front of him, Wang Xian, who had just come to Song Qingming's side, could not help but shout out in surprise. Song Qingming was also a little surprised to see so many spirit stones found out of the white-haired old man's storage bag at once. Although the other party was a late giant and cultivator, his wealth was definitely not low, but the total of nearly 100,000 spirit stones in front of him was still a little beyond Song Qingming's expectations. But then he thought about it. This white-haired old man was invited by Wu Xiang and Chen Yuan to help deal with Xiaomo. The two of them must have spent a lot of money on this person in exchange for the other party's action, so it was not so strange that there were so many extra spirit stones. After sorting out these spirit stones, the more valuable spirit objects left by the white-haired old man, there are also 2 magic weapons of level 3 quality. One of them is a flying sword that Song Qingming saw him use when fighting with him, which is of level 3 upper quality. The other magic weapon is of lower quality, only level 3 middle quality, and it does not have any particularly powerful magical powers. Originally, the white-haired old man had a level 3 middle quality defensive magic weapon with good defensive magical powers, but unfortunately in the last battle, when resisting Xiaomo's attack, it was cut in half by the flying sword in her hand and completely destroyed. However, even so, Song Qingming was very satisfied to get 2 magic weapons of good quality. The total value of these 2 magic weapons alone is at least 50,000 to 60,000 spirit stones. Although these 2 magic weapons are of little use to Song Qingming himself, who already has better quality magic weapons, they can still be used by Wang Xian and Song Qingming in the future. In addition, Song Qingming also looted several 3rd-level spiritual talismans and a set of 3rd-level lower-grade formations of relatively ordinary quality, which are relatively valuable spiritual objects, and can be worth 20,000 to 30,000 spiritual stones in total. Other elixirs and some trivial spiritual objects are relatively common things on the market, and all added up should be worth only a few thousand spiritual stones. There are also several ordinary giant and period exercises and secret techniques, and some formation books that look like they were compiled by the white-haired old man himself, which Song Qingming can only put aside for now. The white-haired old man's formation level is not lower than Song Qingming's, and his writing of formation books is still somewhat useful for Song Qingming to improve his formation level. Although Song Qingming can't use the giant and period exercises, he can also put them in the family treasury and leave them for other younger generations to practice. Although the Song family currently has no shortage of Qi refining and foundation building period exercises, there are not many giant and period exercises. The family has accumulated for hundreds of years and only has a few that Song Qingming brought back from outside. Among these martial arts books, Song Qingming also found a volume of Blood Shadow Escape that he was very interested in. In the previous fight with the white-haired old man, Song Qingming had seen the other party use it with his own eyes, and the speed of improvement was not slower than Song Qingming's 9 Palace Meteor Escape. Song Qingming picked up the scroll and immediately put it away separately. In the future, he also wanted to try to practice and see if he could use this secret method to increase his escape speed. These martial arts books are very useful, but there is no way to sell them directly, so they cannot be converted into spirit stones for the time being to calculate the price. After careful calculation by Song Qingming and Wang Xian, after deducting these martial arts secrets, all the things on the white-haired old man, plus the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, totaled nearly 300,000 spirit stones. For a cultivator in the late Jiandan period, although this net worth is not as good as that of ordinary disciples of large sects, it is definitely considered relatively wealthy among casual cultivators. No wonder Wang Xian's face was always full of joy. After arranging all the spiritual objects on the table, Song Qingming took out a middle-grade flying knife magic weapon from the white-haired old man and handed it directly to Wang Xian beside him. Xian, this magic weapon has the same properties as your skills, and it is just right for you to use. You should keep it first. My husband made a fortune this time, and I will also benefit from it. I won't be polite to you. When Wang Xian saw this magic weapon just now, she was a little moved. Seeing that Song Qingming took it out on his own initiative, she did not refuse and took it directly in her hand. Chapter 718, Spiritual Beast Transformation, Level 3 Intermediate Alchemist. Wang Xian's previous magic weapons were only of the 3rd level lower grade. Although she got a 3rd level middle grade defensive magic weapon at the Dengayan Pavilion exchange meeting a few years ago, she did not have any other powerful offensive magic weapons except her life magic weapon Purple Gold Seal. This 3rd level middle grade gold attributed flying knife just fits her practice of Jinjinju. After Wang Xian got this magic weapon, her ability to fight with others has been enhanced. Wang Xian, who received the flying knife magic weapon, immediately took it in her hand and started playing with it. She liked this new magic weapon very much. After giving this magic weapon to Wang Xian, Song Qingming took out 20,000 spirit stones from those spirit stones and distributed them to her, and then collected the remaining spirit stones and other spirit objects on the table. This time, when he went to rescue Qingming, Song Qingming wanted to explore the situation and help out, but he never thought that he could make a fortune by turning a disaster into a blessing. Song Qingming was naturally very satisfied with this. With such a large amount of extra income from spiritual stones, Song Qingming at least helped him solve a lot of problems in cultivation. After putting away the spiritual objects on the table, seeing that Wang Xian had gone to the side to remove the mark left by the previous owner of the flying knife magic weapon, and was about to start refining this magic weapon, Song Qingming took out the array plate and array flag that he had specially collected before. Having tried the power of the Yin-Yang 8 Extremes array in Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming was also very interested in this large array and wanted to try to see if there was a way to repair it. This Yin-Yang 8 Extremes array was refined with the 4th level array plate. Although the grade is far from the 4th level array, its power is much stronger than the general 3rd level upper grade array. If Xiaomo had not used the spirit transformation talisman to forcibly increase his strength and split the large array from the inside, it would not have been so easy for Song Qingming and his team to get out of it. Song Qingming now only has the Tiangang 5 elements formation with outstanding defense, and just lacks a powerful formation like the Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation that has both the ability to trap enemies and attack. If this Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation can be repaired, it will undoubtedly enhance Song Qingming's strength. Moreover, a complete Yin-Yang 8 Extremes formation is much more powerful than the Tiangang 5 elements formation in Song Qingming's hand. In terms of value, it is probably higher than the other magic weapons on the white-haired old man. It is definitely worth Song Qingming's effort to try. After carefully examining the damaged formation, it was found that the entire formation was indeed seriously damaged. Several formation flags had several large holes on them. It was difficult to repair and could only be re-refined. The most important formation plate, as Xiaomo said, at least 2 high-level materials with water and fire attributes must be found before Song Qingming can completely repair it. The formation flag is not bad. The materials required for refining are not too rare. Song Qingming can find the required materials and refine it by spending some good deeds at the Xiaoaosek's Good Merit Pavilion. The trouble is still here in the array. The third-grade materials with water and fire attributes are not only very expensive, but also very rare. If Song Qingming wants to collect these materials, he may need to spend some effort. However, Xiaomo has already agreed to exchange a water cloud stone for Song Qingming. The rest is to find another third-grade material with fire attribute. Although this material is very rare, it is not a rare spiritual object above the 4th level. As long as you are patient and spend more time, you can always find a way to find it. Fortunately, Song Qingming is not in a hurry to use this array now. If he can't find it here in the floating cloud mountains, he can go to the East Sea's Yuxin realm. If it doesn't work, he will find a chance to inquire about it when he goes to the East Phoenix country's Yuxin realm in the future. Now he has enough spiritual stones, as well as many high-level spiritual medicines and magic weapons. As long as he has time, he will not worry about not being able to exchange for this thing. After studying the Yin-Yang 8 Extremes array in the cave for a few days, Song Qingming was fascinated and forgot the time. When he remembered to walk out of the cave and wanted to go to the Qianfang to see off Yimengxin and Xiaomo, he learned from Song Yuanfang that Yimengxin and the others had already left and returned to the East China Sea. Seeing that he wasted time because he was obsessed with the formation and was unable to see them off in person, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel a little regretful. This time, he was able to successfully obtain so many spiritual objects and the damaged yin-yang Baji formation at the risk of his life. In the end, it was all thanks to Xiaomo. If she hadn't helped to kill the white-haired old man in the end, it would not be difficult for Song Qingming to fight off the other party alone, but it would definitely be difficult to keep the other party so smoothly. Knowing that Yimengxin and the others had left Qing County, Song Qingming could only return to his cave with some regrets, and wait until the next time he went to the East China Sea to make amends to the other party in person. After Xiaomo and the others left, Qing County ushered in a relatively peaceful time again, and the entire Song family was in a state of steady and slow development. Apart from occasionally caring about the collection of the Spirit Stone mine in Shuangfang Mountain, Song Qingming rarely asked about other trivial matters of the family, and basically handed them over to Song Yuanfang and others to handle. He and Wang Xian hid on the top of the mountain to practice with concentration, and occasionally went down the mountain together to enjoy the rare peaceful days now. Because it is located in the northern part of the Yuxin world of Funiu Mountain, Weiguo is threatened by many monsters everywhere, and the same is true for Qing County adjacent to Yunwu Mountain. Since Song Qingming went up the mountain to practice for more than 200 years, most of the time the entire Qing County is not very peaceful, and it is often invaded by monster armies or low-level magic cultivators. Peaceful days like now without any unrest have always been rare. Seeing that the entire Qing County has become more and more prosperous after the Song family took over, Song Qingming is also very pleased. After practicing for a lifetime, how far he can go in the future and whether he has the opportunity to achieve the Yuanying Avenue, Song Qingming now doesn't know in his heart. However, he has been able to develop the family to the present and protect the peace of Qing County for hundreds of years, which can be regarded as a contribution to all the human beings in this land. After Yimengxin and the others left, 2 years passed quickly. One day, Song Yuanfang, who was handling chores in the family's meeting room, suddenly received a letter from the family's law enforcement team. Song Yuanfang took the letter, opened it and took a careful look. When he saw the contents of the letter, he couldn't help but look a little surprised. After telling several family juniors who were helping him handle affairs, Song Yuanfang stood up and left a meeting room with the letter, and walked directly to the top of the mountain. On a clearing at the top of Funiu Mountain, a dragon snake with a nice blue body and 2 small horns on its head was staring at a gray giant bird not far in front of it, and from time to time it opened its mouth and spit out more breath of cold air to provoke the other party. This gray giant bird was huge, more than 10 feet tall when standing on the ground. It was a ferocious second-level monster that had reached the peak of the middle stage of foundation building. The blue dragon snake that provoked it, although not big in size, was only 4 or 5 feet long, but the aura of a demon beast emanating from it was stronger than that of the giant bird, and it had already reached the late stage of foundation building. Seeing that the blue dragon snake had been constantly provoking it, the gray bird, who had been patient for a long time, finally couldn't help it. It opened its mouth and let out a long roar, then spread its huge wings and fanned out a lightning flash at the location of the dragon snake. Although its own cultivation was not as good as the other party, the gray giant bird was of the Qingming bloodline, and was naturally restrained from all kinds of snakes and demon beasts. It did not have the slightest fear of the blue dragon snake in front of it. Seeing this, the blue dragon snake rolled up its body calmly, and before the lightning arrived, it jumped from the ground and flew into the air to avoid the opponent's attack. Then it spit out a huge gust of ice wind at the gray giant bird that was flying over, freezing the gray giant bird in the air and trembling, and almost fell from the sky. However, although the ice wind was powerful, it came and went quickly. As the ice wind slowly disappeared in the air, the gray giant bird immediately returned to normal, raised its huge claws and grabbed the blue dragon snake, trying to press it under its feet. However, it did not expect that a ball of hot flames suddenly emerged from the dragon snake, and the gray giant bird quickly opened its claws and threw it from mid-air into the bamboo forest beside it. Just above a boulder not far from where the dragon snake and the giant bird were fighting, Qingming, who was shirtless, was sitting on the boulder, trying to control the Tongshan Wanlingju to absorb the pure spiritual energy from the surrounding heaven and earth. Seeing that the ice and fire dragon and heavenly fire peng next to him had started fighting again at some point, he smiled helplessly and immediately put away his own magic power and stood up from the boulder. "Why do you two always fight? Can't you just stay still and let me practice in peace for a while?" Hearing Qingming's rebuke, Ice and Fire Dragon and Sky Fire Peng, who had just been fighting fiercely, rushed to Qingming. Sky Fire Peng has been in the Song family for many years and has been guarding the family and has become the family's mountain guardian spirit beast. However, its cultivation has improved mediocrely in recent years. It has broken through the foundation building stage for more than 100 years and is still one step away from the late foundation building stage. Although Ice and Fire Dragon has been with Qingming for a shorter time, because of its stronger bloodline and Qingming's careful care over the years, its cultivation has been promoted very quickly. After the monster beast turmoil ended, it has already broken through to the late foundation building stage. In addition, in recent years, Qingming has fed it a lot of the mysterious white spiritual water that he brought out from the secret realm, which has improved its cultivation a lot. Qingming estimates that at this rate, the cultivation of Ice and Fire Dragon will not be far from trying to form a pill. After scolding the two spirit beasts, Qingming took out a small bottle of white spirit water from his body, gave a part to Sky Fire Peng, and gave the rest to Ice Fire Dragon. Seeing the white spirit water that he loved to devour, Ice Fire Dragon's eyes were instantly filled with greed. After rolling up his own portion of spirit water with his tail, Ice Fire Dragon tasted it while staring at Sky Fire Peng, who was also devouring spirit water not far away, as if he wanted to snatch the other's portion as well. "I've given you so much, why are you still not satisfied? If you continue to be so unruly, I will punish you by not giving you spirit water for 2 months next time." Hearing Qingming's reminder, Ice Fire Dragon suddenly retracted his head and began to concentrate on enjoying the delicious food in his hand. Although Qingming's two spirit beasts swallowed a lot of white spirit water, after Ice Fire Dragon swallowed and refined it, his cultivation level improved significantly faster than Sky Fire Peng next to him. This also proves once again that the effect of this item on different types of monsters is indeed very different. Although the Sky Fire Peng's cultivation progressed relatively slowly, after swallowing the spiritual water, it was much stronger than before, just like the Black Bear Demon King who died in Qingming's hands. It was considered that the spiritual water that Qingming fed it was not wasted. In addition, the golden illusion butterflies on Qingming's body have also made significant progress in their cultivation in the past few years since swallowing the white spiritual water. Most of them have been promoted to the middle stage of foundation building, and many have broken through to the late stage of foundation building. After Qingming's cultivation broke through to the late stage of Jinden, he could command and mobilize nearly 1,000 golden illusion butterflies at a time. So many second-level golden illusion butterflies gathered in one place, and now their overall strength cannot be underestimated. Even ordinary middle-stage giant and cultivators can go up and compete with them. Seeing that these spiritual waters are so useful to the golden illusion butterflies, Song Qingming also told Wang Xian this method and asked her to use it to cultivate the spiritual insects on her body. When Wang Xian was still in the foundation building stage, she had already learned the insect repellent technique to subdue a group of golden illusion butterflies for herself. However, she has been focusing on cultivating the golden core over the years, and has not paid much attention to the cultivation of spiritual insects. The number and quality of the golden illusion butterflies in her hands are far behind those of Song Qingming. It was not until Song Qingming conducted experiments and confirmed that the white spiritual water was useful for the golden illusion butterflies that Wang Xian, after several years of cultivation, increased the number of her 2-level golden illusion butterflies from only a few dozen to more than 200. Although Wang Xian is only at the 3rd level of the golden core now, she not only has several powerful intermediate magic weapons, but also has golden core spiritual pets such as Red Flame and many golden illusion butterflies to help her. Her fighting strength is not much worse than that of ordinary mid-stage golden core cultivators. Moreover, as long as there is sufficient white spiritual water, the speed of the improvement of the strength of the golden illusion butterfly and other spiritual pets will be much faster. For Song Qingming and Wang Xian, this will also be a way to improve their own strength in the future. After feeding the 2 guys in front of him some white spiritual water, Song Qingming was about to return to the stone to continue meditating and practicing the Tongshan Wenlingju, but suddenly felt someone walking towards him not far behind him. Turning around and looking up, he found that it was Song Yuanfang. Song Qingming quickly waved his gloves and put on his coat and walked towards him. 7th Uncle, this is the letter I just received from the Zhang family of Tixianbao, inviting you to attend a banquet at Tixianbao next month. After seeing Song Qingming, Song Yuanfang first stepped forward and saluted, and then handed the letter he had been holding in his hand to Song Qingming. Attend the banquet? What happened in Tixianbao again? Hearing that it was Zhang Tianyang who invited him to the banquet, Song Qingming was slightly stunned, and hurriedly opened the letter in his hand and took a look, and then showed a bit of surprise like Song Yuanfang before. Junior brother Zhang just married a Taoist partner the year before last. How come he's holding a big banquet after such a short time? This guy is really interested in this matter. I have been to Tixan Fort in person last time, which is considered to be giving him face. I will not go this time. Yuanfang, you go for me and ask Zhangjin Pavilion to prepare a similar spiritual object and take it over as a gift. If junior brother Zhang asks about me and Xian, you can say that we are both in seclusion recently and have no time to go. After the monster turmoil, with the intentional support of Xiaoao sect, Tixan Fort has slowly begun to recover in the past few years. And the Lingshan market in the territory has been rebuilt. After Zhang Tianyang took the Zhang family to take over Tixan Fort, as expected, it took less than a few years to gradually control of the place. The original vassal families and forces under the Hu family turned around and joined the new Jiandan family Zhang family when they saw that the wind was not right, causing the status of the Hu family, which was originally dominant, to plummet in an instant and was gradually squeezed out of the core of interests. Although the Hu family gnashed their teeth at the Zhang family's move, they were helpless. After all, the other party had Zhang Tianyang, the Jiandan ancestor, sitting in the seat, which was obviously more powerful. If they wanted to turn against them, they would definitely be the ones who would suffer. For this reason, Hu Qingyan, whose injuries had not yet healed, went to Qi Mountain a few years ago to seek justice and cry about the Zhang family's suppression of them. However, after the old head Yao Qianshu passed away, the Hu family no longer had any particularly strong relationships in the sect, and few people were willing to stand up and speak for them. Therefore, the sect's General Affairs Hall made a lot of noise about this matter, but did little. Although Zhang Tianyang was called to Qi Mountain to be reprimanded in person, it did not stop the Zhang family from doing too much. After that, although the Zhang family did not continue to suppress the Hu family, the territory of Iron Immortal Castle has now become dominated by the Zhang family. The influence of the Hu family is far less than before, and they can only stand aside. After the Zhang family took control of the entire Iron Immortal Castle, the nearby mortal cultivation families naturally joined the Zhang family and tried to curry favor with the Zhang family. In particular, knowing that Zhang Tianyang, the Jiandan ancestor, likes women, some foundation building families took the initiative to come to the door, wanting to send their own suitable female cultivators to Zhang Tianying as concubines, in order to get the family closer to the Jiandan ancestor. As a successful Jiandan cultivator, Zhang Tianying also likes love affairs, and it is no longer a strange thing for him to marry a wife and concubines. However, this guy is different from other high-level cultivators in one thing, and he will not choose to handle this matter in a low-key manner. Whenever he marries a female cultivator, Zhang Tianying will choose to hold a banquet and invite friends around to come to watch the ceremony, giving the other party enough courtesy and respect. He is also one of the few people in the immortal cultivation world who is relatively honest about this. However, Song Qingming and his friends who were close to Zhang Tianying and had a good relationship with him felt uncomfortable. Not only did they have to spend time to attend the banquet, but they also had to send a good gift to the other party so as not to make the family appear too stingy. Zhang Tianying had only been in Iron Fairy Castle for less than 10 years, and this was the third time he had sent an invitation to the Song family. The first 2 times, Song Qingming gave Zhang Tianying enough face to personally attend the congratulations, but this time he really didn't want to join in the fun again. Although Wang Xian had helped Zhang Tianying refine pills and earned a lot of spirit stones from the Zhang family over the years, it was all returned at once. Thinking of this, Song Qingming couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. After explaining to Song Yuanfang, Song Qingming was no longer in the mood to continue practicing, so he turned around and came to the family's alchemy pavilion, located to the east of Funiu Mountain. Wang Xian, who was in seclusion refining pills, was carefully checking the 3 pills she had just made in her hands when she suddenly saw a sound transmission note flying in from outside the magic circle. She quickly picked it up and took a look, then her face lit up with joy and she stood up and walked out of the alchemy room. "Husband, how do you know that I have finished refining the elixir today? I have observed that the time you have spent on refining the elixir in seclusion these few times is not much different. I calculated that the time should be about the same, so I came here to take a look." Hearing Wang Xian's question, Song Qingming immediately explained. Wang Xian did not care too much about it. She took out 3 small porcelain bottles containing elixirs from the storage bag on her waist and placed them in front of Song Qingming with some excitement. "This time, I was lucky enough to refine 3 elixirs. I finally made a small profit. Husband, please keep these elixirs first." "Oh. You actually refined 3 Dongying pills at once. It seems that Xian, your alchemy skills have improved again. Now you are not much worse than Brother Chu." Seeing the 3 small porcelain bottles in Wang Xian's hand, Song Qingming's face was also a little surprised, and he dared to open his mouth to congratulate Wang Xian. The Dongying pill refined by Wang Xian was exactly the recipe she copied from Zhang Tianying when she cooperated with him to refine the elixir. Because the several Demon King inner pills that Song Qingming and his companions had obtained during the Demon Beast turmoil could be used to refine this pill, Wang Xian had asked the family monks to collect auxiliary spiritual medicines everywhere in recent years, and now they have successfully refined 3 furnaces of Dongying pills. The first 2 times, only 2 pills were made, and there was no loss of materials for refining pills. It was not until this time that Wang Xian finally made some progress and made 3 pills and earned some money. Being able to successfully refine 3 Dongying pills at a time, it can be seen that Wang Xian's alchemy skills are already a veritable 3rd-level middle-grade alchemist. Seeing the joy on Wang Xian's face, Song Qingming was also very happy for her. "I have already taken 1 pill. It is not very useful for me to refine this pill. You should keep these pills first. I will keep 1 for Qingming in the future, and take the others to Xiandan League to exchange for other spiritual objects. You can decide on your own and don't worry about my opinion." Seeing that Wang Xian was going to give all 3 Dongying pills to him, Song Qingming waved his hand and only took 1 of the small porcelain bottles. After hearing what Song Qingming said, Wang Xian did not insist. After nodding slightly, she put the remaining pills back into the storage bag. "Xian, I want to go to the East China Sea in 2 days to exchange with fellow Taoist Xia for a high-level material to repair the formation. Do you want to go with me this time?" Chapter 719, Retreat to form a baby. What a great honor. In the past 2 years, Song Qingming has been working hard to repair the yin-yang Baji formation. Wang Xian, who often stays with him, is naturally clear about this matter and has long known that he wants to go to the 100 Flowers Palace to exchange for materials. Now, Yuan Li and the others have not returned yet. I am afraid that the family can't support the situation by relying on Yuan Feng alone. Otherwise, I won't go this time. Wang Xian naturally wanted to go with Song Qingming, but in recent years, Song Yuanli and other family foundation building elders have gone out to train. Now, in addition to Song Qingming and Wang Xian, there are only 2 foundation building cultivators, Song Yuanfang and his wife, on the mountain. Once something happens in the family territory, it is indeed difficult to support the overall situation. Seeing that Wang Xian was somewhat worried about family matters, Song Qingming smiled slightly and said, I know you are worried about these things, but the surroundings have been relatively peaceful recently. There is also a 3rd level medium grade formation I have arranged on the mountain, so nothing serious should happen. We just need to go early and come back early, and we will be back in a month at most, so there is no need to worry so much. After hearing Song Qingming's persuasion, Wang Xian shook her head and said, well, I know nothing serious will happen on the mountain. What I am worried about is actually Shuangfang Mountain. Both of us are gone. If there is any change in the spirit stone vein, or if the sect knows about it, it will definitely be difficult for Yuan Fang and the others to deal with it. I just went to Xiantan City half a year ago, and there is nothing urgent on my hands now. With me on the mountain, you can feel more at ease when you are doing things outside, and you don't need to worry about things at home. Since the excavation of the Shuangfeng Mountain Spirit Stone Mine began, the Song family has been strictly blocking the news about this place. Except for a few Song family elders stationed there, other clansmen stationed there, whether they are cultivators or mortals mining, are not allowed to leave without permission from the family. However, even if the clan leader Song Qingming personally issued a strict order, it is inevitable that there will be troubles over time. Just half a year ago, a late-stage Qi refining cultivator of the Song family, Zhuan, took advantage of his position as a patrol leader to sneak out of Shuangfang Mountain because he missed his concubine who lived in Qianfang. This person not only ran away privately, but also hid a piece of medium-grade spiritual stone that he took the opportunity to hide when he inspected the mine vein, hoping to keep it for himself to buy elixirs to break through his cultivation in the future. Fortunately, Song Zuanayu, who was in charge of the law enforcement team of Qianfang at the time, discovered something wrong in time and found out that this person had sneaked out of Shuangfang Mountain. He quickly took him back to Funiu Mountain with the concubine of the scattered cultivator. When Song Qingming learned about this, he was also furious. He cast a spell on the spot to erase the memories of the 2 people and directly sent them to Yinfeng Ridge to mine, and they were not allowed to leave for life. Afterwards, Song Zuanting and Song Zuanling, who were guarding the Shuangfang Mountain, were also punished by Song Qingming, and each lost several hundred spiritual stones of family salary. Well, your worry is unreasonable. I will go alone this time. When King Gayu comes back next time, we will go together. Seeing that Wang Xian didn't want to go with her because she was a little worried that something might happen to the Shuangfeng Mountain mine, Song Qingming thought about it and didn't insist too much, and nodded in agreement. The Shuangfeng Mountain spiritual stone mine is indeed very important to the family. Once the news leaks out, it will be difficult to deal with it without a giant and cultivator at home. After explaining it to Wang Xian, Song Qingming left Funiu Mountain alone the next day and went directly to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. It has been almost 10 years since Song Qingming last went to the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. The neighboring Zhang state has also begun to slowly recover from the monster turmoil and no longer has the previous dilapidated scene. The ownerless sacred mountains and market towns in Zhang state now attract many independent cultivators from all over the country. Although they are not as prosperous as those in Wei state, they are already populated. Song Qingming flew all the way on the phantom boat and crossed the broken cloud mountains. He went straight to the Wenhu Island, the biggest destination of his trip. It took more than half a month to successfully arrive at the 100 Flowers Palace where he had been before. Upon learning that Song Qingming was coming, He Mengson, the giant and elder, hurried to the foot of the mountain to greet him and led Song Qingming to the sacred mountain as a distinguished guest. 100 Flowers Palace is a Yuanying sect that is stronger than Xiaoyao sect. There are 20 giant and elders in the sect alone. The sudden loss of Wu Xiang and Chen Yuan, two late giant and elders, did not have much impact on them. They were still the same as when Song Qingming came last time, full of the appearance of a holy place of immortals. After following He Mengson to the sect's reception hall, Song Qingming just sat down and tasted a sip of the unique spiritual tea of 100 Flower Palace. He Mengson, who knew his purpose, smiled and said, After returning from the floating cloud mountains last time, senior sister Xia went into seclusion not long ago, and has not come out yet. Otherwise, she would have come to entertain you in person this time if she knew that brother Song was visiting. Fairy Xia has been in seclusion for so long and has not come out yet. Does this mean that I am here at a bad time this time? When Song Qingming heard Yimengxin say that Xiamo was not available to see him, a trace of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Song Qingming's main purpose of coming to the East China Sea this time was to exchange for the water cloud stone. Unexpectedly, he happened to encounter Xiamo in seclusion. If he could not see her, this matter might be a little difficult to handle. Seeing some disappointment on Song Qingming's face, Yimengxin hurriedly explained with a smile, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Song. I know that you must be here for the water cloud stone that senior sister Xia told you about last time." Senior sister Xia had already explained this matter before she went into seclusion. "I have just asked someone to invite senior sister Wang, who is in charge of the Sex Good Deeds Pavilion. You wait here for a moment. When senior sister Wang comes, as long as the things you take out are not too bad, she will definitely exchange them for you." Oh. Fairy Xia is still thoughtful. "Then I would like to thank the two fellow Daoists in advance. This time I brought a third-grade top-grade spiritual medicine. I think it should be enough to exchange for the water cloud stone." A third-grade top-grade spiritual medicine, that's definitely enough. There will be no problem with the spiritual object. Fellow Taoist, you came so fully prepared this time, and I worried too much. Hearing that the spiritual object Song Qingming brought this time was a third-grade top-grade spiritual medicine, Yimengxin's originally nervous face relaxed instantly, and he nodded quickly. After chatting with Yimengxin for a few words, Song Qingming asked again, "Fellow Taoist, have you heard any news about Qingyu recently? This girl hasn't returned for such a long time, and I don't know where she went. To be honest, I did hear some news about Qingyu some time ago, but I'm not sure whether it's true or not, so I didn't tell my friends. Half a year ago, I heard that two people went to Luoxia Inn to explore the ruins on a treasure ship. One of them was from the Xiuxin realm of the floating cloud mountains and was somewhat similar to Qingyu. It might be her. Luoxia Inn. Why did she go there? Luoxia Inn is located in the southeast of the Xiuxin realm of the East China Sea. It is a battlefield left over from the ancient Battle of Cultivators. Song Qingming had heard of this place when he traveled in the Xiuxin realm of the East China Sea a few years ago. Since a fourth-level secret treasure appeared here thousands of years ago, it has attracted many treasure hunters, and cultivators often go in and out of the nearby sea to search for treasures. After so many years, some people did return with a lot of treasures, but the vast majority of people could only return empty-handed, and some never came back. It didn't take long for Luoxia Inn to change from a treasure hunting place in the East China Sea to a dangerous place that cultivators were afraid of. Hearing that Song Qingyu and Li Zuanyi might have gone to that dangerous place, Song Qingming frowned slightly, and couldn't help but worry about them. Seeing that Song Qingming was worried about Song Qingyu's safety, Yimengxin, who was sitting next to him, quickly explained, "It seems that fellow Taoist Song should have heard of that place. But fellow Taoist, you don't need to worry too much. Several elders of the sect have been to Luoxia Inn before. In fact, it is not as dangerous as the rumors say. It won't be too dangerous for a giant and cultivator to go there. When Qingyu traveled with me, I could see that although she was bolder than us, she was not an impulsive person. If she only went to a place like Luoxia Inn, we don't have to worry too much." "Oh. There is such a thing, but I am a little ignorant." After hearing Yimengxin's explanation, Song Qingming nodded awkwardly and slowly put his mind at ease. After all, Song Qingming was not a cultivator from the East China Sea Xiuxin world, and he didn't often come here. When he traveled nearby, he heard a lot of things casually, and he didn't verify them personally. It was normal for him to have some misunderstandings about Luoxia Inn. As the two were talking, a woman in a purple dress walked in with a smile. Seeing Song Qingming not far away, she immediately took the initiative to bow and said, "This should be Brother Song from the Floating Cloud Mountains. I am Wang Ying, the elder of Beihu Palace. I am very polite to you for meeting you for the first time, Brother Wang. You are polite. I came to visit you today because I have something to ask for. Brother, please don't be so polite to me." Seeing that the person was Wang Ying, who Yimengxin had mentioned before, who was in charge of the Good Deeds Pavilion, Song Qingming quickly stood up and returned the greeting. Then Song Qingming took out a third-grade high-quality spiritual medicine that he had prepared and placed it on the table in front of him. Fellow Taoist Wang, I want to use this item to exchange for a piece of Shu'ai stone from your clan. Fellow Taoist, take a look first. If you are not satisfied, just tell me directly. A third-grade high-quality spiritual medicine? Bring it here so I can take a look. If there is no problem with the quality, then we have reached an agreement on this deal. Hearing that the spiritual object Song Qingming was going to take out for exchange was a third-grade high-quality spiritual medicine, Wang Ying was slightly surprised, and then her eyes were fixed on the wooden box that Song Qingming took out. Because Xiaomo had specifically explained this matter to her before, Wang Ying thought that Song Qingming had someone to take care of him, and that he would definitely not bring out anything good this time. Unexpectedly, Song Qingming would take out a third-grade high-quality spiritual medicine on his own initiative, which immediately aroused her interest. Seeing that the other party was interested in what he brought, Song Qingming did not show any surprise on his face, and immediately cast a spell to send the wooden box on the table directly to Wang Ying. Back then, Song Qingming and Wang Xian brought out a lot of high-level spiritual medicines from the secret realm of Xianyun sect. Except for some of the lower-level spiritual medicines left for Wang Xian to use in alchemy, the rest of the high-level spiritual medicines were in Song Qingming's hands. This third-level high-quality spiritual medicine was one of them. The price of a third-level high-quality spiritual medicine on the market is generally around 15,000 spiritual stones, which is not much different from Shu'ai stone. It is more appropriate to use it for exchange. The third-level high-quality spiritual medicine can be used for alchemy to a greater extent, but high-level materials such as Shu'ai stone are also relatively rare and difficult to find. Song Qingming's exchange of spiritual medicine with it is also a matter of getting what he needs and having the best of both worlds. Wang Ying, who took over the wooden box, did not hesitate to be polite with Song Qingming. He opened it directly in front of him and carefully examined it. Seeing the very exquisite patterns on the spiritual medicine and the rich spiritual energy emanating from it, Wang Ying instantly judged that there was no problem with the quality of this spiritual medicine. He quickly put away the wooden box in his hand, and then took out a purple jade box and sent it to Song Qingming. What is in it is what you need. Junior sister Xia has explained it before. You can check it without hesitation. If there's any problem, it's okay to regret it now. Once I leave this door, you can't change your mind. Thank you for your reminder, fellow Taoist Wang. Song Qingming responded and opened the jade box given by Wang Ying. Seeing that the transparent jade in the box was similar to what he saw in the classics, he immediately nodded to the other party. Since there is no problem with fellow Taoist Song, I still have some trivial matters to deal with. I won't disturb you here too much and will go back first. Seeing that Song Qingming had no objection to the spiritual object in his hand, Wang Ying, who had exchanged for a third-level high-quality spiritual medicine, bowed to him with some satisfaction, and then turned and left the reception room. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Song, you have successfully obtained what you need on this trip, and I have also completed senior sister Xia's instructions. After seeing Wang Ying off, He Mengxin immediately stepped forward to congratulate. Haha. Thanks to Fairy Xia's care, Song was able to achieve his wish successfully. I wonder when she will come out of this retreat, so I can thank her in person. Seeing Song Qingming asking about Xiaomo's retreat, He Mengxin was slightly stunned. He first carefully glanced at the door, and then slowly replied when he saw that there was no one around. Senior sister Xia's retreat this time may take a long time. If you want to see her, you may have to wait for a long time. Otherwise, I will send you a message after sister Xia comes out of retreat. Oh. Fairy Xia's retreat is so long this time. Is she preparing to break through? After hearing He Mengxin's explanation and knowing that Xiaomo's retreat will be so long this time, Song Qingming instantly understood that she may have been retreating to break through the nascent soul realm. 2 years ago, Song Qingming already knew that Bai Yuxin, the head of the Xiaoao sect, had begun his second retreat in Guiyang Mountain to condense the nascent soul. Unexpectedly, he learned that Xiaomo was also retreating to break through the nascent soul realm when he just came to the East China Sea. The two of them were the most talented cultivators among the Jiandan cultivators Song Qingming knew, and they had both reached the stage of condensing the nascent soul. Unexpectedly, this time Bai Yuxin and Xiaomo chose to retreat at the same time to break through the nascent soul realm. It was unknown who would break through and become a nascent soul cultivator first. Thinking that two people familiar with him were already breaking through the nascent soul realm, Song Qingming couldn't help but feel excited. He didn't know how long it would take him to reach this point in the future. Seeing that Song Qingming had guessed that Xiaomo was retreating to break through the nascent soul realm, Qingming smiled and blinked, but did not answer him directly. Then he changed the subject and asked about his apprentice Liu Yuxin. Liu Yuxin and Song Chang's had been traveling for 2 years. Although they did not send a message back to the family, the life tablets of the two people in the family's ancestral hall had been safe and sound, so they could still be sure that they were safe outside. Regarding this matter, Song Qingming was also unreserved and told Qingming everything about the two people's travel to the west of the floating cloud mountains. It is not uncommon for a cultivator to travel after building his foundation. Qingming once returned to the floating cloud mountains alone when she was still in the foundation building stage. Naturally, she understood this very well. She just asked Song Qingming to help pass on a message, and when Liu Yuxin returned to the family, she would quickly send a message to her to report her safety. 2 days later, a white escape light suddenly flew out from the north of Wunhu Island and went directly to the northwest. After exchanging the required spiritual objects, Song Qingming stayed in the 100 Flowers Palace for another 2 days, strolled around the market at the foot of the mountain, and then took the initiative to say goodbye to Qingming and left the 100 Flowers Palace. Although he did not see Xiaomo this time, he successfully exchanged for the water cloud stone he wanted, and did not make him go in vain. This trip was also a success. In the past 2 years, Song Qingming has repaired more than half of the yin-yang Baji formation, and he only needs 2 high-level materials to have a great chance of repairing this formation. Now that the water cloud stone is in hand, Song Qingming only needs to find another 3rd-grade material with fire attribute, and he can restore the yin-yang Baji formation in his hand. Song Qingming, standing on the phantom boat, looked at the Wunhu Island getting farther and farther behind him, and couldn't help but smile. After leaving the Wunhu Island on the flying boat, Song Qingming did not return along the way he came, but took a detour to the northwest, wanting to visit the nearby Xiangxuan sect. Back then, he met Luo Li in Xiantan City and promised to visit her, but never found a suitable opportunity. This time, Song Qingming came to the nearby 100 Flowers Palace, just in time to visit there and fulfill his promise. I haven't been there for so long. When we meet again, I guess this girl will definitely complain about me again. Song Qingming suddenly thought of Luo Li, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and he couldn't help but smile and shook his head. After flying east for 3 days, Song Qingming soon arrived at the sea area near the Xiangxuan sect. Just when he was hundreds of miles away from Beisha Island, he suddenly saw several cultivators fighting fiercely on a deserted island not far ahead. In the world of immortal cultivation, cultivators fighting can be seen almost everywhere, mostly for the purpose of competing for territory or some spiritual objects. Song Qingming has been practicing for so many years and has long been accustomed to this. He was just passing by and didn't want to meddle in other people's business. When he approached the deserted island, he suddenly heard a voice that made him stop the flying boat under his feet. "Senior Song, I am Luo Li. These bad guys want to steal our things. Please help us." Song Qingming turned around and saw 2 young women riding flying swords and approaching his position quickly. Song Qingming was also surprised. One of the 2 young women was Luo Li, whom Song Qingming had gone to visit. Song Qingming seemed to have seen the other one before, who was the companion who had gone to Yongdan City with her that year, and was also a foundation establishment cultivator. Behind Luo Li and the other 2, there were 4 foundation establishment cultivators whose cultivation was not lower than theirs, who were controlling the flying swords under their feet and trying to catch up with them. The 6 of them arrived in front of Song Qingming almost at the same time. Seeing that there was suddenly a passing giant and cultivator in front of them, the 4 people who were chasing Luo Li were startled. One of them, an older white-haired old man in the late foundation establishment stage, hurried forward and took the initiative to salute Song Qingming. "Senior, please don't misunderstand me. We are the most numerous cultivators in the nearby Iron Wind Island. These 2 bitches cheated our young master of something before, and we just want to get it back. Senior, please don't listen to them. These 2 are famous bandit cultivators nearby. They like to use their beauty to lure people to take spiritual objects. My young master was fooled by them because of carelessness." "You are talking nonsense. It was obviously you who tried to rob us of our things. You are so shameless to lie and confuse right and wrong. Senior, I dare to swear to the heavens that they insisted on robbing me of my things. I hope you can support justice for me." When Luo Li heard what the white-haired old man said, He was anxious and hurriedly explained to Song Qingming beside him. Seeing this situation, Song Qingming didn't need to ask more questions. He probably knew what happened in his heart. He didn't care about the few people beside him and asked Luo Li directly. What's the strength of the Iron Wind Island he just mentioned? Is there a giant in cultivator? Hearing Song Qingming's sudden question, before Luo Li could answer, the white-haired old man beside him immediately said with some pride, "Haha. Senior, you haven't even heard of our Iron Wind Island, so it shouldn't be a cultivator from the nearby sea area. It seems that these two bitches don't know you at all, and they want to use your prestige to scare us in order to save their lives. Senior, you don't know that our Iron Wind Island is one of the best sects in the nearby sea area, and the island master is already a giant in level 5 cultivator. I hope you can give us a face for Iron Wind Island, and don't believe what these two little bitches say." Song Qingming deliberately performed the breath-holding technique when he was in a hurry, so in the eyes of the white-haired old man, his cultivation level was only at the initial stage of the giant in realm. Therefore, the other party thought he was just a casual cultivator passing by, so he directly brought out his own island master who had a higher cultivation level, hoping that Song Qingming would be cautious and not interfere in this matter. Oh. A 5th level giant and cultivator, what a great honor. Chapter 720. First of all, let me say something off topic. There will be a lucky draw for this book today, with prizes including black wukuang and mooncakes. This is my personal reward to all of you who have always supported Zio Mengdao at my own expense. As long as you are a fan of this book, you can participate. Just go to the introduction and join the lucky draw group. You don't need to vote or anything. I will post an Easter egg page for the specific prizes and rules later. Please pay attention to it. Luo Li is kind by nature and doesn't like to take advantage of others. When he took the initiative to give her the spiritual object, Luo Li didn't accept it. Naturally, Song Qingming would not believe what the other party said, that Luo Li cheated them of their things. The reason why he asked about the strength of Iron Wind Island was that he was afraid that if the other party was too powerful, he would accidentally cause too much trouble for Xiangsuan sect in the future. Hearing that the strongest island owner of the other party was just a 5th level giant and cultivator, Song Qingming no longer had any concerns. His face changed and he scolded the other party. Seeing that Song Qingming was not frightened by his words, the white-haired old man looked a little embarrassed, and immediately bowed to Song Qingming and said, "We are also following orders. Since the senior does not believe us, the juniors naturally dare not disturb you again. They are lucky today, let's go," the white-haired old man said, and shouted to several companions beside him, and then turned around and prepared to leave. But at this moment, a somewhat cold voice came into their ears again, forcing several people to stop. "Did I say you can leave?" Hearing this, the white-haired old man and his companions stood there for a while and dared not move their steps. They could only turn around and bow to Song Qingming and said, "This senior, today our Iron Wind Island just happened to run into you because we have some connection with these two people. We have no intention of offending you. Senior, you shouldn't really be deliberately making things difficult for our Iron Wind Island for these two strangers. Xiangsuan sect is not far from here." When the white-haired old man and his companions attacked Luo Li and his companions, they had already inquired about the fact that both of them were from the foundation building forces and had no background of interests. In their eyes, Song Qingming should have just happened to run into this incident when he passed by, and had nothing to do with Luo Li and his companions. At most, he spoke out to stop them from continuing to commit crimes. It is impossible for him to provoke other giant forces for two strangers. Humph. Senior Song and I have known each other for many years. Who said they were strangers? You guys are really talking nonsense. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, Luo Li, who was standing aside, immediately made an unhappy defense. After hearing what Luo Li said, seeing Song Qingming, who was not far in front of him, had a calm face and no intention of refuting, he had already tacitly agreed with what the other party had just said. The four people from Iron Wind Island, who realized that Luo Li really knew the senior in front of them, were shocked. For a moment, they still couldn't believe that Song Qingming was really so familiar with Luo Li. Originally, they just wanted to deal with two foundation building cultivators with no background today, but they didn't expect that the other party had such a deep background and actually provoked a giant and strongman for no reason. We really don't know their relationship with you. I hope that the senior can forgive us once. I am willing to apologize and compensate the losses of these two Taoist friends just now. What do you think? The white-haired old man who understood the situation hurriedly took the people around him to bow and apologize to Luo Li and the others, and there was no longer any arrogance before. However, Luo Li did not intend to give them a good face, and directly scolded, "Humph! Didn't you just call them a bitch? You changed your face so quickly. I will not accept your hypocritical apology." Hearing the compromise of the white-haired old man, Song Qingming's expression did not change much. He said in a cold voice, "Since you want to kill people and steal treasures, and I just ran into you, you must give me an explanation. Just apologizing is not enough. You must leave something behind today." Seeing that Song Qingming obviously did not intend to let them go, the white-haired old man and the others looked at each other. When they didn't know what to do, one of the older young men suddenly threw a second-level talisman at Song Qingming. Then this person didn't care about the others, and stepped on the flying sword and fled far away. Seeing that someone had turned around and fled, the other three people's faces suddenly changed and they didn't hesitate to flee in all directions. "Senior, they are going to run away." Seeing that the white-haired old man and his companions had already escaped several dozen feet away, Song Qingming just stood there and looked at them with some joking, and had not set out to chase them. Luo Li, who was standing beside him, hurriedly reminded him anxiously. Seeing this, Song Qingming just slowly replied softly, "Don't worry. They can't run away." After comforting Luo Li, a burst of light suddenly appeared on Song Qingming's body, and then the whole person disappeared from the spot. After flashing a few times in the air, the next moment he appeared in front of the fastest white-haired old man. The white-haired old man saw Song Qingming blocking in front of him, and just as he was about to beg for mercy, a sword-light pierced his chest directly. He fell from the air to the sea below unwillingly. After dealing with the white-haired old man with the highest cultivation, Song Qingming put away the storage bag on his waist, and then waved his hand to cast a spell to release the golden wind, ice and fire dragon and dozens of golden fantasy butterflies, and commanded them to chase the other three people respectively. Golden Wind has now reached the peak of the third level of the golden core, so it is no problem for him to deal with a small foundation building cultivator. After catching up with his opponent, he killed him in mid-air in an instant. The golden illusion butterfly in another direction has also greatly increased its strength after Song Qingming's cultivation in recent years. Dozens of golden illusion butterflies above the middle stage of the foundation building stage surrounded a cultivator with a cultivation level of only the fourth level of the foundation building stage. It also took less than half an hour to beat the opponent without any chance of fighting back. With only screams, the man was killed on the spot by the sharp wind blades released by the golden illusion butterfly, and the storage bag on his body was picked up by the rushing golden wind. Only the ice and fire dragon was a little tricky. The opponent's cultivation level was not low and had reached the peak of the sixth level of the foundation building stage. He also had a second-level top-grade magic weapon in his hand. Although he had fallen into disadvantage under the fierce attack of the ice and fire dragon, there was no sign of a quick defeat for a while. Seeing this, Song Qingming did not order the golden wind beside him to support it immediately, but just stood aside and watched quietly, wanting to give the ice and fire dragon a chance to show its strength. Although Song Qingming was not in a hurry, the ice and fire dragon saw that the battles in the other two battlefields had ended, and only its own side was left. It was a little unhappy and increased its strength again towards the flames in its mouth to suppress its opponent. The ice and fire dragon was born with a strong bloodline. In addition, its cultivation was higher than that of the opponent. When it really got angry, it quickly put pressure on its opponent, and gradually it could not resist. After about half an instant of time, with the opponent screaming, the ice and fire dragon spit out an ice arrow and pierced his head directly, and this fierce battle came to an end. Although it killed its opponent, the ice and fire dragon was not in a good condition after the battle. It lacked experience in fighting, and it also had several injuries on its body. Seeing this, Song Qingming said a few words to reward it, and then took out several healing pills to feed it, and then put the injured ice and fire dragon back into the spirit beast bag. Song Qingming has been practicing Taoism for so many years, and he has always hated bullying and killing people for treasures. When he was at a low level, he almost lost his life several times. This time, when the four people from Iron Wind Island wanted to attack Luo Li, Song Qingming had no intention of letting them leave after knowing the details of the other party from the beginning. First, it was to punish evil and promote good, and second, it was for the future safety of Luo Li and Xiangsun sect, and not to leave too many hidden dangers for them. After all, Iron Wind Island is a nearby giant in force. Once they escape back, when he leaves the East China Sea's Yuxin world in the future, these people may come to trouble Luo Li and others. He killed the 4 white-haired old men here directly, and there would be no trace left in the vast ocean. Even if the Iron Wind Island came here, it would be difficult to find out who did it. After dealing with the 4 people, Song Qingming just returned to the flying boat. Luo Li and the other 2 who had been standing there hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to Song Qingming, thanking Song Qingming for his help. Thank you for saving my life. It has been nearly 10 years since the last time the 2 met. Luo Li's cultivation has successfully advanced to the 4th level of foundation building. It can be seen that she has not neglected her own cultivation, as Song Qingming said. Another woman in white, whose cultivation is slightly higher than Luo Li's, has reached the 6th level of foundation building. She also looks very elegant and similar to Luo Li. The 2 standing together look like sisters. The 2 stepped forward to salute. Song Qingming waved his hand and said, "Haha. You and I already know each other. We can't just ignore each other when we meet. No need to be so polite. Get up quickly. You can't stay in a place of trouble for long. You first get on the flying boat. I'll take you away from here first." Hearing this, Luo Li nodded hurriedly, and jumped on the phantom boat controlled by Song Qingming with the white-clothed woman beside him, and soon the 3 of them turned into a white light and disappeared on the spot. Today, it's all my fault that I was accidentally targeted by the people of Tifang Island, and I almost implicated Sister Guo. Fortunately, Senior happened to pass by here and saved us, otherwise Luo Li would never see Senior Song again in this life. Not long after the flying boat left the battlefield, Luo Li, who was standing behind Song Qingming, immediately spoke with some self-blame. Hearing this, Song Qingming waved his hand and said to her, "I am not passing by here today, I came to see you on purpose. I promised to come to see you that year, but I never had the time and only came now. In the end, I made some mistakes. Please don't blame me, Senior. Did you come to see me on purpose this time?" Hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Luo Li's face immediately showed a bit of surprise. When she met Song Qingming in Yong'an City that year, although he promised to come to see her, Song Qingming was, after all, a giant and cultivator with successful cultivation in his own cultivation affairs. How could he always take the words of a small foundation-building cultivator like her to heart? Song Qingming hadn't come for so many years, and Luo Li thought that he might have forgotten what happened that year. Unexpectedly, Song Qingming still kept her in mind, but he was just a little late. Seeing Luo Li so happy, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "I should have come to see you earlier, but unfortunately I had some things at home and didn't have time to come to the East China Sea. I didn't expect that it was better to come at the right time than to come early. I was able to save you on the road this time. It seems that it is also an opportunity given to you by God. Haha. What the Senior said is true. Since Luo Li met the Senior, he has always been able to accept the Senior's great kindness when he has difficulties. The Senior is the greatest opportunity given to me by God, otherwise I would not have the honor to practice until now." Hearing Luo Li's words, Song Qingming smiled with some relief, and didn't say anything more, but just concentrated on controlling the flying boat in front to continue moving forward. A distance of hundreds of miles is not too far for a giant and cultivator. However, in just 2/4 of an hour, Song Qingming had arrived at the Beisha Island where the Xiangsun sect was located. As soon as the 3 of them landed, the woman in white standing next to Luo Li immediately stepped forward and bowed to Song Qingming, saying, "Senior Song, Sister Luo Li, I wasted my time today because I encountered thieves. I have to go back home first. I won't bother you here for now. I will come to visit you again in 2 days." Along the way, through Luo Li's active introduction, Song Qingming also learned the name of the woman in white in front of him, Guo Yuding. Guo Yuding is a cultivator from a foundation-building family. The family's territory is on another island not far to the west of Beisha Island. There are also several foundation-building cultivators in the family, and their strength is slightly stronger than the declining Xiangsun sect. Seeing Guo Yuding coming forward to say goodbye, Luo Li looked a little puzzled and said, "Sister Guo, didn't you always want to ask Senior Song about cultivation? Why are you in a hurry to go home today when Senior came? Haha. Senior Song came to see me this time specially. It's not convenient for me to talk to you all the time. There's no rush to ask about cultivation. What's the harm in coming in 2 days? Senior has come with great difficulty. Sister Luo Li, you must remember to entertain him well. In the future, I, your elder sister, may need to benefit from your help in cultivation." Seeing Guo Yuding hinting at herself with her eyes while speaking, Luo Li nodded awkwardly and didn't insist. He quickly sent her away. "I haven't been here for so long. It seems that this place is still the same as before. There is no change." After seeing Guo Yuding off, Luo Li had just turned around and walked a few steps when he heard Song Qingming on the side sighing at the town ahead. Hearing this, Luo Li smiled and nodded, saying, "Senior, I haven't been here for a long time. I still remember what Beisha Island looked like before. When I first followed you here, Luo Li had just started practicing. More than 40 years have passed in a flash. In fact, the town has changed a lot in such a long time. It's just that when I was young, I often went down the mountain to play with my brothers and sisters. Since I built my foundation, I have been busy with cultivation and haven't had much time to go down the mountain. Well, when you embark on the path of cultivation, you will always have to face loneliness. Whether it is friends or relatives, it is difficult for them to accompany you for a lifetime. When your cultivation level is higher and you reach the giant realm, you should slowly get used to it." Song Qingming, who was walking slowly forward, answered Luo Li calmly. Luo Li, who was following beside him, nodded slightly after hearing what Song Qingming said. "What the senior said is right. The higher the level of cultivation, the more I can understand this. Since I came here, Master, as well as the brothers and sisters, have all been very good to me. It's just that cultivation is not easy. Now I am the only one in the sect who has successfully established a foundation. I don't know how long Master and the others can accompany me. Senior, is the path of cultivation destined to be so lonely in the end, or are these all processes we must go through?" Facing Luo Li's somewhat confused inquiry, Song Qingming paused for a moment before answering seriously. "You will always meet more people on the road of cultivation. When old friends pass away, you will meet more new friends. If one day you can ascend to the Tao, you may have the opportunity to understand the great way of life and death, yin and yang, and travel through reincarnation to meet these deceased old friends. Since we have chosen the path of cultivation, we must go on well. Whether you are an immortal or immortal, it is impossible for you to have everything you want in your life. You will gain a lot from practicing, but you will also lose a lot. Whether it is good or bad, these will be part of your life, and none of them can be missing. Well, what the senior said is that life cannot be as you wish. I have achieved what I have today, which is already the blessing of my parents in the underworld. How dare I really hope for the longevity road? That's not necessarily the case. It is not easy to tell who can achieve the Tao and ascend to heaven. Whether it is you or me or others, as long as the Tao is not broken, everyone will have the opportunity to get this opportunity. Although the longevity road is a slim hope for us, as long as we work hard to practice, we will never let ourselves down." After hearing this, Luo Li nodded thoughtfully, and then bowed slightly to Song Qingming and said, "Senior, Luo Li has learned from you." The two walked slowly all the way, and after a long time, they finally came to the town at the foot of the mountain. Since building her foundation, Luo Li has rarely come down the mountain to meet mortals. Now, walking to the town with Song Qingming, she immediately recalled many of her good memories. Looking at many familiar places on the street, she kept introducing them to Song Qingming. Seeing this, Song Qingming also slowed down his pace and took Luo Li for a good walk in the town. They reluctantly came to the foot of the sacred mountain where the Xiangxuan sect was located until they had a good time. "Uncle Luo, you are back. Who is this senior?" As soon as they arrived at the mountain gate, two Qi Refining disciples wearing Xiangxuan sect clothing immediately opened the magic circle to welcome them. Facing the two people coming forward to salute, Luo Li, who had just been happy, immediately restrained the expression on his face, turned into Xiangxuan sect foundation building elder, and waved to the two. "This is the guest I invited. He will stay with me on the mountain for a few days. How is the master recently? Is everything okay?" Reporting to Uncle Luo, "The headmaster is doing well recently. I saw him go to the ancestral hall a few days ago." "Well, that's good. You guys guard the mountain gate well and don't be careless." Hearing that his master was fine, Luo Li was relieved and walked quickly to the top of the mountain with Song Qingming. Luo Li's master Chen Jianghe has reached the age of 230 and is not far from the deadline for foundation building. Because in his early years, Chen Jianghe once tried to impact the giant realm, which injured his meridians and left him with some hidden diseases. In the past 2 years, he has been suffering from illness. Luoli went out with Guo Yuding this time to go to a large market nearby to buy a high-level healing pill for Chen Jianghe. On the way back, they were unfortunately targeted by a group of people from Iron Wind Island, which led to the scene where Song Qingming saw them later. The last time Song Qingming saw Chen Jianghe was more than 40 years ago. Although he looked a little old at that time, his mental state was still fine. Unexpectedly, after only a few decades, Chen Jianghe's physical condition has reached this point. Song Qingming was a little surprised to learn from Luoli that Chen Jianghe was now suffering from illness. Following Luoli, the two soon came to a hall on the top of the mountain. After Song Qingming sat down, he had just tasted a few sips of spiritual tea. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianghe, the head of the Xiangxun sect, accompanied by another foundation-building elder of the sect, immediately came to Song Qingming with a happy face. Senior Song, I never thought that I would have the opportunity to see you again in this life. It's really the blessing of the ancestors. As soon as he saw Chen Jianghe, Song Qingming's face immediately became a little solemn. He stood up and took the initiative to come to his side and put his hand on Chen Jianghe's forehead. After Chen Jianghe felt a gentle spiritual power coming from his head, he did not resist Song Qingming's sudden behavior, but just stood there motionless. Senior, what are you doing? Seeing this, Luoli, who was a little confused, was about to step forward to ask, but was stopped by another Xiangxun sect foundation building elder. Senior Song wants to check on the injuries of his senior brother. Don't make a fuss or you will disturb them. After the uncle's reminder, Luoli immediately nodded and closed his mouth, opened his big eyes and nervously looked at Song Qingming, who was casting a spell with his eyes closed. After a long while, Song Qingming slowly withdrew his magic power and opened his eyes. Then Song Qingming moved his spiritual power and took out a small purple jade bottle from his waist. He said to Chen Jianghe in front of him, the meridians in your body are seriously injured. Ordinary low-level pills are useless to you now. This pill can repair the meridians of the flesh. You take it and refine it every 3 years. Although it can't make you heal in a short time, it can help you temporarily suppress the impact of the meridian damage and prevent you from dying early. And remember, in the future, taking too much pills will also cause certain damage to the cultivator's body. From now on, try not to take other pills. Looking at the purple jade bottle handed over by Song Qingming, Chen Jianghe, who was already in tears, hurriedly stepped forward and knelt on the ground, leaned over to thank Song Qingming and said, Senior, I will never forget your great kindness. Please accept my greetings. In recent years, Chen Jianghe, who had been tortured by illness because of his dying age, had long felt that he did not have much time left. He did not expect to meet Song Qingming, the giant and senior, before he died. The other party even took out a bottle of high-level healing pill to prolong his life. How could he not be deeply moved? Chapter 721, Teaching the Younger Generation, Cave Ruins. I have a connection with your clan. I also got some benefits from Senior Zhao in the past. Don't be too polite to me. Let's get up and talk first. Seeing Chen Jianghe's move, Song Qingming waved his hand and signaled Luoli to help his master up first. Master, you are not feeling well, so get up first. With the help of Luoli and the others, Chen Jianghe, who was still a little weak, slowly stopped thanking him, slowly stood up and sat on a wooden chair beside him. It is a great honor for our Xiangxun sect that you have the presence today. I would like to ask you not to despise me. I will stay on the mountain for a few more days. Seeing that Chen Jianghe wanted to keep him for a few more days, Song Qingming did not refuse and replied directly, I came here this time specifically to see you and Luoli, so I am in no hurry to leave. There is one more thing I want to tell you. You probably all know that Luoli was targeted by the people from Tifang Island today. Although these scums died in my hands, it is hard to say whether the matter has been leaked. If the people from Tifang Island come to us for this matter in the future, do you have any countermeasures? When Chen Jianghe heard Song Qingming mention Tifang Island, an ugly look suddenly appeared on his face. It was obvious that he had already known about this from Luoli. Don't worry, Senior. Although this Tifang Island is a giant in force, our Xiangxun sect is also a vessel of Chong'an sect. No matter how bold they are, they have to consider the face of the upper sect. They should not come here to cause trouble. But Luoli should be more careful when going out in the future. Don't leave the island casually recently. Wait until the storm is over. The Qingming Sea where the Xiangxun sect is located stretches for tens of thousands of miles. In this large area, there are tens of thousands of islands of different sizes. As long as there are spiritual veins, basically there are people or cultivators living there. However, although the Qingming Sea is large, there are only small and medium-sized spiritual veins below level 4, and there are no unyielding forces. There are more than a dozen giant forces, big and small, ruling here, and Tifang Island is one of them. However, Tifang Island has only one giant cultivator. Among the many giant forces in the Qingming Sea, it can only be ranked behind, and is not as good as Qingming sect, another giant force vassal of Xiangsuan sect. Therefore, although Chen Jianghe and his men were somewhat afraid of the Iron Wind Island, they were not afraid that they would dare to come to their door and cause trouble. Although the other party would not take them seriously, the Qingming sect would not let the other party reach into their territory. Well, just keep this in mind. I will not leave recently. You can first inquire about the movements of the Iron Wind Island. If you are really suspected, tell me immediately. After all, these people died in my hands. After I leave, I can't leave all the trouble to you. I still have some friendship with the Beihou Palace of Wenhu Island. If they come to your door in the future and you can't deal with them, you can take this thing to find Elder Hemengson of the Beihou Palace. She and I are close friends and will definitely not neglect you. After saying that, Song Qingming directly took out a second-level communication talisman that he had made by himself and handed it to Chen Jianghe, the head of the Xiangsuan sect. Hearing Song Qingming asking to help them deal with the troubles of Iron Wind Island, Chen Jianghe and his companions were also a little excited. They hurriedly accepted the talisman given by Song Qingming and thanked him profusely. Song Qingming was not only a late giant and cultivator, but also had a good relationship with the Hundred Flowers Palace, a major Yuanying sect in the East China Sea. Such a backer was what the Xiangsuan sect dreamed of. It was a pity that Song Qingming was not on the East China Sea and could not stay here for a long time. The Xiangsuan sect could only borrow his name to bully others. When Song Qingming first visited and sent back the remains of Zhao Jibei, Chen Jianghe and his companions deliberately invited the surrounding foundation building forces to watch the ceremony, and used their familiarity with Song Qingming to improve the declining status of the Xiangsuan sect. It was a pity that Song Qingming did not come to visit again for decades. After a long time, the people around him naturally saw the true and false of the Xiangsuan sect, and now their lives are almost back to the past. Fortunately, Luo Li successfully built his foundation later, which gave the entire Xiangsuan sect some hope of revival. The current Xiangsuan sect is much better than when Song Qingming first came. The number of disciples in the sect has almost doubled, and it has slowly stopped its decline. After explaining the matter to Chen Jianghe and others, Song Qingming, who had nothing to do here, also gave some pointers on some things about their cultivation. Then, under the personal arrangement of Chen Jianghe, Song Qingming lived directly in a cave in the back mountain of Xiangsuan sect. In addition to returning to the cave to meditate and practice at night, Song Qingming basically wandered around the foot of the mountain during the day accompanied by Luo Li, feeling the different customs of the island on the East China Sea. After Chen Jianghe and others inquired, Iron Wind Island was indeed as Song Qingming and others expected. After losing several foundation-building monks, they immediately began to send people to investigate everywhere, but the vast sea could not even find the bodies, and there was no way to find the person who did it. The 4 white-haired old men were not weak among the foundation-building cultivators. They were able to kill them silently, which indirectly proved that the person who did it might be a giant and cultivator. Although Iron Wind Island suffered a loss this time, they also knew that the origin of the person who did it might be extraordinary, and they did not publicize it later. Soon, the sudden disappearance of the white-haired old man and others slowly disappeared in the conversation of the crowd. 3 days later, in a tea house in the mortal town of Beisha Island, Song Qingming was sitting among a group of mortals, watching the performance on the stage with ordinary people around him. With a smile on his face, he, like many mortals sitting in the tea house, would take the initiative to clap his hands from time to cheer for the wonderful performance on the stage. Since participating in the worldly practice in Taixu Gate, Song Qingming can now easily integrate himself into ordinary mortals quickly. No matter where he is, he can deeply feel the joys and sorrows, and separations and reunions of these ordinary mortals around him, which are difficult for these cultivators to get while hiding in the high fairy mountains. Song Qingming also gradually felt the benefits of worldly cultivation from his initial misunderstanding. Now he can quickly integrate into a relatively unfamiliar mortal world as he pleases. In recent years, Song Qingming's personal state of mind has become much more indifferent than when he was practicing before. Even when facing some bad setbacks, he can accept them calmly and will not easily trap himself in the same situation as before. Just as Song Qingming was listening to the opera seriously, two young women suddenly came to the door of the tea house. Both of them were dressed in brocade and jade belts, and had extraordinary temperaments. As soon as they walked in, they attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. After seeing Song Qingming sitting in the crowd not far away, the two women immediately looked happy and walked straight towards him. Regardless of the puzzled eyes of the people around them, they bowed slightly to Song Qingming. "Senior, how are you?" "I am polite." The person who came in was Luo Li and her close friend Guo Yuding. When Guo Yuding left last time, she said that she would come to visit in a few days to ask her about cultivation. Her coming here today was not beyond Song Qingming's expectation. After nodding gently, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand and said, "Since you are here, sit down and listen to the opera first. You are all cultivators. You should try to control yourself in front of mortals and don't let them see your differences at a glance. You need to calm down to feel the difference when listening to this kind of opera." Hearing that Song Qingming asked them to stay and listen to the opera together, Guo Yuding and Luo Li nodded immediately and sat down beside him. They patiently focused their eyes on the stage not far away like Song Qingming. "Senior, is listening to the opera here also a way of practicing?" Seeing that a play on the stage had just ended, Guo Yuding asked Song Qingming beside her with a hint of doubt. This kind of tea house stage is very common among mortals in the East China Sea's Yuxin world. Guo Yuding and Luo Li grew up here since childhood, so they naturally knew these things a long time ago. However, as cultivators, they just wanted to see the storytelling and singing of these mortals for the sake of novelty, and never deeply understood these unimportant things to them. When she first came in, she saw Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator who stood at the top of the immortal world, coming here to listen to the opera with a group of mortals. She just thought that this senior must have rarely come to the East China Sea, so he was interested in the local special operas. But after sitting down and watching the whole show, Guo Yuding realized that this senior was very serious when watching the opera, and even some mortals didn't seem to be as focused as him. Although Song Qingming rarely spoke when watching the opera, he could react quickly every time the stage sang well, and he would applaud and cheer for the other party in time with those mortals. Obviously, he was now somewhat familiar with the operas on the stage. Hearing Guo Yuding's puzzled question, Song Qingming immediately nodded slightly and said, "There are thousands of ways to practice, and it is not only sitting on the mountain and practicing hard that is called practice. My way of practice can be carried out in many places, and you can also gain something from listening to this drama. You may not feel it now. However, with my way of practice, how much you can gain depends entirely on your personal understanding. You too don't have to think too much about this matter, just let it go, and you will naturally understand it when you should understand it." "I understand a little. What the senior is practicing here is his personal character, not his own cultivation. This should be right." "Right." Song Qingming heard the words and replied with some satisfaction, "Well, what you said is right. This kind of practice is good for the help of personal state of mind will be greater, which can help you break through the bottleneck of cultivation. If you can also enter the Tao and experience different places in the future, then you will naturally get some benefits. However, this kind of practice requires letting things take their own course and not forcing them. Not everyone can comprehend it so easily. You should still focus on your own practice at ordinary times, and don't confuse the priorities and delay your own practice." "Senior, I will remember your good advice." "Okay. I have gained a lot from listening to several plays today, so let's stop here." Seeing that many people around him looked at Luo Li and Guo Yuding curiously because they were sitting next to him, Song Qingming nodded slightly to the two of them, and took the initiative to get up and leave his seat and walked out the door. Seeing this, Luo Li and Guo Yuding immediately followed carefully behind them, and the three of them walked through the bustling town and came to the seaside not far away. After finding a quieter place to sit down, Song Qingming went straight to the point and gave Luo Li and Guo Yuding the opportunity to ask questions about their cultivation. Guo Yuding has been practicing for many years. Although she has a good talent and succeeded in building a foundation early, she was born in a weak foundation-building family and has never had any chance to come into contact with giant and cultivators. Seeing that Song Qingming took the initiative to instruct them on their cultivation, Guo Yuding hurriedly kowtowed with a happy face and thanked him together with Luo Li, and began to ask Song Qingming about her doubts in cultivation. In response, Song Qingming answered them one by one without any reservation. For foundation-building cultivators like unyielding and Luo Li who have no background, the personal teaching of a giant and cultivator is definitely a rare personal opportunity for them. Both of them came from small foundation-building forces and cultivated step by step from the bottom. Naturally, their personal talents are not too bad. Song Qingming only gave them some pointers on some difficulties in cultivation, and they soon understood them. The three of them sat on the beach, accompanied by the sound of the ebb and flow of the tide not far away, from morning to dusk, when Song Qingming ended the discussion of instructing them. Although it was only half a day, under Song Qingming's guidance, Guo Yuding and Luo Li solved many problems that had troubled them in their practice, and also had a clear understanding of their future personal path. Such gains are definitely difficult for them to measure with ordinary spirit stones or spirit objects. At this moment, in their hearts, Song Qingming has slowly changed from a senior to half-mentor. Seeing that the two girls benefited a lot, Song Qingming, who was patiently teaching, was also somewhat relieved at this moment. After practicing for so many years, Song Qingming also received a lot of guidance from seniors, and he was able to walk step by step to where he is today. Today, when teaching Luo Li and the others, Song Qingming also inherited the will of these seniors. The path of practice cannot always be based on one's own path. Sometimes, some opportunities must be left for future generations. This is also a personal causal inheritance. Only by making things convenient for others can you make things convenient for yourself. Today's matter may be just something Song Qingming did casually, but for Luo Li and the others, it may be a major event that can change their life path. Seeing that they had no more questions and he had said what he should say, Song Qingming took the initiative to stand up, glanced at the sunset not far away, and turned around to return to the Xiangxuan sect. At this moment, Guo Yuding, who was standing beside him, suddenly bowed to Song Qingming and said, "Senior, wait a minute. I have another matter to ask for your help today. I wonder if you are free recently. I came here mainly to visit Luo Li and the others. I will probably leave in 3 to 5 days. Tell me what you want first. If it is convenient, I can consider it." Hearing that Guo Yuding asked him for help, Song Qingming did not immediately agree to the other party. He was not a nosy person when he was away from home, and he still wanted to listen to the other party's next words before considering it. Song Qingming's expression was very calm, but Luo Li, who was standing beside him, had already guessed what Guo Yuding wanted to say, and looked at the other party nervously, as if he was hesitant to speak. Hearing what Song Qingming said, Guo Yuding immediately understood what he meant, and without much hesitation, she spoke directly. "Senior Song is able to teach us all his knowledge today. Yuding will never forget your kindness, so naturally I dare not hide it from you. More than 10 years ago, when I had just established my foundation, I was fortunate to discover a cave left by a senior in the nearby sea. Unfortunately, there are not only many restrictions there, but also many high-level monsters. I have tried to enter it several times but failed. I would like to ask Senior Song to help break the restrictions there. If I am fortunate enough to enter the cave of that senior, I am willing to share the spiritual objects I have obtained with you." Giant and Cultivator's Cave, how did you determine it? It has been more than 10 years and you haven't succeeded. Logically speaking, the cave left by an ordinary giant and cultivator should not be that difficult to enter, right? After hearing what Chen Yuding said, Song Qingming, who had originally had a very calm face, suddenly became interested and asked the other party again. Although the number of high-level independent cultivators in the East Sea Immortal Cultivation world is more than double that of the Floating Cloud Mountain Immortal Cultivation world, it is not too strange for Chen Yuding to find a cave of a giant and cultivator outside. However, what puzzled Song Qingming was that Chen Yuding herself was a mid-stage foundation-building cultivator, and there were other foundation-building cultivators in her family, so it was not that there was no one to help. To break the cave left by a giant and cultivator, more than 10 years of slow grinding was enough for them to open the cave restrictions, so there was no need to specially ask Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator, for help. After hearing what Song Qingming said, Chen Yuding sighed and said frankly, "What you said is right. The restrictions in this cave are indeed a little different and very difficult to remove. To be honest, I mainly practice the art of formations, and now I am also a second-level mid-grade formation master. However, I have been facing the restrictions in that cave for more than 10 years, but I still haven't found any good way. Even if I ask a few family elders to go with me, It is still difficult to break the restrictions inside. Now the only plan is to find a giant and cultivator to cooperate with me to break the formation, so that I can have some confidence in successfully removing the restrictions and entering the cave. Don't worry, Senior, that cave was definitely built by a cultivator above the giant level. I am sure that this trip will not be in vain. Last time, I searched carefully outside the cave and accidentally found a third-level spiritual object in an abandoned stone chamber. The reason why Luoli and I were targeted by the people of Tifang Island was actually because of this thing. After Chen Yuding finished speaking, she reached out her hand and gently touched her waist, and took out a third-level lower-grade magic weapon that was already somewhat damaged. This magic weapon was very ordinary in style, and the spiritual light on it was very dim. It looked like what Chen Yuding said, it should be something that was left outside for a long time by the owner. Chen Yuding got this magic weapon several years ago, and she has never shown it to others. No one except the patriarch of the Chen family knew that she had found a golden elixir cave. Until the last time she went to the nearby market with Luoli, she happened to see a spiritual object in the market that could help them break through their cultivation. At that time, the two of them did not have enough spiritual stones in their hands. Facing a rare opportunity, Chen Yuding did not want to give up, so she wanted to exchange this flawed magic weapon for spiritual stones. When she asked in the market, she was unfortunately spotted by the people of Iron Wind Island. Although the two of them escaped from the market very carefully afterwards, they were caught up by the other party for some reason in the end, and almost died on the sea with Luoli. If they hadn't just happened to meet Song Qingming later, they would have been killed and robbed of their treasures and disappeared in the vast sea. It was precisely because Song Qingming saved Chen Yuding's life and didn't treat her as an outsider and taught her patiently that Chen Yuding made up her mind to tell Song Qingming about the giant and cave mansion and asked him to help explore together. Chen Yuding had thought about asking a master to help her over the years, but the giant and monks outside were all like jackals and tigers, which really made Chen Yuding dare not try. She and the entire Chen family were just a small foundation-building family. There was really no room for bargaining in front of the giant and monks. Even if they went to the upper sect Chong'inmen, it was estimated that the things in this giant and cave mansion would be eaten up by the other party in the end. If she asked a strange giant and monk outside for help, if the other party had evil intentions to kill her, I'm afraid the entire Chen family would be in danger of extinction. These were not things that Chen Yuding, a small foundation-building monk, dared to gamble with. Therefore, Chen Yuding has kept this secret in her heart for so many years. Except for the head of the Chen family who supported her all the way to build her foundation, Chen Yuding has never told this matter to outsiders. Even Chen Yuding's good sister Luoli, she took the initiative to tell Luoli about it when she decided to invite Song Qingming to go not long ago. After hearing Chen Yuding's explanation, Song Qingming did not answer immediately, but took up the short sword magic weapon in Chen Yuding's hand and took a closer look. After using the mana in his hand to try it, Song Qingming found that the damage to this magic weapon was not too serious, and he could directly inject mana to drive it. It is estimated that the time it has been abandoned should be at most a few hundred years. Judging that what the other party said did not seem to be false, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "In this case, I will accompany you. But let's make it clear in advance that I can go with you to check the situation first. If the restriction there is too strong and I can't open it, then I can only give up on this matter." Although Song is not a gentleman, he is not a person who takes advantage of the younger generation. Regardless of whether I can help you this time, I will not tell others what you said to me today. You can rest assured about this. Then Yuding would like to thank the senior here in advance. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 722, Black Cloud Island Searching for Caves. Seeing that Song Qingming had agreed to help, Chen Yuding's face suddenly lit up, and she hurried forward to bow. Chen Yuding's cultivation level is only at the 5th level of foundation building, and she is lacking cultivation resources. The Chen family is just a foundation-building family with average strength, and the help they provide to her cultivation is very limited. If she wants to make further progress in her cultivation and advance to the late stage of foundation building as soon as possible to fight for the chance of forming a pill, then Chen Yuding must find a way to raise cultivation resources by herself, Otherwise she will be trapped in the foundation building stage for the rest of her life like other elders in the family. After studying the restriction for many years, she has never been able to enter it. Seeing such a great opportunity as a senior cave in front of her, but she has never been able to get it, Chen Yuding has been troubled by this matter in her heart for many years. Now that Song Qingming, a late giant and cultivator, is willing to help, she can finally get this opportunity. Chen Yuding is also relieved at this moment, and her heart is full of gratitude to Song Qingming. As for Song Qingming, since Wang Xian was at home, he was not in a hurry to go back this time, and wanted to stay in the Xiangsuan sect for a few more days. Anyway, he was idle here, so helping Chen Yuding to explore a giant and cultivator's cave house didn't matter much to Song Qingming now. At most he would return to the floating cloud mountains 2 days later. Moreover, the things hidden in the cave house left by a giant and cultivator were also somewhat attractive to Song Qingming, and it was worth his trip. If he could find something useful in it, it would also bring some unexpected surprises to himself during this trip to the Xiangsuan sect. Sister Chen, I also want to go and see it this time. Sister, don't worry, I won't snatch your opportunity. If I get any treasures there, I will definitely hand them over to you and Senior Song. I just want to go with you to broaden my horizons. Song Qingming just nodded in agreement, and Luo Li on the side took the initiative to step forward and hold Chen Yuding's hand, saying that he also wanted to go and see it. Seeing this, Chen Yuding quickly tapped her forehead and said, without you this time, how could I have the opportunity to get help from Senior Song? Don't worry, you will definitely have a chance, haha. Sister is still good to me. Luo Li smiled immediately after hearing this, and turned to Song Qingming and asked, Senior, Sister Chen has promised me, you won't refuse Luo Li to go with you. I'm just going to help with this matter, you can discuss the rest. Song Qingming didn't have any objection to Luo Li wanting to go with him. It was just to explore the cave of a giant and cultivator, which was not a difficult thing for him now, and one more person would not have much impact. After the three agreed on a time, Chen Yuding took the initiative to say goodbye to Song Qingming and the others, and left Beisha Island alone. The next day, at the port on the west side of Beisha Island, a white spiritual light suddenly flew up and rushed straight into the sky to the northwest. In the middle of the white escape light, Song Qingming was looking at a sea chart in his hand on a white flying boat, adjusting the direction of the flying boat. Behind him, Chen Yuding and Luo Li sat cross-legged on it, looking at the sea surface below the clouds, and both of them had a bit of excitement on their faces. Chen Yuding found that the location of the giant and cultivator's cave was located on a relatively desolate volcanic island northwest of the Red Star Sea area, which was still some distance away from Beisha Island where the Xiangsuan sect was located. Because there was an active volcano that erupted frequently, the entire island was often filled with all kinds of unpleasant volcanic ash and smoke, and the environment was somewhat worse than other islands. Although there was a good second-level middle-grade spiritual vein on this island, it was uninhabited all year round, and only some monsters that liked fire-attributed spiritual energy were entrenched on the island. After Song Qingming and the other two set off from Beisha Island, they flew on the flying boat for nearly 3 days and finally arrived near the island. There was still a distance of dozens of miles, and Song Qingming and the other two saw a black cloud rising to the sky in front of them from a distance. Chen Yuding, who had been here many times, saw the huge black cloud and immediately said to Song Qingming and the others with some joy, Senior Song, the Black Cloud Island where the cave is located is ahead. The environment here is a bit harsh, and there are many second-level monsters. Except for some people who want to collect fire-attributed elixirs, very few cultivators come here. I came here to try my luck in search of a spiritual medicine, but when I was looking for it, I ran into a three-eyed firefox. I chased it all the way and accidentally discovered the cave. There are many coincidences in the world. You will never miss the opportunity that is destined for you. But it's too early to say that now. You have to go in and find out what the opportunity is. Song Qingming looked at the black cloud in front of him, his face was still calm. He didn't expect that Chen Yuding and Luo Li were so excited that they couldn't sit still and stood up directly. When approaching the Black Cloud Island, Song Qingming waved his hand and released a shield in front of the flying boat, blocking the volcanic dust that kept falling from the sky, and landed directly on a flat ground on the east side of the island. The area of this Black Cloud Island is more than twice that of the White Sand Island where the Xiangsuan sect is located. The spiritual energy on the island is also more concentrated, but the mountain is full of thick dust, and only a small area in the east has flowers, plants and trees under the shade of green trees. After the three of them got on the island, under the familiar guidance of Chen Yuding, they soon arrived above the crater in the middle of the island. Thick smoke was constantly gushing out, and the sound of boiling magma could be heard below. The temperature here is far beyond what ordinary people can bear. Even Qi refining cultivators can hardly stay here for a long time without special magic weapons. However, the three of them are all cultivators above the foundation establishment stage, and can use the body protection light to block the high temperature outside, and they don't feel too uncomfortable. After reaching a groove in the crater, Chen Yuding turned to Song Qingming and the others and said, "Senior Song, the cave is right below. I have covered the entrance with a formation. No one should be able to find it easily." Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Well, this place is so secret. Unless you accidentally discovered it, basically no one would come here for no reason. This fellow Taoist built a cave in such a secret place. To be honest, it is not easy for you to find it by chance." It seems that he is very attentive to this, seeing that the location of the cave was surrounded by volcanic smoke. It was impossible for ordinary Qi refining cultivators to get close. Song Qingming also secretly admired the cleverness of its owner. If Chen Yuding had not mistakenly entered here while chasing the monster, it would be unknown when this cave would be discovered. After explaining, Chen Yuding waved her hand and took out her flying sword. She flew directly into the crater below and soon came to a stone platform that could only accommodate 2 or 3 people, located dozens of feet below. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately picked up Luoli, who was standing beside him, and followed Chen Yuding. In order not to affect Chen Yuding's spell casting, Song Qingming stopped in mid-air and did not land on the platform below. After reaching the stone platform, Chen Yuding used her magic power in both hands and immediately took out 2 formation flags from her storage bag and inserted them directly on the mountain wall in front of her. Then Chen Yuding quickly cast a spell with both hands, and slowly dispersed the dense smoke gathered around. Soon, a cave with a radius of 7 or 8 feet appeared on the mountain wall. "Senior Song, it's in here. I will lead you in first." After saying this to Song Qingming and the others in mid-air, Chen Yuding took out a white round bead magic weapon with a hint of coldness and held it on her head, and then walked into the cave in front of her first. Song Qingming and the others did not delay, and immediately released their protective auras, and flew over and followed Chen Yuding into the cave. The cave was also extremely hot. Luoli, who was not used to it for the first time, immediately felt the rolling heat waves in the surrounding air, and his face looked uncomfortable. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who was standing beside him, immediately increased his magic power, doubled the protective aura on his body to resist the heat, and covered Luoli beside him, which made her look better. The three of them walked less than 100 feet into the cave. The terrain in front suddenly began to tilt downward. They went down for hundreds of feet and finally came to a relatively large cave. The cave was about 5 or 6 feet wide, and there were obvious traces of artificial excavation and processing around it. It was not difficult to judge from here that it must have been done by a high-level cultivator. Because it was located deep in the volcano, in addition to the scorching flames around, there were many places where a trace of red magma would emerge from time to time, making the whole cave still have a trace of light in the dark underground. Chen Yuding led the two through the cave and came to the front of a stone door at the deepest part, and then took the initiative to stop her steps. "Senior Song, this is it. The magic weapon I took out was found in the stone chamber over there. The restriction on this stone door is very powerful. I spent many years destroying only a layer of concealing magic array on the surface. The real restriction inside has always been helpless and unable to open. However, after so many years of attempts, I have also studied some ways to solve this restriction. This time, Senior Song came with me, and it should be possible to break this restriction without any accidents." Hearing Chen Yuding's words, Song Qingming nodded to her calmly, and then turned and came to the stone chamber she had just pointed out, which had been abandoned for a long time. As Chen Yuding said before, there were only 2 ordinary stone shelves in the stone chamber, on which were placed some relatively large stone jars and some small porcelain bottles. After many years of no one managing it, it had long been turned upside down by the monsters that mistakenly entered this place, and the bottles and jars on it were already empty, without anything. Because no one had cleaned it for a long time, the stone room was covered with dust. Song Qingming stood at the door and looked around. His eyes suddenly turned to the pile of rocks in the corner, and then he walked over with a calm face. "Senior Song, I have searched here several times before, and I didn't find anything useful." Seeing that Song Qingming seemed to have found something, Chen Yuding said something puzzled and followed him. Song Qingming came to the front of the pile of stones, and ignored Chen Yuding beside him. He took a dusty copper plate from the pile of inconspicuous rocks. This copper plate had been in the rocks for many years, and it had lost some color. After being covered with dust, it had merged with the ground. "Hey! What is this thing, Senior Song?" Seeing that Song Qingming really found a copper plate from inside, Chen Yuding and Luo Li on the side immediately surrounded him and asked puzzledly. Song Qingming, who was holding the bronze plate, took a closer look and shook his head and said, "This item is damaged and I can't see its specific details. I just feel some corpse gas on it. It seems to be a magic tool for refining corpses." A magic tool for refining corpses. Seeing that Song Qingming found something as soon as he arrived, they thought it was another precious spiritual object like a magic weapon. After hearing Song Qingming's answer, a trace of disappointment immediately appeared on the faces of Chen Yuding and Luo Li. An ordinary magic tool for refining corpses, even if it is intact, is worth only a few hundred spiritual stones at most. What's more, this item has been severely damaged and can't be exchanged for any spiritual stones. The two were happy for nothing. "Senior Song, since there's nothing good here, why don't we break the formation quickly, enter the cave house early and get what we need, so that we can return to Beisha Island as soon as possible?" After hearing Chen Yuding's reminder, Song Qingming did not delay any longer. After nodding thoughtfully, he put away the bronze plate in his hand and left the stone room with him. After the few people returned to the outside of the stone door, Chen Yuding was about to go forward to prepare to break the formation, but was stopped by Song Qingming. "You guys step back first, I know how to break this formation." Hearing what Song Qingming said, Chen Yuding couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Oh, are you also a formation master, Senior Song?" Hearing Chen Yuding's question, Song Qingming did not answer directly, but took out 5 high-level formation flags and told her the answer directly with his actions. Song Qingming cast a spell with both hands, and these formation flags immediately flashed with light. Under Song Qingming's control, they were inserted around the stone door and on several formation eyes. Seeing this scene, Chen Yuding, who was originally a little confused, immediately knew that Song Qingming's formation level was far above hers. After a somewhat awkward smile on her face, Chen Yuding's eyes immediately focused on Song Qingming. Being able to see a high-level formation master demonstrate a method of breaking the formation in person at such a close distance is a rare opportunity for a formation master. Chen Yuding certainly does not want to miss such a good learning opportunity. The restriction arranged on the stone gate is a third-level medium-grade formation. Although it has been unattended for many years, the power of the formation has weakened a lot. But after all, it is still a third-level medium-grade formation. Even if the power is not at its peak, it is not something that Chen Yuding, a second-level formation master, can break at will. If Song Qingming does not take action directly, with Chen Yuding's formation level, even if it goes smoothly, it will take at least 3 or 4 days to prepare to break this formation. Facing a third-level medium-grade formation whose power has been greatly reduced, Song Qingming's current formation level did not take much effort. It took less than an hour to easily remove all the restrictions above the stone gate. Seeing Song Qingming put away the formation flags around the stone gate, Chen Yuding, who was standing beside him, immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, "I didn't expect that the senior's formation skills were so advanced. I am really embarrassed by my skills today." Song Qingming immediately waved his hand and said, "I have been practicing the formation for more than 200 years, and I have made some achievements. How can I blame you for Luo Li not knowing about this matter? You made a good judgment before. This formation is already a third-level middle-grade formation. It is indeed not something that ordinary cultivators can set up. The person who set up the formation is at least at the Jinden stage. After entering, you two must be careful and don't touch the things inside casually, so as not to be attacked by any restrictions. Don't worry, senior, I know." Hearing Song Qingming's instructions, Chen Yuding and Luo Li immediately bowed and responded. Confirming that the owner of the cave in front of them was at least a Jinden cultivator, the two women were also a little more excited at this moment, and were full of expectations for the spiritual objects at the door. After instructing Luo Li and the others, Song Qingming nodded slightly, then cast a spell to summon Golden Wind and commanded him to push open the stone door in front of him. As soon as the stone door was opened, a cloud of dust immediately rolled up inside. Song Qingming waved his hand lightly and released a breeze to blow it away. Then he came to the side of Golden Wind and looked carefully at the cave in front of them. The area of this cave is not large, and it is only about 5 or 6 feet wide like the cave outside. However, although it is small, it is full of things. In addition to some visible daily necessities, the wooden shelves around are filled with various bottles and jars. Various spiritual objects such as magic tools, talismans, and martial arts books can be seen almost everywhere. There are dozens of unopened wooden boxes on the right side of the cave, stacked in rows higher than a person, and various materials and ores are piled in the corner next to them like a small mountain. After so many years of cultivation, Song Qingming had also gone out with others to explore the caves of other high-level cultivators. Although he was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise when he saw the scene. If he hadn't confirmed that this place should be a cultivator's cave, Song Qingming would have thought that he had mistakenly entered someone's treasury. Wow! So many things, it seems that we really made a fortune this time. Before Song Qingming could speak, Luo Li, who was standing aside, was the first to shout excitedly. However, because of Song Qingming's previous warning, Luo Li couldn't help but go forward to check, but he didn't move forward. He just looked at Song Qingming with a happy face, waiting for his next arrangement. Chen Yuding was also very excited at this moment. Even if she couldn't find other good things, just taking these spiritual objects back would be enough for her to make a fortune and successfully cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building. If she could find the storage bag of the cave owner and get a few 3rd level spiritual objects from it, she would have the opportunity to exchange for giant and spiritual objects in the future, and she would have the opportunity to become a high-ranking giant and cultivator like Song Qingming. However, in front of Song Qingming, Chen Yuding still tried her best to hide her excitement, and carefully stepped forward and asked, "Senior, is there anything wrong here? Can we go in now?" "Well, go in first." Song Qingming, who was standing at the door, carefully scanned the surroundings and found nothing unusual, so he nodded slightly to the two of them and walked in first with Golden Wind. After the three entered the cave, they immediately began to carefully search the spiritual objects on the wooden shelves and collected all the useful things they could take away. Although the grades of these things on the shelves were not high, they were in large quantities. They could be exchanged for 10,000 or 20,000 spiritual stones at will, which was already a considerable fortune for them as foundation building cultivators. Some spiritual objects were damaged due to time, and Chen Yuding and Luo Li did not let them go. Both of them were monks who were used to living a frugal life. They finally made a fortune and let themselves go completely this time. Song Qingming took a glance and found that most of the objects here were low-level spiritual objects of the 1st and 2nd levels, and there was nothing he could use. He lost interest and walked to the other side of the cave. This cave was full of things, and it didn't look like an abandoned place. Song Qingming looked around but didn't see the corpse of the cave owner, and couldn't help but feel a little confused. The cave of a giant and monk is generally not set up too simply. Although there are all kinds of spiritual objects outside, Song Qingming's experience shows that these things should just be a cover-up, and the location of the cave owner is the real treasure. "Senior, why are there so many monk skeletons here?" Just as he was looking for information about the mechanism and wanted to find out where the cave owner was hiding, he suddenly heard Luo Li's exclamation behind him. Song Qingming hurriedly turned around and came to her side. Song Qingming had not opened the large wooden boxes that were piled in the corner before, thinking that they were filled with the same mineral materials as the ones next to them. It was not until Luo Li came over and opened one of them just now that he discovered that it contained a decayed skeleton of a monk. Not only this wooden box, but after Song Qingming opened the other wooden boxes, he found that they were all filled with the skeletons of monks who had been dead and alive for many years. Most of them were unrecognizable and had turned into white bones. Only 2 or 3 of them were still relatively intact because they had reached the foundation building stage. "Senior, the owner of this cave has placed so many corpses in this place. Could he be a demon cultivator who practices some evil method?" Seeing the pile of monk skeletons in front of her, Chen Yuding immediately felt a little weird in her heart, and hurriedly asked Song Qingming, "I don't sense much demonic energy here, so it shouldn't be the work of a demon cultivator. I think it's a cultivator who has practiced corpse puppetry like me. It's just that ordinary cultivators only need 1 or 2 corpse puppets. It's really strange that this person has placed so many corpses of cultivators here. A giant in cultivator's cave will definitely not only have these low-level spiritual objects. Don't worry. Once we find the owner of the cave, we should know everything. Chapter 723, Corpse Refining Technique, Zuanyang Flame. From the moment he entered the cave, Song Qingming had a vague feeling that the owner of the cave deliberately built a cave in such a secret place, which seemed to be not only for his own safety, but also to hide some unknown secrets. Seeing so many corpses of cultivators in front of him, Song Qingming finally guessed something. The other party had here to practice the art of refining corpses, which was considered taboo by the righteous cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation. The art of refining corpses and the method of refining corpse puppets are roughly the same in principle. However, when practicing the art of refining corpses, many people directly refine them with living people, and the speed of cultivating corpses is much faster than that of Song Qingming and his team. As long as there are sufficient resources, a giant cultivator can easily cultivate a dozen or so corpses in the foundation building period. If used well, this will definitely be a great improvement in the combat power of an ordinary giant cultivator. However, because of the art of refining corpses, the act of directly refining with living people is really too cruel, and it is no different from the behavior of the demon cultivators. Tens of thousands of years ago, the world of immortal cultivation had uniformly regarded the art of corpse refining as a taboo art. As long as someone was found practicing this evil method, the righteous cultivators would attack in groups. After so many years, there is no sect in the world of immortal cultivation that is famous for the art of corpse refining, and many of the techniques and books about this art have been lost. However, because the art of corpse refining can enhance the combat power of cultivators after practicing it, even if the righteous cultivators in the world of immortal cultivation have regarded it as a taboo art, there is still no way to completely eliminate it. Many casual cultivators will choose to find a secret place to hide and practice secretly. The owner of this cave in front of him is most likely one of them. However, the other party has not been found yet. Although Song Qingming has some guesses in his heart, he did not choose to tell Chen Yuding and the others directly, because he did not want to scare them all of a sudden. After Song Qingming explained, his eyes turned to the wall behind these wooden boxes. Just as he was about to go forward to explore, there was a sudden movement from the wooden box next to him. "Senior, this corpse puppet seems to be still alive." Hearing Chen Yuding's reminder behind him, Song Qingming turned around quickly and found that the corpses of the foundation building monks he had just found suddenly came to life. As soon as Song Qingming turned around and walked over, these corpses jumped out of the wooden box and started fighting with Chen Yuding and Luoli, who had already taken out a magic weapon. Seeing that the eyes of these corpses of foundation building monks were still emitting a strange green light, Song Qingming immediately realized that his previous guess was correct. These were all corpses that had been controlled by someone. There were a total of 4 corpses in the foundation building period. Their cultivation was not high. The most powerful one was only in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. Moreover, because they had not been active for a long time, their strength had weakened and was not as good as in their heyday. Although the number was twice that of the opponent, the strength of the corpses without independent consciousness was still somewhat different from that of ordinary monks. They did not gain any advantage against Chen Yuding and Luoli, 2 middle-stage foundation-building monks. Seeing that the 2 women were not in any danger, Song Qingming did not rush to intervene, but stood aside and quietly observed these corpses, wanting to see who was controlling them. Seeing that Song Qingming did not directly intervene in the battle, as if he wanted to test the strength of the 2, Chen Yuding and Luoli also used their most powerful magical means to quickly deal with the enemy in front of them. Luoli and Chen Yuding were born in the East China Sea's Yuxin world, and they also often dealt with sea monsters. Although their fighting ability was not very strong among the foundation-building cultivators, they were definitely not weak. Song Qingming had already seen this when he met the 2 of them that day, so he was relieved to hand over these foundation-building corpses to the 2 of them. Although they had no experience in dealing with this kind of corpses at the beginning, Luoli and the others could only barely stabilize their position and fought a draw with the opponent. However, as time went on, Luoli was the first to find the weakness of these corpses that were afraid of fire attribute spells, and found an opportunity to use a second-level fire attribute talisman on his body to directly deal with his opponent. Afterwards, Chen Yuding and Luoli fought more and more bravely, gradually gaining the upper hand and suppressing each other. After the fight between the 2 sides lasted for half an hour, there was only 1 corpse with a higher cultivation level in the middle stage of foundation building on the battlefield, and the other 3 opponents had been dealt with by Luoli and his partner. Just as Luo Li and Chen Yuding were preparing to kill the last corpse, a trace of blood mist suddenly emerged from the body of the corpse that was forced into a corner, and then a strange bloodlight shone. "Be careful, retreat." Seeing the abnormal changes in the corpse, Song Qingming immediately spoke to remind the two women, and then flashed directly to the side of the two. Just as Chen Yuding and Luo Li pulled back, the spiritual energy of the corpse in front of them suddenly began to surge, but in a moment the whole person exploded directly. However, at this time, Song Qingming had already hurried to the front of the two women, and directly propped up a body-protecting escape light with his hands to block them, resisting the power of the corpse's self-explosion. Blood explosion technique. These corpses are actually equipped with such a vicious secret method. The person who refined them is really vicious. Seeing the corpse suddenly explode, Chen Yuding and Luo Li were also somewhat frightened. If Song Qingming had not acted in time, although they were confident that they could avoid most of the power of the corpse's explosion, they would probably suffer some minor injuries. Hearing Chen Yuding's words, Song Qingming was about to ask questions when he suddenly felt a danger coming from behind. He turned around and used his lifelong magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to protect himself. Song Qingming had just taken defensive measures when he felt a very strong force that shook him back several steps. He quickly strengthened his magic power and injected it into the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror to stabilize his body. After blocking a sneak attack, Song Qingming, who felt that his opponent was as strong as himself, immediately took out another defensive magic weapon White Dragon Ruler to protect himself. As the smoke and dust around him quickly dissipated, Song Qingming also saw clearly the person who attacked him not far away. He was a white-haired old man wearing a gray Taoist robe and looking a little haggard. This person held a very sharp third-grade upper-grade flying sword in his hand. He stood not far away and stared at Song Qingming and the other two. The pressure he exuded was even higher than Song Qingming's cultivation level. It seemed that he had reached the 9th level of the Golden Core. Seeing that the other party's cultivation level was so high, Song Qingming was also a little unexpected and could not help but frown slightly. Seeing that the other party had been looking at him strangely and had no intention of speaking, after thinking for a moment, Song Qingming took the lead and asked, "Dao Yao, are you the owner of this cave?" Hearing Song Qingming's question, the gray-robed old man did not answer. After a while, just when Song Qingming was about to ask again, the gray-robed old man's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of red light, and then he disappeared from the spot with a flash. The next moment, he appeared in front of Song Qingming and slashed the shield transformed by the White Dragon Ruler with a sword. Facing the sudden attack of the gray-robed old man, Song Qingming was also prepared long ago. He desperately poured the mana in his hand into the White Dragon Ruler and blocked the opponent's flying sword steadily. With a loud bang, the gray-robed old man was directly bounced back by the white shield transformed by the White Dragon Ruler, and the whole person hit the wall not far away. The White Dragon Ruler, a third-level top-grade magic weapon, was found by Song Qingming from Zhao Jibei at the entrance of the Xianyun sect secret realm. The defensive ability of this magic weapon is already very outstanding. After Song Qingming used the green jade refining treasure Ju to strengthen it, its power is even stronger than before. Even if the gray-robed old man's cultivation is higher than his own and has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core, it is unlikely to break the defense of the White Dragon Ruler with one blow. After defending against the opponent's attack, seeing that the opponent did not seem as difficult to deal with as he imagined, Song Qingming felt a little more confident at this moment. Before the gray-robed old man could stand firm, the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror beside him had been controlled by him to surround from all sides, trying to trap the opponent directly in place. The gray-robed old man holding the flying sword was about to continue the attack, but found that he was attacked by several huge bronze mirrors. He quickly waved a few sword lights to resist the bronze mirrors in front of him, and took advantage of the gap before the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror completed the encirclement to escape directly from it. The gray-robed old man who had just escaped saw that Song Qingming, who was not far away, seemed a little difficult to deal with. He suddenly looked at Song Qingming with some anger, and suddenly turned around and ran to the location of the cave entrance, as if he wanted to escape from this cave. However, when he arrived at the location of the cave entrance, a black-robed man had been waiting here. He waved a sword light to block the gray-robed old man's way, forcing him to stop. Song Qingming had been prepared since he entered the cave and felt something strange inside. The man in black was the golden wind that he had left at the entrance of the cave to prevent any accidents. The gray-robed old man was blocked by the golden wind. This pause also gave Song Qingming, who was chasing after him, an opportunity to cast a spell to control 2 golden ring magic weapons to put on the gray-robed old man, making it difficult for him to move for a while. Then the 5 huge bronze mirrors transformed by the 5 elements divine light mirror immediately followed and surrounded the gray-robed old man from all sides. Trapped by the 2 magic weapons golden Yao-Bao halo and 5 elements divine light mirror, the gray-robed old man also felt bad and hurriedly struggled to escape from this golden cage that made him a little uncomfortable. However, Song Qingming obviously didn't want to let him out easily. The mana in his hand poured into the 5 elements divine light mirror and controlled the Zhuanyang Qi stored in a magic weapon to transform into a strong aura and constantly burn the opponent. The gray-robed old man seemed to be somewhat afraid of the Zhuanyang Qi in the 5 elements divine light mirror. Facing the burning of these hot spiritual energies, he actually cried out in pain. Seeing that it seemed difficult to escape from the predicament by himself, the gray-robed old man's eyes lit up again with a strange red light, and suddenly roared, shaking the entire underground cave slightly. Before Song Qingming could see the opponent's movements clearly, he felt a sudden violent noise coming from the place where the large wooden boxes were placed not far behind him. Song Qingming, who was struggling to control the 5 elements divine light mirror, turned his head and found that more than 20 Foundation Establishment stage corpses had appeared from nowhere and were rushing towards him quickly, as if they wanted to help rescue the trapped gray-robed old man. These Foundation Establishment stage corpses were obviously stronger than the ones that Chen Yuding and the others had just dealt with. The lowest cultivation level was at the middle stage of Foundation Establishment, and many of them had already cultivated to the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately gave instructions to Golden Wind, who had been guarding the entrance to the cave, asking him to stop these corpses of the Foundation building period and not to interfere with his fight against the gray-robed old man. Although the strength of these corpses of the Foundation building period was far inferior to that of Golden Wind, who had already reached the 4th level of the Golden Elixir, Song Qingming was somewhat surprised that they actually knew how to form a formation. More than 20 corpses of the Foundation building period formed a strange formation to fight with Golden Wind and did not lose much ground for a while. "Don't worry, Senior Song, we will stop these corpses." Seeing that the other party had summoned these corpses of the Foundation building period, which were somewhat difficult to deal with, Chen Yuding and Luo Li, who were watching the battle on the side, immediately took the initiative to help with their magic tools and assisted Golden Wind in resisting those corpses of the Foundation building period. After observing for a while, seeing that they had stabilized their position and there was no danger, Song Qingming slowly felt relieved and concentrated on controlling the magic weapon to deal with the gray-robed old man trapped in the 5 elements divine light mirror. After fighting with the opponent for such a long time, Song Qingming gradually realized that this gray-robed old man was not a living cultivator. Like the other corpses next to him, he had been dead for many years. However, unlike other corpses, this gray-robed old man not only had a high level of cultivation, but also knew how to summon other corpses to help. He did not seem to be controlled by anyone. Moreover, the other party immediately fled when he saw that he was not easy to deal with. Obviously, he was not an ordinary corpse without self-thinking. It was very likely that he had already developed some spiritual intelligence. But now we don't know what his identity is, why he is trapped here, and who is controlling all this behind the scenes. The gray-robed old man trapped in the 5 elements divine light mirror was gradually exhausted by the burning of the Zhuanyang Qi, but he didn't see the Foundation building corpses outside for a long time to help, and he was extremely anxious. Seeing that the reinforcements outside could no longer be counted on, the gray-robed old man suddenly spit out a cloud of blood mist from his mouth, and his whole momentum instantly rose a few points. Then he directly hit the 5 elements divine light mirror in front of him with his bare hands. Although he had been prepared, the power of this attack was still somewhat beyond Song Qingming's expectations. Just one punch smashed a crack in his life-defining magic weapon 5 elements divine light mirror. Seeing that the opponent was desperate and started to fight desperately, Song Qingming also knew that this battle had reached a critical moment. He took out a drop of Millennium Spirit Milk from his body and swallowed it directly into his mouth. Song Qingming's mana, which had been consumed for most of the time, was quickly restored. Then he poured all the green jade refining treasure art that he had practiced for many years into his life-defining magic weapon in front of him. At this time, The 5 elements divine light mirror immediately became more spiritual, and a layer of light green spiritual light gradually covered the golden bronze mirror. Then, under Song Qingming's strenuous control, the 5 elements divine light mirror shot out dozens of white spiritual lights, which turned into a giant hand in the air and grabbed the gray-robed old man who wanted to continue attacking the bronze mirror. This white hand formed by the spiritual light also carried a large amount of Zhuanyang Qi. As soon as it grabbed the gray-robed old man, it burned him and made him scream. The power was much stronger than the golden Yaobao aura controlled by Song Qingming before. The white spiritual light in the 5 elements divine light mirror was the same as the purple spiritual light that could imprison the opponent's magic weapon before. It was the second magical power of the life magic weapon Zhuanyang Flame that Song Qingming had just cultivated not long ago after this magic weapon was promoted to the late Jiandan period. This Zhuanyang Flame hand is a magical power with relatively strong offensive ability. Once an ordinary Jiandan cultivator is caught by it, it will be difficult to get away. It contains white light with a very powerful Zhuanyang Qi that can turn into flames and burn and consume the opponent continuously. After learning the powerful magical power of Zhuanyang Fiery Flame, Song Qingming also had a more powerful offensive means when fighting with others. Although it was the first time to use this magical power in a battle, the power it showed also made Song Qingming's face show a bit of satisfaction. After the gray-robed old man was caught by the giant hand transformed by Zhuanyang Fiery Flame, he urged the blood light on his body and the black corpse gas in his body to get rid of Song Qingming's control. However, even though he had used all his tricks, it was still in vain. He could only watch the corpse gas on his body being slowly refined by the white flame. Although the magical power of Zhuanyang Fiery Flame consumes a lot of mana in the body of the cultivator, Song Qingming has a residual map on his body that can help restore mana, so it is easier to use this magical power than ordinary people. When the mana is insufficient, he can also take Millennium Spirit Milk to supplement it. This is also the greatest confidence that he can consume with the opponent. As long as the opponent can't break free from the control of Zhuanyang Fiery Flame, he will be defeated by him sooner or later. On the other side, Jinfeng and Chen Yuding also firmly blocked those foundation-building corpses who came to support desperately. Song Qingming and his companions had already occupied an absolute advantage on the battlefield at this moment. They only needed more patience to get rid of their opponents. Half an hour later, seeing that the corpse key of the gray-robed old man trapped in the Zhuanyang Flame had been completely refined by the white light, Song Qingming was relieved to open the white giant hand. Although there was still a trace of blood in the gray-robed old man's eyes at this time, there was no corpse key on his body, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. He could only look at Song Qingming who was walking towards him unwillingly on the ground. Since you are dead, don't stay in the world and continue to cause trouble to the world. You can reincarnate as soon as possible to be reborn as a human being. I hope you will take care of yourself. After Song Qingming finished speaking, a white talisman appeared in his hand and was directly attached to the other party's forehead. Then he cast a spell and gently patted the talisman. The gray-robed old man was stunned immediately, and then he was motionless. After a while, a cloud of white mist suddenly emerged from the gray-robed old man's body, and it turned into a human-shaped shadow in midair. This shadow was the gray-robed old man's soul. He looked at Song Qingming and didn't hesitate. He went directly into the netherworld to reincarnate. Although there are always cultivators fighting in the world of immortal cultivation, generally speaking, unless they are the mortal enemies who are extremely evil, the cultivators will let their souls reincarnate after killing their opponents, so as not to be stained with the cause and effect of the heaven in this interface for no reason. Only when facing those demon cultivators who do not belong to this interface will they choose to kill the opponent's souls to prevent these demon cultivators from taking over and rebirth again, and continue to cause trouble to the world. Although this gray-robed old man is a refined corpse, because he was refined by someone before his death, his soul has been trapped in the corpse and has not been reincarnated for hundreds of years. Song Qingming did a good thing by releasing his soul this time, as it helped him to be completely freed and be reborn as a human being. After dealing with the gray-robed old man, Song Qingming put his body and the flying sword magic weapon beside him into a storage magic weapon, then turned around and immediately came to the Golden Wind who was still entangled with those foundation-building corpses. At this time, the Golden Wind had already gained some advantages and dealt with 7 or 8 opponents. After Song Qingming joined the battlefield, he immediately accelerated the battle and ended the process. In less than a quarter of an hour, he put them all to the ground. Since discovering this senior cave, Chen Yuding also thought that there might be some danger inside, but she really didn't expect it to be so dangerous after entering. Even the giant stage corpses ran out. If it weren't for bringing Song Qingming here this time, Chen Yuding alone would undoubtedly be a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth to die. At that time, not only would she not get any spiritual objects, but she would also die. Chen Yuding, who had just finished a battle and was still a little frightened when she saw the corpses all over the ground, immediately turned around and came to Song Qingming, bowed and saluted, saying, "I didn't expect that there were so many powerful corpses hidden here. If you hadn't come here with me, even if I could come in today, I would not be able to get out alive. Thank you for saving my life." Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately waved his hand and said, "Since we have agreed to come together, I will naturally help if there is anything. You don't have to think too much, get up first." After comforting Chen Yuding, Song Qingming took the two girls to search these foundation-building corpses and found a lot of the second-level magic weapons they used. Then Song Qingming cast a spell to burn all the corpses with Dan fire. Looking at the flames in front of him slowly burning, Luo Li, who felt a little bit reluctant, couldn't help but said, "I don't know who the owner of this cave is. He actually turned so many living people into refined corpses. His heart is really vicious." As soon as Luo Li finished speaking, Chen Yuding immediately pointed to the place where these refined corpses had just appeared, and said to Song Qingming beside her, "Senior, these refined corpses seem to have run out from behind those wooden boxes. I think there must be some mechanism hidden there. Let's go and look for it. Maybe we can find the place where the owner of the cave is hiding. Well, you stay here and don't go over. I'll go and see the situation first." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he gave an order to Jin Fang and arranged for him to continue guarding the entrance of the cave, and then walked alone to the wall behind the pile of wooden boxes. Chapter 724, Heavenly Corpse Taoist, Karma. From the moment those foundation-building corpses appeared, Song Qingming knew that they all ran out from behind the wooden box, and he immediately agreed with Chen Yuding's words. However, it is still unknown whether there are other dangers in the cave. For safety reasons, Song Qingming asked Luo Li and the others not to get close to it until he could check the situation clearly. After carefully searching behind the wooden box, Song Qingming soon found a very hidden secret door on the wall. After opening it, a small hole was revealed behind the secret door that was only big enough for one person to pass through. After finding the entrance, Song Qingming gently patted the spirit beast bag on his waist and released two golden phantom butterflies to command them to enter the cave directly. After a while, after sensing the information transmitted by the golden phantom butterflies from the cave, Song Qingming waved to Luo Li and the others beside him and took them into the cave together. After walking about a few dozen feet along the small hole, Song Qingming soon jumped into a cave that was several times larger than the outside. This cave is much cleaner and tidier than the outside, without too many messy things. In addition to some daily necessities, there is only a desk and several rows of wooden shelves filled with various books. As soon as he walked into this place, Song Qingming felt a strong spiritual energy coming from the surrounding area, which seemed to have reached the standard of the third-level spiritual vein. After walking a few steps forward, he found that this strong spiritual energy came from a spring. It turns out that there is an eye of the spiritual spring here. No wonder there are giant cultivators who choose this place for their cave residence. Chen Yuding, who came in behind Song Qingming, saw the spring not far away and couldn't help but sigh. The spiritual energy emitted from this eye of the spiritual spring is close to the third-level middle grade, which is enough to accommodate the daily practice needs of a giant cultivator. This thing is something that some giant and casual cultivators would envy outside. It's a pity that this eye of the spiritual spring can't be moved away. Chen Yuding looked at the spring in front of her and couldn't help but sigh with some regret. Seeing this, Luo Li, who was standing by, also stepped forward to take a look, and then smiled and said, "Sister Chen, don't worry about the things that can't be taken away. Let's go find other spiritual objects quickly. There must be a lot of good things in the cave of a giant and senior." Hearing Luo Li's comfort, Chen Yuding immediately came back to her senses and started searching in the cave with her. Song Qingming took the initiative to walk to the desk and checked some classics on it, trying to see if he could find any information about the owner of the cave. Before coming in, Song Qingming had used the golden illusion butterfly to carefully explore the cave, and did not find any strange breath. He had already ruled out the danger here, so the three of them acted bolder than before outside. After Song Qingming glanced around, he found that the books on the table were basically classics related to learning alchemy and refining, which showed that the owner of the cave was still very studious and talented. Not finding anything useful on the table, Song Qingming turned his attention to the wooden shelf behind him and scanned all the books and secrets he could see. It was not until he picked up a circle of relatively simple bamboo slips that Song Qingming's originally very calm expression finally became a little serious. Corpse refining technique, there really is such a thing. After Song Qingming used his spiritual sense to explore the secrets in the bamboo slips, he picked it out and put it aside. Senior Song, come quickly, we found a secret room here. Just as Song Qingming was about to check other books, he suddenly heard Luo Li calling him not far away, and hurriedly put down the book in his hand and walked towards her. Luo Li and Chen Yuding were standing in front of a mountain wall. Song Qingming, who had just walked over, saw a crack on the wall and immediately realized that there should be another secret room here. After letting the two women retreat, Song Qingming took out the white dragon ruler to protect himself, and then stepped forward and pushed hard. Soon, with a sound of stones rubbing against each other, a stone chamber about 4 or 5 meters wide appeared in front of Song Qingming. Looking inside, he found several figures standing not far away with their backs to him. Song Qingming suddenly became a little nervous and poured the magic power in his hand into the magic weapon in front of him. However, what surprised Song Qingming was that these figures just stood there motionless, and there was no strong aura emanating from their bodies. Song Qingming, who realized that the other party seemed to be a corpse refiner, slowly breathed a sigh of relief. After turning back and waving to the two women behind him, he walked directly into the stone chamber in front of him. Luo Li and the others were also shocked when they saw several corpses refiners standing inside when they entered the door. However, when they saw that Song Qingming had approached those corpses refiners, they were still motionless and did not emit any aura. They immediately understood and walked into the stone chamber with confidence. This should be the place where that person made the refined corpses. These refined corpses should be semi-finished products that have not been completely refined, otherwise they should have gone out to deal with us just now. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Chen Yuding and the others nodded quickly, and then searched the stone chamber again. In addition to the several refined corpses near the door, this stone chamber also has a huge refining furnace, as well as a lot of various materials and ores used for refining. Located in the innermost place, there is also a golden futon with a hint of luster, which immediately attracted the attention of Song Qingming and the other two. Just as the three of them were about to put away the spiritual object, Luo Li, who was more sharp-eyed, saw a dusty round jade pendant behind the futon and hurried over to pick it up. After wiping off the dust on the jade pendant, Luo Li hurriedly shouted to Song Qingming, who came to his side, "Senior, look, this seems to be a storage magic weapon." Taking the jade pendant handed over by Luo Li, Song Qingming tried to wrap the jade pendant with his own magic power, and immediately felt a trace of special spiritual energy coming from it, and a happy smile immediately appeared on his face. "We are really lucky. This is indeed a storage magic weapon that can only be used by giant and cultivators." "Oh. It is indeed a storage magic weapon. That's great. I haven't found the owner of the cave mansion. I thought that this is all I got. I didn't expect that the storage magic weapon was hidden here. It's just a little strange. We have found the storage magic weapon, but why can't we see the skeleton of the owner of the cave mansion? Could it be that he really didn't sit in this cave?" After seeing Song Qingming confirm that the jade pendant in front of him was a storage magic weapon, Chen Yuding was happy at first, and then she spoke out her doubts. There was nothing else around the cushion except the storage magic tool that the three of them found. Everything in the entire stone chamber was basically visible. Since the three of them came in, they searched the entire cave house but still couldn't find the most important remains of the cave owner. Chen Yuding couldn't help but feel a little worried. The storage magic tool in front of her might be something abandoned by the cave owner, and there was nothing good about it. After hearing what Chen Yuding said, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "This is indeed a bit strange, but since we have obtained this storage magic weapon, let's open it and take a look. Even if there are no other spiritual objects in it, this jade pendant alone can be exchanged for a lot of spiritual stones. Although it is a bit dangerous for us to come here, we have also gained something. Next, it depends on fate. What the senior said is that since we have found a storage magic weapon, let's open it and take a look. If it is really the opportunity we deserve, there will naturally be something in it. We have done our best to come here to search for treasures this time. If the things in this cave are really beyond our reach, it can only be that our opportunities are not enough." As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Luo Li on the side also echoed. When Song Qingming and Chen Yuding heard her words, they both smiled slightly. Although the two of them also knew that opportunities cannot be forced, they still had a little expectation for the things in the storage magic weapon in their hearts. In this regard, the two of them were not as open-minded as Luo Li. After casting a spell to cremate the corpses in the stone chamber, Song Qingming came to the eye of the spiritual spring outside and used the abundant spiritual energy here to cast a spell to break the restriction on the storage magic tool Jade Pendant. This storage magic tool has not been used for at least hundreds of years. The restrictions set by the original owner have been automatically weakened a lot. It took Song Qingming less than a day to successfully break the restrictions on the Jade Pendant and successfully open this storage magic tool. Seeing Song Qingming probe his spiritual consciousness into the Jade Pendant, Chen Yuding and Luo Li, who were standing by, also showed a hint of nervousness on their faces. After a while, seeing Song Qingming open his eyes calmly, Chen Yuding asked hurriedly, "Senior Song, is there any spiritual object inside? Is this the storage magic tool of the cave owner?" Hearing this, Song Qingming smiled and nodded to the two women and said, "I just took a rough look. There are quite a few spiritual objects and tens of thousands of spiritual stones and other sundries inside. It should be the owner of the cave, haha. If so, this time we finally didn't run in vain." Hearing what Song Qingming said, Luo Li and Chen Yuding immediately hugged each other excitedly. Seeing the two women so happy, Song Qingming smiled and said nothing more. He cast a spell to take out all the spiritual objects in the Jade Pendant. Seeing the mountains of spiritual stones in front of Song Qingming, as well as various high-level spiritual objects, Chen Yuding and Luo Li were dazzled for a while. Some of them couldn't believe that these things in front of them were what they had just found. Seeing Song Qingming put the Jade Pendant aside and began to count the spiritual objects in front of him, Luo Li and the other two immediately took the initiative to help. The three of them spent another quarter of an hour to count all the spiritual objects inside. The more valuable spiritual objects in this storage magic tool include 3 magic weapons, 5 third-level spiritual talismans, a third-level medium-quality flying boat, and more than 20,000 spiritual stones. In addition, there are a bunch of secret manuals on cultivation techniques and many classics on refining tools, alchemy, and other learning and cultivation techniques, as well as some refining materials and other sundries. In the process of sorting out these manuals on cultivation techniques, Song Qingming accidentally turned to several secret methods on the art of corpse refining, so he picked them up and looked at them carefully. Chen Yuding, who didn't want to be beside him, glanced at the 3 words Heavenly Corpse Ju written on the secret book held by Song Qingming, and suddenly showed a look of surprise. How come this person has the Heavenly Corpse technique? Could he be the Heavenly Corpse Taoist who has been missing in the Red Star Sea for more than 600 years? Heavenly Corpse Taoist? Where did he come from? After hearing Chen Yuding's words and seeing that the other party recognized the owner of the cave, Song Qingming immediately asked with some curiosity. Seeing this, Chen Yuding paused for a moment to organize her thoughts, and then answered, "Senior Song, you don't know, this Heavenly Corpse Taoist is a giant and casual cultivator who terrorized our Red Star Sea hundreds of years ago. Not only has this person's cultivation reached the peak of the giant, but he has also practiced very powerful corpse refining techniques. Although he was born as a casual cultivator, he is a person that the major sects nearby dare not provoke at will. However, the Heavenly Corpse Taoist suddenly left the Red Star Sea 600 years ago and disappeared. Some people say that he was about to die and went to other immortal cultivation worlds to seek an opportunity to break through the nascent soul stage. Some people also said that he went to other immortal cultivation worlds to seek an opportunity to break through the nascent soul stage. It is said that he fell in a secret place. This Heaven Corpse art is the unique corpse refining technique he practiced. If I am not mistaken, it seems that this cave should belong to the Heaven Corpse Taoist. No wonder so many corpses appeared to attack us just now. Oh. You mean his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core? Could it be that the corpse of the late Golden Core who just fought with the outside is this person? After hearing Chen Yuding's introduction, Song Qingming suddenly remembered a gray-robed old man who had fought with him before, and couldn't help feeling that this person was somewhat similar to the Heaven Corpse Taoist she mentioned. What Senior Song said is indeed somewhat similar. But this Taoist Xianxi has already become famous 600 years ago. I have only heard of him from the classics left by my family, and I don't know much about him. I just heard that Taoist Xianxi was also extremely cruel in the past. In order to practice the art of refining corpses, he killed several small sects in the Red Star Sea. Later, several major giant sects in the Red Star Sea jointly hunted him down, and even attracted the nearby Yuanying sect to take action. As a result, Taoist Xianxi also had extraordinary magical powers. He was surrounded by 5 giant ancestors on Baby Island. After a fierce battle, he was still seriously injured and escaped. In the end, it only forced the Taoist Xianxi to disappear for a while, and soon he returned to the Red Star Sea. However, his evil behavior was much more restrained than before, and few people saw him again. It was really unexpected that the Taoist Xianxi had been hiding beside the Red Star Sea, but it was a bit early to say these things now, and I am not sure whether it was this person. It doesn't matter. Whether it is him or not, I will know after checking it out, Song Qingming replied softly, and waved his hand to take out a flying sword magic weapon that had just been put away by the grey-robed old man, and put it together with several magic weapons found in the jade pendant. Then he cast a spell and used his spiritual sense to carefully explore the remaining cultivator marks on it, and found that they were exactly the same as he thought, which also proved that these magic weapons were used by the same person. Yes, these magic weapons all have the aura of this person. I can confirm that the person I just fought with is the Taoist of Heavenly Corpse. After entering for such a long time, they still couldn't find the owner of the cave. Unexpectedly, this person had already turned into a refined corpse, which also made the 3 people's faces show a trace of surprise. This thief has practiced for hundreds of years and committed many evils. At the end of his sitting, he turned into a refined corpse and did not enter the cycle of reincarnation. It's really karma. The world is full of reincarnation, and the cause and effect are all predetermined, but we can't feel it normally. People who practice need to correct their character to achieve the great way. After hearing what Luo Li said, Song Qingming's face also showed a trace of thoughtfulness. Through previous observations and the corpse refining techniques that Song Qingming had seen before, Song Qingming could probably guess why this Taoist of Heavenly Corpse turned into a refined corpse. This person's lifespan is coming to an end, and he has been unable to break through to the nascent soul stage. It is estimated that he relied on this corpse refining technique to take some evil path, hoping to prolong his lifespan, but something went wrong and he ended up turning himself into a corpse refiner with incomplete intelligence. Otherwise, he would not have left his storage magic tool with him, and it was thrown aside like an ordinary spiritual object. In order to confirm his conjecture, Song Qingming opened the heavenly corpse art left by the Taoist Xianxi and scanned it carefully. As expected, he found a secret method similar to refining himself into Corpse King. According to the above records, if this method can be successful, he can directly switch to the way of corpse ghosts and make himself a Corpse King with the same intelligence as ordinary people. The so-called Corpse King is the same as the Golden Elixir Ghost King that Song Qingming had seen that year. They belong to the way of corpse ghosts that are not tolerated by righteous cultivators. Although practicing this way can enjoy a much longer lifespan than normal cultivators, after all, the physical body has been transformed into a corpse ghost, and the path of advancement is much slower than that of ordinary normal cultivators, and it is difficult for the luck to be favored by the heaven. Except for people like Heavenly Corpse Taoist who are about to die and are unwilling to reincarnate and cultivate again, normal cultivators will not have the idea of taking this corpse ghost way abandoned by the heaven. This Heavenly Corpse Taoist tried to refine himself into Corpse King and wanted to switch to the way of corpse ghosts to prolong his life, but he failed in the end and turned himself into Corpse Refiner with incomplete intelligence. Because of this, although the Heavenly Corpse Taoist who became a Corpse Refiner still has magical powers that are not inferior to those of giant and cultivators, because of the lack of intelligence, he can't even open the restrictions he originally arranged, which is why he was trapped in the cave for hundreds of years. It was not until Chen Yuding brought Song Qingming here by chance that he finally killed him and let his soul escape into reincarnation. But then again, this Heavenly Corpse Taoist had such powerful magical powers when he was alive. If Song Qingming met him in his prime, he would probably not get any advantage in a fight with him. Fortunately, the opponent has become a refined corpse with incomplete intelligence, and even half of his magical powers can't be exerted. Otherwise, Song Qingming would not have been able to defeat this heavenly corpse Taoist so easily just now. Thinking of this, Song Qingming felt a little comforted. This was also a blessing in disguise for the three of them. When looking through the heavenly corpse art left by the heavenly corpse Taoist, Song Qingming's eyes were suddenly attracted by the secret method on it. After carefully checking it, he couldn't help but show a bit of joy on his face. Heavenly corpse puppet array. No wonder those Foundation establishment corpses were able to form an array to fight against Jin Feng in a short period of time. It turned out to be because of this heavenly corpse puppet array. According to the heavenly corpse puppet array, after practicing the secret method, the controlled corpses can be combined to fight against the enemy. As long as there are enough Foundation establishment corpses, they can even cross levels to fight against ordinary giant and cultivators. The power is no worse than the array controlled by ordinary cultivators of the same level. Moreover, this heavenly corpse puppet array is not limited to controlling corpses. Similar things like corpse puppets and puppets can all be used to practice this array. Seeing the method of refining the heavenly corpse puppet array in his hand, Song Qingming couldn't help but start to fantasize. If the heavenly corpse Taoist formation can be improved, and those Foundation building corpses can be replaced with corpse puppets or puppets of the golden core stage, the power it displays may be so powerful that even unyielding cultivators will be afraid of it. Although Song Qingming currently only has a golden core corpse puppet, Golden Wind, and cannot use this method to form a formation, as long as he has spirit stones in his hands, he will always have the opportunity to use this secret method in the future. After standing there and thinking for a while, Song Qingming directly put away the heavenly corpse art in his hand and several exercises on the corpse refining technique next to it, then turned to Chen Yuding and the others and said, "These exercises are of some use to me, I'll put them away first, and you can get a share of the other spiritual objects later." Seeing Song Qingming put away the heavenly corpse art, Chen Yuding thought that he was afraid that the two of them would try to practice it in the future, so he wanted to take it away in advance, and immediately replied with a smile, "These evil exercises are of no use to us. If you have any use for them, just take them directly. No need to be so polite. Let's do as we agreed before. You can take half of all the spiritual objects first, and the rest can be divided equally between Luo Li and I." The three of them went through many dangers when they came to explore the cave this time. Chen Yuding now knows that without Song Qingming's coming, even if they could get in, they would not be able to take anything, and they would most likely lose their lives in vain. When it came to dividing the spiritual objects, Chen Yuding naturally did not dare to let Song Qingming, the biggest contributor to this trip, suffer a loss. She was willing to get less even if she got a smaller share. However, Song Qingming did not take the other spiritual objects in front of him seriously, except for the heavenly corpse puppet array that he had put away. Hearing what Chen Yuding said, he immediately waved his hand and said, "After all, you found this place, and it is a bit unfair to you to divide it this way. I think it is better to do this. We will take 40% of all the spiritual objects, and the remaining 20% will be divided among Luo Li. Well, then I will do as you said." Hearing the plan of dividing the spiritual objects proposed by Song Qingming, Chen Yuding did not say much, and immediately nodded and agreed. Luo Li, who was standing aside, felt a little embarrassed when she heard this. Her main purpose this time was to gain experience. She did not want to share any spiritual objects from the beginning, and she did not make any contributions in the previous action. When Luo Li heard that Song Qingming and the others wanted to give her 20% of the spiritual objects, she immediately opened her mouth to refuse. However, because Song Qingming and Chen Yuding were both very insistent, she had no choice but to give up and nod to agree to their distribution plan. Chapter 725, Distributing the Harvest, Qingming returns. Except for the third-grade upper-grade flying sword that Song Qingming had seized in advance as his trophy and did not participate in the distribution, the approximate price of all the other spiritual objects was quickly estimated by several people. The 3 magic weapons in the storage bag of Heavenly Corpse Taoist were of high quality. 2 of them were 3rd grade medium grade and 1 was 3rd grade upper grade, which added up to about 70,000 spiritual stones. Although the 3rd grade middle grade flying boat was relatively ordinary, its value was not low, and it was at least 45,000 spiritual stones. The 5 3rd grade spiritual talismans were of different qualities. Among them, only the golden spiritual talisman was a relatively rare 3rd grade upper grade spiritual talisman, and the rest were relatively inferior and only 3rd grade lower grade, which added up to about 20,000 spiritual stones. In addition to the remaining 20,000 spiritual stones, the other low-level spiritual objects found in the cave were worth about 20,000 spiritual stones in total. This time, the three people explored the cave of Heavenly Corpse Taoist, and the total value of all the spiritual objects they obtained was estimated to be nearly 180,000 spiritual stones. According to the distribution, Song Qingming could take away 40% of the spiritual objects first, which was about 70,000 spiritual stones. Seeing this, Song Qingming directly took away 2 magic weapons of the highest quality, and a 3rd-level upper-grade spiritual talisman. The total value of these 3 spiritual objects added up to almost 70,000 spiritual stones. Chen Yuding was allocated the 3rd-level medium-grade flying boat, a 3rd-level medium-grade magic weapon, and 2 3rd-level low-grade spiritual talismans, plus half of the low-grade spiritual objects. The total value accounted for about 40% of all the spiritual objects. The remaining 2 3rd-level low-grade spiritual talismans, 20,000 spiritual stones, and general low-grade spiritual objects belonged to Luoli. Although he only got the least, Luoli was the happiest one among the 3 at this moment. He kept looking at the 3rd-level low-grade spiritual talisman in his hand, and was reluctant to put it into the storage bag. Luoli was not a person who did not like to take advantage of others. This time, she followed Song Qingming and the others out for training, and actually got nearly 40,000 spiritual stones at once, which was a fortune for her. The 3 of them had already distributed all the spiritual objects, and Song Qingming remembered that he still had the storage magic tool of Heavenly Corpse Taoist in his hand and had not taken it out to distribute. After thinking about it, Song Qingming gave it directly to Chen Yuding. "My dear Chen, this storage magic tool should be able to be sold for a few thousand spirit stones. Let's consider it as a thank you for leading the way. Luoli and I will not share these spirit stones with you." Seeing that Song Qingming gave her the storage magic tool, Chen Yuding waved her hand and said, "Senior Song, you are too polite. Since we agreed to distribute it equally, it should naturally be exchanged for spirit stones. But I don't have so many spirit stones on me, so this storage magic tool can be exchanged for 4,000 spirit stones for Sister Luoli." "Well, alright." Seeing that Chen Yuding insisted on fair distribution, Song Qingming didn't say much. He directly handed the jade pendant magic tool to Luoli on the side. Soon, the 2 of them each received the spirit stones taken from Luoli. "Senior Song, I have something to ask for, and I hope you can help me." Song Qingming had just put away the spirit stone when he heard Chen Yuding, who was standing beside him, begging him again. He quickly waved his hand and said, "We are now familiar with each other. If you have anything to say, just say it. I will naturally not refuse any help that is convenient for me." After hearing Song Qingming's reply, Chen Yuding hurriedly took out a 3rd-level medium-grade flying boat that she had just been assigned and placed it in front of Song Qingming. "Senior Song, I don't need this thing for the time being. I will exchange it for a few low-level magic weapons, spirit talismans or spirit stones at a discount. I hope you can help me." Seeing the 3rd-level medium-grade flying boat in Chen Yuding's hand, Song Qingming immediately understood that the other party must be worried that the spiritual object in her hand was too valuable to sell, so she wanted to exchange it with Song Qingming for other spiritual objects of lower value. Chen Yuding's cultivation level is only the 5th level of foundation building, and her family is only a small foundation building force in the Red Star Sea. If she possesses a high-level spiritual object like the 3rd-level medium-grade flying boat, which is worth tens of thousands of spiritual stones, and is noticed by someone with ulterior motives, it will definitely bring disaster to herself and her family. A few days ago, she went to the market with Luoli, but she took out a 3rd-level low-grade flawed magic weapon, but she was accidentally targeted by the Iron Wind Island and almost died. Now that she has so many high-level spiritual objects, she is much more cautious. For Chen Yuding and Luoli, this exploration of the Heavenly Corpse Taoist to obtain so many precious spiritual objects is naturally a great opportunity, which may help them cultivate to the Golden Core realm in the future. The only trouble is how to exchange these spiritual objects in their hands for the cultivation resources they need. Most of what Luoli got were spiritual stones and low-level spiritual objects. The more precious high-level spiritual objects were 2 3rd-level low-grade spiritual talismans and the storage magic tool he got at the end. Each of these 3 items is only worth a few thousand spiritual stones. Although these items are very precious to a foundation building cultivator, they are not very rare spiritual objects. It is not difficult to sell them in a larger market. However, The third-level medium-grade flying boat and another third-level medium-grade magic weapon that Chen Yuding got are not what ordinary foundation-building cultivators can take out. Such high-level precious spiritual objects worth tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones are not something that can be sold in ordinary markets. They may have to be taken to large markets such as Yong'an City or high-level auctions, attended by giant cultivators, to be better exchanged for spiritual stones. These are not so easy to do for Chen Yuding, a fifth-level foundation-building cultivator. Moreover, these two items are really too precious. Even a giant and late-stage cultivator like Song Qingming may be tempted when seeing them. Once they are revealed in front of others, they will easily attract people with bad intentions. These are also what Chen Yuding is most worried about now. It was precisely because of these reasons that Chen Yuding made the ruthless decision to trade her third-grade intermediate flying boat to Song Qingming at a discount, in order to buy herself a safer way to sell spiritual objects. Song Qingming, who understood Chen Yuding's idea, showed some relief on his face and said, "It is rare that you are not confused by these high-level spiritual objects and know how to retreat in order to advance. I will help you accept this thing and that magic weapon. These things are all carried by me for your convenience. You can choose what you want. If it is not enough, I will make up the difference with spirit stones. You can choose with confidence. As a dignified giant and cultivator, I will definitely not take advantage of a junior like you. This flying boat will be calculated according to the amount of spirit stones it should cost." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he used the magic power in his hand to take out a dozen third-level low-grade spiritual objects he carried with him from the storage magic tool on his waist and placed them in front of himself. "Then I would like to thank Senior Song." Seeing that Song Qingming agreed at once, Chen Yuding's face suddenly lit up, and she happily walked up to start choosing the many spiritual objects that Song Qingming took out. This time, Song Qingming took out a lot of things, including talismans, magic weapons, formations, and spiritual medicines. These were basically the spiritual objects that he had accumulated over the years, which were only of the third-grade lower quality. Although Song Qingming didn't use these spiritual objects much now, for Chen Yuding, they were great things that could help her relieve her current worries. Not long after, Chen Yuding chose spiritual objects that were of equal value and easier to sell, and then exchanged the third-grade medium-quality flying boat and magic weapons that she had just received with Song Qingming. Song Qingming exchanged some of the less valuable third-grade lower-quality spiritual objects on his body for more valuable third-grade medium-quality spiritual objects. For him, it would definitely not be a loss, and it would also be convenient for him to exchange them for other high-level spiritual objects in the future. Chen Yuding exchanged the two valuable spiritual objects in her hand for the third-grade lower-quality spiritual medicines, talismans and other things of lower value that were easier to sell, so that they could be better exchanged for other cultivation resources in the future. The transaction between the two parties was purely for their own needs, and no one took advantage. After the exchange, both Song Qingming and Chen Yuding were quite satisfied. After putting away the spiritual objects she needed, Chen Yuding glanced at the spring eye that was emitting rich spiritual energy, and couldn't help but say, "There is a spiritual spring here, it's a pity to bury it here." Senior Song, if you come to the East China Sea often in the future, this cave is very suitable for staying. Senior, do you have any idea of using this place as your own cave? Hearing Chen Yuding's reminder, Song Qingming looked around, then nodded with a smile and said, "Your words remind me that this place is indeed suitable for temporary rest. I will see if I can transform this cave and set up a spirit gathering array here to increase the spiritual energy in the cave. If you also reach the stage of forming a pill in the future, this place is also suitable for your retreat and breakthrough. Don't worry, when the time comes, you really need it. I will definitely not turn you away. But I have to remind you that you two are not allowed to tell anyone about anything here, including relatives and friends. I will leave a high-level sound transmission talisman at the entrance of the cave. If you want to find me in the future, you can come here to tell me. But no matter what happens, you can only come alone, and you are not allowed to bring other people to the island. I like quietness. If it is too lively here, I am afraid I can't live here for long. Please rest assured, even if you don't tell us about today's matter, we will keep it a secret and will never mention it to others." When they heard that Song Qingming intended to turn this place into his own cave, Chen Yuding and Luo Li beside him showed a trace of joy on their faces and quickly agreed. Although they knew that Song Qingming was not a cultivator from the East China Sea and would definitely not live here all the time, Even if he came occasionally, it would be a very good thing for them to have a relationship with Song Qingming in the future. Song Qingming is a giant and senior who is approachable and willing to teach them by words and deeds. It is not easy to meet in the world of immortal cultivation. For Chen Yuding and Luo Li, Song Qingming is now a great opportunity on their road of cultivation. Now they have each obtained cultivation resources worth tens of thousands of spirit stones. If they can get guidance from Song Qingming in the future, they may have a chance to form a pill and become a giant and ancestor like Song Qingming. For Chen Yuding and Luo Li, Song Qingming also regards them as rising stars with whom he is destined to be. If he has the opportunity to guide them, he will naturally not be stingy. However, whether they will have the opportunity to successfully impact the Jinden Avenue in the future, Song Qingming will not want to interfere too much at present. It all depends on their own luck. After nodding slightly to the two of them, Song Qingming took out another bamboo slit and handed it to Chen Yuding, saying, "The art of formation is no different from other skills. You need to be knowledgeable and experienced to improve quickly. You are still somewhat talented in this area. Here are some formation books that I have recorded on a daily basis. You can take them and study them. They will definitely help you practice this art in the future. If you don't understand anything, come to me again when we have a chance to meet in the future. Thank you for your guidance, senior. I will definitely live up to your high expectations." Chen Yuding's face lit up when she took the formation book handed over by Song Qingming, and she immediately thanked him with a bow. After passing a set of formation books to Chen Yuding, seeing Luo Li's eyes flashing with envy, Song Qingming smiled slightly and took out another bamboo slip and placed it in front of her. "You are practicing the way of alchemy, which is not my skill. I can't help you too much in this regard for the time being. If we are destined to meet in the future, I will introduce you to it. This is a secret method that I practiced before I formed the elixir. It will be of great help to the training of the soul of the cultivator. You can try to practice it. If you can successfully get started, it should be of great help to your future practice or alchemy." The volume of skills that Song Qingming took out was the soul-devouring art that he got from Fenghe. Although the early practice of this skill is very difficult for ordinary cultivators, as long as you can successfully get started, the improvement of your soul is still very obvious. Song Qingming has gained a lot of benefits from practicing the skill over the years. Whether it is fighting with others or learning other skills and techniques, Song Qingming, whose soul is much stronger than others, can often be more relaxed in this regard. Forging the soul of a cultivator, although it does not directly help improve one's own cultivation, when a cultivator encounters interference from the inner demon when breaking through the realm of cultivation, a strong soul can also be of great use. Song Qingming has always attached great importance to this technique. Over the years, he has only taught it to cultivators in the family who have established their foundation. Luo Li is the first non-Song family member to be taught by him. Seeing the soul-devouring technique that Song Qingming took out, Luo Li did not refuse this time. He accepted it generously and then bowed to Song Qingming like Chen Yuding. After giving them a few more instructions, Song Qingming took them out of the cave and then drove the flying boat to send them back to Beisha Island. This treasure hunting trip took a total of 7 days. After returning to Beisha Island and parting with Chen Yuding, Song Qingming immediately returned to Xiangsuan Sec to pack up, then said goodbye to Luo Li and Chen Jianghe, and took the flying boat back to Haiyan Island. This time, Song Qingming spent a lot of time to renovate the cave of Xianxi Taoist. All the messy spiritual objects and things related to corpse refining that he had collected were burned on the spot and thrown into the crater outside, leaving only some things that were necessary for life. Suddenly, the whole cave was clean and refreshing. Then Song Qingming arranged a third-level spirit gathering array near the eye of the spiritual spring to concentrate the spiritual energy in the spring eye and upgrade it to the third-level middle grade. After feeling that the spiritual energy in the cave was enough to meet his usual cultivation needs, Song Qingming walked out with satisfaction. Before leaving, Song Qingming also arranged another hidden magic array at the entrance of the cave, and left a 10,000-mile sound transmission talisman in case Luo Li and the others would find him in the future, and then he took the initiative to leave the Black Cloud Island cave and took a flying boat to the west. It took almost a month to transform the Heavenly Corpse Taoist cave, which also made Song Qingming spend almost 2 months on this trip to the East China Sea's Yuxin world. Song Qingming was afraid that Wang Xian and others would worry about him after not going back for such a long time. After leaving Black Cloud Island, he did not stay for too long and headed directly to the floating Cloud Mountains. In the following time, Song Qingming stepped up his journey and finally returned to Qing County smoothly after more than 10 days. Just after arriving outside the family's spiritual vein Funiu Mountain, Song Qingming saw a light flying towards him in the distance. Thinking that Wang Xiao saw him coming back and came to greet Song Qingming, he stopped the phantom boat under his feet. After this light that Song Qingming was somewhat familiar with came to his side, it quickly turned into a woman in green clothes, and said to Song Qingming with a smile, "Seventh brother. Have you missed me after not seeing you for many years? What are you asking, girl? You have been away for so many years without sending a message to your family. How can your sister-in-law and I not worry about you?" Seeing that the person who came to greet him was Song Qingming, who had been traveling for many years, Song Qingming's face also showed a very unexpected joy. Almost 10 years have passed since Song Qingming and Li Zuanyi went to the East China Sea together. Song Qingming's cultivation has also broken through from the original 4th level of Jiandan to the 5th level of Jiandan. After carefully looking at Song Qingming in front of him, Song Qingming nodded with some satisfaction and said, "Your cultivation has improved a lot after this trip outside. It seems that you have gained a lot, of course, but no matter how fast my cultivation improves, it is still a lot behind that of Brother Qi. Congratulations to Brother Qi for breaking through to the late stage of Jiandan. It seems that I will have to follow you and benefit from you in the future." Song Qingming, who received Song Qingming's affirmation, first showed a happy face, and then stepped forward to congratulate Song Qingming, whose cultivation had also broken through to the 7th level of Jiandan. "Seventh brother, you have just returned from the East China Sea and you must have worked hard. Come with me to rest for a while. I have asked someone to notify my sister-in-law." After standing in mid-air and congratulating each other for a few words, the two returned to the top of Funiu Mountain under the leadership of Song Qingming and walked towards the family's meeting Immortal Pavilion. "Qingming, did senior sister Li come back with you this time, or has she returned to Donghuang country? Junior brother Song, are you still so anxious for me to go back?" Just as he walked to the door of the family's meeting Immortal Pavilion, he suddenly thought of Li Zuanyi and Song Qingming, and asked Song Qingming who was standing beside him. Unexpectedly, before Song Qingming could answer, a somewhat unhappy voice came from the front of the two of them, which made Song Qingming, who had just been happy, look a little embarrassed. Seeing Li Zuanyi, who was dressed in white and staring at him calmly, Song Qingming smiled helplessly and immediately took the initiative to step forward and bow to him. "What are you talking about, senior sister Li? I was just worried that you had left without saying goodbye, so I asked you a question. Please don't misunderstand me. Senior sister just came back from the East China Sea. Please rest here for a while. When you want to go back one day, I will go back to the sect with you, and you can also visit Master." Hearing the meaning of Song Qingming's words, Li Zuanyi knew that Song Qingming was still a little worried about his safety, so he wanted to send him back personally. He smiled and said, "Well, junior brother, what you said is more or less right. But don't worry, I've been out for so long and it's almost time for me to go back. If you are not in a hurry, I will stay with you for a few more days. If you really can't wait to go back to the sect, we can set off tomorrow. I won't make it difficult for you this time. It depends on your own ideas." Hearing this, Song Qingming immediately nodded and smiled. "Don't worry, senior sister, I don't have any urgent matters. It doesn't matter if I wait a few more days. If you like Funiu, you can treat it as your own home. Feel free to stay for a while, I'll let Qingming accompany you to go around. Haha. Sister, just rest assured and stay here. You have done a great favor to our Song family. How could seventh brother not like you being here? He is just a little tongue-tied. Don't mind it, sister. I want to take you to Taiyu Lake in a few days. The scenery there is not worse than that of the East China Sea. I promise you won't be disappointed." Seeing that Li Zuanyi and Song Qingming always misunderstood each other when they met, Song Qingming looked a little helpless. He quickly stepped forward to help smooth things over and change the subject. After hearing Song Qingming's words, Li Zuanyi finally lost the displeasure on his face. He smiled and nodded and said, Well, it's settled. We'll go to Taiyu Lake together in a few days. Qingming knows how to talk and knows what I like. Unlike junior brother Song, he always likes to say something he doesn't like to hear when he meets me. Can you blame me for misunderstanding you? Li Zuanyi responded happily, and did not forget to say something bad about Song Qingming beside him. Then he pulled Song Qingming into the meeting Immortal Pavilion while talking and laughing. Seeing this, Song Qingming also showed a bitter smile on his face. Song Qingming was always worried about Li Zuanai's safety. It's not that he really likes to meddle in other people's business, but he had promised his master Ling Sataoist to take care of senior sister Li Zuanai before, so he couldn't help but care about her affairs. Although he knew that Li Zuanai didn't like this, Song Qingming didn't have any other good solutions. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.